Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
The deeper we go, the heavier every round becomes. Welcome to the day 13 of the CFS SA Masters 2026 Summer Group Stage, where the playoff race is no longer about promises or early momentum. And at this point, every team must turn their preparation into results. Kami nga pala ang inyong kasama ngayon dito sa ating panel, Muchi and Salvatore nga pala. And it seems like we're gonna be having a long day ahead here, Salvatore.
Ayun, long days and understatement, no, Mochi. We have 4 plus 1 continued na, na laban dito. It's going to be 3, pero with the issues nga kahapon, magiging 4 nga to, Mochi. But nonetheless, all games will still be very exciting, 2 Rosea teams will be up for grabs dito sa ating araw nga na to. At wala nang ibang mas malipit pa, kundi in action nga ang ating mga favorite teams like Attras and as well as STS, no. So, yun nga, no, a lot of teams really do bring out their best, especially sa huling linggo na nga ngayon, Mochi. Kaya sana talaga makita na natin sila kagad because I feel like their level of competition tumataas na nga ngayon.
That is true. And given that, no, pag-usapan natin ano nga ba talaga yung mga nangyari from yesterday that made you say that point, no? Dahil nanggaling tayo sa laban ng ComebackFriends against Virtus.Pro, wherein they actually been able to pull it off until our third map. Pero parang dito din napakita na meron ding pagkakapos, no? Especially after kung gaano katindi yung mga brain cells na inalot dito ni Tetsunod. Unfortunately, hindi niya na masyado na pakinabangan pa the moment na nakatapak tayo sa ating huling mapa.
Kawawa talaga yung utak to ni Tetsu, no? Parang basang damit na kailangan mo isampay kasi grabe nga naman yung pagkapiga nito, no? Like everything na binuo talaga ni CBF para makompleto nga nila yung Eagle Eye was so amazing. Grabe na lang yung nakita natin sa Ankara noon. Ang dami nga nating pwedeng maipunta sa Virtus.Pro doon. Pero nonetheless, Eagle Eye was still an impressive map talaga sa CBF. Just shows na there is still a potential for this team to qualify for playoffs as long as they are able to, not just collapse in the mid-round, pero kasi pag stable talaga yung team play netong mga players na to, especially in a game na wala si Wolves, na kinakailangan talaga siya ng CBF, they were able to make it so close sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. Sa base, grabe nga naman talaga, something that I feel like a Virtus.Pro is something, Virtus.Pro is very well equipped ng mga oras nga na yun. Pero man, eto talaga Ankara. I can't believe, man, 2 plays mula kay KSA. Amazing start para dito kay KLR. Grabe nga naman talaga. The man was absolutely unstoppable.
Exactly. And I feel like parang yung nakita natin kakulangan nandito is other than yung hustong playbook is yung fact na parang masyado ata silang medyo nagkakagulo with the rules din dito, no, for CBF, especially na nawala ang kanilang isang miyembro dito na si Wooz, and Bright has been able to supplement that, no. But unfortunately, it still wasn't enough against Virtus.Pro. Pero ngayon, Execration and as well as Attras ang sumunod na laban after that one, no. we're in for Attras. It's quite unfortunate because as much as they've been able to power through sa mapa ng Angkara, medyo naging punching bag at naging banatan ito ng Cliff Farm, no, by Execration. So here though, for Execration, every single one of them has been able to facilitate their best composure kahit individual stance na nga ito, no. Hindi na nga kinakailangan at certain occasions that they need any set plays, sometimes they just go and revolve around their reactions.
Kita mo Mochi, the set differences, ang laki, no? Like, if it's not a dominating game, it's going to be like very, very far from the usual place na nakita natin from Attras and as well as Execration. Yung distribution, no? 10-3, 10-4, 10-1, talagang nilalabas ng Attras at Execration yung A-game talaga nila. At this point, siguro S-game na nga, no, Mochi? And to understand what it felt sa loob nga ng port na yon is just that crazy. Kasi 10-1, Mochi, in a game of Attras. They know how to play this. Alam ni J. Kim yan. Pero men, Justin just called the shots. Kinontrol niya yung buong mapa. Amazing plays from Folex. Really pushed this game into a 10-1 conversation. Grabe, no? Pareho nagpapalitan sila ng dominating game, Mochi. Ang problema nga lang talaga dito, Execration just happened to have like the better macro hanggang sa punong dulo, no? NT, para kay Attras, they've accumulated their 5th loss dito sa ating standings na alam mo talaga sa panlimang patalo na yun, may taning na yung playoff hopes nila, Mochi.
Exactly. And as much as Attras has been like a bit more pressured than ever before at may pangamba ang kanilang estado dito sa ating posibilidad na makatapak sa playoffs, well, for Execration, we couldn't say the same kasi every single one of them is celebrating at tuwang-tuwa pa nga si Paul nung siyang in-interview natin as our match MVP. Pero ano naman yung ating susunod na laban dito, guys, no? Ang kaganapan natin as our continuation for STS and as well as matches mangyayari sa dulo ng araw na ito, no? Just a reminder, no, meron tayong continuation yan and we'll be carrying over our 4-2 na scoreline maya-maya. Pero pag-usapan na muna natin kung sino nga ba yung mga players na nag-pop up from yesterday, and I feel like tama lang na simulan natin to from Aldrin kasi balita ko may nakuha siyang very nice 3K dito, Salvatore.
Amingin at number 5, syempre hindi mawawala dyan talaga si Mr. Borabon, the original headshot machine. Nakakalain mo nga naman, EBR na gamit niya, nang-headshot pa rin siya. Look at the transfer, no, Mochi, na parang may x-ray yung mata dito ni Aldrin. Alam niya kung kailan at kailan siya fi-flick dito, no. The first kill was so good, kailangan umangat ng level dito yung magiging pangalawang kill niya, and he definitely did. Every time na may nakuwang kill si Aldrin, from mythical to epical, nagiging titan yung skill level dito ni Aldrin. Look at that. Bang! And gets the 3rd kill. Amazing para dito kay Aldrin.
Yup, and it just shows din, no, kung ano nga ba yung tenure na dala dito ni Alden through the years, no? Kala mo kanta lang, pero pinakitaan naman talaga tayo ni Alden, no? I mean, they haven't been able to get that victory, but at least, no, he's been able to show what he is indeed made of. Pero, susunod, we have K in the list. Abaya, parang may kaunting mirroring na nagaganap dito kasi 3K lang din naman ang kanya nakuha, pero gamit ang ibang armas.
Okay, si Mr. Sniperman ng Attras Esports. Siyempre, Mochi, ang bida, magkakamali mo na yan no una. At pag nakolekta niya na yung sarili niya, dito siya na magpapasikat. Pang! Amazing play sa loob ng TV. Warning shot lang yan kay Justin, Mochi. Kumbaga, parang kinikickstart niya pa lang yung motor niya nung tumunog, nung nakaarangkada na si Kay. Diba? Ibig sabihin lang no, nag-warm up pa dito si Kay. And look at how quick he is para mag-USP dito instead of quick switching to the TRG. Siyempre, USP being one of the best primary weapons we have dito sa ating meta. Syempre, hindi na bago yan para kay Kay na gawin yung play na yun.
True. And I feel like that was like the best game na nakita natin with Kay so far. Nung talagang step up, kung step up ang pinagagawa niya doon sa mapang yon. Pero ito yung laging nagse-step up, no? At ngayon, meron siyang highlight wherein he's been able to rack up 4 kills para dito, no, sa Virtus Pro. KSA, abay, hindi na ako magtataka. He's just in his natural habitat. Ika nga nila, Salvatore.
Grabe, no, Mochi. Take a look at this pop flash mula kay KLR. Nakuha nila yung hukay player. Isang swing, nabatay si Aiden. Sumunod si Tetsu, KSA. Paano ba nagbumukhang madali lahat ng laban para nga sa'yo, no? And to think, no, na KSA, eto nga pala, Mochi, ang panapos na play para talaga ma-shutdown ang buong angkara ng CBF. There goes the flash. Hindi niya muna ginamit yung AK. Nirat-rat niya yung USP para maklear yung tao sa loob nga ng hukay. Take a look at this motion, ha. Hindi niya alam kung nasaan si Aiden. Sinumbong lang siya. Though the position, kailangan niya i-pre-fire yun. Gets the headshot and the spray over to Tetsu. Mas ito pa malupit. Si Tetsu, alam natin, kilala natin na nag-i-sniper nga siya. Nagmalatetsu muna dito si KSA. Gets the Arctic. Alam na nga na may tao dito sa exit, tas kabla mo, Mochi, a 4K para dito kay KSA. Virtus Pro, I just don't know how they make every single game look dominating talaga, Mochi. That is VP branded talaga yun.
Yup, and I won't blame you, no? Pero wala, ganun talaga, no? They keep on dominating. Kulang na ng kay KSA, dumagdag pa siya ng isa pang armas na pamalit, no? Para merong tigi-tigisang armas kada isang kill niya doon sa ating 4K. But we also have etong si Justin right now. We're in every single time napapanoorin ang kanyang depensa dito sa mapa ng port. Abay, talagang ikaw ay mapapawa.
And number 2 play para dito kay Justin, which I said kanina, no, na siya nga nagdomina nitong port na to. And one proof na meron pa talagang kalalagyan si Justin sa liga after being overlooked in this roster. Kasi pag narinig mong execration ng Mochi, Folex, CBN, Yotib, nakakalimutan nga nilang kauna-unahang prodigy na nagngangalang si Justin, no? From the Reborn Gaming team days, ganito pa rin siya ka-consistent, Mochi. He's still been winning championships, appeared in multiple internationals. Yung mga gantong klaseng plays, hindi na bago para kay Justin yan. Pero for us to grace in the presence sa gantong klaseng laruan ni Justin is definitely a show. Look at how much spread meron dito ang Attras, pero lahat yan na-transferan niya ng madali lang. Nakala mo lilipat ng school si Justin sa lupit mag-transfer, no? Gets the 180 and there goes J. Kim na naisumbong na nga dito kay Kuya Justin. Syempre, bilang tagapagsalba, kailangan niya nga makuha to. Napakadali na lang dyan, Mochi. O piso na lang si J. Kim. Ewan ko na lang kung di pa tumama yan. And of course, with EBR fashion, wallbang dapat ang ating final kill.
True, no? Grabe, no? Mala Dolphin din, lulubog lilitaw. Hindi malaman ni Attras kung saan siya nang gagaling, no? But, syempre, hindi magpapahuli ang Wonder Kid natin na kung mga nakaraang mga linggo, hindi natin masyado nakikita ang kanyang mga highlights. Well, ito na yon guys, no? Meron tayong ace na nang galing kay Kano.
Number 1, Kano. Narinig ko na yan, Pero teka lang, paano nyo ba gagawin to? Ito nga pala yung play na pinakamalipit, no? Gets the headshot. Marami pa siyang bala sa HK, pero nag-USP na siya. Gets the call out for the triple kill. Baliw ka talaga no? Para palampasin yung ganong klaseng bagay. Wonder kill for a reason. And now, nakapasok na nga sila sa TV. Aangat siya ng 2F. May maiispatan siya dito. Syempre, Mochi, instant headshot yan. Grabe naman yung flick dito ni Kano. At ngayon, feeling ko, alam niya na nga na may manggagaling sa TV kasi nga nandoon si Revenge, may bubuntot sa kanya. One swing is all it takes. Gets the ace. Kano dropping 20 plus kills in a round of like what? 7 rounds pa lang yung nilalaro, Mochi. Grabe ka talaga, Kano. That is the number 1 play for good reason talaga. And he still is stabilizing itong kinauupuan niya, Mochi, that he's, if not, no, the best player currently. Not just locally, pero internationally, kilala si Kano as a very huge threat dito sa ating CF landscape.
Exactly, no? The titos are shaking in their boots, basically, no? Pagdating sa ibang mga bansa kasi
Grabe.
Sa oras
It's
na
insane.
makatapat nila to, hindi nila masyado iniisip, pero the moment na maranasan nila, ano ba yung pakiramdam na si Kano ang kanila makatapat dito, parang napapaisip sila, no? Sa kanilang dream sa buhay. Pero, ayan, no? Hindi nagpapahuli. Ito ang ating underkid dito, no? Sa ating top 5 highlights para sa ating players, and it's just nice guys, noting na naman muli no, na from yesterday, wala talagang makikita na merong mas angat o mas ilalim just by basing sa mechanics na meron dito sa ating mga players. Pero total, tapos na tayo sa ating individual category, no? Tingnan naman natin at kilatisan natin ano nga ba yung mga nangyari sa ating team highlights aspect. At ito ay pinili ni Dadum kung saan nangyari ito
Shoutout.
for Virtus.Pro against ComebackFriends sa round 10 natin in the map of Ankara.
Ay, napakalupit na ito, Mochi, kasi definitely, no, with this kind of situation, CBF lamang na sila dyan eh. It's a 5v4. Kailangan na lang laruin ng defense to ng maayos at hindi sila magpakagat sa kahit anong fake. Kumagat sila, no, Mochi. Etong malipit dito. KSA throws a mean flash habang nakapwesto ng mga members ng VP sa may TB. And now Tetsu, binili rather. Ayan si KSA gets the rotating Tetsu at nakapasok si Cetra with that Colt at lahat ng sumubok pumasok ng TB, bakante kasi lahat ng yun pumunta ng Ares at napakadali na lang nito para nga kay KSA kasi napakalaso ng pwesto niya. The moment na nakuha nga ni KSA yung flash, lahat ng members ng CBF doon hindi na natinag doon sa mga pwesto nga nila. Gumalaw kagad sila at yun yung hinahanap mismo ng Virtus.Pro, that one singular movement ng CBF na mapapaalis sila sa kanya-kanyang mga poste. Well played for Virtus.Pro and an even better execute pagkakuha nga nila ng HM, Mochi.
And I even remember, no, during this time or even after nitong unang, ng kanilang mapa dito sa Ankara, parang nasabi natin na, wait lang, parang masyado ata tayo maraming ninunote na mga rounds dito na maganda na ilagay sa ating team highlights kasi ganun lang din kalinis at katindi yung mga binabato dito ng Virtus.Pro against ComebackFriends. And unfortunately, no, talagang obvious na sila ay hulog sa patibong na siniset up nila dito or at least small details and information that they let loose here from ComebackFriends is more than enough for Virtus.Pro to know what to do next. Pero, meron din tayong susunod dito which is personally my pick, no? At ito ay nangyari sa pagitan ng Attras against Execration and still in the map of Ankara.
Tama-tama yung pagkapili mo nito, Mochi, because napaka 200 IQ pero yung puso nila dito, no, ng Attras, yun ang nanaeg. Take a look, no,
Yes.
LA, wala silang nakuha masyado, napakakapal lang smoke, pero aatakihin nila ang mid-choke dito ng Execration para hindi makapag-HM ang Attras. Pinasabog nila si CBN, na-check nila yung hukay. That is an amazing presence of mind play para sa Attras, and instead of risking themselves na magpa-HM na lang kasi nga nakapag-rotate na si Bib, nagpa-LB na lang sila, Mochi, no? So yun yung pinakamagandang adjustment na nakita natin ng Attras. Ngayon, tulala si Yotib, wala siyang makukuha. And now Attras, playing within the numbers nang nawala lang si Jacob doon sa fight na yon, they now have to play this 4v3. Gone are the days, Mochi, na pagkulang ang tao dito ng kalaban na pwede pang manalo yun, no? Pero sa Attras, sapat lang ang meron sila dito, no? They still have 4 players now going in for the entry. Tinan mo gano'ng kainit si Kid dito, no? Goes in for the flash, kiniklear muna nila yung batteries. Si CRG nasa taas na nga. Justin, di ko alam bakit, medyo nalito siya. Magpapa-A pa siya, kaso tumunog na yung bomba. Ngayon, nagkukumahog na ang 3 members ng Execration. Paano nga sila makapag-rotate? Si Yotib, alam na ng Attras, pero hindi nila pinipikan out of respect. Look, separation ng Attras. 1 hotel, 1 RS. Kahit saan pumunta ang Execration dito, may nakabantay na Attras. Now, they have to play for retake kasi sama-sama na sila, Mochi, no? 14 seconds left on the clock. Si RTA iikot for the possible lurk play, pero CRG just insanely pops off. Sa oras na lang na natitira, wala nang oras para makapag-defuse pa. Attras played an amazing play sa mid and an even better post plant. Grabe nga naman, Attras, deserving of that highlight.
Grabe, no? Well, deserving indeed. Literally ensuring, no, that they have all amount of brain power para lang ma-work out itong ganitong klaseng round natin against Execration, and talaga na mga pinakita nila na pinaghandaan nila itong si Execration ng husto. Pero yun nga lang, no, it's all good for one map. Pero still, props na props pa rin sa'yo, no, Attras, kasi hindi talaga biro itong inyong pinakita against with the likes of the God Slayers, that is Exec. And I guess doon natapos ang ating mga laban, no? And some of the key things na kailangan natin i-note dito sa ating broadcast right now. Kaya naman, let us see ano nga ba din yung kailangang i-note ng ating mga teams right now dito sa ating updated standings.
Alright, no? Meron nga tayong onting constraints lang dito sa ating team standings kasi hindi pa concluded ang laban ng Team Stallions tsaka matches. Malalaman pa natin mamaya kung ano nga ba yung magiging hulmangan neto. Pero so far, with the wins na na-accumulate ng Exet at ng Virtus Pro kahapon, nandyan nga sila. Pero I just feel like Execration kailangan nga nilang maging number 1 dito, no? Pero they still have games remaining pa naman. Meron pa silang laban against sa Fervid, so probably that could be settled in another day. Pero there is a bit of technicality, pero siguro for another day na lang natin siya pag-usapan. So far, Virtus Pro, Execration, Team Stallions, and Fervid are our top 4 teams heading into playoffs, no? Followed by matches and as well as Acceptance. So, 6 na nga nakukunin natin playoff teams dito, no? Problema lang, Mochi, kasi matches, Acceptance, and ComebackFriends, meron silang onting alitan pagdating sa head-to-head na pwede pa silang maging 3-way tie na ang magiging basihan natin is still round differential or even head-to-head. Yan ang pinakamagulong 5-6-7 na spot na nakita ko ever since na nagsimula tayo ng spring, ha. Pero nonetheless, no?
That's
ang stable ng 1, 2, 3, 4 natin, pero yung 5-6-7, away lang sila na away, no?
Totoo, no? Parang, I mean, valid din naman, no? Kasi yun yung mga natitirang slots din natin dito for the playoff spot, no? Baka sadyang ganun lang din kagaling at kalinis trumabaho itong ating top 3 or top 4 right now. Reason as to why talagang bakbakan, no? Kalmutan, kagatan, guluhan yung nangyayari dito sa gitnang parte ng ating standings. Pero alam niyo ba, guys, na meron kayong chance na manalo ng 100 e-coins sa pamamagitan lang ng pag-share ng inyong paboritong player highlight. May it be from Kano, may it be from Justin, or kung kanino man na nakita nyo kanina, no? All you have to do is to share that post publicly at ilagay doon ang inyong hashtag CFS Play of the Week and as well as hashtag CFS Masters Summer, no? At ensure na naka-follow at like kayo sa ating official Facebook and YouTube channels para naman na mabilang ng maigi at ma-ensure na ang inyong entry is nakasulat dito from our moderators. And I repeat, paalala lang muli, ensure na naka-public ang iyong shared post and nakalagay dyan ang iyong hashtags at kung bakit deserve nun maging Play of the Week.
Ako guys, nakita nyo naman yung patch notes no? Sa 100 e-coin, marami na kayong mapupul na loto. Especially meron nga tayong bagong classic mode. Kung wala ka pang armor, kung wala ka pang helmet, bumili ka na para mas ma-enjoy mo ang 8v8 ng CF Classic. Kaya shoutout nga pala sa mga nakalaro namin ng CF Classic dyan ni Sneaky tsaka ni Bipolar. No? Maraming salamat sa pakikisama. So shoutout nga pala sa buong clan ni Ate Jonah, that being Flow. Kaya guys, lahat kayo pwede kayong sumali dito sa 100 e-coin giveaway. Wala kaming pinipili, randomly lang talaga, no? Kung di ka nakasali, sali ka pa ulit sa susunod. Huwag ka mag-alala. Marami pang e-coin giveaway.
At kung hindi kayo aware, guys, individually, pag chinek nyo ang page ng aking mga co-talents or co-casters, kahit yung akin, kay Salvatore, kay Sneaker, kahit kanino sa amin nyo in general, meron tayong mga additional ng pamigay dyan ng e-coin, no? From 500 to 50, no? Take into account at yan ay mag-i-span until sa dulo ng ating liga. Kaya naman, let us check out kung ano nga ba yung mga aabangan nating mga laban for today. It is going to be Team Stallions versus Acceptance, ComebackFriends versus Attras, Vetran versus TARINGBABI, and as well as yung kontinuasyon, no, ng supposedly na laban kahapon of Team Stallions versus matches. Madami nga ang ating mga laban for today. Reason as to why I said this is gonna be a long day ahead, Salvatore.
Parang e-coin giveaway lang, no, Mochi? Ang dami, 4 na BO3. No, akala ko malulubayan na natin yan nung Master Spring, pero syempre, mararanasan ulit talaga natin yan. Kumbaga, tradisyon yan dito, no? Na makaranas tayo na at least isa lang naman na 4 na BO3. Pero hindi ka man lulumo sa action na makikita mo, ha. Rosea versus Rosea action tayo para sa ating pangatlong series. Stallions, double header sila. So, kung Team Stallions fan ka, paldo ka sa mga makikita mong action. At kung mahilig ka sa mga laban laban ng mga gustong makipagdikdikan sa huling spot ng playoffs, panoorin mo ang CBF versus Attras. Kaya guys, ang araw ng Biyernes, akalain mo nga naman, Mochi, Biyernes pa lang tayo. Meron pa tayong weekends na makikita natin tong mga teams natin na makipaglaban. Kaya di namin kayo bibitinin sa mga araw nga na to. No? Siyempre, ito ang ating panimula, no, Mochi? Grabe naman yan.
Yep, no, hindi talaga nagkakaroon ng pahinga ang Team Stallions, which is all the more merrier para sa ating audiences. Pero again, Team Stallions against Team Acceptance, pag-usapan na natin ito, no. Ano nga ba ang meron for Team Stallions right now? Kasi balita ko, merong sub-in at sub-out na magaganap
Ayun, no,
mamaya.
kitang-kita.
Ayun na nga, kitang-kita na. Wala si Lloyd dyan ngayon, and instead, KLP will be the one present alongside with Revenge. Salvatore, parang wala to sa ating expectations.
Okay, ang mahalagang tanong, nawala si Ajax, nawala si Zac, nahanap natin yung dalawang yun. Ngayon, tatanungin natin si Loy, nasaan ka? Bakit ka nagpabangko at papasok si KLP? Sino mag-a-artic sa kanilang dalawa ni Revenge, no? Pero KLP, welcome back to Masters, pre. Huling kita namin sa'yo, naglalaro ka pa ng Swiss stage nung 3-0 nyo lahat ng kalaban para nga makapasok kayo sa Masters. Pero eto na nga ulit, in living color, in the flesh, Kael Pegaro, KLP. Welcome back nga. Pero yun ang pinakamalupit dito, Bochi. Yung pinalitan niya, off-roll pa silang dalawa. Si attacker to sniper player. Yun talaga, dito talaga papasok yung usapan. Sino ba talaga ang mag-a-artic para dito kay Revenge o kaya si KLP? Makikita natin mamaya.
Totoo.
Pero men, siguro kung Team Stallions fan ka ngayon, kamot-kamot ka kasi tinatanong mo sa sarili mo, sino palalaroin sa Masters kung si Revenge o si KLP? O eto na, pinaglaro na namin pareho.
Totoo, no? Kahit biro mo, kahit na off-roll yan, hindi to usual. Ayan, pinagbigyan ka pa rin ng ganun kakalab ng Team Stallions. Pero, ito nga ang ating schedule nila, no? Wherein, ang nangyari lang naman nung unang linggo is yung against execration, and after that, it's W's all the way nga naman, no? At ngayon, ipapaalala sa atin, no? Or, kakaroon na nga pagbabalik itong si KLP ngayon, no? Parang last time lang nakikita ko, parang medyo nagsasadboy po siya sa TikTok tsaka sa Instagram, pero right now, parang okay na siya right now, this time. Pero, meron tayong katanungan dito, no? For KLB, ano ang goal niya for the upcoming series? At ang sagot niya ay, may goal kasi kami eh. Kunin namin yung top seed. Sobrang ready na kami. Tignan nyo na lang sa playoffs.
Buti naman, malapit na ang playoffs. Nang makita na talaga natin, no, kung kaya nga ba i-back up ni KLB yung mga sinasabi niya. Pero in recent times naman, Mochi, nababack up naman talaga ni KLB. May dahilan siya para ipagyabang sa buong mundo na kung ano mang isasabihin niya ay totoo, no? Na makapag-international nga sila and they haven't missed it since. So this is now probably the most competitive year of Team Stallions yet. Gawa nga ng pagpasok dito na execration, pero the goal is still there, Bochi, para sa ginintoang daan, no? The golden road for Team Stallions, aka world domination.
Indeed. Ang tanong meron kayang bira dito ang Team Acceptance, especially that this is gonna be the biggest challenge yet. No? Pang, indeed, no? Nakita na natin si Ajax at merong mga moments na merong mga heroics dito si Silent at mas dumadalas na yon. And Dre and Ting has stable adjustment and as well as performance dito for Acceptance, and especially ang kanilang hindi mawawalang IGL na si Hex. Salvatore, do you think that there is a possibility of them pulling over dito sa ating decider map given your circumstance and the sub-out na meron tayo dito ngayon for STS?
Mochi, if we're just gonna base it off of the reality, feeling ko talaga Team Stallions might be able to push it to 2-0 talaga. Kasi, Mochi, have you seen Team Stallions' form yesterday nung mga nakaraang laban nila, no? Diba, ganun talaga nakakatakot. And if there's anything that Acceptance is capable of, yun talaga ang baliktarin lahat ng opinion ng mga tao, no? Na magiging madali ito para sa Team Stallions because of a player like Heck na palagi na lang talaga siya ino-overlook ever since he started playing CrossFIRE competitively. Alam talaga natin gaano nga ka-capable dito si Heck. Bossing, mga bossing, patagalin lang muna natin ng onte kasi marami tayo masasabi kay Heck, no? Definitely, alam niya na yung pakiramdam na to, Mochi, yung maging part ng mga nasa laylayan talaga ng ating standings. Pero he still made a comeback talaga sa taon na to with with now a refined roster. Kaya, ngayon, Stallions ang kalaban nga nila. I'm just hoping, no, with a player like Dre, magta-top frag nga siya, he'll be able to carry. Si Silent magiging malupit talaga tulad ng mga nakaraang series niya. And I just hope talaga Acceptance will not go through any stages of grief kasi tatanggapin ng Acceptance ang resulta na sila ang mananalo laban sa Team Stallions.
Exactly. Lalong-lalo na I feel like yung kanilang kadikitan ngayon sa ating standings is matches, no? And I feel like similar to them, they can afford to lose. Kasi sa bilang pa lang ng ating win and losses dito based on their match history, parang maiyahanay at maipapantay mo na kaagad kay matches ito. And it's just a matter of kung ilan yung mga rounds and as well as yung mga mapa na nakukuha nila in addition, in contrary to MJ. At yan ang aalamin din natin dito ngayon, no, kung kaya nga ba talaga nila even just by basing in the additional things na binanggit mo na maaaring pumabor or tumaliwas dito for Team Acceptance. Pero pag-usapan na muna natin, no, sino nga ba ang mga magandang head-to-head dahil balita ko, total nandain natin mga pwede pag-usapan. We have JJ and as well as Silent dito.
Okay, backup players, no, dito sa ating head-to-head, Mochi. Kailan mo ba huling nakita na pinagtapat natin ang mga backup players? Palagi talaga yung mga snipers, IGLs, and attackers. Backup players kasi they have this distinct role of either a lurk or a second entry. Pero pinakita talaga ni Silent at ni JJ na this role should not go to waste talaga. Nakikita mo yung value ni JJ pag naglalaro nga siya as a player na entries and at the same time lurks. Si Silent talaga hindi nawawala sa usapang ang galing talaga mandaganan laro. So you just know, may dahilan talaga bakit natin pinagtapat si JJ at si Silent because of their efficiency sa team nga nila. Pag nilagay mo si JJ or si Silent sa kahit anong team, that team will be able to go through the playoffs talaga. Kung gaano talaga kabigat yung impact na itong binibigay ng dalawang to, you are a guaranteed playoff team. Ganon na ka-high value si JJ at si Silent sa kanya-kanyang mga team. So valid talaga itong head-to-head natin.
That is true. At kaya thank God it's Friday na lang talaga, no? Tapos dalawa pa yung laban ng STS. Abay, ewan ko na lang talaga sa STS fan. Tuwan-tuwa ka siguro ngayon, no? Pero pag-usapan na nga natin ang nga ba ang meron para sa ating VTR right now. Kasi I'm pretty sure, no? Parang pinagbiyak na buko ito.
Open.
At syempre, pipiliin nila ay yung mga mapa na gusto nila paglaruan both. We have sub-base here being chosen by Team Acceptance and we also have Ankara prioritized here by Team Stallions. At kung tayo ay dadayo sa ating ikatlo, we will be having Eagle Eye as a feast.
Grabe, no, Bochi. Look at the confidence dito, no, ng Acceptance. They felt like na hindi pa rin nila natututunan ang dapat mangyari sa mga susunod na beses na makakalaban nila ang Team Stallions. For everyone's history lesson during Swiss, no? Nagtapat ang Team Stallions at Acceptance noong day number 1. This is the specific map dito na nakuha natin mula sa kanila. Magsisimula tayo ng sub-base, matatapos tayo sa Ankara. And looking at the numbers, Mochi, hindi ito naging maganda kasi 10-1 and 10-2. Ganun tinapos ng Team Stallions yun. And the irony there is nandoon din si KLP. So di ko alam bakit nandito si KLP ngayon. Baka siguro ulitin yung naging resulta nun. Pero if there's anything that Acceptance learned during the 4 weeks of competition is to have this better sub-base than anyone. Diyan nila dinadala ang mga teams tulad ng Execration, pati na nga rin ng Fervid. So, the confidence is still there. Hindi ko talaga sila masisisi. Pero kanya-kanya map picks nga to, but it really depends on what kind of acceptance ang makikita natin sa loob ng sub-base. It's just that amazing, no? It is going to be a very bloody game, pero sana talaga mas angat na level ng sub-base yung makita natin sa Acceptance.
Totoo, no? And now na makikita din natin that Loy isn't here, no? I am quite curious ano kaya yung mangyayari since we have a couple of snipers in the mix. As a KLP might be that additional layer of security at anchoring na maaaring ipag-rely on dito ng Team Stallions, while Revenge still has that very, very scary game sense to say the least dito, no? Sa ating lobby. Well, this is gonna be quite of a headache para sa Team Acceptance. Pero ano nga ba ang ating prediction dito ngayon from our desk and ating co-talents? Well, 2-0 all the way here for Team Stallions, and I feel like that is no longer a surprise naman talaga.
Well, Mochi, we predicted this with the assumption na maglalaro si Loy. Feeling ko ganun pa rin naman, hindi magbabago ang ating prediction. There's still a clear-cut 2-0 na mangyayari pa rin dito for Team Stallions. Pero we are open naman, Mochi, for conversations na mali tayong mga talent. Then again, nagpe-predict lang tayo kung ano pwede mangyari. Ito ang nasa puso namin. Pero tatanggapin talaga namin yung pagkakamali na yan. Pag sakasakali lang talaga, merong parte ng mundo na may mangyayaring malupit para sa acceptance na sila pa mismo ang mag-2-0 laban sa Team Stallions. Mochi, nakikita mo 94-6 para sa akin 100% yan kasi tropa-tropa naman ng Team Stallions tsaka acceptance. Lahat naman ng mga bumoto dyan ay mula din sa syudad ng Cebu, pati na nga rin sa mga gustong makita na mga amazing CROSSFIRE. Hindi ko nakikita yung community polls na yan na pumapabor talaga sa Team Stallions. Feeling ko pantay pa rin yan.
Pati pa rin naman. Alam mo nga, parang tropa-tropa lang naman sila dito, at the end of the day.
Yes.
Pero again, it still boils down sa syempre kung ano nga ba yung tingin nila na mananalo dito, sa ating laban. And I feel like we can dissect this further once na-introduce na natin ang ating mga casters para sa tinaguriang larong to. Kaya welcome na natin sila, Sneaky Frog and as well as Bipolar. Hello, welcome sa ating mga casters. Sneaky Frog, do you have any expectations para dito for Team Acceptance and as well as STS? Total, meron tayo mga bagong iniba dito sa ating roster so far.
Well, ayun nga, siguro Eagle Eye will be slightly harder to play para dito sa Team Acceptance, pero depende na lang talaga yan kung anong uri o anong form ang kukunin nga dito ni Heck as of today. Interesting nga yung statistics dito ni Heck. Actually, he has a higher KD than some of the players nga dito ng Team Stallions dito sa kanilang starting 5. I think hindi na lang nalagpasan dito si Revenge is on 1.55 at itong si Kanoho's on 1.67, which is kind of impossible to, kind of overtake. Pero at the same time, I feel like may chance naman dito yung Team Acceptance as long as they can shoot back dito sa laruan natin. And that is really gonna be dependent upon kung magper-perform dito si Silent, kung magper-perform dito si Heck, and if Ajax can do his usual, checks dito sa mapa natin being very slippery and stuff. Pero pinakamalaking challenge dito, pakiramdam ko, Mochi, para dito kay Ting at kay Dre. Kasi, ayun nga, these are the two young guns dito sa side ng Team Acceptance, and it kind of feels like they're the ones who's having the most pressure dito, considering they also have to put up pretty good stats as well.
Exactly, and against na magiging makakalaban nila dito is ka-age bracket pa nila, So all the more pressure din dito, for Team Acceptance. But how about you, Bipolar? Do you have any insights para dito sa dalawang teams natin?
Actually, I love both of these teams, pero kasi there was a parang sickness last time na nakita natin kapag nahirapan ng Acceptance, they always just rely on Heck. And if Heck, yes, sabi nga dito Sneaky Frog, he outfrags most of these players or a lot of these players ngayon sa Team Stallions. Kapag nangyari yun, magiging complacent ng Team Acceptance sa pagiging parang reliant dito kay Heck. And nakita naman natin yun. It was not good in the other teams, like ComebackFriends, so reliant dito kay Aldrin, so reliant dito kay Aiden. And if that happens dito sa Team Stallions, well, that's not gonna be good. Kasi kailangan dito mag-work at ni Silent, kailangan mag-work at ni Ajax, kailangan mag-work at ni Dre, at ni Ting, and just like what we mentioned beforehand, habang naka-off-stream tayo dito, Dre was actually in the same org, last time, right, Salvi? Na bago pa mag-Team Stallions, yung buong player base na to. So, they know something about each other, to play off against. And sana lumabas yun in this kind of matchup, lalo na para din kay Dre.
Exactly. Pero the thing here is that it's already been some time, ever since na yun ay nangyari, and if they could be able to hyperfixate for a bit, para malaman nila or aral nila na maigi kung ano nga ba yung galawan ng mga players dito ng Team Stallions, so that would be much, much better as well. And know their tendencies, and that also goes the same way for Team Stallions to Team Acceptance. Kaya naman, I feel like we can pick part this, na kung saan, again, this is gonna be the Battle of the Pacific Snipers, For Heck and Revenge, they wore the stripes of the Pacific here, Salvatore.
Grabe, Like, there used to be a time, Bochi, na Pacific Mactan, Pacific Wara pa si Revenge, pati nga rin si Heck, Matagal na nga silang naglalaban. Akalain mo nga naman, Bochi, a decade later, pinaglalaban pa rin natin silang dalawa. These two just cannot stop being so good at their own role. They still want to leave a legacy of being one of the best snipers dito sa ating Philippines, And Revenge and Heck are definitely in that conversation. Alam naman natin gano'n nga ka-impactful si Heck sa mga roster, As he's now very inching closer doon sa playoff spot na yun. And Team Stallions steadily improve. Nakita mo nga naman from letting KLP play in the series up against Execration nung pinasok si Revenge, they haven't stopped since. Both have influence, pero dito mo na makikita mo, Chino, yung measurement kung sino may mas pinakamalakas na influence sa team nga nila. Who has the more winning formula laban sa ating dalawang teams na to. And I'm very excited na yung head-to-head nga natin para sa storyline na to is 2 snipers and 2 formidable leaders.
Exactly, no. I don't know if it's just me, pero it's giving Whitebeard and Goldie Roger, no, na nagkita ulit after quite some time dito, no, itong dalawang ating players na si Revenge and as well as si Heck. But I feel like we can also talk about Dre, no. I feel like pwede natin to i-correlate sa sinabi ni Bipolar kanina na formerly, they've been able to play alongside with KLB, pero right now, they're now enemies sa ating battlefield. Sneaky Frog.
Yun nga, no? I feel like Trey, obviously, definitely one of the more underrated or most underrated player, no, dito sa buong liga natin, as I feel like he was kind of set aside after his stint sa kanyang last team, no, and I would have wanted to see itong si Dre maybe go into a more stable team kagaya nga dito ng mga Execration natin and kagaya ng mga Fervid, but obviously the market is definitely, at least compared to before, no, napaka-saturated na market natin pagdating sa players, and especially when it comes to the attacker role. So, yun nga, it's still a good landing spot para kay Dre. He's still definitely learning a lot galing sa kanyang mga veteran na teammates, but KLB obviously in a very different position, no. This kid,
Yes.
nung una natin nakita, granted, they only got 4th nung kanilang first try, pero nung 4th place na yun, alam mo yung nararamdaman mo na may pagbabago na mangyayari. And that is just really how much of a talent KLB is pagdating sa kanyang pagdating sa kanyang utakan, and he also does that with the fragging as well, which is pretty rare to see, no, dito sa liga natin. I mean, I think recently lang tayo nagka-uptick, no, na nagkaroon tayo ng fragging IGL role ever since na nanalo yung Evolution Power dito noong 2024.
Which has been quite some time, basically, no? And I feel like here for sa ating mga IGLs, or I mean, kahit dito nga din, no, for Dre in his own, no, I feel like Dre could have a fair share and amount of studying to do, no, para rin masuplan nito for Ting at sa kanyang ibang mga kasama, no. Total, lahat naman sila dyan, no, kanya-kanyang preparasyon din yan at pagsasama. Pero, dito naman, baling natin ang ating attention to Acceptance. Kasi, for Silent, I feel like he's became, other than Heck, no, he's became quite of a lifeline din dito, no, for Team Acceptance, and things that might happen would not be so good if hindi natin makikita mag-online si Silent this time around.
Silent is a formidable player pagdating dito sa Acceptance with a .99 na kill death per kill to death ratio sa buong group stage natin ngayon recently. And the crucial factor here is kailangan maging loud ni Silent. He doesn't need to shy out on these fights. If scared or if that fear factor baka dumapos sa kanya dito just because it's Team Stallions, magiging problema yun para dito sa Team Acceptance just because they have no fraggers anymore. We saw only one stint or two na hindi nag-pop off dito si Silent or hindi siya gumana. For Dre, that activates as well. For Ajax, that's like 5 times. So isipin mo yung dami ng pressure, dami ng pwedeng maging factors para dito sa Acceptance na hindi mag-pop off just because it's Team Stallions. And if Silent, madadala lang siya dun sa wave na yon, it's gonna be crucial para sa Acceptance to easily get defeated dito sa Stallions. Plus, if you think about it, may chance pa naman makapasok dito sa playoffs ang Acceptance, and if they do, well, kailangan si Silent yung mag-spearhead.
Yeah, that is true. Or become one of the primary factors, no? Parang winning conditions para dito for Team Acceptance in order for them to do so. Lalong-lalo na guys, again, no, quite of a bit of a reminder. The irony here is that matches and as well as Team Acceptance are quite this close dito sa ating standings right now, and they can make that a bit more further if they will be contesting the most against Team Stallions. At another irony, pareho silang may laban for today. And I feel like it's about time for us na simulan na natin ang ating tunay na laban of Team Stallions against Team Acceptance. Ipasa na natin ito sa ating mga casters, Sneaky Frog and Bipolar. Rakrakan na!
it's time for the battle to commence dito sa ating first matchup of the day of 4 series, no, Sneaky? So this is gonna be very, very interesting. And what the first fight ang makikita natin dito. We're going into sub-base immediately picked up mula dito sa Acceptance. I wanna hear your thoughts, no? Yes, na-expose nga dito ng onte ang ating players for Stallions. Yun ba yung parang ginagamit dito ng Acceptance para manalo sila dito in their first set?
It could be, pare, pero I feel like the statement na sinabi ko kahapon when I was casting the Stallions MJ game, yun nga, no, you can do everything right pagkalaban mo yung Stallions pagdating sa setup and everything, but if you cannot win those head-to-head fights, pare, it's not gonna work whatsoever.
Yeah.
So, yun nga, no, I feel like definitely applicable naman siguro yung weakness dito ng Team Stallions dito sa nakita natin sa sub-base, but at the same time, yun nga, no, Team Acceptance is an entirely different team pagdating sa map pa na to. And I would like to reference no yung nangyari dun sa Fervid up against itong Team Acceptance actually, and Team Acceptance actually looked really good dun sa mapa na yun. Heck was holding down itong second mid, and then Silent was doing his thing on the other side of the map as well. And interesting actually na back up yung role dito ni Silent, no, for how aggressive he is pagdating sa mapa natin and how fast he acts, no, pag may opportunity nga dito sa ating map. Problem is, ayun nga, no, can you win the fights up against Kano? You know, JJ, wala si Loy today, man, pero KLP, feeling ko gigil yan, pare.
Yun na nga, KLP has been, very silent as well. Sitting pretty lang dito on the backlines, waiting for his opportunity to once again come in the stage. At ngayon, they have a double TRG setup, no? This is actually pretty insane. Sub-base first map natin, alam natin now revenge plays itong missile natin alone, taking the role na away from KLB, na dati nakita natin doon, TRG role, so missile player, minol KLP na sa may DR to look towards LR, pati itong passage natin. What do you expect? Ano nga ba pwede natin makita ditong setup for Team Suns? Because pag nag-BL side na sila, that can't happen na kailangan pwede pa rin double TRG.
I think pwede actually. I think you can kind of get away with it, pero yung isang magsa-snipe really has to not care whether they live or not sa
he
kanilang
needs to
next
keep
na,
on going, no?
next na tira. You know, somewhat similar sa nakita natin kay Tetsu, no, pare, where he was just crouch peeking multiple angles dito for the sake of checking, no? So pakaramdam ko, one of the snipers in this server will be possibly yung a bit more aggressive than usual. Pakaramdam ko it is gonna be Revenge KLP. I do kind of know him as more of the holder, anchory type of role bilang sa kanyang sniper. So I would not be surprised if magra-rifle dito si Revenge. No? And then considering na itong si Revenge is actually not too bad of a rifler, pare. Back in the AK CFS days, at yung mga M4 CFS days natin, pare, nagagawa naman ng paraan yan dito ng Pacific. And especially on the map like Ankara, na yung posisyon na nilalaro niya specifically was hukay, you need a rifle in that position, pare. So in terms of rifle experience, di naman nagkukulang dito si Revenge. KLP, at the same time, fortunately for him, meron ng EBR, and you can just dire-diretso na yan, pare, at this point with a single 5-round burst. It's not that hard to control, in all honesty, no? So gusto ko makita kung ano itsura ng mga executes dito ng Stallions actually nga, no? Sino yung sasabay dito kay Kano? I think it is gonna be itong si JJ, but who's gonna lurk? Yan ang tanong, pare. Sino ang magla-lurk? And I have a gut feeling na KLP will be the lurking sniper dito, pare.
I have the same thoughts, no, na parang, sige, be someone that just creates chaos on the other side of the map. Meanwhile, yung full 4 players natin will go for executions, no. But now, looking to the comms ng ating first set, as well as Team Sal.
Out. Benta ko, G.
Aim ka.
Malapit.
Madril! Kuya ganyan ko. Okay. Kuya ganyan. RG. Ken, kung ako ganyan. Ikaw kung kuhan paon.
Parang alam ko yung conversation on Polar, no? Tinignan ni Revenge si KLP and sinabi niya, your name's not Revenge, pare. Mag-ABR ka. He chatted him out of the role, pare.
Huwag na lang daw. But it is actually pretty crazy, no? They're sending Kano towards MR. And as well as itong Venture Passage. Is it the late?
He's playing JJ's role?
Ooh.
Interesting. Kaso nandito si Heck.
Yeah, he always loved this.
Oh!
Kita yung kamay mo, ano? Entry site dito sa may A. JJ already finding one, pero AJ's fast on his feet. Finds player on Mesa. That's a good nade as well on that side for AJ's. Dalawa ka na mapipitas. Nandila yung A site pero sa 2v2 kung saan both players din luwag. Both players din ng Stallions nandito sa may for Acceptance na sa may sikip. So it's a big duel on each side of A site. Met with respect. Now Revenge trying to go for a peek out with the USP. TRG hits! Quick scope onto Dre! And King, undefined, ayun lang nakatayo. Oh my goodness! Is that just a free round?
DR tayo.
DR
There we
tayo.
Acceptance winning round number 1 kasi nag-start na yung nag-start na yung round dito, Polar, and you really have no choice in the matter at this point.
Siguro, one way to stop Stallions is to stop everything, no? So, just think about it. It's pretty good, no? Pero, again, everybody, we're already in the dead round. Yes, we're back. Sneaky, don't worry. We're back. We good. It is pretty crazy lang din, no, na parang nakita pa natin dito yung dalawang teams na Kano actually going for that Veds play. Do you think it will work out, though?
He needs to do the spin. Hindi siya pwedeng dire-diretso lang. Ayun nga, he needs to do the XJ spin, pare. Pero feeling ko nakita na ni Heck na ilang beses, no? So hindi na siya maloloko sa ganun na, ganun na hesitation, kumbaga. And Heck has, he has been here a bit too long and has played sub-base for a bit too long, pare, na yun nga, he will be fooled by that one. Pero interesting yung nagiging setup ngayon ng Team Stallions. Actually, I think it is KLB at si JJ who is the frontline at the moment para sa kanila. And itong si Kano, yun nga, no, will be playing JJ's role, will be the pressure on the other side of the map, pare. And yun nga, Revenge being the main sniper. I think KLP, as much as possible, backup role na lang siya dito, men.
Yeah.
And not gonna lie, ayun nga, no, a bit iffy at first. Yung execute siguro, medyo naging magulo dito sa A side. But at the same time, it was a really good reaction. Galing sa Team Acceptance. Honestly, yung late push ni Ajax dito sa Sikip, especially knowing yung initial information dito na Stallions to. Pag peek mo dito ng luwag, of course, you are gonna be seeing kung may nag-cross na ng Sikip or may nakapatong sa box or may nakapatong sa missile. Wala sila nakita doon. And on that very slight timing, may flash pang kasama tong si Ajax, and ayun nga, really well played from his side. Nakakuha siya ng double kill doon, and he made it a very winnable situation para sa Acceptance, pare.
And I
Pero,
really like...
naglag nga.
Pero, yeah, I mean, I would also like to commend. Feeling ko ang stratline ngayon dito, siguro for the first 5 rounds, you have to expect itong Acceptance to have almost 4 players dito sa may shutter position natin. 1 player dito sa may CR, 1 vents, tapos dun 2 na malapit dito sa passage just to have full coverage sa buong mapa. No? If mag-B-side sila, they'll just back off and just go for the retake with the players coming in from A-side. If mag-A-side sila, tulad na nakita natin dito, they will shut down second mid. They will shut down itong CR. They will shut down itong luwag push from the top side position nga dito ng CR. So it's not really a clear entry para dito sa ating Stallions. But I like, no, na Revenge actually just going in without any fear. Dire-diretso lang siya. Just like with the TRG. If it was really just in favor dito ng Stallions yung first round natin, parang posible pa nga na makuha ni Revenge yung 1v2 na yun habang nag-hold na isang player sa may luwag.
Yun nga, pare. Feeling ko napaka-cut and dry, no? Ng strategy dito ng Team Stallions. And once again, it was similar sa nakita natin dun sa watch points kanina or the team highlights kanina, no? With Revenge kind of just sending it dito sa B-side ng Ankara and then A-side dito yung Team Stallions. They don't really have to, yun nga, no? Kagaya na sinabi ko kahapon, they don't really have to make it a complicated approach kasi alam naman nila yung capability nila when it comes to firepower and when it comes to the side fight. So, yun nga, no? You also do have to expect itong Team Stallions. They're gonna go 4-man a lot dito sa mapa natin. Yun nga, nakita natin sa A-side kanina. But I would like to see yung mga more split na opensa dito ng Team Stallions, no? With possibly one player just sending it A and yung iba naman kumukuha ng control papuntang second mid. And especially knowing, no, masyadong komportable itong si Hex sa mapa na to. That could be a dangerous precedent para sa dalawang snipers natin. Alam ko it is Revenge, alam ko it is KLP, but I feel like, yun nga, no, we cannot underestimate yung capability ni Heck, pare.
Yeah, of course, no. I mean, ang problem ng taga dito if he hyperfixates pagdating dito sa vent side kasi multiple times na nakita natin sila sabi it's always him getting in that role. Pag hindi, he'll be going towards DR, no, or itong shutter natin just to look towards second mid. But now looking back to your points, no, it's actually pretty crazy na yun nga pwede magpadala ditong stance ng isang player, and I feel like Kano being that player would be so devastating para dito sa Acceptance because you always know na this player will always hit his shots, and with this HK in this map or even in the M14, no, he can really fry up and create distractions kasi parang ngayon na pre-predict ko nga na ang basically stratline dito ng Acceptance sa GR side is to be very, very reactionary. Once there's fights, once there's engagement, harapan agad para at least ma-overpower kahit isa lang yan, and if marami, keep on going yung mga fights, no? So it is actually very, very crazy na there's a lot of possibilities just because of a singular roster change or at least a singular substitution mula dito sa ating Stallions. Parang kahit papano wala pa rin butas kahit na hindi naman todong ganap dito si KLP sa buong Masters natin, no? Despite him not even on that sniper role. But realistically though, no, GR side, looking at the stat line then, this is actually the worst side ng ating players for Acceptance. Mas malakas sila sa BL side, but I feel like magsiswitch yun, no? Sa, sneaky pagdating dito sa laban nila against Stallions because GR side is better for Stallions in some ways, so mas mahirapan lang sila sa BL side later.
Oh, for sure. I feel like BL side is definitely one of your strengths dito ng Acceptance. So I think that was one of the main reasons why they built that huge lead dun sa game nila up against itong Fervid, and obviously just Fervid just tilting out of yung game na yun, no? And meron ako naalala from yesterday's games actually galing dito sa matches and sa dito sa Team Stallions natin. I think the one time na lumaban malala dito si Vincent sa hotel, no, doon pa sila nanalo, pare. You know, he was actually playing the front of itong hotel and nilalaban na dito yung mga players ng Team Stallions. I need to see that galing sa Acceptance. So pakiramdam ko, Team Stallions, they have this aura about them na natatanggalan ng confidence yung kalaban and you're kind of forced to play, you know, as far back as possible. Pero feeling ko yun yung maling approach, man. You kind of have to greet them at the door sometimes para ma-prevent yung ganitong setups na nangyayari dito sa mapa natin. And I feel like if they can get the right read, itong Team Acceptance sa pinag-iikot nga dito ng Team Stallions, then ayun nga, it's gonna be you know, possibly a very close game, pare.
Yeah, might be really a close game, no. Kasi talaga bigay ng isang star team, no, just like Team Stallions na pwede talagang gawin ang in these kinds of aura moments lang, no. Simula pa lang ng laban, you already see the respect and the parang yung kaguluhan dito ng Acceptance. Yes, they did come out with the win, pero that was granted from revenge, trying to moonwalk in a stagnant place, no. So yun na nga, parang it's still not the start, no? It's still not the, like, parang, wow, Acceptance won the first round dito sa sub-base. No, it's still not, guys. Team Stallions, we can still let them cook. At the end of the day, Stallions is Stallions. At ngayon, it is gonna be sub-base now. Acceptance does get the round win here para dun sa ating first round. Pero, going back at it, Stallions, 3-2 setup. They're pushing players sa may MR.
Yeah, tale as old as time, no, pare. Stallions is Stallions. And that's gonna have the reason why they do win some of these angles, no, pare. Stallions just having, you know, that X factor about them, no? Every fight na ipapasok nila, they feel like they can win it 100%. Pero ngayon, napaka-slow na approach para dito sa STS. And I think this is actually very similar, and people are gonna hate this, no? Very similar sa nakita natin sa VP, where they're only gonna send one player, and it was a bait the entire time. Namatay na agad si Ajax, pare.
I mean, Ajax, not even aware, no? Nakatingin lang ata siya sa may dingding, pero wala siyang magagawa doon. Heck, now, in a very good position to create havoc. That's one down, pero KLP now enters to get the site in silent. Going back, pero catches the bullet of Kano. It's two players left for Acceptance, both on CR. Pero Ting, what a shot on two! He's picking them one by one. Nagpipitas dito ng ulo si Ting. And somehow, from one singular pickup, naging 2v2 pa.
Yun yan. Flash pa papunta dito sa luwag. Natin is gonna be helping a bit, pero titignan natin, men, if it is gonna be possible for a retake position.
Dredo falls down. 14 seconds. Sting, he got 2 kills. He needs to hit 2 more headshots. Kano will fall down. 8 seconds. KLB knows better. He'll just wait. Peeking out. No more time. Saying accepts defeat. And that's Stallions getting their first round.
Ayun nga, very well played from the side of Team Stallions. And it's the fact na, it's the fact na nabasa na dito ng Acceptance sa papuntang A na dito yung Team Stallions 100%, pare. But, ayun nga, Revenge getting the pick on second mid obviously is gonna weaken yung presence dito sa CR, no? And at the same time, how do you stop 4 Stallions players from just rolling over dito sa A? They know how to play numbers and they probably are the best team pagdating sa kanilang numbers game, pare. Pero ito yung sinasabi ko dito, Polar. Gusto ko makita yung ganitong opensa galing sa Team Stallions. Yung mas kalat, mas split, and them just looking for picks around the map, pare.
And that pick has been found. That's Heck down all the way from DR.
Grabe. Revenge killing Heck. Tale as old as time, pare.
Oh, Dre holds it down because of JJ, pero tinaman naman si King. Oh, somehow, the thing is loose. And is already dito sa may akyatan. He does spot out
Ginukito.
KLB tracking.
Sumikot bigla.
Confirming. Pero ikot na lang siya. KLP di rin nakita. KLP mamamatay. And Ting will fall down from Kano. And somehow, nasty fights for both sides.
Spotted pa si Silent dito on the backside, pare. A site is now wide open para sa Team Stallions para kunin na nila. And the C4 will finally make its way there. KLP probably cutting off yung rotation, no, pare. Pero judging kasi sa HP ni KLP, pare, feeling ko pagbaba ng C4, tapan mo na lahat ng nades mo and just provide as much pressure as possible. Kasi, ayun nga, no, isang buga ng hangin na lang siya, pare. Mamamatay siya dito. But, I like this position though. Galing kay KLP. He's gonna stay in vents para kita na dito yung C4 at yung CR.
Yeah, actually, hindi lang din siya magbabato dito ng util despite him still having 3. Ajax might not expect this. That nade makes him weaker. 30 seconds, spotted na, yun na. He's already good for 1. He doesn't even care. Pero Dre, can he do what Ting did? Dun sa ating previous round with 20 seconds left, KLP still holding that angle. Dre, makakalampas. Pero this is the last angle pag namatay pa rin dito si Kano. KLP will spot him sa may sikip. Pero Kano pushing now to get the kill. And Team Stallions really prepared para sa sub-base.
Yeah, 2-1 para dito sa Team Stallions. And this is what I was talking about the Polar. But feeling ko yung split offense mas nagpe-play sa kanilang kalakasan dito. And look at this pick from Revenge, man. That's a hard pick to get. Especially on a very important player na kagaya nga dito ni Hek, who's kind of anchoring the entire B site. And Acceptance, parang yung nakikita natin from the side of CBF, right? As soon as they get, or as soon as they lose a player, hahanap talaga sila ng trade agad, men. And immediately. And pwede yan i-punish ng STS considering how disciplined they look right now, pare.
Yeah. Plus, it's always 4-man or 3-man, no, yun ang lumalapit dito sa Acceptance. So, with this very scattered approach mula sa ating Acceptance, they will very have enough time. They need to get 2 kills. But the nade depletes 4 players. Silent needs to be loud, just like we said before with the USP. He can guarantee a lot of kills. Lahat sila nasa may luwag. Pero you know better styles, they'll just back off.
Yan, bumalik na lang, pare. And probably 100% hurt dito ni Silent. KLP in an interesting spot. Oh, yun lang, men. Trap na sila lahat.
Uy! Wait lang. Acceptance. They got 2 kills. You know what's pretty impressive din dito, Sneaks? Nakita mo, I feel like the prediction is pretty right here. Na every time there's engagement for Stallions, nakita mo mag-isa lang si Saldon, pero lahat ng players sa Acceptance dumapo papunta din sa may CR. Lahat na nag-wave eh. The Revenge and JJ spotted. Ting only gets the 1 kill. They have B site pero di pa rin nila alam na si Hek has been waiting in the vents. They can still get pinched. 40 seconds, they plant the bomb open. At ngayon, Kano,
He has to fight this.
needs to be a tower defense dito sa may MR spotted pero still hits the shot. How? Pero Hek, now able to spot him instead. Pero Revenge waiting na lang dito ngayon sa may DR kung saan niya pinatay kanina si Hek. But they go in separate ways. Maghihiwalay mo ng Acceptance. They saw him go into 2F. Revenge spots him. Shot connects. And now Hek, alam agad ni Revenge. At with 14 seconds left, he plays with time. Misses! And Hek says that he is better. And that gives Acceptance their second round win.
Grabe. Alam mo talagang live or die by the sniper tong si Revenge, no? Because a USP would definitely make that situation a lot easier para sa kanya, pare. But at the same time, Team Acceptance, it's kind of a maddening strat para dito kay Hek na back and forth lang siya dito sa vents. And I feel like aware naman dito yung Team Stallions that Hek is gonna be here almost 24/7, pare, because it does provide the rotation papuntang passage and or papuntang second mid. And with contingencies like that, no, mahihirapan ka talaga sa STS. There's too much to check.
Impressive though, man. Isipin mo yung ilan pa dun si Revenge, 3 kills from a solo man hit. It's pretty intense na, again, these are some of the sickness na nakikita natin for Acceptance before, that it always ends up sa mga 1v1s. And we always bank on Hek winning those fights only 30% of the time eh. So Hek needs to be very online if maparami yung ganun dito na Acceptance.
Na-forgot natin i-mention, no? Polar, yung proximity pala ng dalawang teams na to. I feel like Acceptance definitely knows a lot more dito sa Team Stallions, knowing that they're the homies from the neighborhood, pare. Pero tignan mo si KLP.
Going in. Entry fragger for him this time. Nades. Good flash! Holy mother of God! Ajax Priest on 3! Tatlo yung mamamatay dito sa Stallions. And now Silent will also win the fight. Dissemination and execution mula sa Acceptance on the GR side.
And I think galing sa A pa yung flash na yun actually. All the
Big
way
flash.
from silent spot and nalusot nilang dito sa CR. Right on time na naandun yung tatlong Stallions players natin. And yun nga, right on the money pare. Bulag na bulag ang tatlo. And you know Ajax is not gonna miss that anytime soon. And honestly, a good attempt para sa STS to try and get some CR or some shotter control, no, possibly for their B or A take. Pero wala, man. Acceptance kind of wiser on their tricks.
Silent though. Spots out. Look at the flow dito ng Acceptance. Pero Silent lalaban ngayon. Gets one before they enter. Tago muna ang Acceptance. Pero Kano, bringing in the fight. Ajax second now. Pero also, gets nothing. Kano frying now. Nakadalawa na. Pero pati na rin si Dre. It's all up to Revenge again. The C4 not in his hands. And with these nades, Revenge might just fall. Pero naka-close by na. He expected Revenge. And he gets the kill. Acceptance. 2 points up.
4 and 2 men. And honestly, a really good job galing dito kay Hex so far dito sa laruan natin. But at the same time, Ajax, tamang takbo lang no, papunta dito ng sikip. The amount of delay na nagagawa na dito sa Stallions push is actually benefiting yung moves dito ng Acceptance. So fully knowing na medyo magalaw sila dito sa mapa natin. And, you know, despite, you know, Ajax being 3 and 4 at the moment, ramdam na ramdam yung impact namin sa eye-test.
Yeah. They're always getting information, nabibigyan dito ng pressure. They're not giving a lot of angles para dito sa STS. And you saw that in the previous 2 rounds, no, na STS playing very big body systems. Tatlo yung nagpupush dito para lang at least they have big trades. Pero again, it's just the luck of the draw na may lineup lang dito sa Ajax papunta sa may second mid. And now, this time, TRG in the hands of KLB. Na-miss niya na.
Sabi naman, teka lang. 2 and 4 na tayo. We're down 2. Wait lang, sniper ako ulit.
Where's Revenge? Oh, nasa IMAX si Revenge.
Tigisa sila.
Bait pala ng Stallions. No? They're sharing. Rejects. Testing again. Flash grenade will connect. Pero on the other side of the map, Kano makakanap ng isa, and Ajax didn't even realize nasa LR na dito ngayon si Kano. They claim B immediately, pero heck, almost kills off one. Ting gets a dagger in towards Revenge, pero ngayon Kano, in dire situations, pero nandun naman si KLB para tulungan dito si Kano. It's all up to the OG ng Acceptance, and Silent only sprays down on one. Heck, again, in a clutch situation kung saan dalawang bata na ang kalaban niya. With 51 HP, he enters the site.
Uy, kita.
He enters towards DR. Pero alam na ni Kano dito that he is coming from that situation. KLB spotted. Pistols out, pero M14 is better. STS, what an execution on B.
Yeah, and medyo nalaro doon yung pagiging magalaw dito ng Acceptance sa Polar na sa shotter yung most of yung players natin on the side of STS, and at the same time, di na namalayan na meron na pala nakatira sa kanila dito sa shotter. By the time Dre said na may isang tao dito sa LR, it was already a bit too late. And honestly, a nice attempt galing sa Acceptance. So, I mean, they got themselves in a pretty good situation sa retake, pero nasala lang si Silent dito ni Kano, man.
Could have been better, really, you know. Ito nga sa it could have been surprising. Yun lang talaga, parang at the end of the day, Acceptance was always just good for one. Dun sa round number 7 natin. Fast rounds though, no? I actually expected na parang mas, you know, delayed or at least very, very slow yung atake dito. Pero kasi Stallions, they're on the BL side. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, JJ looking like my average ranked experience, pare. 4 assists. Very accurate. Pero, Trey has to back off. Medyo passive, ha?
Oh, heck no. Wait. Rare occurrence na nandito siya at dahil dyan di niya ma-expect si Kano. Pero since a lot of players ang Acceptance nandito sa may B, that's already closed doors para sa B side. So they'll back off. STS, not successful this time.
Yeah, papabalik sila dito. And I feel like once na nawala dito yung flank player, you know, the offense has got a whole lot weaker and a whole lot easier to defend. Kasi nga, nasa harap na yung mga kalaban nga dito on the LR side. So they're just gonna leave Revenge being the sniper. Ajax with the reclear. Mamatay pa si Revenge dun, men.
Could have
Now,
been.
that's an acceptance re-clear pare. Apat sila.
Isipin mo, tatlo yung nag-pick din kay Revenge. But JJ, wait lang.
Oh no.
This is not good. Kano. Siya ang haharang dito sa may CR sneaks. He still has a smoke. Decides not to throw it this time. Both players on missile though. And itong mga bata natin for acceptance, they can hit some shots. Nasty indeed. Pero inting, mamamatay lang din. 24 seconds, Dre. Has been getting a double kill now this time. Can he get one more? JJ spotted at alam mo naman napakahirap i-push ng A-side kapag post-plant ng STS yan. They just hold angles and you can see the smiles on their faces. They're happy na it's already a 4-4.
Yun nga. And masasabi lang natin dun, Polar, is acceptance got kanod. Yes. Around na yun para 100%. But look at this. Headshot, TBD, spotting out itong si Heck. Pero nung namatay kasi yung passage player natin, parang yun nga, no? It got a lot easier to defend and acceptance. It's the classic re-clear galing sa kanila. Yung 3-man papunta sa LR. That's how much they respect their opponent. Kaso, may butas sa kabilang side ng mapa pare and Kano saw that instantly. And the A side was wide open and he even got the cut rotation dito pare.
Bad time. Isipin mo you're in a 4v2 STS. You just got owned by the one who kid. Nades will fly by dito sa may box sa may LR pero no one's staying there muna for acceptance. Still the double TRG though para dito ngayon sa Stallions. KLP looking for an angle dito sa may second mid. Or actually on Luwag.
Yep. Dre fortunately not getting the carrot experience pare.
I think they what B. C4's nasa mid wall. Uy,
Think speaking?
Ting?
I don't like that.
That's too much. Nag-scout out si Ting and he gets killed! Pero on the other side of the map, si Dre makakadalawa! You just got Drayed! Pero KLP shotgun sniper onto Ajax. Alam nila, stuck siya dito sa may LR. Pero Dre will fight. Dre will provide a little bit of hope dito sa ating last round ng ating first half. It's a big retake. Pagdating sa acceptance, multiple power positions para sa STS. Pero low in HP sneaks. Look at Dre, he's 26.
Tapos na-push back pa siya dito sa MR, no? So palayo siya galing dito sa LR, pare. And that's a very important spot. KLP, pre-fire. I think they're getting quick switch, pare.
Yeah. Alam? Wait lang, dalawa namatay dito for STS. It's all to JJ and he just falls down in the first half. Despite acceptance nasa bad position, they claim the lead.
Grabe naman yun. And KLP assuming na nakatutok na si Heck dito sa DR pare, but he was entirely wrong. And as soon as Heck realized na nandito sa shutter pare, he had the angle held. So great job galing sa Team Acceptance on the first half. Now they're gonna be the ones going on the BL side. No, and yun nga, kagaya na sinabi natin kanina, dito yung kalakasan nila.
Wa sila ilar player si Luy, wa sila ilar.
Ilong.
Yeah, lager.
Wala may Ben.
Walang may vent. LR, yun ang narinig ko doon, Sticky. Pero interesting ha. Ngayon pa hindi nag-double TRG ang STS. KLP is positioned sa CR.
Maybe more concerned about dealing damage right through metal box pare.
Or fast push para lang maraming makuha, di ba?
Dami kasing kahon din eh.
Yeah. What would be insane though is pag nag-triple TRG pa STS dito. Kasi
Kano has a
KLB.
mean TRG pare.
No, si KLB dito sa site ng A. We know that. Yun yung dati, KLP on B site, A site dito kay KLB. That's why the KL brothers were so good last time sa sub-base. Pero that's not gonna happen this time. Good read for acceptance. MR is free.
Yun nga. MR is free pare. But is LR free as well? Yan ang tanong.
Yan ang...
And ito yung gusto ko makita sana yun, no? From matches kahapon na kukunin nila yung LR, then dun lang sila men. And that just provides a pressure. But no.
Oh!
He got baited!
His hat flies! together with his head. 40 seconds, isang malaking ipit to, Sneaks. Multiple coverage for Acceptance now, they go in. And Ting, the spots one, pero dalawa rin mamamatay dito for Acceptance. Heck, with one insane shot, the C4 is in the faces ng STS.
25.
Less than 20 seconds na lang matitira dito pag nag-push si Silent. JJ spots him at hindi makakapasok ang Acceptance. They're low in HP pero Ting and Dre, actually Heck and Dre, they clean up house. That's B site, not even planted pero it was an execution for Acceptance.
Yes, and Polar, nakita na natin yung round na yun, di ba Polar, no? From Acceptance. In their previous sub-base games as well, tatlo sila mag-LR, may isa magpa-passage, may isa mag-vents. And the vents player always catches the defense off guard and hindi nila namamalayan na may flank na pala na nangyayari dito. Napapaisip nga ako minsan, Polar, na dapat may kasama dito si Ting, but I feel like Silence late game timing or late round timing para yung pinaka-importante dun sa execute na yun. Very well played in terms of macro para sa AT.
Actually, it was really better, no? Kahit na namatay doon agad si Silent, if it did work out, ipit doon yung place natin on DR at mas mapapadali pa sana doon yung buhay ni Dre, pati ni Heck doon sa may LR side. But, well, they still go out with the win. Pero man, I would like to just put this in the skies to 13 kills and 10 headshots already for Kano despite them in a 2-point disadvantage sa buong subbase.
I think his role is pretty rough rin eh. In all honesty, para kay Kano, you are kinda used to him being the rotational player, not really the holder, no? Para sa kanyang team to kinda incentivize yung kanyang kulit pare, pero wala amin. Sabi ni Boss Tanks, hold ka muna dyan, boy.
Parang mapapaisip ka tuloy ngayon, no, na ito yung gusto ko sana itanong sa VP, like, you guys are wanting to build the standard. Ano yung gusto nyo pang baguhin since you're getting wins na? For STS, parang it's also kind of similar. Pero at this point, are they just getting parang yun, pressured up na parang ang daming kailangan baguhin just from one roster change dito kay KLP? And we're seeing it in form right now dito sa GR side nila on subbase. But again, the 2-1-2 split up, yung 3-prong approach dito ng Acceptance for B side. DJ? They shut it down! They expected it, Sneaky! Walang makakapasok kahit isa! They only get one, pero STS claims 5 dun sa round na yun.
Yeah, no, and speaking of, na-mention mo earlier itong VP, no, that looked very similar for when Aldrin got his 3 di nila napatay dito sa loob ng site. But look at MR pare, there's already blood.
Ito na yun, Raging Cebuanas for STS. They claim 2 as they push towards mid. And pati na rin dito sa ating MR. And look at this coverage now, no? This is what we want for STS. Putting domination. 20 seconds pa lang.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, pare. Feeling ko kailangan nila enable itong si Kano to get a lot more aggressive plays going, especially nandito siya sa GR side, pare. The amount of map space that you can get, especially in MR, that immediately, gains you a buffer zone bago pumunta dito ng LR and then going into yung B side natin. Pero Kano, up against Heck, Dre, and Ting.
This spotted. He's moving. Dre, uy! Alam niya! Kano is falling back. And Dre splits the defense on LR to claim 2 bago mamatay. STS now reactionary with a 2v3 situation. They make it happen. Heck with a hell of a shot together with Ting. And Ting! Acceptance! Wow!
Acceptance doing something that some local teams and some international teams have not done before, pare. Stallions, they are getting outbrained on their own best map. And grabe naman yun. You see that late push as well, galing dito kay Heck, pare. And I feel like that was one of the main reasons why kung bakit ang annoying dito ng Acceptance pagdating sa kanilang BL side is that kukunin nila yung MR, they're gonna make you assume that this is gonna be a very, very quick B-take at may dalawang papasok para dito sa dalawang last players natin. And Heck, of course, you can call him a baiter and all that stuff, pero gumagana naman yung off-timing push naman eh.
Yeah, it's working. Honestly, no? Kasi it's catching STS off guard. With him not getting the attention, it provides a clear sightline kung saan dapat siya tututok. No?
Grabe, if they can get a map win over Stallions, pare, that changes the whole map score conversation dito, men.
Yeah. especially for Acceptance, maisipin ba yun? L gave us a stat sheet of the percentage that how these teams can get into playoffs, and right now it's a whopping 83% or 80% para sa Acceptance. If they do get that, man, we might see Acceptance in the playoffs.
Yeah. Gawin nyo naman 100 yan, pare. Might as well sure it.
Yun lang. Nabati na. Nakasirkers mo na naman. Nakasirkers mo na naman.
Tale as old as time, pare. The sneaky frog glaze curse. Wait!
Oh.
Kano sniping? Oh, it's not bad, pare. Pero at the same time, they kinda know na yung sniper na andito sa B-site natin, min. And they're just gonna run at him. I like this approach.
They know he's low eh. They know that it's Kano. They flash on in. No players coming in from second mid, only for possibly. Pero Kano, what an angle this is. He might spot Ray. Pero good flash. Oh, heck! Expensive! The Vetran Sea of Acceptance depletes the HP pool ng STS. Ajax good for 2. At naipit sa Dark Room ang buong STS. Once you put a blindfold sa horses, hindi na makikita yan.
Ooh, and that's a timeout galing sa side ng Team Stallions. But once again, Polar, once again, the silent vent drop down. Hindi ko alam bakit sa lahat ng players dito sa liga natin, he is the best at that particular action para sa kanyang team. And it always catches any team off guard. Siyempre, lahat ng attention mo nandito sa LR at sa 2F pa rin. Nagpapanik na dito yung Stallions para, i-push back yung opensa nga dito ng ating Team Acceptance. And of course, meron pa tayong late peek galing dito kay Heck with a very nice shot dito kay Kano. And they were just ready and waiting. Nag-aantay lang siguro ng checklist tong si Silent, bago siya mag-drop down dito ng second mid. Then, ayun nga, by the time na nakapasok na dito yung Acceptance ng site, there's also a pressure galing dito sa second mid and galing dito sa shutter, and it just seems like Stallions, they cannot handle it, pare.
You know what? You're talking about dito nga kay Silent kanina, no? And the checklist is. And na-realize ko yun after itong second try niya mag-vents push. Once na may mapatay dito si Heck, after first engagement, kapag may nagbarila na sa site, at least 2, he'll go down. Because he has higher probability na may makakuha siyang dong kill or at least provide vision, no? And that's why it works out so well. Silent is waiting for multiple engagement before he falls down or before he gets out dito sa vent side. And that's just catching team stands off guard. Kasi right now, they're also doing what Acceptance did dun sa GR side nila. They're reactionary. Once fight begins, everyone flows in dun sa may side. And STS, man, they were in a bad spot. Kano already in 21 HP, na-force siya mag-TRG, and he was looking towards 2F. And by that time, Heck, signature jump dun sa may lockers. Pushing that pressure sa may DR. And what else can we say, man? Everyone's hitting. Look at Ajax. Look at rating as well. Itong attackers natin, they're always good for 2. Yun yung impressive.
Yeah, ganda ng as well, no? Yung timing dito ni Ajax sa pagbantay niya ng CR at second mid. Every time his flash is on point, nakakakuha siya ng dalawang players on that position. Kaya Team Stallions is now kind of worried about that side of the map as well. Kung hindi nila makuha dito yung second mid, if they just go through passage, obviously Acceptance has a lot more ways to enter yung mga spots natin dito sa mapa. And grabe yun. I feel like, Team Stallions, it's time to kind of roll on forward, no? Let the guns speak for themselves. Kasi feeling ko, ngayon na nag-hold kayo, pare, dito pa kayo natatalo, actually.
Yun nga eh. Parang mas nakita pa natin sila na mas komportable nung nag-push sila ng MR with Kano. And just like what you've said before, we want a Team Stallions na very aggressive, putting domination in play. Since yun naman sinasabi ni Tanks, they could do that as well. They have expendables that can work. You have Kano, you have KLB, you have JJ. At least, kahit kay Kano lang, no, nakita natin dito from that hold sa may MR, napatigil na nila dito yung mundo ng Acceptance for at least a minute, and that's enough para makakuha sila dito ng early advantage. And that map control in the GR side ng sub-base is so crucial, man. So, let's see though. It's pretty crazy. Meanwhile, ang Acceptance, kumakain lang.
They got, they need a snack in 2. Feeling ko, we need a snack in 2, pare. I'm also getting pretty hungry.
Same.
Pero Acceptance, they're gonna be the ones eating good dito sa ating sub-base map so far. And ayun nga, I feel like as much as I would love to say na experience talaga yung nagpapapanalo dito sa side ng Acceptance, it really is just them having a different approach kumpara sa mga ibang teams dito sa ating liga. They're not, I wouldn't say they're not fully, you know, front fighting etong Team Stallions, but ginagawa nila men, they are fighting, but they're using that parang tunnel vision na nangyayari galing nga dito sa Team Stallions to kind of have a lot more ways to enter the side. Yung parang the passage player, in all honesty, parang bait pa nga yun para kay Silent na walang tumingin sa kanyang location dun eh. And dahil nga kanina pa si Silent dito sa may event side natin, if ever na magbe-B-side ulit tong Team Acceptance, that could be the one time na hindi pa siya mag-events and they just expect that there's a guy right behind them every single time, and obviously making divided yung attention dito na Team Stallions, and that is what Acceptance wants dito sa sub-base natin, man.
Yeah. They want that distraction, or at least that complexity, no, sa buong sub-base na to on their BL side. Somehow, it's actually still, somewhat readable. You expect Silent dito. If magkaiba yon, if Ting goes dito sa may passage, it's a big 1-2, 1-1-3 split up for Acceptance to go towards B side. And mind you, it's always been B for Acceptance. For the past rounds dito sa BL side. Pero STS just giving them a lot of room, giving them a lot of places. And map control, that's why they're up by 3 now.
Yeah, it kind of is the simple fact na if you can't find Silent, you're probably gonna lose the round. Ayun nga, just pops out right behind you every single time, pare. The fact na ginagawa pa nila to, Polar, at a very dangerous time. Pagdating dito sa timer natin, that was 20 seconds left, no? Naaaning dito yung Team Stallions. They're like, okay, this is a full push galing sa LR. Oh! Doon pala si Silent.
Oh, doon pala si Ting.
Doon pala si Ting as well.
Now the double TRG setup those comes in though. KLP now on missile, revenge dun sa may DR spot looking towards LR. And Kano is in B. On 3F. Acceptance notices it though. Wala pa silang ginagawa ditong any like big push. It's just mostly passiveness, met by passiveness.
Yeah, no use to be too aggressive dito, pare. And I feel like Acceptance, what they're doing right now dito, Polar, is they're trying to punish whoever is gonna hard check dito sa LR. Kasi alam naman natin, men, yung Team Stallions, they love to hard check angles, possible wide swing. And as soon as may mag-swing lang talaga dito sa LR for a very quick check, may mangyayaring masama dyan, pare. Pero, Stallions with their approach, they're just avoiding LR entirely, pare. Pero, kung pumasok kasi dito yung Acceptance at dumiretso dito sa entrance ng LR instead of 2F, expose kasi si Kano eh. So, it has to be a really good hold for Revenge as well.
Yeah. Revenge needs to get the first pick here, or at least one dito sa 3-man push nila. Do they go back? Oh, it's a 4-man push on LR. Silent na lang manggagaling sa passage. Make it simple. Pero he still gets the shot. How? At ngayon, Kano and JJ will fall. Pero nakita na nila the backstab that works. It's Silent again. Making loud noises sa sub-base.
Grabe, what an opener from the side of Team Acceptance. At si Silent nagwala lang dito sa backside, but it was all about that shot on Revenge, no, Polar. Pag nawala dito yung TR player, Kano is gonna be exposed dito sa rafters natin. And that is gonna be a done deal. Grabe talaga, Team Acceptance, what you have made dito sa sub-base. The playbook. Seems like even Team Stallions having a hard time against it, pare.
Dude, what the push? Ang simple lang na, hindi na yun yung 1-1-3 split up nila. They just push.
Pare.
Yeah.
I remember? Perfect was playing exactly like this.
Yes. No way, right? Do we have another God Slayer sa buong Masters? It's not just execration.
It's the old gods.
It's the old gods. It's the demigods of Acceptance, man. This is the first time na nakita natin ng STS na hindi natin dama yung mismong STS. This is crazy to see. EJX? Just checking. Check lang. Silent now goes second mid.
Ooh. Si Ajax kalaban niya di. Ay, hindi. Si KLB kalaban niya, pare.
I think KLB knows though. Nakapasok na agad sila sa LR.
Tapos
Pero
kakatid
malapitan lang.
Nakatingin sila sa pits.
Oh no. Napakagat, pero KLB just pushes. They know quite
Damn.
clearly kung anong nangyayari dito sa round number 15. And now the two players na inaasahan mo dito mag-entry para sa buong acceptance or to provide cover has now fallen. Pero Dre, alam kung saan tututok. Through the smoke, he finds revenge. At mahanap niya pa si JJ. It's Dre claiming to. Pero Ting, they diretso with low HP together with Heck. They whip out the pistols.
HE.
And now the fight comes in. The HE connects. Pero Heck, papalampasin. KLB down! And it's all up to KLB. The past sniper also can wield the pistol. It's Team Stallions keeping the dream alive.
Grabe, man. And I felt like that was basically a done deal para sa Team Acceptance. Pero nakita ko biglang nag-LR dito si Dre. And he actually caught revenge mid-rotation. Pabalik nga dito ng kanyang posisyon dito sa DR. And I feel like that was the rough idea dito ng Team Acceptance, no? To try and see if how far they can get dito sa LR. And what they can punish realistically, no, pagdating sa rotations nga dito ng Team Stallions. And the first two players na pumasok pa, that was all a bait. That was all info.
How is this happening? Acceptance accepting that they can possibly win sub-base. Pero Ajax still good for 2. STS nakita sa sub-base na kailangan ng oxygen kasi hindi na sila makahinga. Missing shots from the Wonder Kid. But now he gets the kill. Pero the push on B site now commences para sa Acceptance. Revenge close by. Ting pushes and drops down with the USP. Is this Acceptance reclaiming sub-base in a 10-6 fashion? STS cannot be found in sub-base.
Yun nga, men. And just like what I said, Polar, STS, they look like fervid. Nung nakalaban nila dito yung Team Acceptance, it was all holding. It was barely any proactivity galing sa kanila, pare. And the one round na nag-proactive sila, pare, with Kano actually pushing itong MR, dun pa sila nanalo dun, pare. And I was thinking, okay, that's the clue. That's the clue. They need to be a lot more assertive. They need to be a lot more ballsy pagdating sa mapa natin. Pero hindi na natin nakita yun, Polar. They still did the hold. They still tried to play some standard crossfire, pare. Pero yung laruan kasi ng Acceptance, pang punish yun ng standard crossfire. And at the same time, it kinda just feels like yung ni-remix lang dito ng Acceptance yung old school crossfire. But making very creative pagdating sa mga timings natin, especially on silent, pare. I feel like if he doesn't get MVP, in my eyes, he's still the MVP, pare, kasi the amount of pressure na nakuha niya from his lurks and from his position dito sa bench was absolutely insane. And itong Team Stallions, ayun nga, no, they couldn't read it at the end, pare.
Honestly, this is parang very underwhelming, no? Para sa Stallions, this is crazy to see. Na simple lang naman ang ginawa dito ng Acceptance, pero parang the battlefield was already laid out hours before maglaban-laban itong teams natin. And Acceptance just really reviewed every single piece. You saw it, Dre, Heck, always good for that pick. I believe never nakakill si Revenge, or at least one time lang siya nakakill dun sa position niya on DR. And that was the only position that he played for the entirety of their GR side. They know it so well. Silent, man, I agree with you on that. The map pressure that he gave, the complexity that he gave para dito, and that little bit of mix-up sa execution sa B-site palagi dito ng Acceptance made it happen. And na-realize nga dito ng players natin ng Acceptance, uy, di gumana ng 2 rounds sa Silent. Samahan ka nga ni Ajax. Di gumana ng todo. And that crucial pick on KLP sa luwag. How did he get that as well? Oh, naging domino effect, Sneaky, but man, I believe there's possibilities now. Kahit na Ankara yung second map natin.
Yeah, and I feel like we have to compliment Ajax as well. No? He actually held his own pretty well pagdating sa kanyang position dito sa CR at second mid and got multiple, frags, yung kanyang mga flashes, yung kanyang mga delays really is bothering yung opensa nga dito ng Team Stallions. So, yun nga, no? Acceptance playing the chess game, and it seems like Stallions is playing checkers, pare.
Yeah, it really was checkmate at the end of the day, no? Parang nakita natin dito yung mga grandmasters natin for acceptance play into full effect in a tourney that Stallions doesn't even know what to do. But man, it's still not done. Series will still continue with 2 more sets possibly, or will it be acceptance going out with a 2-0 bang? I believe we can finally go to the panel, no? It's time for Mochi and as well as Salvatore.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, and I do think that there's a lot of things to talk about here, Salvatore, and ano pa nga bang iniintay mo? Feeling ko pwede mo nang simulan to kasi kahit ako, no, nagulat ng sobra sa kung ano ang na-attain ng team acceptance dito.
Una, Fervid, akala ko doon na nagtatapos yun, Mochi, kasi pagbubutiin na talaga ng Team Stallions yung subbase nila. Kaso po mga lawa, etong acceptance natin, yun lang ang masasabi ko dito, no, Mochi. There is still hope, there is still a way para makuha ng acceptance yung playoff spot na yun. And definitely, they have to make a huge mark sa loob ng Angkara, no. Apparently, this is also kinda like the map dito kung ano ba yung nakuha ng na acceptance laban sa Fervid. And if we're just connecting events, no, Mochi, kung babase lang talaga tayo sa mga nakarang events, baka pwede nga talaga mangyari to for acceptance. Akala ata ng STS, Mochi, with their very complacent plays sa pagkuha nga talaga ng second bid natin, kaya ata nilang i-4 moves checkmate itong kalaban nga nila. Kaso malakas humasel itong acceptance, no. Ting, I was not familiar with your HK game. Dre, ikaw nga talaga ang susi na acceptance para makuha tong upset win na to. Wala nang mas UM pa kay Dre para talunin sila KLB at sila JJ. Ang original UM rosters nandito na nasa loob ngayon ng subbase, nakikipagbalasahan dito, no, up against one another. So definitely Dre, his impact is definitely felt. Dun pa lang sa ideya na kaya niyang umentry na wala siyang pag-aalinlangan, Mochi. And that is a very good detail na pinapoint out talaga dito ng ating mga casters kasi acceptance is a team that warrants more on executes rather than individual highlight, no? Pero nakikita mo yung efficiency ni Silent at ni Dre to make those game-breaking plays talaga.
At hindi ko rin naakalain na makikita natin yung ganitong stats, no, sa mga miyembro natin here from STS, which just means kung gaano katindin yung struggle nila dito against team acceptance. And parang kanina lang pinag-uusapan natin dito that there are some individual players dito from team acceptance na required mag-online in order to make things work for them. It seems na everyone is actually prepared para dito sa ating mapa ng subbase. And again, this is Team Stallions na kung saan walang Loy at nagkaroon ng sub-in dito, which is itong si KLP alongside with Revenge. So there might be some things that are need or still being addressed here, no, as of the current time. Pero ito nga ang ating MVP right now, which is gonna be no other than Dre, which is deserved nga naman nga talaga, no, been able to actually do what has been said and what it's meant to do dito sa ating mapa.
Mochi, hindi basta-basta acceptance yung nakita natin sa loob ng subbase, no? It's a whole
True.
new different acceptance, man, when it comes to aggression. Pati sa mga decision-making talaga nila, no? Like, this is a match that you would put Heck in the back of the bus kasi baka matabunan siya dito nila Revenge or even nila Kano. Pero nakikipagsabayan talaga siya. And someone like Dre who got the MVP is also a testament na habang meron pang buhay na Dre sa lobby, there is not a safe member of Team Stallions. An amazing player and also an amazing teammate. Kaya nila nakuha yung devastating win na yun na laban nga dito sa ating Team Stallions, no. Nakakapanlumo yan for Team Stallions and they have to recover inside of Angkara.
That is true. And what a statement din naman dito, no, for Team Acceptance being able to do just that. At maya-maya sa susunod nating mapa, malalaman natin kung meron nga bang magiging quick adjustments and if Team Acceptance would be able to replicate the same thing that they've been able to do just now. Full of surprises at I'm sure na masusundan pa. At sa ngayon, kami ay mamapaalam muna at tayo magbabalik after a quick short break. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakapunto ka niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
makes it a double.
grabe!
Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade from PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Tayo nagbabalik muli para sa ating unang match for today. At again, no, surprises. Simula umpisa until right now, there seems to be always something new dito sa mga nagyayari sa ating liga. And right now, Team Acceptance again, they're already one up against Team Stallions. Do you think na meron kaya nga magiging changes dito, Salvatore? At ano kaya yung mga changes na kailangan gawin ng Team Stallions doon?
Gagana talaga yan, no, Mochi, no? Lalo't Acceptance, nilabas na nga nila yung anger nga nila dito, no? Kakabargay nila sa sarili, pre, na kaya ba natin to? Oo na lang din yung sinagot nila. Doon din, pumunta din sila sa point na tatanggapin nila lahat ng klase ng laban, no? From being aggressive to being passive to heavily executing all of the plays. Ang adjustment dito, no, Mochi, is definitely reliant on how effective will their first 3 rounds be. Kasi doon sila magre-reflect, eh, no? Kung gagana talaga yung mga approaches nila in the first 3 rounds, that will be something that they could use as referencing for future purposes. No, habang tumatagal ng laban, there is an avenue here for Acceptance to learn and as well as adapt. Team Stallions, ang kanilang pamamaraan naman ngayon is think outside of the box right now. Ano bang kulang? Ano ba dapat ang maging formula para maging Team Stallions sila ulit, no, Moji? Kasi from what we saw inside the subbase, that did not look like any Team Stallions at all. Kaya ito sa Ankara, may panahon naman sila para makapag-recover.
Yeah, especially that these are like some maps na paborito at maaari mong i-capitalize at i-stretch yung oras as much as possible, no, in between of our rounds. And I think preparado na nga ang ating mapa ng Ankara. Kaya I think it's time na para ipasa natin ito sa ating mga carriers, and it is still Bipolar and as well as Sneaky Frog.
Maraming salamat, Mochi, as well as Salvatore. Tuloy-tuloy ang sorpresa dito sa labanan ng ating first match of the day. Team Stallions losing sa base, pero Sneaky Frog, Ankara to eh. 100% rating so far ang Stallions dito, and guess what? Parang nasa bingo card mo ba yung Acceptance taking out itong Ankara to claim a 2-0 up against Stallions?
It definitely is now after na nangyari dito sa base natin, pare. Pero yung problema nga lang dito ng Team Acceptance dito sa mapa ng Ankara is Stallions will be starting on the BL side. And obviously, nakita naman natin yung BL side dito ng Team Stallions from the games from yesterday and before we sent it to port, and obviously nakita naman natin yung nangyari doon. And but in that Ankara game though, pare, no, may mga moments talaga na masasabi natin, you know, the other side actually was doing pretty well in terms of the macro, you know, maganda yung kanilang coverage and all that stuff. And at the end of the day, na Stallions lang sila doon, pare. Stallions obviously one of the best site fighters dito sa mapa na to, especially when it comes to the A site. It is very hard to defend, no, up against itong Team Stallions natin, especially knowing na kung nandun na sila sa floor A, yun nga, you do have like a 20 or 30% chance of surviving, pare, dito sa top A, kasi paakit na nga sila doon. So I feel like hindi naman kailangan na maging fully unconventional yung gagawin dito ng Team Acceptance. I really do feel na yung kanilang map movement is still very, very good potentially if they can get control on their side of the map, as long as di sila mabutasan dito sa RS, pare. And if ma-hold to ng Team Acceptance or maybe have some few odd moves, no, dito sa mapa natin, like a 3-man peek towards second mid or biglang lalabas na lang dito sa LA, we need to see that galing sa Team Acceptance, kasi pag hindi mo ginulat itong Team Stallions, you just allow them to set up dito sa mapa, dun sila kukuha ng puntos, men.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things can be said about for Acceptance, pero that also applies for Team Stallions, no? Kasi now the question begins for us and as well as the viewers, no? Para dito sa Stallions na, is the depletion of Loy ngayon sa match na to the crucial factor that's why they're losing? Kasi think about this also, Sneaky Frog, BL side dito has been very impressive para pagdating dito sa ating STS, pero that's given when there is Loy. He holds out itong LB natin, that's a given. Pero remember this 5-man push sa A site na sinasabi natin perfection mula dito sa ating STS, their execution is so good that it can't be faltered pagdating dito sa GR side ng ating mga kabilang teams. na isa sa mga taong gumagawa ng pressure doon, and those players that can really frag out kapag dun sa execution nila on that A side is Loy. He goes towards EA, he spams dun sa may wooden panel, dun papunta sa may top A, and he always gets those kills. Now that KLB is here, or KLP will be playing, can he replicate that na ginagawa? Can he replicate what Loy is doing in this sense? It might be crucial, no, na Loy is really that hell of a player na kailangan dito ng STS, especially in the map Urunkara. Pero let's see. We did see a lot of powers mula dito kay Revenge and as well as kay dito nga kay KLP in the TRGs, but hasn't been that explosive, no. It again, just like what Salvatore said, it's not the same styles that we're looking at. So it might be that change of role possibly.
At the same time, though, I feel like we still have to consider yung sub-base map natin being a lot more smaller kumpara nga dito sa Ankara, and I feel like there's a lot more space to play and a lot more individual plays, no, na pwede mangyari dito sa Stallions, and that really is where their strength lies dito sa mapa na to. And I'm actually thinking about as much as BL start dito yung Stallions, I wonder what the GR is gonna look like, especially sa hotel.
Let's see, no? Sneaky frog. Pero now that the play is in, let's go into our comms para sa ating set number 2. It's Ankara.
Makita ba? Arctic to.
TB mid to.
Tanaw, way okay. Ako rin tanaw okay.
Pushing out. Revenge with a falling down onto Ajax. Pero answers back agad mula dito kay Heck.
Yung Silent needs to be careful, man. Masyadong mainit dito yung CA niya, pare. And he's dead. He's alive. How is he alive?
Mabilis lang tumakbo si Silent Man. After niya ipitin sarili niya sa vent side ng sub-base, bumilis na siya dito sa
Yeah,
pagtakbo.
he's just gonna go back. May HE pa siya at flash polar. Like, he can still be significant dito sa round natin.
Yeah, if mag-A-push dito, no, he can be the flasher mula dito sa may exit. Or he can easily just provide a little bit more chipping damage dito sa STS. But STS now, looking towards B. TP push habang iniiwan nila si Revenge sa LA.
Yeah, a lot to consider as well para dito kay Heck, no, pare. Yun nga, he's sacrificing himself para ka mabigyan ng mas magandang depensa tong east side, no? But at the same time, I feel like Heck is the type of guy to just, get the sniper shot and then leave as fast as possible, no? And will be entirely dependent on kung makakuha si Revenge ng kahit ni isang kill dito sa may mid side. Pero nag-go na yung STS is a bit early.
Going in less than 1 minute, STS has pushed, and that is the kill mula kay KLP. Easy headshot for him. But the big retake comes in. Ito na yung gamble ng buong Acceptance, no? With Heck falling down, the 3 players coming in from A side will go towards B.
Yun nga, I feel like that shot was everything. Dito Polo, just hitting Heck while you're running. At the same time, tignan mo naman yung position dito ng Team Acceptance. So I feel like everybody coming in from high mid is not good news. Kano will be getting played.
Thing now, next on the board, and Kano sprays down on 3. Taps the way their heads and bodies. That's Team Stallions. After a big trade, no, for Heck, talagang simple lang, push towards B.
Yun nga. And this is what I was talking about, though. The bigger space dito ng mapa natin ng Ankara is probably gonna give Acceptance a hard time pagdating sa kanilang depensa, pare. Kasi nga, Heck usually wants to kind of anchor one side of the map, possibly on his own, especially pag nawalan sila na isa dito. But Revenge has been good for one so far dito sa A side, and will be good for another one. Si Heck pa yun, pare. What a key kill.
Yeah, that's Heck down. We might see after this round, the Acceptance going for the double TRG as well. Pero Silent doesn't expect na si Kano nandito na agad sa may tabi niya. 2 players down for A-San, and it's looking pretty grim para sa Acceptance.
Yun yan. Acceptance, the one being punished for checks this time. Dito, no, Polar. Usually is the other way around, especially dun sa mapa ng sub-base. But it seems like Team Acceptance, maybe slight overconfidence after winning yung kanilang prior na sub-base map, pare. Pero, yun nga, no, they need to keep it a bit more contained sa side ng mapa nila, pare.
Yeah, if we were talking about parang yung worry natin dito sa Acceptance on being very, very passive, ngayon, from that confidence boost nga, just like what you've said, from sub-base, might be the other way around. But smokes and flash, it's a big distraction on B side. At kakagat pa dun si Ajax, A side is free.
Pero wala nakita si Ting dito sa TV, ah. But they're still gonna stack the B side, pare. I feel like Team Stallions, even though may nakatayo dito na Ajax pare, you would still probably clear him in this position. And here comes the C4 finally falling. Pero good news, may flank dito si Ting. And if he can get a bit of control on boxes pare, pwede pa to.
Yun lang, Ajax oversteps. Look at this now, coverage mula sa buong STS. Pero Dre, already good for one. Kano spots him. And also Ting on LA, STS. 2 rounds, very, very clean.
And you can really tell the massive difference no, in between itong sub-base at yung akara natin pare. A lot less waiting, a lot more contact para sa Team Stallions. And they are liking what they're seeing at this very moment. Revenge has gotten itong si Heck in that last round. Pero saan naman mag-pick dito si Heck? Usually does like to change around his angles. Pero that time, the angle was wrong para sa kanya pare.
The impressive thing lang para talaga dito kay Heck is that STS won't expect where kung saan talaga siya pupunta. That's the impressive thing about them. But the reads need to be careful. The reads need to be quite right. Pero Kano, penetrating agad itong hybrid natin from CA and it's all free real estate para sa STS. Okay. Ipit! He gets out?
Yes, fight.
He doesn't get out. That's dead. Pero Ting, pushing now as well from TB, gets the shot in, and just falls back. 71 HP, still good to work with. Pero harap rin pa siya dito ngayon ni KLP, and he just bites the dust. STS, again, great conversion sa mga early rounds.
Yeah, I'm surprised na sumala ulit dun si Dre actually, especially considering na naka-on pa dito yung deathcam ni Kano. So, questionable pushes from the side of Team Acceptance, and KLB gonna take advantage of it pare.
Again, no, the confidence right now for Acceptance is at an all-time high. At
Spotted.
napapagat sila, pero spotted si KLB. That's the lurk down. Pero KLB will push, and he will connect with the wallbang kay Ajax. Dre now on top A. Gets 2 kills, that's the C4. STS in shambles, pero KLP now makes it a 1v1. Kung saan he will rotate towards B. Ayaw niya na ng A sneaks.
Pero men, tignan mo naman yung cut dito ni Silent. He is also right next to KLP, at kung makamali ng harap dito si KLP, makamali siya ng check, this would be bad news. Pero nakarating na sa open!
Uy!
KLP just peeking instead at sa pamatatalo doon pare. What has happened?
Sloppy round para sa Acceptance man, para sa STS. But Acceptance, no, muntikan pa nga actually mo, patay dun si Silent, didn't quite know what's happening. Pero he did get it nung nagpaplanta na nga dito ngayon si KLP, but again, 2-1?
Yeah. I feel like this is the poke and prod na ginagawa dito ng Team Stallions, no? At this very moment, parang, you know, we're gonna try and take a fight dito sa TB, but then kung namatay yung isang player natin or we kill one player, we back off immediately and let's go the other side of the map to pare. And it seems like it has been working up until this point. Pero yun lang, man. I feel like if that wasn't a 1v1, pare, that would have been a Stallions win.
Yeah, could have been better, no? Pero talagang napatay lang dito yung place natin na umaakit mula sa room A. Respect again para sa Acceptance dito. No pushes muna sa may TB. 3 players on A though. So they might have a big chance. Pero Spunks towards high mid will delay itong revenge play sana.
Yan, A-side naman yung strong side, no? Para dito sa Team Acceptance, pare, obviously, Heck and Ting playing a lot more passive than usual, pare, fully knowing na yung kanilang backup ay napakalayo pa dito sa Papa. Interesting though na si Heck, he's holding mid and second mid at the same time with one angle, no? And this really entirely depends on Ting kung gaano to, pare.
Oh, yun lang, nahanap niya pa si KLB. But now the push comes in. Kano from high mid as well. Cut off rotations, but the flash delays him. Ajax doesn't expect it. Kita nila, Ajax stays alive, pero mamamatay pa din naman. The jumping Dre will claim the kill. Pero meanwhile, diretso si Silent for the spray down to connect on one. It's Dre versus JJ. And JJ with the bomb planted, he can play along the site. Pero Dre has been so good in the headshots kung saan hindi natatama yan ngayon. Team Stallions forcing their way for a round win.
Yeah, 1v1 finally going back their way, pare. Team Acceptance honestly could have been a side take 100% as soon as napatay na ni Silent dito yung bato player natin, pare. I thought that was a possibility, but it is a really nice hold from the rest of the boys from the side of Team Stallions, and obviously a very nice attempt galing kay Ting, but he swung a bit too wide papunta ng TV, pare. And ayun nga, no, despite the punish on Kanon high mid, I feel like they lost a bit too many members already, pare.
Yeah. Talagang it was dire situations na para dito ngayon sa Acceptance on that point. Especially na pick off pa dun si Heck. He could have gotten one more bago nakapag-rotate dito ang players natin for Acceptance. But now, Revenge and Kano, a duo that you don't expect that can kill you every time you peek out dito sa EA. And that's an easy kill. That's Ajax down.
Yeah, Ajax was a sniper beforehand, but he should be wary about yung angle na yun specifically, no? Especially knowing na yun nga, pwede mo lang i-crouch weekend with the sniper and you get a guaranteed angle. But look at this A-take.
Ito na yun. Signature STS A push, pero Silent mamamatay lang din, and even JJ finds Dre. At ngayon si Heck stuck on exit, will get claimed. It's all up to Ting. A 20-year-old with an HK. 30 seconds. Kano found out, pero KLB will claim him instead. Actually, it's Kano. That's a 3-round lead. Biggest lead mula sa STS in sub-base.
Ayun nga, man, parang, di ba sinabi ko pa kanina, Polar, na napakaganda ng A-take ng Team Stallions because of their team fighting. And nawalan pa sila ng isang player dito sa top lane, which made it entirely worse. If Silent just had an additional second in his position, pare, posible pa sana yun. But, yun nga, no, nakita mo yung kalat doon ng STS. It was just nice to see. Meron player na nag-clear dito sa floor A, top A. And yun nga, it's kind of just hard to stop. Stallions, yun nga, no, zipping around in spawn. So I have a feeling na this is gonna be a Dadum Ramon, pare.
Yeah. Yeah. Tingnan natin. And they have their hands off the keyboard na, Sneaks. Acceptance, fighting ghosts at this point.
Ayun nga. Pre-firing angles that do exist naman.
That's true.
What's the plan? Is this timeout? Huddle? Nag-huddle sa spawn?
Yes. Ano muna sila?
1, 2, 3 STS pa sila, pare.
Kinausap din ni sarili na Sneaks. Tapos tara, go na daw. B-site daw ang napag-usapan nila na pwede lang punterihan with this kind of push. It's gonna be easy, no? Silent is just here. Sa may slope side pa, and he can get caught off guard. Pagdento. STS, revenge! After a huddle dito sa may site, or sa may spawn nila, they claim to already, pero may answer back naman mula kay Ting pati kay Heck. The bomb has been planted with STS now. Low HP, derecho pa rin si KLP to kill off Dre. Iikot si Ting, pero Heck will just wait. You know this from Heck. Pero made-deny doon si Ting. Now it activates. Heck, si Coach Kurt, lalaban with 36 HP and he doesn't get more. That's Acceptance giving a round para sa STS.
And
Dead
that's
round.
a dead round. There we go. Sabi ko, kuha pa kami ng isa men bago kami mag-VR. Kinda just the Stallions thing, no? I think there is a bit of a, lagging going on.
Issue?
Pwede natin sabihin siguro na there's a bit of a lag issue going on. Napaka-obvious naman from the side of Team Stallions, right? You saw one player zipping from here to here.
Yeah.
In just 1 second, pare. So, ayun nga, I feel like as soon as maayos yan dito na Team Stallions, we're just gonna get back into the Ankara game. Ironically, this was the exact same round na nawala tayo kahapon or nawala kami kahapon, pare, on that Matches game. So, hopefully, it's not the same problem para dito sa Team Stallions and yun nga, no, makikip nila yung kanilang momentum dito sa ating laruan. And considering na, yun nga, no, they're getting everything right dito sa mapa ng Ankara. Maganda yung kanilang kalat dito sa A. They're getting the positions that they want. It's not as much of a bite galing sa Team Acceptance kumpara sa nakita natin ng sub-base. And I feel like, ayun nga, no, one of the main reasons why is the size of the map. It's a whole lot more bigger. That means some players will have bigger responsibilities kumpara sa nakita natin kanina where Heck literally was just in vents half of the time and itong si, Silent was dropping down from it. So, ayun nga, I feel like Stallions really enjoying the, sparse space ng ating mapa ng ating Ankara, pare, and with them getting a whole lot more opportunities and a whole lot more solo fights, no, na nakikita natin dito sa mapa. Ayun nga, it just seems like they're more comfortable kumpara sa sub-base, which is pretty wild to say, no, considering that was their best map for the longest time, pare.
Yun na nga parang nag-shift na rin yung talagang prioritization dito, or at least the strong suit ng pagdating sa Stallions, no? Looking at Ankara in a way na parang wala nga si Loy, it's still working at the end of the day. Despite them not having that kind of big lurk up, or at least that forward push na Loy gives so much, it's nadadamp up naman dito ni KLP very very nicely. We saw around na dehado pa nga sila pero they still executed on A and it was still pretty insane na natalo din ang ating Acceptance. We're also seeing a lot of mistakes though for Acceptance na kumakagat sila sa angles just like Ajax in a sniper sightline that you should not look at. Lalo na kung di naman naka-sniper si Ajax, but the confidence might have been a double-edged sword para dito sa Acceptance, no, from that win mula dito sa sub-base. But all in all, we're just seeing the standard Stallions. Mula sa Ankara nila, it's the 100% rating, it's the great side dito sa kanilang BL side, and nothing's really wrong. It's just Acceptance accepting na magpupush palagi ang players natin for STS without any kind of like creativity. Hindi natin nakikita yung ginawa nila on sub-base wherein they had a little bit of set plays, mayroong mga reactionary agad. No, it's just contact plays after contact. Yung pinakakakaiba lang dito for Acceptance was Heck peeking out sa TV, was Heck peeking out sa my vent side, and he got like, what, 2 out of 5 engagements doon?
Honestly, it's not bad defenses, no? Para dito sa side ng Team Acceptance, pare, as it is always ending up on a 2 versus 2 or a 3 versus 2 or a 1 versus 1, pare. So it doesn't really mean that Acceptance is entirely doing bad dito sa mapa natin, pare. It's just that Team Stallions always gets the last half, especially when it comes to those 2v2s or 1v1s. Dun nga yung kalakasan nila, pare. They're fighting. Pero sa side ng Team Acceptance, yun nga, no? You really have no baseline para sa mapa na to, pare, on, what to get dito sa mapa. And granted, no, they have been playing a lot more passive dito sa mapa natin, but I would love to see yung Acceptance trying the matches approach dito sa mapa na to, especially from yesterday na ayun nga, Vincent is kind of just poking and prodding, tas babalik siya pare dito sa hotel, and he's just gonna stand right in front of it and trying to stop hindi naman yung entire push, but maybe 1 or 2 players to, get their just timing papunta nga dito sa mga sides natin. I think tama yung ginagawa ng Team Acceptance. I think fighting early game, especially up against Team Stallions, is definitely the way to go to take out some of the key players. Kagaya nga dito ni Revenge, kagaya nga dito ni Kano. It really is up to that end round, pare. Na nakikita nga natin, especially when the post plant is already underway. It seems like Team Acceptance, hindi nila makuha yung checklist na gusto nila, which is getting hotel control, getting TB control, and getting RS control, or para naman sa A-side, para getting CA control and getting LA control, pare. So, ayun nga, aggression still is needed para sa Team Acceptance, but it has to be a bit more smarter, pare.
Yeah, let's see, no? It does work out. The double TRG comes out now for Acceptance. Ajax now wielding TRG. And last time na nakita natin siyang ginagamit ito on Ankara, he was frying. He was top fragging as a sniper. But he'll be holding down TB, no? Heck, actually, is in top, is actually holding down itong LB. Very side.
Same mode, pare. CA to TB take. Stallions is taking stock on how much map control na meron sila dito, pare. But heck,
Ajax. It's good. Now, the M14 comes out. Pero ang hirap na ito, no? Heck will get bombarded sa may hotel. Pag nag-push sila, dyan palagi tumiting ang STS after getting out of TV.
Ajax need to go hotel side, pare. You don't want to stay side for this.
Oh, no. Both of them will peek, though. This might work. Pwede to. Pwede yan kung tatama si Heck. And now with the pistol and the flash up, the nade as well, they just hold still sa TV. Magfo-fall back ang buong STS.
Makaltukan pa si Kano. And the tilting stop as well. Heck is gonna die anyways. He has an HK, pare.
Holy! Napapasama pa ngayon para dito sa Acceptance as Revenge. Turns around and goes for a U-turn. Pero Silent has been able to stop this push. That's 2 players down. And it's all up to KLB in a 1v2.
Grabe. And out of nowhere, the fights were actually going in the way dito ng Team Stallions, pare. Pero, ngayon nga, no, Silent, just like in sub-base, right place, right time ang kanyang pagka-push dito, taking out both players. But KLB, the last one left alive. Silent, baka kailangan niya mauna dito, pare.
Yeah. They can play body-body system now. The KLB plants the bomb. Still has good HP, pero wala nang smoke, wala nang flash. Needs to create a diversion or at least go towards EA for that possible diffuse, pero it's not gonna be an option. 24 seconds, they go in the site. Nauna pa dito si Dre. This might not be good. Nakapatay na agad si KLP at nahuli pa si Silent. parehas piso, parehas 8 HP, pero Silent just
Oh,
holds,
nasali,
ibibigay ng
nasali.
STS KLB, unaware na nabigay niya na dito yung bomb defuse on A side.
Yun nga, and that was a valid defuse, pare. Looking straight on the C4. Bodies out in the open, so we are Gucci. Pero dead round na naman tayo, pare. I don't know what's happening. On their end, pare, it seems like Acceptance and Stallions kind of experiencing the same thing at this very moment, no? And
Yeah.
ayun nga, hopefully makakabalik tayo dito sa laruan natin, but obviously the technicals have to be sorted out between sa dalawang teams kasi hindi naman pwede may 100 ping yung isa tapos yung isa 18. So, ayun nga, no, hopefully we do get back into yung game natin, especially knowing na Team Acceptance, I'm just saying, man, they're not that far off of the level ngayon ng STS dito sa mapa. They just really need to win those end game scenarios, pare.
It's still doable, no? Pero that was very, very risky though, no, Sneaks? Kung hindi napansin dito ni Kevin na yung dead defuse na talaga, tapos hinold out talaga ni Silent dito yung defuse, that was a 1 HP player. Nauna pa si Dre. Sinabi mo kanina kailangan mauna doon ni Silent for that immediate 1-2 exchange, pero hindi. That was almost too close for comfort, honestly. But man, there's possibilities though. Nakikita natin na pwede talaga manalo yung Acceptance with them tying it a little bit here bago tayo mag round number 8 or round number 9. Possibilities are endless, and it's just weird na wala talagang kakaiba, Sticks eh. Wala namang anything surprising. Kano not really going for that 4K just because he needs to play a little bit back. It's just standard crossfire for these two teams, and it's working for both. Parang it's really a 50-50 at this point.
Tapos once again, nakita na naman natin yung yung the silent timing coming into effect once again para dito sa side ng Team Acceptance, and he has been one of the main reasons why they have been winning a lot of these rounds despite going 8-13 dito sa sub base. No, hindi mo talaga madedena yung pressure ng the late game silent dito, para especially pag 30 seconds ka na or 30 seconds na lang ang ating round, mapapaisip na lang dito Team Stallions as soon as they enter etong B or A site. Nasan si Silent, man? Nasan si Silent? He has to be around here somewhere. He has to be rounding the corner or something. And ayun nga, if they can kind of take him out early, no, as he has been one of the main problems nga dito ng Team Stallions, they can definitely have an easier BL site. Yung problema ka lang, pare, Silent is pretty tucked in dito sa depensa ng Team Acceptance, no? And I feel like they also recognize how important he is, especially pagdating sa red time natin, pare.
Yeah, I feel like they realize na talagang if they want to win, they also have to just protect these players na are really gonna be giving you a lot of like space. Ajax parang hindi naman nasa ganung site. Dre also is one of those players that's like side right now na talaga nagbibigay ng puwersa para sa buong players natin for Acceptance to actually give these fights. It's very, very close. I would like to say na STS, despite them just giving some rounds na out of the blue talaga, they still have some powers though. Revenge, actually, so creative, no? Nagulat ako na nanggaling pa siya mismo dito on the other side of the map just to get that easy kill first dun sa may B-site natin on the prior 2 rounds. Pero, man, it's Ankara, I don't know. Pag nag-switch tayo ng sides, it would be very, parang doon natin lahat na may kita. Baka sana doon na natin makita yung very aggressive na stance, because if they don't, if ikakopy lang nila dito yung ginawa nila sa sub-base, sneaky, I will be surprised. And to say na it might just be a 2-0. Kasi STS pa din eh. Yun pa rin yung, ang gulo ng utak ko ngayon kasi this shouldn't be happening. This shouldn't be happening up
This
against
shouldn't
STS.
definitely be happening, pare. Especially knowing yung expectations na meron tayo dito sa STS. No? And yes, expectations, man. But nga, Stallions, of course, being, the de facto representative dito sa Pilipinas, pare. Mataas talaga yung standards natin para sa kanila. And, lahat ng amazing stuff na ginagawa ng Team Stallions, that's par for the course. We're no longer impressed by it, pare. As that is now the standard para sa kanila. Pero para sa Team Acceptance, man, they've been moving weird, but at the same time, moving weirdly good dito sa mapa natin. Stallions not catching the timing whatsoever. So, titignan natin. Stallions, they still do have the firepower advantage dito sa mapa natin, and they can just definitely roll through.
STS, fast coverage sa may mid. Double TRGs for both sides actually. It's only Heck and Revenge left with that sniper. I would like to say very calm ang ating 2 games. Despite na Stallions not really winning yung sub-base kanina natin. It was just really like trading blows, executions, set plays working out para sa dito sa Acceptance. But this 3-round lead for STS has been very, very scary. Right now, we're seeing Heck on LB side. Ito yung pinaka-forward approach ngayon ng Acceptance.
Ajax though, in a very dangerous spot, pare. Has to make it all the way to spawn, and he has done it.
Yun lang ang
That's not the
mag-cut.
peak.
That's not the play. With the C4, if pupunta to sa mukha ngayon ni Heck, delikado to, Sneaks. Heck can turn the tides around and stop this kind of push. He's not pushing, and he's not even getting away this position. JJ falls! At yun na nga yung C4 STS. Needs to reclaim the C4 at ang buong Acceptance sa A site. Dadayo na sa may B. They still have time, pero Dre will fall down. It's a 3v3 at this point. Heck, shotgun sniper connects on KLB, pero TLP nandito sa likuran. He kills off, pero nandun agad si Silent. Big trades and big fast feet for the Acceptance, kung saan iiwan na lang nila dito si Revenge para mamatay. 3 rounds para sa Acceptance, and we're going to another
Isa na naman.
dead round.
DR. I know it's a DR, pare, no? Because some of the fans are already flaming us dito sa ating sa ating chat, pare, kasi even though STS is the one actually lagging, ayun nga, minamadali tayo dito, pare, pero hindi pwede madaliin ang paglalag dito ng Team Stallions. So yun nga, I don't know what's going on, pare. I don't know what's going on dito sa I don't know, baka may insider information tayo dito from the other teams. Chris, kung nandyan ka sa chat, yun nga, I don't know what's happening dito sa the entire area ngayon ng Cebu, kasi I feel like they're the ones having a bit of a struggle this time, especially I think yesterday narinig ko na yun nga, there was a kind of rotating outages ng mga internet natin, and even yung kuryente, pare, no? So hopefully hindi apektado dito yung Team Stallions, because this is too good of a series na hindi matuloy, pare.
Yeah, if may schedule interruption, di natin sure, right? If ganun lang talaga nangyayari ngayon for Stallions, but Acceptance is just, a neighbor. Kapitbahay lang naman nila, but they're playing pretty fine. We don't know yet. So, please do bear with us. We're trying to also watch the games. Gusto rin po namin.
Kasi the alternative, pare, is making STS play while they're lagging, eh. So,
yeah,
I don't know if y'all want that, pare.
I feel like we want the best here for Stallions, right? So, we'll give them a little bit of time. But at the end of the day, bear with us here. Because we're also bearing the bear fights that we're seeing right now. Pero yun na nga, again, at this point, we're getting out of words to use. Kasi nakita naman natin yung play dito, no? Heck just held down LB. He got the C4. Pero ang bilis talaga ni Silent, man. It's really crazy to see na we challenged itong si Silent to actually step up, create some noise, be the determining factor para dito sa Acceptance. And we saw that notch from sub-base. But now, dito sa ating previous round, for Ankara, ginawa ulit ni Silent yon, and it's pretty impressive, no, na even if the entirety of Acceptance is kind of scared sometimes, Silent is not, and that's good to see.
Yeah, I feel like Silent has been around for too long to be scared about these kind of situations, but the man has been competing ever since 2017, no? So he's not gonna be afraid with 9 years of experience right behind him, especially playing alongside etong si Heck. So ayun nga, he's not, I feel like he has full trust dito sa kanyang teammates to, for them to do exactly what they need to do dito sa mapa, especially considering how baity his role is, no? Dito sa ating dito sa ating game. So ayun nga, no, Team Stallions, I am a bit worried considering nagkakaroon na ng leeway etong Team Acceptance, especially para sa kanilang BL side, which in my opinion, that's where their strength truly lies dito sa mapa natin. And if they can pull off the exact same macro na nakita natin dito sa mapa ng subbase, not entirely one-to-one, no, na may isa dito sa A, may isa dito sa mid, at tatlo yung paparating dito sa B, and vice versa, pare. I want to see, maybe Silent, solo lurking dito sa mapa natin. Maybe we see some very good distractions from them, no? Kasi pakiramdam ko, Stallions, they will bite on the first flash or first nade that they see, pare.
Yeah. So, at this point, right, you have Stallions that is still having a lead. Acceptance really trying to do well, pero yun na nga, yun lang pala, lumayo lang on onte. But parang lumalayo na rin ata dito yung timing natin, kasi patagal ang ating Stallions. But again, guys, it's not just like what we talked about, no, kahapon, Sticky, it's not the finish line that we have to look at, it's the journey to get there. And kailangan natin isama dito sa journey natin yung pag-wait ng ating mga dead rounds for these players to actually get the betterment of their games. But yeah, Sneaky, last map though, let's talk about it a little bit here habang nag-aantay tayo sa ating mga teams. It will be, I will check, Eagle Eye 2.0. We saw naman, nakita natin dito ang ating players mula sa Acceptance play well here. But for Stallions though, do you think kaya nila yun? Kasi despite na Stallions really not looking at their best form right now, Eagle Eye 2.0 is still a different scene for both of these teams pag doon sila umabot.
For sure. And I feel like perfect ganito yung substitution dito ng ni KLB at ni Revenge for exactly that map, no, to be specific, kasi nakita naman natin galing sa mga ibang teams gaya ng Virtus Pro when they play itong Eagle Eye, Yobib is gonna be rocking the sniper dito sa may top A area natin. And obviously if you have two high level snipers, no, on your team, if your team Stallions, logically yun na talaga yung mangyayari doon. And I feel like they can also pull it off dito sa BL side natin of Polar. Considering the size of the map, you don't really need much map control para mag-forward dito sa mapa natin. So I feel like KLP can be peeking A, tapos itong si Revenge can be peeking for Hotel, and vice versa, no, pare pwede sila magpalit-palitan dun sa sitwasyon na yon. So it could make it very complicated para sa Team Acceptance para basahin nga yun. And papaisip din ako, man, is the Acceptance experience on Eagle Eye enough? Kasi if Silent can pull off the exact same stuff, if he keeps saying Silent pare though, but he's kind of the main reasons why na, he's kind of been the main reason why na Acceptance has been winning a lot of these rounds pare. But if he can pull off the exact same lurks na nakita natin, possibly sa Hotel, dito sa Eagle Eye map natin pare, we could have a game. And hopefully, we reach yung mga 11-11, mga ganun pare.
Yeah. Tsaka think about it, no, Sneaky, ang nakita natin dating double TRG despite Revenge being here is KLB yung second sniper. And just like what you've said, since double top tier snipers may kita natin dito, it might be a pretty tough fight pagdating dito sa ating Acceptance. But since we're talking about a lot of Silent as well, I would like to give your attention dito kay Dre, no? One of the times na nag-Eagle Eye 2.0 dito ang ating Acceptance, Dre was actually frying a little bit. And even for Ting, no? But mostly for Dre, na despite them having in a 3v5 situation, there was one time before na parang siya mismo yung gumawa ng equalizer para mas gumanda yung laban nila. It was just a full-on onslaught nung nasa BL side dito ang ating Acceptance on that matchup. So, if that happens, well, guess what? It will be 11-11. Pwede tayo mag-overtime because these two teams, despite them in terms of color ng malayo, right now is in the same playing field. So, it's pretty nice to see. But again, guys, waiting lang tayo dito ngayon. Kano is still trying to connect. Parang nasa classic mode siya. Try natin siyang palapitin dito ngayon sa mga modern modes natin para makapasok ulit dito sa ating destruction mode that we have in Ankara. So just wait a little bit here. Pero yeah, I would like to say, if umabot tayo ng playoffs though, Sneaky, is Acceptance a little bit of a force kung makapasok man sila doon?
I think so. Ayun nga, no? I feel like they can definitely be a force if they can get in that situation, pare. But man, it is kind of like a whole lot of theory. Pwede nga natin sabihin, pare, a whole lot of what ifs na hopefully will be answered soon dito sa ating mga mapa. Kasi yun nga, I don't know if there's any update in the situation hand, pare, kasi yun nga, we kinda have exhausted every single topic at this point. Let's talk about predictions, pare. Kamusta yung predictions mo?
Pre,
Kamusta
alam mo
yung
ba?
predictions sa atin? Kamusta yung prediction ranking, man?
Feeling ko nga, sabi sa comment section, laglag na daw ako. Feeling ko wala ako number 6. Feeling ko ako nasa pinakababa eh. Ikaw, honestly, masaya lang ako na si Mochi nandun. Pero ikaw kasi you're number 4. You're just 2 points away, no? Na from claiming that number 3 spot. And ang pinaka-big threat nyo ngayon, hindi na si Salvatore. Hindi na siya magbaback to back eh. Si Ramon na mismo. Yung
dude.
mga kalaban nyo dito.
Ayun nga. I feel like he's done a whole lot of 2-0s and masyado akong naging risky. Let's just say with
He was very safe.
Yun nga, with the start of yung season natin. Pero honestly, I'm actually pretty happy about yung predictions ng lahat ng casters natin kasi we are hovering above 70% na tayo, pare. Yes, I think last year the worst one was
56.
Hindi ko na sasabihin, pare, kung sino yung 56, pero ayun nga, I feel like everybody hovering about 73. That means we know our stuff dito sa ating dito sa ating laruan. If you guys don't know, this is a behind the scenes thing. Pag nanalo kayo ng first place dito sa ating prediction ranking, you will get a trophy. And it has been called the Salvatore Prediction Trophy, pare. And he will get it eventually once we are not busy anymore dito sa ating CFS thing. Pero yun nga, What's going on, man?
What's going on? Again, guys, everybody, I would just like to clarify the thought right now. Let's address the fact. Stallions having issues right now. Kano cannot connect. And kahit hindi ko na magamit yung line ko, sneaky na yung Vetran, yung Rosea tapos yung Cebu magkalayo. Right now kasi magkatabi lang sila somehow, some reason, both of these teams not having the best kind of, situation right now in terms of connection. So please do bear with us. By the way, guys, if gusto nyo lang naman manalo ng caster giveaway, meron pa tayong caster giveaway yan. Check nyo na yan. So if you want more e-coin habang nag-aantay dito, if you haven't yet, check it out. Pero yun na nga, Mochi talaga. Wala siya dito, man. Wala dito sa Mochi. But, man, holy, it is gonna be pretty insane na ganito nga yung makikita natin. We have 3 more matches later on. And now, we go back. Munti ka na ako mag-weather check, pero titigil na lang muna natin yan. Tingnan natin for the next DR. We're going into Ankara.
Eddie, breathe muna, Polar. Eddie, breathe muna. There we go. We're in the game. 4 mid para sa Stallions.
Ajax. Nice one,
How's he
Ajax.
alive?
You're still alive, brother. Ayun ang namatay. Ting! Gets claimed, pero ngayon, A-site na para dito sa STS. Mukhang mabilis na dito ang mga paapate connection nila. The C4 has been down. Sa kamay dito ni Dre. Doesn't get to. The flash comes in. Even the nade, actually. 2v4. Comeback situation for Acceptance with Ajax. 1 HP. Ang posible na to, Sneaky.
Yeah, Ajax. Belief is there, pare. Malay mo may sumala na pala. Yun ang sinasabi ko, man.
No way!
Sound.
Oh, spray and pray. At mukhang nasa tabi dito ngayon ni Ajax yung Panginoon na pinaniniwalaan nila. 17 seconds, he finally falls down. Dire-diretso ang pagbarang dito ni Hick. Pero mamamatay lang din siya. And guess what? That is our first half. 6-3 scoreline. Sneaky Frog. Welcome back sa camps.
I hate it, man. Parang nagsasawa na ako sa sarili kong mukha ko at this point, man, eh. Pero yun nga, 6-3 ang ating scoreline para Team Stallions. Obviously, medyo mas freestyle yung naging round nila, no, pare. It's just, straight up 4 players on the mid side, back into CA and back into EA. Pero yun nga, guys, don't worry. We're gonna get back into the game ASAP once we, switch the sides dito. Pero obviously, parang Team Stallions kind of upping the pace, especially going into yung second half natin, pare. And, ayun nga, you kind of have to. Kasi Team Acceptance, they're kind of busy trying to set up dito sa map natin, busy trying to guess what side of the map has to be taken.
I mean, tsaka nakita rin naman natin, this is like prevalent na rin sa ating mga teams. Last round, sa first half, last round to close out the series, they just push and just execute, no? Yun nakita natin dito for Stallions, check out high bid, check TB, baka may easy frag. Ajax was there, pero sitting yung Subala. Then they goes towards EA. And that was the very first time na narinig ko ang multiple M4 spraying on down sa A-side. Tapos ang sakit pala sa tenga. Just like what we're doing right now. Kasi masakit na tayo sa mata, Sticky. Palagi tayo nakikita ngayon. But it is gonna be 63 scoreline. BL side for Acceptance though. Napag-usapan natin to kanina na parang they can just do what they did on sa base. Pero kasi bigger map, Sneaky. I feel like B-side is so hard to take, lalo na't mag-over-aggress dito si JJ. KLB will trying to spot this out. Revenge is actually always, open dito sa high mid position natin to look towards second mid. So, they might have a pretty tough time here, no?
Yeah, definitely might have a tough time na, pare, especially with the sides finally taking a switch. And finally Acceptance after, a few hours, pare, finally gets to play dito sa ating BL side, pare. And I feel like Team Acceptance, they really need to pull the exact same tricks na nakita ko dito sa sub-base, no? The lurking galing dito kay Silent, the baiting galing dito kay Ajax as well, right? Na makuha lang talaga nila yung attention dito ng Team Stallion sa isang side ng mapa, like for example A at B, at I hope to see na mas successfully nila ma-fake, no, yung isang side ng mapa para doon mapunta yung STS natin and kinda make the weak side a bit more weak, let's just say, dito sa ating Ankara map. Which is definitely possible, no, considering yung space na pwede nilang kunin dito. And of course, Heck is gonna be playing the usual Heck positions, pare.
I mean, there's also something to point out, no, if matetest out nga dito yung players natin for Acceptance, so how they'll be creative just to make a side weaker pagdating dito sa STS, because if you remember quite clearly, no, Sneaky, we saw Kano sa exit in like 2 of these matches na sa buong group stage nila, and naging parang butas yun. Just because you don't have Kano in that power position na able to get early contact dito sa high mid, just because now, again, the recent changes, no, Revenge will be playing dito sa may RS side natin, checking itong high mid position, checking B as well, and it just puts a lot of like parang kakaibang parang positions para sa STS. And knowing Acceptance, they know how to play up against STS, especially with the maps covered by them recently, with the matches na nalaro dito ng STS. If ganun yung makita nila, they have full coverage, mas ma-open up dito yung TB para sa buong Acceptance. But yun na nga, it is gonna be a lot of what ifs para dito sa ating dalawang teams. Ankara is such a big map for Acceptance to actually try and hold or try to push in. But again, Silent, Ajax, Dre, parang naging lie-low na nga rin dito si Ajax, na we saw him very great on sub base, but now he's actually not really that explosive anymore. He is getting some kills, pero not in the same kind of factor na parang ikakagulat or ikakatumba dito ng Stallions. But again, guys, 63 scoreline is no joke. It's still very close para sa Acceptance. If you find the 6-6, dun tayo magkakakitaan ng kakaiba para sa ating blue teams.
Yun nga parang, I feel like para kay Ajax especially, it's a lot less of a funnel para sa kanya. Dito sa dito second mid, dito na sub-base, obviously the targets are gonna be right in front of you parang, especially yung mga flashes na tinatapon niya, the timings that he's getting, obviously he's not getting the same timing as he is na nakita nga natin dito sa sub-base. And yun nga, Stallions taking full advantage of it pare. Nakita na natin dun sa last round right before the switch ng sides na yun nga, they're just trying to see if they can kinda split the defense wide open by trying to take out itong si Ajax galing sa kanyang tower position pare. But ayun nga, with all that distraction, Acceptance obviously, I wouldn't say they're very similar dito sa Stallions when they pull the trigger on the rotations immediately, pero as soon as talaga may onting contact lang na nangyari dito kay Ajax, you can already see in the minimap itong si Silent and itong si Dre trying to help him as much as possible habang may ongoing fight pa na nangyayari dito sa high mid. Pero it was already a bit too late, man. Nakita mo naman yung minimap natin, Team Stallions went from CA into EA, no checking whatsoever. Parang isa lang ang tao dun sa top A, and I feel like they knew.
Yeah, parang isang ruta na lang talaga na parang once they saw Ajax there or once they saw Ting, feeling ko yung talagang fire starter dun, at least yung go signal para sa Stallions was that pick mula kay Revenge on Ting to just enter into EA, quite recklessly, and it did prove out well para sa kanila. It was almost close. Tulad nga sinabi, nakapick pa nga dun si Ajax with just 1 HP, which is pretty crazy. But now, they need a lot more miracles dito. Tulad ng ni Kano that needs miracles in terms of connection to the server. But for us, we'll just be waiting para dito sa ating games. And again, looking at it, if you were to ask me, which you will not be, is Acceptance will be going towards the playoffs, tapos makakalaban ulit ni STS. If this goes in quite clearly, parang siguro dun makakapag-red na ulit yung ating STS. I'm just surprised that Loy hasn't been around. I miss him now, Sneaky. Parang ang laking kawalan na Loy is not here.
I mean, Loy definitely, nararamdaman mo yung pagkakulang dito ni Loy on the side of Team Stallions. Obviously, there is not a guy, constantly aggressing the other side of the map pare, and kinda, playing that secondary punch right behind Kano dito sa mapa natin, and especially knowing that, Loy is rifling. His rifling really cannot be compared to anyone dito sa ating liga, in all honesty. Maybe ito nga si Kano, he's very different when the way he takes fights and the way he aggressively takes fights dito sa mapa natin. You can kinda, feel the proactivity medyo bumaba ng onte dito sa side ng Team Stallions, and it was kinda very, very evident nung sub-base pare, kasi if I'm not mistaken, Loy is usually responsible para dito sa, either dito sa may passage or dito sa may LR area natin, and he's usually the one kinda, threatening na, magpupush ba ako or hindi, maybe I'm just poking around, maybe I can get the headshot kung sino man paakit dito ng MR. And ayun nga, kinda feel yung passiveness ng Stallions at this very moment pare.
It's pretty insane na a singular player can give you this kind of like change kahit na your Team Stallions kuno na parang if Loy is out, you have a different taste for Stallions. Kasi last time na I was glorifying STS, sinasabi ko parang you have star players in a team that does look like a family, look like a team. And pag pinagsama-sama mo yun, parang it's all good. Pag pinaghiwa-hiwalay mo ng power positions, they can still fight. Pero with Loy out, it's looking pretty, pretty bad itong ating Stallion. Siguro, just the powers lang talaga ni Loy has been really, really good. But, ito na nga, no? We're just waiting again. Another possible dead round para dito sa ating mga players. Kano does keep on reconnecting. We're just stretching a little bit here. Pero Sneaky, kung ikaw naman ang tatanungin ko, no? A lot of questions here, pero I'll make it easier for you na lang. Anong gusto mong kainin later on? Kasi di pa tayo kumakain.
Ay, man. I need like a really good meal later.
Yeah,
Kasi yun nga, no,
we need
I don't know.
a good meal.
We need a good meal kasi yun nga, no, our lunch has been, pretty much moved towards yung, the 5 p.m. Di ko alam kung matatao pa natin lunch yan, pare, kasi pa 6 p.m. na tayo eh. Pero hopefully, I need some Japanese curry, pare. This is low-key. As much as I feel for the players, no? Pero ayun nga, it is a bit of waiting dito nga sa ating baka dead rounds or at least on the Switch side. So, ayun nga, no, really good meal would be nice right after this kasi ayun nga, hopefully, low-key, I am hoping, to be completely honest with the chat, I am hoping na 3 games yung second series so I can take my sweet time to just, take my sweet time to just enjoy yung, the rice and everything, pare, kasi, ayun nga, no, I feel like we need, that, pare.
You know what's funny as well, Sneaky? Maglalaro pang Stallions mamaya kapag it's matches. And I'm also kinda glad that other people will be covering that, no? Kasi that might just be a reoccurring effect yung nangyayari dito ngayon. And just to reiterate, ang nakikita ngayon, daming mga nagtatanong, no? Again, guys, if you're asking, bakit kami nakikita nyo? Baka kami na lang maglaban ni Sneaky dito, no? In our face cams. Pero no, it is just us waiting for our players to reconnect, especially on the side of Stallions. They don't have the best connection right now. So please do bear with us. We're trying to connect with them as well. But the connection has also been, between us has been not really good. But yeah, so nonetheless, mukhang we have a goal signal now. Sneaky Frog, we're going into the game. This is the second half. Let's go straight into that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ben ko tanaw. Andam lang ko flash.
Yan na.
Ano pa rin? Unyan. Sabi mo, pag dito ka
Oh,
na.
smoke iyo. Wala pa dito. Smoke na. Sa yellow.
Very calm for STS. Kahit nung nag-subbase, no, hindi sila masyado maingay at not really calming a lot. It's been very, very calm.
No reason to be. Too aggressive para dito sa side ng Team Acceptance, para yun nga, they're the ones trying to chase those openers galing dito sa Team Stallions as they usually like to go for those full peaks. Pero switching going on dito sa Hotel. KLP wanting to play dito sa may tower side and Revenge wanting to play sa high mid. So, ito pa yung double sniper setup sa B? Oh, yep, it is.
Talk me into this, Sneaky, because I never see this though. Double TRG sa B? Siguro, TV side, no? Tapos, itong high mid, dahil nandito nga si KLB sa pinakadulong side, they have a lot of powers, pero kuno, never mind. Let's talk about that later on. Heck, low in HP. JJ waiting for the catch, and he does get off Heck. That's a second kill for Kano as Sting just wide peaks dito sa may CA. Susunod na mamatay dito is gonna be KLB. So, that's one player down for STS. But Acceptance, they need to reclaim itong mga kills na nangyari sa may A-side.
Yung Kano already na prime spot already daw dito sa floor A, pare. Pero, Ajax.
Oh, wow! Aggressiveness! Dire-diretso, pero Bray is all the way from B-side.
Oh, he's playing silence role, pare.
Oh, he's going for the big lurk. He's just like Chloe, pero better form. It's Dre. They're gonna be lining up. May kita niya dito si KLP. Revenge will get a kill, pero Ajax now claims a 2v1 as he kills off JJ. Revenge with a TRG spotted na tagpa bago makalabas ng smoke. Ajax is just too good on A side. And that's Acceptance getting the first round sa ating second half.
Yeah, Acceptance doing their classic thing as well, no? Dito sa BL side, no, Polar, which is, bait the other side of the map, go on the other side as well. Parang low-key naging ally dito yung mga ibang members, no? Especially the first two na papasok dito. Sometimes it is Silence, sometimes it is Heck, and sometimes it is itong si Dre. But as soon as those first two players are down, pakaramdam po, Acceptance, doon sila magde-decide kung saan sila pupunta dito. And it doesn't have to be 2 members down as well. As long as they have those 2 kills na napaka-importante, pare, pwede na pumasok dito.
Yeah, parang checklist para sa kanila ngayon, no, is just to deplete 2 players and then execute, or at least get a little bit more advantage before they go into the site, kasi mas malambot, mas madali. Mas madaling pumasok, which means mas madali ding manalo para sa kanila. This 3 rounds na lead ng ating STS it was a no joke, pero parang ngayon, it's slowly crumbling, no? Nawawala dito yung grass ng STS na naman sa buong laruan natin.
HM control though para dito kay KLB. And I like this though, yung B-site double sniper sana. Gusto ko makita galing kay KLB at kay Revenge, kasi I feel like I've seen that back in the day when I was experimenting dito sa B-site kung anong possible na pwedeng i-cover dito. The hotel and itong TP can be covered by one sniper and HM can be covered as well. Problema nga lang, if there was an execute na paparating dito sa hotel, they do look a bit vulnerable, no, from that position. Pero Acceptance trying to play the long game. Na naman dito para tignan mo kung saan nakaposisyon yung mga players natin.
Towards TB possibly. A big B split kung saan gandang play if makapasok agad si Dre dito with 1 pick, but they're playing with time. 45 seconds left. Timer is in red. Pero KLB through the smoke finds him through the gaps. Mamatay dun si Silent, pero dead diretso sila ta may TB side. KLP is also here. Meanwhile, Heck, hinahayaan niya lang mag-push doon yung players na yun. C4 nandun. Wala siya mahanap kundi si Kano. Pero it's 4 players on STS holding down B-Psych. Na-realize na ata ng Acceptance. Pero they keep on pushing. Sumala dito si Ajax. Susunod sitting. Revenge with a 2K. And almost makes it 3. He misses the shot. And with 13 seconds left, Heck activates!
Whoa.
1 down! Almost 2! Pwede pang makuha dito ng Acceptance yung round number 11, and they do! Holy Heck with a very, very late lurk!
Yun lang, and that definitely woke up the nerves dito ng Acceptance, pare. And the fact na nakuha pa ni Dre dito si Revenge on the TP side is absolute madness. Off of just 1 miss. At ang gandang lurk nga dito ni Heck. Yung akala mo talaga na safe na mag-rotate dito sa may high mid, pare, pero naandun pala siya this entire time. Acceptance is so good at this game of smokes and mirrors, pare. Akala mo nandun pala sila sa kabila.
Yeah, ang daming parang layers just to take out itong Acceptance and to claim around. Heck, I was so surprised that he was holding down LAs for so long. And 20 seconds na lang, or 30 seconds, but he still got the win. That was insane to see now. Yung 3-point lead na nag-earn ng STS sa first half is now only won a singular round. And look at Acceptance, their confidence is so high na dire-diretso lang sila dito sa may high mid.
Yeah, but this is the same old take para sa Team Acceptance. And they better not stop doing this, pare, kasi ito talaga yung gumagana para sa kanila dito. Same goes for the sub-base map, pero TP control. Revenge not happy about that one, pare.
Yeah. Revenge will keep on holding though. KLP with a TRG. He could have just gone a sniper, no? Just hold out itong hotel side natin from a very far angle, pero siya mismo yung haharap dito ngayon. Deadly signs para kay KLP and sa STS. He needs to find the pick. And he misses the shots! Every shot didn't count! At Acceptance ngayon, controlling majority of the map. Nakukuha nila yung hotel and they can still play with time.
Revenge, I don't think he knows where to sit in this position. Pinapa-reclear na dito yung TB, pare. But there is nowhere to be found, or no one to be found dun sa position na yan. And I feel like Acceptance, they got revenge!
They got revenge! And they got the slope side! Kaso mapipitas pa din si KLP! Yes! Ajax just jumping! At napapatay nila lahat ng STS. JJ though claims 1. At Kano, mahanap si Heck. Mamamatay yung matanda. Ajax ngayon, mamamatay lang din. Kano, yung bata, pumapatay ng buong Acceptance. 16 seconds, they plant the bomb. Kano, naiipit, looks to the left, and kills off Silent. Now Ken look to the right. Ting mag-isa na lang. Pero in the tall box, he hides, waits for the defuse, waits for Kano to push. Still in full HP, pero nagtatago lang siya. Kano, spotted, Ting, dead! And that's Christopher Robinson with a beautiful execution and retake onto B-side.
Yun nga, very well aware naman dito si Kanuno na may early positions na sila dito sa ating B site and napakatagal pa ng C4 na yan bago sumabog pare. There was 10 whole seconds as the fight started. Pero si Tiggy nakakala niya yata na okay, Kanuno's probably cleared the entirety of batteries and magpupush na lang siya sa position ko. Pero sayang yung ginawa dito ng Team Acceptance. They got the picks that they wanted. Nagkataon lang talaga na I think nahulog dito si Ajax kaya hindi na insta-clear tong si JJ pare. Could have gone in with a lot cleaner of an execute.
Bro, what a big wraparound though for Kano, no? That was a 4K for Kano. That was insane. Imagine now as Silent falls down.
Walang fence watch.
Acceptance. Not good.
I think yung papanish ni Heck dito pare was supposed to be yung possible wide swing papuntang floor A or baka may sniper na paparating nga dito pare pero hindi lumabas eh. And I was surprised that they were that reckless fully knowing na yung floor A natin there was not a single opponent seen para sa kanila. Wala man ng mata papuntang fence man knowing na yun yung favorite position dito ni Kano at the moment.
They continue though, Sneaky. With Ajax. Actually tagging Red. Pressure here, Ajax, let's hold. Oh, he killed the head! What a repick for Ajax! What?
Feels like he's been sent from the future pare just to kill revenge.
That's like 3 times
That's the third
now.
time.
3 times na yun. Hindi pala si Heck ang papatay kay Revenge Man. Si Ajax pala. I have to give it to Acceptance, those sneaks. The balls of steel that they have right now are definitely coming into play with 25 seconds exactly. Lalapit sila ng B-site, maluwag ang depensa dito ng STS if they find KLB immediately pero rotations now in effect. Na-realize ni Kano na wala dito sa may A-site. He's going in for the backstab again at mahahanap niya na naman si Hick. That's 2 players down! STS close it down at dahil nag-take time doon ang buong Acceptance, they take another round for Team Stallions.
Yeah, na-spot ko na yung adjustment dito, no, Polar. Dito ng Team Stallions. Stallions, obviously, they're still running the, exact same defense na meron nga sila dito. But Kano is actually the one being assigned to be the main flanker para sa kanyang team. And that's the perfect idea para dito kay Kano because it fulfills yung kanyang need of fighting, no, and need of aggression dito sa mapa natin. And it seems like he's in a very comfortable spot. Pero Acceptance. Gusto nilang bilisan yung 80. Kaso may CA na pre.
Uy! Heck! Oh! I don't know! What a fast quick scope on JJ! Pero Kano, nagtago lang! Nag-wait lang dito para sa Acceptance pero Ajax now trying to fight and he still wins it. Dalawa para sa kanya at yung pangatlo si KLP makukuha ni Dre. Hindi siyam na puntos dito. Siyam na puntos dito ang STS.
Yun na nga. But look at the numbers though on the side of Ajax. 10 and 3 dito sa laruan natin pare. It seems like with all the breaks that we had earlier, sa kanila lang napunta yung init dito ng Team Acceptance. But at the same time, we cannot ignore what Hectus did. What a shot on JJ. Pero sayang dito si Kanumin. Malapit na. Pero Ajax playing this one smart. Hindi na pinul-commit to pare.
Yeah, talagang poking lang, no? And it did give out that beautiful A-side. And Dre, just for that delay, no? Sa may LA, doon na sinabi mo kanina, Sneaks, ang daming pwedeng puntahan dito ng Accept. And that's given from the delay na ginagawa nila. It's like, sige, push ka dito, but there's always player na is gonna be very far back going in for the trade or that pincer maneuver. At ngayon, STS, they're playing very passive now, pero look at Acceptance, diretso sila ng A.
But is it though? I feel like may konti fakes pa na nangyayari dito sa mapa and
They might.
JJ's gonna bite on it.
Oh, they might now. Kano in room A in the best position so far. He finds nothing but silent. 3v4 and look at this position for Hick. Maharap niya dito ngayon ang katawan ni KLB. The IGL is down. Team Stallions with 2 players. They find more kills. It's double sniper heaven now. Pero tatama nga ba? No! It's Heck with another insane shot. And even Revenge cannot get anything from the highest position sa Ankara. He goes in and Heck will claim the kill. 7-8. And we're back. Guess what? We're waiting.
That was the fastest dead round call ever, pare.
Yes.
Hindi ko man lang nakita yung graphic. It's just like, yeah, dead round. Alright. Ayun nga. I mean, grabe. I am dumbfounded, amazed. You know, everything that adjective ng surprise dito, pare. Team Acceptance, yun nga, yung sinasabi nga natin. Granted, nag-struggle sila no sa start dito ng ating second half, but it kinda seems like the adjustments were finally rolling in dito sa mapa ka natin, pare. And they're finally dividing the attention dito ng Team Stallions. And heck, mas nakakahanap na dito ng third play, pare. And pakaramdam ko, Acceptance, they're like, na-realize nila na, oh nga pala, A player dito si Kano. Why don't we do the poke and prod dito sa A side and kind of take him out early, no? Being one of the X factors nga dito ng Team Stallions, and they are playing it once again smartly dito sa mapa natin. No? They're picking their targets really well, but also yung kanilang fakes ay napaka-effective dito. No? There's a few flashes, a few nades on the B side of the map, and ito nga si JJ, he's just peeking towards EA, and it's a very good pre-fire, pre-aim at the start of the round. So, ayun nga, Team Stallions, it kinda seems like na as much as Kano will be your best player, pare, he also has the biggest target in his back.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy din, no, na kung ikaw yung nasa position ngayon ng Stallions, even you cannot find the right angles to clear up etong ating Acceptance on the BL side. Even Heck now is playing that middle ground na pwede ako mag-push, pwede ako maging very passive. You don't know what to expect right now for the entirety dito ngayon ng Acceptance, and it's just pretty crazy to see na ganito nakukuha ng Acceptance yung rounds nila up against Stallions, one of the teams that we put in a big pedestal in the worldwide stage, pero now falling very very close towards the side of Acceptance, no? Parang yung sinabi mo, Sticky, na pag dumating tayo ng Eagle Eye, maging 11-11, parang mas napapaaga pa yun kasi Ankara is already going towards that with this kind of performance for these two teams. It's a neck-and-neck every time, and hindi na ulit nakabawi dito sa 3-point lead ng ating Stallions. They cannot close out Ankara in the regulation dito sa ating two halves sa Ankara.
Yun nga, and I feel like it is the time for Team Stallions to slightly play unconventional dito nga sa mapa natin. It is time to finally go aggressive, man. Just release the hounds dito sa long A and dito sa may long B natin. And just see what happens. Kasi, ayun nga, no, Team Acceptance, meron pa silang... Team Stallions actually has one more point of leeway, no, if I'm not mistaken. So, you know, testing that kind of round would not really hurt their overall run, no. At most, it will be a tie-up in between yung dalawang teams natin, pare. Pero, ayun nga, no, Team Acceptance, I feel like one of the main ways that they can counter, or rather Team Stallions, the way that they can counter itong Team Acceptance, pare, is to try and cut the head off of the snake at the beginning of the round, pare. Kasi, ayun nga, no, Acceptance kind of has a bit of a hard time operating dito sa mapa natin when they only have two or, you know, one player left dito sa kanilang, dito nga sa kanilang opensa, because I feel like even though mamamatay yung first two players, the information na nakukuha ng first two players, parang nalalaman na ng Acceptance ano yung pinaka-optimal na play dun sa lugar na yun, pare.
Yeah, I may na-realize nga rin ako, Sneaky, after this, na parang etong wins nila ng mga round wins na very very close up against Stallions can really be a factor pagdating dito sa playoffs nila. Kasi if you think about it, even if matalo dito sa 2-1 fashion ang ating Acceptance, they have better round differential na for other teams. I believe so. Or they have leverage now just because it's up against Stallions or something like that. Pero man, they're playing pretty insane. Stallions though, if you think about it even more, there's a lot of missing shots. Man, we saw revenge. If you look back sa mga nangyari dun sa TV side dati ng B side, ang dami niyang missed shot, which is a concern. Because you also still have a KLP that can also snipe, but you're forcing him in a position that he needs to be the first one to fall down with that M14 dito sa may LP side. And are you really risking that if you're Stallions? Is that really the way to do it? Kasi Kano has been frying, but is also getting issues in the back end. And I feel like they're just bored now, itong Stallions, because they're given these positions that they don't even want to play, or at least are harder for them to execute, no? Kasi they have set piece before, at ngayon since nababago na yung lahat yun, it's pretty tough. I believe nahihirapan din talaga dito ang Stallions.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really blame them for being bored about this situation. Pare, as in, it is a whole lot of drops and a whole lot of walking and a whole lot of sitting around dito nga sa mapa natin. So, gonna have to wait and see. 7 and 8 para dito sa Team Acceptance. And only 1 point left in between these two. No, Acceptance, if you can tie things up, pwede pa to, pare.
KLP now, again, back on the TRG.
Going aggressive.
Ito na yun. Aggressiveness na hinahanap mo, Sticky. They instantly decapitate 2 players.
See?
Kano. Diretso sa may yellow. Actually waiting, no? Not really pushing here. Heck is above him. And he gets the spot in. This might just be a flawless round already para sa Stallions.
Ayun nga pare, I was wondering why ba napaka-deflated ng kanilang confidence dun sa mga ibang rounds natin, no? Considering that they are Team Stallions, pare, they can just do these types of things na they can just go on the LA rush, go on the mid rush as well at the same time and somehow net 3. So, Team Stallions, obviously listening to my advice pare and gumana ka yun.
Yeah, good thing. But it leaves 2 players on Acceptance, no? The 2 youngest players, new additions for Acceptance. It's Sting and Dre. Wanting to go for a big 2v5, pero ang ganda ng hold ng A sa mid, sa B. Only thing that they could go through is itong hotel side, pero they are now entering. Dre. Headshot pero low in HP. Sting trying to recover for a possible 1-2 trade for KLB. Get spotted! What a shot from Ting! This might be doable! May smoke pa dito si Ting!
Have to look for one more play though.
They can't plant the bomb. Ting, over-aggressive. Nasa kanisi. And he gets the shot! Wait a minute, Kano now! Reclaims the advantage. Pero 2v1. Low in HP dito si Kano, pati si Revenge.
C4's out in the open as well, pare. 38 seconds para kay Dre. Does have a flash and a smoke to work with, pare. Pero, yeah, the smoke is gonna go towards itong hotel side natin. It is an open angle, no? So, hopefully we see something. Trying to make the lead.
Double peek is there. STS knows quite clearly. So 7-9, Team Stallions. Hinanapan natin ng mabilisan. Ginawa nila dito sa round na yun.
Yeah, nice little play though from Dre, no? Dinrap na dito yung kanyang USB to kinda feign the sound of the C4 being picked up. But unfortunately para sa Team Stallions, their prerogative is just double peek whoever is holding itong C4 natin. A very nice attempt para sa Team Acceptance. And look at this, even on the 2 versus 2, they're still playing yung one guy going aggressive, one guy kind of baiting right behind, and it almost worked, pare.
Again, no? Looking back at it, you also realize na Acceptance going back to their old ways of just gunning out with the last players to go for a clutch. But big flash, big smokes, Kano already claiming some kills, KLB with 2. At ngayon, they just close down the doors. They can still play passive, but they hit every headshot there. A long-awaited win for Stallions in Ankara. We're going to a set number 3 in Eagle Eye.
And yun nga, we go into Eagle Eye 2.0 and finally, Team Stallions get to actually play the map, which is the reason why kung bakit nandito si KLP, pare. Yun nga, they finally get to play double sniper on the Eagle Eye 2.0. And honestly, very nice try galing sa Team Acceptance. So, except for that last round kasi they kind of forgot that they were going up against Team Stallions and no one was distracted whatsoever para sa kanila. So, they just got shot. So, second mid, probably the round that, yun nga, no, they're just saying, alright, let's just send it in this position. Kanina pa tayo nag-1-3-1 dito sa mapa natin. Pero, ayun nga, no, you really cannot push like that up against Team Stallions. Pag magiging highlight play kayo, kumbaga.
Yeah.
So, ayun nga, Team Acceptance obviously a very nice attempt. Pero, ayun nga, no, with the map being a whole lot bigger and a lot more operable para dito sa Team Stallions, yun nga, it's just become a whole lot easier para sa kanila, pare.
Yeah, no, it was just easier at the end of the day for Stallions, even though it was a very, very close fight. Acceptance not really having a little bit more patience, no, pagdating dito sa ating last stretch of rounds, especially dun sa last 2 natin for Stallions. But yeah, they will be going towards Eagle Eye 2.0, a smaller map, no? So Acceptance might have a little bit of, back advantage here, pero a 1-1 scoreline. We know STS that they always win these kinds of series, and if they do, Acceptance will fall from a very reverse sweep mula dito sa ating series na ito. Acceptance, man, they have good fraggers though. Silent, Ting and Dre hitting some insane shots, even more insane than Kano at most times, no? Talagang kakaiba yung nagagawa nila dito, especially nagmula pa tayo ng sub-base. But at the end of the day, what can you do? You're going to Eagle Eye 2.0. Ang tanong ngayon though, Heck might possibly just have solo TRG, no? Kasi Ajax didn't really use the TRG mostly kahit dito sa Ankara eh.
And yeah, it's gonna be big responsibility para kay Heck para having to 1v2 against, two of the greatest snipers possibly of the last generation in this one pare. So it will be interesting to see, no?
Yeah, yun na nga. Let's continue to do later on. Pero ngayon, kausapin naman muna natin dito ang fresh new faces ng ating panel. It's Mochi and as well as Salvatore.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters and hopefully makapagpahinga kayo for the few minutes na meron tayo for you guys. Pero let's talk about kung ano nga ba ang nangyari dito sa ating mapa ng Ankara, Salvatore, because honestly, in my eyes, I am not sure if STS is just recalibrating. Is it because of the technical issues na na-encounter nila? And if there is just a bit of things that is still in the works in terms of adjustment and team acceptance, or Team Acceptance might be running out of things to throw at them.
Might be a lot of questions and speculations na Mochi, pero ito talaga ang tumama sa akin eh. No? I was scrolling by through sa comments kanina, kulitan sa ating comment section, and one comment took my attention talaga. Sino na nga ba talaga ang tunay na nasa experimental phase ngayong season nga na to? Is it Virtus Pro? Is it Team Stallions? I feel like mas applicable na nga siya with Team Stallions, no? With a very bold move para bangkuin si Loy in this series para lang malaman kung okay nga ba ang double sniper for both Ankara and as well as Eagle Eye is something of a move na feeling ko talaga questionable at best, pero maiintindihan mo siya in the grander scheme kasi nga this is Team Stallions. No? Nothing could possibly go wrong in an experimental phase of Team Stallions. They do have the macro for it. Pero less on that one, no? Dito muna tayo sa Ankara, which was definitely distraction field para sa Team Stallions. Akala mo nga naman, Mochi, it was on the start na, okay, let's execute this. Tapos umabot na lang sa point na Team Stallions had to rely on very fiery firepower talaga para makuha nila yung rounds. Sino makakapagsabi, Mochi, na ang post-plant ng Team Stallions ay tumingin sa exit? Sino makakapagsabi na ang default ng Team Stallions ay 4-1, no? We're so used to having these set plays of 2-1s. Talagang nakikipagsapalaran nga sila for the 2v1 scenarios. Tapos napapaabot pa ng Team Stallions sa 1v4, no? Buti na nga lang nandun si Kano. Was enough gasoline para ma-lift up ang spirits dito ng Team Stallions. But Acceptance, man, props to them. They had this amazing first half. Unti nga lang din talaga yung arangkada nga nila on the second because Sting and as well as Dre had like a very, very good play in mind. Pero may nakakancel lang talaga sila sa diskarte ng Team Stallions eh. Pero buti na lang may Eagle Eye pa tayo, Mochi, na makikita. I feel like that would fill the void where Acceptance was not able to fill sa loob nga ng Ankara.
Exactly. Although at the same time, I feel like that might also be a bad thing for Team Acceptance kasi dito lang naman sa mapa ng Eagle Eye, there will be more avenue para dito sa mga bata natin from STS para magwala dito, no? So I feel like that might be quite of a struggle for them moving forward, pero tignan muna natin ang ating set summary na kung saan nasaksihan natin yung importansya talaga ni Kano, no? Na when times seem dire and there is some moments wherein everyone is caught lacking, no, na nagkakaroon ng pagkukulang, siya talaga ang kailangan mag-step up dito. 50% headshot ang meron dito, no, 13 out of 26, na kung saan naman dito katapat ang Acceptance is they still perform pretty well, no, in all honesty dito sa mapa ng Ankara despite the said difficulties, no. At syempre idagdag na rin natin, no, dalawang sniper pa ba tawag dito ay KLP, the M14, no? We have them with the 90% and 67, which is not entirely that bad, no, for Revenge as well as KLP. Pero tingnan na nga natin, sino nga ba ang ating MVP for this one? Obvious na yan. Alam nyo na yan at nakita nyo na din. Nasaksihan nyo kung ano yung rason, and he is definitely the important player talaga dito, no, for Team Stallions, no. I feel like saying that he is the glue that binds the team together is quite of an understatement anymore, but he is definitely the one that embodies yung mga wins natin dito for Team Stallions, because if not, dude, ang hirap. This is gonna be difficult with the current status na meron tayo for Team Stallions right now.
Grabe no, Mochi, nakita mo ba yung numerong yun? Pag round off mo yung kills per round niya, he's gonna average 2 kills per round. Just
2
a
kills per
very
round.
huge stat line na para dito kay Kano to have this kind of dominating game sa loob nga ng Kara. Well played for Team Stallions, pero men, Kano, despite all of those struggles,
Grabe.
Mochi, hindi pa rin siya nahinaan ng loob.
Tuloy-tuloy pa rin, no? Tuloy-tuloy pa rin talaga yung mga ginagawa niya dito. And I wonder if Team Acceptance would be able to step up sa susunod nating laban sa Eagle Eye. Ito na, no? Ito na yung tunay na challenge, no? After all the wait, after all of the fights, no? Meron pa bang natitirang gasolina dito ngayon ang Team Acceptance o wawakasan pa rin ba ito ng Team Stallions? Malalaman natin yan pagkabalik natin after our quick short break. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na mabutuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the trouble.
grabe!
Naman sa receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Purple and Trace here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Tayo ay muling nagbabalik dito and after quite of a really interesting changes dito sa ating roster ng Team Stallions na kung saan nawala si Loy. At ipinalik si KLP kasama ni Revenge, nanalo si Acceptance sa ating unang mapa, ginantihan ng Team Stallions sa mapa ng Ankara. Right now, ano naman kaya ang mangyayari dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye? Do you have any bets on this one, Salvatore?
Mochi, feeling ko talaga tong Eagle Eye na to, tagisan ng talino, kumbaga battle of the brains, kasi Eagle Eye is definitely a
That's
map
true.
that will test anyone's mind kung gaano nga ba talaga kasolido yung mga setup nila as GR o gaano nga ba talaga kasolid yung mga entrada nga nila bilang BL. Alam ng CBF yung hirap na dinanas nga nila para lang tarunin ng Virtus Pro sa mapan to, at wala nang mas alam pa ang Team Stallions sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Definitely talaga on both ends they have this amazing GRN as well as BL. Pero nga Acceptance, Eagle Eye is something that we can associate definitely para dito kay Heck and Silent. The problem is right now, Mochi, dito na talaga natin makukuha yung definitive answer na is there enough macro in the room para makasingit dyan ang Acceptance. Nakita natin sa subbase, nakita natin sa Ankara, Eagle Eye is now a huge
Yes.
question mark sa punong dulo nitong paungusap nga na to for Acceptance. So yeah, challenge here is for Acceptance na maging consistent nga sila sa kanilang mga ginagawa.
The biggest and grandest challenge para dito sa Team Acceptance awaits dito sa ating susunod na mapa, and it's already up to them. Kaya naman ipasa na natin ito kay Bipolar and Sneaky Frog. Please stay hydrated at sana okay pa kayo.
Yun ang Eagle Eye 2.0 will be very interesting para sa ating dalawang teams. I feel like Sneaky, tanggalin natin yung tanggalin natin yung stance ng ating mga players, tanggalin na rin natin dito yung mga possible na what ifs natin, because we already laid it beforehand. Pero at the end of the day, sino nga bang mas gutom, and can Acceptance really claim up a win up against the godly team like Team Stallions?
Ayun nga, there's a lot in this conversation, pare, na pwede natin makuha going into Eagle Eye 2.0. Obviously, we have to point out the obvious, yung size ng map being a whole lot more smaller, which definitely does benefit itong Team Acceptance, so especially knowing na it's gonna be more, kind of a funneling dito papunta sa mga sites natin, kagaya nga dito ng LB, kagaya nga dito ng ating kagaya nga natin ng double doors, and kagaya nga dito ng ating LA side, it's just a matter of anong parte ng mapa yung ipa-prioritize dito ng ating dalawang teams, and it will be interesting to see how it will pan out pagdating dito sa depensa natin. If I am not mistaken, that is
GR
gonna be Team Acceptance muna, So, ayun nga, Team Acceptance, are they gonna be, taking that double sniper? Kaya nga na sinabi mo, man, that is always an option, para dito kay Ajax. And if hindi, ayun nga, saan mapupunta ang sniper nga dito ni Heck? Because if you go A site and be the anchor nga dito sa A site, obviously, itong hotel natin and itong second mid is obviously gonna be open for some sniping angles para dito kay Revenge at para kay KLP. And pag napunta naman sa dito sa B site, obviously, may nuance pa ng, the doghouse, jump B, tapos meron pang LA, metal box dito sa LA as well. So, not having a double sniper sa mapa na to, you really are kind of missing out.
Yeah, parang kung isipin mo ngayon, parang since GR side dito ang ating players for Acceptance, may malaking wanted poster sa harapan ng BL spawn dito for Stallions, and that's with Heck, and that's given for dead or alive. But we do have a comment here mula sa ating comment section on the Facebook Live. It's coming from CrossFIRE Radar. Big shoutouts to you, brother. STS, minaliit ba ang AT? Di pinaglaro si Loy, akala nila kaya nila kunin ang 2-0 laban ng Acceptance. Do you think so? Feeling ko naman may tamang reasoning why nawala dito ngayon si Loy.
Yeah, I think Loy is probably just doing something, more important out of the game. And especially considering na, Stallions is already in playoffs, so kahit matalo sila dito, they're still gonna be holding a spot dito sa ating top 4. Granted, it's not the same domination na sinabi nga dito ni Tanks at the beginning of the season, but still, Stallions is still looking, prime and ready para nga sa ating playoffs. So, gaya na sinabi dito ni KLB, it kind of seems like they're already in their playoff form, and they're just doing some minor tweaks left and right, pare, especially pagdating sa kanilang macro, which has seen an improvement, Pero mapapaisip na lang talaga ako, how deep will the playbook go para dito sa Team Stallions? Kasi I have a gut feeling na if you kind of overcomplicate yung strats or yung macro ng team na to, pare, dun sila magkakagulo eh. I feel like the approach has to be very direct para dito sa STS in order to kind of keep that firepower rolling, para sa kanilang team. And, obviously, there has been some innovations as of recent. May mga B-fakes na tayo nakikita galing kay Revenge. Some splits as well dito sa sub-base map natin. So, hopefully, we do see the exact same thing as well dito sa Eagle Eye. Kasi, yun nga, if you're just going purely LA or purely LB, there is, a large chance na, it could be easily countered nga dito ng isang Team Acceptance.
I like na pinout out mo dito na kailangan maging direct dito ng ating stratbook or at least the comms, especially dito sa labanan na to, yung team styles natin, because there's a possibility na mag-jive in yung mga yung mga possible calls ng ating mga teams, since you do have KLP and Revenge now going towards the TRG role. But now we do have another comment dito para sa inyong lahat. We do have si Clark Caparas. Iba pa rin KLP chemistry nila. Magaling si Revenge pero teamwork pa din. What do you think about this, Niggy? Actually, this might be a good point. Parang you have two Stallions kapag iba yung snipers nila eh.
Yeah, I think we had this conversation. I'm not sure if I had this conversation on the podcast, or at least the way I think sa simula ng season, where KLP is literally an entirely different use case para nga dito sa side ng STS. Pero tama naman talaga na may punto naman talaga na ayun nga, obviously the communication is gonna be a bit different pag nandito si KLP na nasa roster. I think communication is very important, no? At naging evident yun when Fervent actually made their roster change nung natanggal dito si J-Kim, because I feel like that was one of the main reasons why na yun nga, the communication wasn't as flowy as expected, and I feel like KLP definitely can get that done. Problem is, ayun nga, no, Revenge also provides that additional, aggression and firepower para sa sniper nyo, pare. He's the sniper that will go first para sa team mo and will be leading the charge. So it's two very different types of sniping. Na itong si KLP is more of a anchory kind of style. Definitely will be smoothing out yung communications natin, pare. Pero what if crunch time na? You can always rely on Revenge pagdating sa crunch time, pare.
Parang if you think about it, if KLP is here sa Stallions, chemistry, right? If Revenge is playing, you have aggressiveness. So you have two Stallions to pick to play pagdating dito sa Masters or even in any kind of tournament, right? Stallions can either be having chemistry or giving chemistry up away para sa firepower. Yun yung pinagkaiba right now. With Revenge and KLP playing as these two snipers ngayon ng ating team stars. So yeah, still a good point. At the end of the day, you're really just giving up something for another advantage, right? It's kind of pick your poison na lang para kay Tanks dito kung ano yung kailangan niya on that immediate contact, or at least for these matches natin nakikita. But yeah, Eagle Eye 2.0, I would like to parang mas gugustuhin ko pa nga, Sneaky, na mag-A-site na nandito si Heke, because we saw a lot beforehand nung marami ng Eagle Eye maps dito ang ating styles na Revenge actually just host out sa BL side nila in the first minute of the game dito sa Long B side on the respawn, looking at Hotel, yung frame pati yung second mid. So if Hek wants to negate the fact na maaga siya mapipitas, he can just go towards si Kep dito sa may A side and fight itong si KLP or deny it with multiple smokes, no? Kasi that can also be a possibility. May isa pa akong concern actually, pagdating sa laban na to. Once we switch sides, we know na very creative dito sa mga 2-3 pushes ang Acceptance, 1-1-3 ang Acceptance, pero how can you penetrate high mid kung nandun si Kano, kung nandun si KLB and JJ is on lane? I feel like mas maging problematic, no, Sneaky, mas maging direct na lang na contact na LB or LA push dito yung Acceptance.
Yeah, I feel like this is where the nades has to get a bit creative, no? Para dito sa side ng Team Acceptance. And honestly, Team Acceptance has been really good with their utility, no? Maganda naman yung kanilang flashes, especially when the second flash comes, it comes really, really late, no? At hindi mabubulag yung player na nakapasok sa site, as, it does blind anyone looking towards the direction of the enemy. So, ayun nga, hopefully yung utility nila yung makakasalba sa mga ganun na moments, kasi napaka-importante talaga na kumuha ng HM control dito, or at least sa may double doors banda, no? Kahit i-hold mo lang yun para bakat yung rotation ng mga players na papasok na galing dito sa B site. And ayun nga, no, I feel like that would be a very important point of the map na kailangan ka nilang isipin dito, pare. Ayun nga, I feel like if they can get it going dito sa high mid, a lot of possibilities open up, no? Dito sa map natin, you get to avoid the long sniper fights as well, no? Galing dito sa LA at galing dito sa LB, pwede na kayo dumaan dito sa HM, or if you did get hotel control, baka second mid, pare.
I always I always disregard na may needs nga tayo sa game na to that can be very, very powerful, especially up against these teams like STS. So if nakita natin kanina sa subbase na matagalan nga nagpupush si Silent from Vince, he can absolutely do that as well. Pero it needs to be very delayed, no? Baka nga time strip pa nga yung delay niya dito para lang gumana yung that kind of push or that kind of hold, just because you see the GR side dito ng ating players for Stallions that is very, very formidable, na wala man lang makakalampas dito sa Hamid just because of these M14s na very prevalent, no? And I don't know, man. It's gonna be a very tough fight para dito sa Acceptance. It's not just really for Silent na kailangan dito gumawa ng big plays again. We don't just need him to be loud, but also Heck, no, he needs to clearly read the field kung saan nga ba sila pwede pumunta or when they can really execute on the BL side, because it's a tough fight. Again, guys, if you think about it, last time na nakita natin dito ang ating Stallions on 2 Masters ago, it was Eagle Eye na ginawa na rin nilang hometown, no, or together with Virtus Pro. So this is a map that they know very well. Even Revenge knows how to play it to some point, no. So it's really a tough fight at the end of the day. But ngayon talaga parang feeling ko talaga sneaky, just like what my first thought was. Take the stat line out the book, strats na lang to, at kasi talaga yung mas gutom, kasi at the end of the day, Stallions doesn't really have anything to lose. They have playoffs now. They can just focus on itong EWC strat natin, pati yung podium finish. Meanwhile, itong Acceptance, they're fighting for blood. They're fighting to play more games. Yun yung problema.
They're fighting for their lives at this point, no? And they're trying to be, what Keridas was dito sa last season natin, pare. We're now barely eking by dito sa playoffs. Maybe even get a cheeky upset, no? Papasok nga dito ng ating top 8 or papasok ng ating top 6, pare. And that would definitely be a big surprise para sa mga ibang teams natin, like itong Fervid, like itong Matches, who possibly is trying to get into yung playoffs natin as well. So, ayun nga, Team Acceptance still definitely capable of doing so, no? Especially knowing STS, there's not much incentive para sa kanila na, to really turn up the ante dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Granted, domination and everything is sinasabi dito ni Tax, but they also have to think about there's a lot of the enemy or a lot of the enemy teams watching dito sa game natin at this very moment. No? Alam ko naglalaro dito si KLP and it might not be the same play, but ayun nga, no, they can kind of just plug and play dito sa mapa natin and kind of see if they can exploit it from there. Pero mapapaisip ko talaga dito sa mapa na to, no? How will Loy's absence affect this, pare? I feel like B-site would be slightly weaker pagdating sa holding, no, pare? And I feel like there needs to be a bit more help on the B-side of the map para sa kanila dito, pare. And I feel like they really do miss yung that secondary entry na ginagawa nga dito ni Loy, either on the other side of the map or dito sa HM. So nga, no, it's become like a bigger responsibility para dito kay KLB at kay JJ, because at the moment Kano is actually playing Lurk and it has been working most of the time dito sa Ankara map natin. That's where the adjustment was made, and I wonder if Kano can pull off the same Lurks dito sa mapa, no? Especially knowing na he might be playing Hotel. I think it would make sense for him to play Hotel para matesting lang talaga yung mga players kung sino man na nakaupo dun, pare.
Yeah. It's a different shift talaga, no? Na parang this is really parang not in our expectations, not in our prediction na maging ganito yung parang roster right now for Stallions. But at the end of the day, we're going in to Eagle Eye 2.0. We're finally going into our round number 1. Let's listen to the calls.
Si Revenge, di pa naman. Ingat, Lea. Flash catch, Emma. Sige lang, flash. Smoke na.
Flash?
No looks for Kano as he just goes in and fries everybody on A side. Action continues as nobody is left mula sa Acceptance dito sa A. It's Heck and Dre trying to go for the retake. Pero it's already down, no? Tingnan mo na, tatlo sa may A site, meron pa sa Doghouse. It's Revenge holding that very, very big side time. Pag si Heck, di niya na-anticipate to, he might just fall.
Yeah, no, Acceptance needs to find a way to counter
Oh!
this type of play, pare. Good shotgun dito kay Heck, but they need to find a way to counter itong Stallions sa A, pare. Kasi, ayun nga, if they can just keep on going just exactly like this, how KLB is just fragging kung sino man na nasa loob ng smoke. But this is what I was talking about, the Polar. If they cannot contain the pace ng Team Stallions dito sa LA, pare, they might just spam that strat, honestly.
Yeah, they can just keep on going, no? Tapos, i-overwhelm na talaga itong Acceptance. I feel like Acceptance has to go up front na dito, send someone dito sa may metal big box. But this two-man hold can still do some wonders. Ajax has been frying. Can he do it again? Sprays on down, connects onto one. Big flash will connect. Silent now, big recovery. At andito na ngayon ang saving grace ng Acceptance. Silent making loud noises. Pero with the nade, papatayin niya si Silent. Naku, Poting, that's not what you want. Alam kong galit ka, pero he still gets the win. Acceptance answers back, and it's laps for Acceptance.
It's an instant reply as well sa ginagawa ng Team Stallions dito sa A site, no, pare. And I feel like that is a really, really good way to kinda stop yung push dito ng STS. It just kinda spam flashes on towards long hanggang makarating dito si Silent, and Silent can just pop off in his position. So, Ironically, pare, yung utility yung magpapapanalo dito ng Acceptance, but they really have to spend it right. You only have 5 flashes in the entire round, pare.
Yeah. You have to be very, very careful. I like this though, no? Tignan mo naman, Silent. Activated with this very far smoke. Oh!
No shame, no nothing. Tagal na na-smoke yun dun, pare.
Alam na agad. Meanwhile, Heck, spotted, pero papalampasin muna ni JJ. But Heck actually re-peeking at the wrongest of time. STS now can push towards possibly second mid.
But this isn't the push yet para sa STS. That was just opening picks para sa kanila dito.
Yeah.
And Ajax, Dre at Ting. I wonder who is gonna be going for the full tank dito para kasi kailangan nila.
Oh, what a shot! And even for Kano, they're getting picked one by one and it's all up to Ting. Very young, but now hitting the headshots onto 2. That's KLB and Kano down. 3 players left for STS. KLB, naku po, nagbabanking-banking, nagte-teleport, and that's the round para sa Stallions.
Grabe naman yung banking na yun, pare. Parang tayo nasa Marilaki eh. Pero yun nga, STS. I don't know what kind of moves they're pulling out at this point, pare.
Dude, nasa Matrix na ang STS.
Nasa Matrix na sila, pare. It's like that one movie, Wreck-It.
Nag-glitch na sila, man. Oh my God.
Panelope ka pala, pare.
Oh no. Grabe.
Look at this,
I'm gonna
man.
wreck it.
It's just STS fighting, pare. Tama yung words na yan, pare. Yun yung sinabi ng STS dito. They're just gonna wreck the B site. And they don't really care about the feelings of the other team at this point, pare. And then yun nga, STS is using their superior aim and superior firepower dito, men. Pero Dre will try to stop it.
Huh? Good position. They will not try, pero revenge! Ipapasalang na lang dito si Kano to get out. It was a big, parang come and go. But Silent, if he jumps here, revenge will instantly clear him. Pero yun na nga, easy lang, lalapit lang siya dito sa scope ni Revenge.
There is a window, no? On the time na you can kill Revenge, pare. It's only 1 second.
Yeah.
Hate it, so.
He's stuck. Or he might not be. Still falls down, Kano. And meanwhile, KLP lalabas na lang dito sa may A side. And guess what? Saan magpa-plant ang STS? Diyan sa B side, it's gotta be on A.
Diretso pa si KLP with the C4 pero hindi niya pala hawak to yun. And it will be a 3-1 para sa STS. Looking like comfortable time on the more favorable side of the map dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. And as we know, yun nga naman, the Eagle Eye is more BL-sided more than anything dito, pare. So, needs to be another case of early picks para dito sa Acceptance. Good flash.
Yep. Release it. Oh, what an angle for JJ as he was pushing towards Hotel. Mind you, Sneaky, dalawa lang palagi nagpupush dito and STS claiming some kills. But Ajax with an equalizer, but the flash will make him fall back. It's a 4-4. It's a 4v4 dito sa round number 5.
Yun nga, Revenge. Has to be careful, yung boost box dito sa second mid. Pwede siya mas patan dito. Uy, almost hits the flick.
Dre, testing waters and testing angles as well. Yun na nga yung sinabi mo, Sneaks. He goes back in and nangyari yung sinabi mo.
Don't push this though, man. Not a good idea. Oh, what is JJ doing, pare?
Why is he jumping? Dre, he has been a force to be reckoned with dito ng STS. Claims one still mula dito kay Ajax. And now, he keeps the fight ongoing. Acceptance makes it only a 1-point lead for STS.
Yun nga, mahanapan lang talaga nila ng paraan na mas stuck sa isang side ng mapa tong STS na Polo. If they can just delay as much as possible while a flank is incoming, pwede pa.
Oy! Oy!
Ay, heck. 50 feet under, pare. It's more like 2,000 feet, pare, knowing how high up we are dito sa Eagle Eye.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Akala ko nahulog ko sa sarili ko.
Ayun, nabawi naman.
Nabawi naman. Silent will also still get a falling grace here. Pero Dre, pangatlong mamamatay for Acceptance. Mukhang they're accepting defeat here, Sneaky, after Hex's slip up dito sa may sikip.
Nadulas, pre.
Nadulas siya mo.
Nadulas yung railing. Umulan yata kanina.
Akala niya naka-skateboard siya.
High elevation, man. Seems like elevation sickness on the side of Team Acceptance. And it is a 4-2 para sa STS after a bit of an oopsie on the A site. is what it is, man. Yung isa sa mga pinakamagandang angles rin para sa sniper. Pero, ayun nga, there's that little risk talaga. Napakaliit na risk.
Heck.
Hindi na tuloy lumapit dun.
1% na mahulog siya doon. But they'll be holding down LA, no? Very peculiar spot for a sniper.
You should be play spawn side, pare. I know Ting is holding this mid side, pero as soon as that is smoke, Stallions is gonna pop out of there, no problem, pare.
It's very close.
Tatapakan na lang.
Yeah. Parang gusto niya i-reclaim yung pagka-slip up niya kanina. That's why he's going in for the immediate kill.
Na-oral siya dun, man.
Nire-reclaim back niya yung kill niya dito. Oh no. Ay.
B-split?
Yeah, big push. Ting though. Malapit na lang. If he finds KLP immediately tulad neto, this might be possible. Ajax na naman. Second min demon. But JJ, undetected, goes in through the smokes. Can plant the bomb, pero Ajax will find the second kill. That's KLP down. Meanwhile, Dre spots out JJ, but he still gets the kill. Dami pang oras para magluto dito ang Acceptance. They still have one player up. Kung saan iiwan na lang nila si Silent dito mismo sa may RS. Iipitin ulit nila dito, pero JJ just over-aggresses. 20 seconds now, Heck with the pistol. And one heck of a shot this is! He claims two! Oh, the aura has been reclaimed after that previous round.
Nabawi dito ni Heck yung nangyari sa last round, pare. We are Gucci on their side, and Team Acceptance, really good recovery after that one. No? Same situation sa nakita natin for the past 2 rounds na napanalo nila, pare. Stallions is getting stuck on one side of the map and they just can't seem to deal with it. Ang ganda rin ng pagka-match nila ng aggression, no, dito sa hotel. Hindi sila nakalibre doon.
Yeah, very, very good. Ooh, revenge. Missing shots there.
Si Jiggle siya, hindi siya nagka-crouch eh.
Oh! Yo! That's the 4th time! Pangabot na yun, Sneaks!
Ajax really assigned to just specifically kill itong si Revenge, pare. And he's using all the unk angles, man.
Yeah. Siya yung defender nung kalaban ni Stephen Curry yung Cubs. That white guy.
Delebedova.
Yes. Puti lang kalalam siya.
Of course.
Ajax.
He's gonna keep going.
Dude, no way! Well, STS now down by 2.
Ganun naman. It's his turn. This really does encapsulate yung Stallions na, pare. Like,
why?
First 2 players are down, and let's Kanoin, pare. Let's see if he can get it. And he does!
And he does. That's good. They can still go towards A site, lalo na kung ganito rin ginagawa ni KLB. But Ray, he spots the Wonder Kid, but the Wonder Kid will fall. So they go back in a 3v1 kung saan Ting is just a demon as well. At si Silent, it's just the easiest kill of the round. 4 points ang dalawa nating teams.
Yep, this is not good news para sa STS, pare. Just to remind the Stallions camp, this map is definitely BL-sided, pare. Pero knowing Stallions and the possibility of that double sniper going into yung next half natin, the possibilities of a comeback is still definitely there. Pero tignan mo naman yung angulo dun ni Dre, canceling KLB's climb up dito sa tower to try and get information. And hiniram niya muna yung sniper dito ni Boss Heck. Heck with a rifle though. Yan gusto ko makita.
Was this ever a thing nung nasa Pacific War siya or no?
Nope. Live or die, baby.
Oh, Dre! Making waves, but Kano lalabas dito sa may B side, smokes up. Sekpok is there, pero Heck, he's using the HK, and Ting gets one more. Naku po, STS is crumbling in the first half. Somehow, Acceptance closes the first with a 5-4.
Chance of a lifetime para dito sa Team Acceptance, pare, to try and close this one out on the second half. Defense has been looking good, pero paalala nga lang, this is a BL-sided map, pare. So Acceptance can definitely take full advantage. At gaya na sinabi ko kanina, men, napakaganda ng mapa na to if ever for their type of playstyle, the bait and switch, the poke and prod na nakikita natin from time to time. And if they can successfully bait a player like itong si Kano into pushing a position or overextending, or like itong si JJ no to kind of overextend his position, then it'll become a whole lot easier. No, pare. I feel like hindi nila pinapunish head-to-head itong Team Stallions. They're punishing them on the way, on the rotation, pare. And dun sila naaaning. The weird timings is really catching STS off guard dito sa mapa natin, men.
It's a point in time no, na parang Acceptance can just go full throttle dito sa ating mga sides, no? Despite them still just 1-point lead, it's still kind of a gamble at the end of the day kasi tumatama dito siya si KLB, sitting headshots, Kano is still a force to be reckoned with, but again, they have the advantage. Ajax is hitting some shots, Sting and Dre are young players but looking like veterans in Acceptance jerseys. So yeah, I do agree with you on that. They have advantages here. Pwede sila mag full on aggress sa mga sites, but ang tanong do, saan silang site pwede pumunta?
That's the thing.
What's
Ayun
free?
nga. What is free dito sa mapa natin? So, most likely, I mean, I feel like mas prefer ni Venge yung top AD ito eh. So, he will most likely be top A player. KLP have seen him play dito sa hotel multiple times, pare. So, he could be comfortable in that position. He really just needs a secondary player no, na papaprotect sa kanya dito just in case na may magpupush. Galing nga dito sa LB going into the hotel stairs. And as long as nandun naman yung sistema na yun para kay KLP, he can have free reign on the entire LB side. And this is where KLP needs to shine, pare. Na andito na lahat ng parameters para sa'yo. GR side, anchoring, and you are the one who has a perma green light possibly dito sa hotel side. So, ayun nga, if this is, you know, one of the times na to prove that your spot is definitely deserved dito sa Team Stallions, now is the time to do so para dito kay KLP.
Let's see if he can actually pop off, no? I mean, I never doubted KLP the second I got in the scene, but right now, we still have the question, can he get that, you know, amazing factor again to claim a spot? So right now, Revenge is currently sitting pretty there. Problem lang those things, hindi talaga natin siya nakita mag-TRG ng todo-todo eh. If etong first 2 rounds natin, Sneaks, hindi pa rin mag-sniper si KLP, STS, man, you're just gonna fall down to Acceptance, and I feel like they don't even want that to happen despite them securing playoffs already. So, let's see though. Other players to note, mula sa STS, Kano working still. JJ has been silent, pero that's always JJ, but he always provides you with great plays. You know, Acceptance, man, you have to be a team here. Small map is the play, is the map that they are most known for. But heck, you have to get the sites in, man. Get the first picks. Get that immediate frag. Own up that site. Para mawala din yung aura loss mo kanina.
Parang di nahulog sa bangin, pare.
Makakalimutan ba natin yun?
Hindi. That will be posted on
Team
the
highlights.
highlights page, pare. Kay Quadruple One,
Okay, 111.
kay IJNS. IJNS has been posting too recently. Sino pa? PN Raf.
Yun,
Yeah, that
yes.
guy's been
Nice
posting a
job.
lot, pare. Yun na, napost din ako sa page na yun. Kito chili ako sa FFA eh.
Shoutout sa inyo, guys. Maraming salamat po.
Pero yun,
Yeah.
I think we're just taking our sweet time fixing yung problems dito sa mga PCs ng Team Stallions kasi
I think
they're also
they're okay.
running into it, pare. I think they're okay. I can see yung you know, the light on their faces, pare. Medyo nag-iiba-iba na. So that means they're swiping around dito sa Eagle Eye 2.0. And para naman dito sa Team Acceptance, yun nga, no, locked in, ready, and waiting to go. Just a bit of happiness na nakuha nga nila yung 1-point lead dito sa ating first half. But job's not finished, pare.
Something to work with, right? Para dito sa ating dalawang teams, especially for Acceptance, but they are prioritizing LB already. But with the TRG, here comes KLP, man. Oh, you love to see it once again, and first shot connects dito pa kay Heck. That's good. Now they go default. KLP knows how to play this a lot. Actually, Sneaks, ngayon ko lang walang high mid for STS.
They're
Ano
running
is
yung
playing bunker?
They're running yung tawag dito. Similar dun sa Angkaran, ginagawa ng Acceptance na pinapabayaan lang nila yung high mid. That's very big responsibility for the bunker player though, na ikaw lang bahala dito sa mid, pare.
Yeah. But they'll push. KLP, another one kill there. But look at this pincer maneuver. Kano will find Ting. And last two players stand for Acceptance. Eating blows now. That does find KLB though. Silent mamamatay na lang din. And it's all up to Dre. 1v3 already good for 2. So this might just be an ace if he finds the right angles.
Yun nga, 1v3 against his former teammate. The exception of Revenge, pare. Good shot dito kay Noah. Hold on. He can cook.
Yeah.
Low dito si JJ.
2 headshots na lang. He's baiting out na LB siya na. He baited it out, but JJ just spots him on the RS side. Easy headshot for him. STS now with a 5-5, and I love to see it. I missed you that round. So we'll go back a little bit here, pero you know nga no, that 3-2 split up, high mid is so open, pero just like what you said, yung pinakamalayong bunker player natin dito, yung mas malapit sa site, he'll be getting that angle in. Pero once nakita nga dito na KLP yung maraming players sa LB side, sabi nang ni Kano, push na lang natin to guys. Let's just pinch them. At the end of the day, kung mamatay tayo, we still have players dito sa may B side.
Yeah, it kind of was like Ting sitting in a very obvious spot as well, no? Para dito kay Kano. I think he was obviously trying to cover both itong LA and itong mid doors natin, pare. And he just got tapped out. And as soon as nawalan sila ng control dito sa tower, you might as well kiss your round goodbye because that is one of the most important spots to keep under control, no? Kung kayo nga nandito sa PL side and you're trying to set up on towards yung mga sites nga natin dito. So, ayun nga, obviously a really good opening shot para dito kay KLP. If you take down Heck immediately, no, sa start ng round, you can kind of feel, you know, the firepower kind of fizzle out a bit para sa side ng Team Acceptance. But honestly, it was a good fight para dito kay Dre to try and, you know, get back around. And si Silent, hindi niya lang nakuha yung kanyang patented na flank dito, no, pare. So I don't think he could have done much in that position, pare. Pero yun nga, Team Stallions with a, you know, questionable 3-2, pare. But for now, hindi pa naman nila kailangan isipin yun, no, since the push did come from LB, pare.
Yeah, it was very unexpected din talaga at the end of the day. But KLP, man, this is the first time we saw him take these like angles, no? Na parang ever since the first map, KLP, just like what you've said, may green light na. And you love to see it. That was like ang hype na nakita niya pa si Heck through the smoke as it bloomed so much. Parang feeling ko may nakita na siyang red tag doon kasi he just sprayed it, he just clicked his mouse tapos tumama pa kay Heck. It's pretty insane. Getting 2 kills as well, no? Na that was his whole player as well. Ang ganda ng play niya doon, honestly. Kasi he was good for 2 before he fell down. Na the player na nasa likod niya pa was very far back in the side. Kasi at the end of the day, once KLP does get 2 kills, Acceptance is already down 2 players. It's gonna be crumbling up. Tapos may green light na rin dito yung other side ng mapa natin kung nasan man ang Acceptance to go for those immediate kills. So, yeah, it's just great place here. But 5-5, looking likely though, no? Parang nararamdaman ko tuloy, Sneaky, na this GR side might be impenetrable para sa Acceptance despite this kind of hold.
Ayun nga, no? I feel like they have to force one side of the map yata para even though one of the players is gonna die from their positions, no? At least papunta dito sa hotel. Try to make it as uncomfortable as possible, no? Para sa mga snipers na naglalaro na medyo forward dito sa mapa natin. And ayun nga, that's probably the objective, no? Para dito sa Team Acceptance, you know, get to Doghouse or get to yun nga, no, get to the hotel stairs as fast as possible, no, para ma-atake nga nila yung mga posisyon na kailangan atakihin dito. And ayun nga, no, it is all about pressure, no. Granted, Stallions, one of their key points dito sa kanilang playstyle is pressure, but they are not immune to it, pare, especially on the side of Acceptance na nakita natin dito sa map number 1. So, Team Acceptance, I think the approach is still correct para sa kanila dito. I just don't think they expected Heck to get picked off at the start of the round. So, yun nga, no, I still think they have a fair shot in this one, pare.
Yeah, they still, if lumako lang daw talaga dito yung lead ng ating Stallions ng into 3, pag naging 5-8 to, it's gonna be a tough time because at the end of the day, you're really in a map na you can only do so much. So, Acceptance, they need to keep on answering back. They need to use their players like Ting, like Dre to be the spearhead pagdating sa ating mga kills. We did see some highlights, so I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, it was up against Fervid, I believe, nag-eagle eye sila or some other team na may ginawa namang etong Acceptance, just like what you said, na pressure someone dito side, tapos on the other side of the map, there's also pressure there na ginagawa nila, and that was given from Ajax and as well as Silent. So if they do that here, it might be the best case scenario para sa kanila, because you're already seeing itong Stallions getting very antsy sa ating mapa, getting very proactive, and if you cut that off immediately, you have advantage again as the BL side. And just like what you've said, they have the better side here. They should have the better rounds. Pero their aggressiveness is met by aggressiveness as well, and that is not what you want, especially on Eagle Eye 2.0. There was also something na ginagawa dito ng ating Acceptance that na is a con naman. There was a pro, now there's a con for Acceptance na they hold out itong respawn nila for the very longest of time, and it gives a lot of setup para dito sa GR side. And now it's Stallions, they need to keep the pressure on. Now going into the game, double TRG setup para naman dito.
No reason to kind of stray from it, no, pare. Especially gumana naman dito sa round number 1. KLB trying to be a bit more aggressive dito sa my bridge side is actually gonna take a whole lot of damage, no? And Team Acceptance, nakuha nila yung gusto nila dito, Polar, is to get as fast as possible dito sa my stair side. And how will Acceptance kind of go from here, no? May dami silang flash options, dami silang nades na pwedeng kunin. KLB going aggressive.
Step 1 is done. Step 2 will be denied by KLP. Nahanap niya agad si Ting. Pero doon pa rin naman si Dre sa pinakadulo dito ng hotel. Grabe rin, tignan mo yung hold dito sa isa ng Acceptance, man. Lahat sila nakatago lang. You have to force your way in dito sa may long A para lang makita dito yung players ng STS. And heck, actually wanted that immediate exchange, no? Pero kasi wala eh. No one's speaking.
Yeah, mid players are gonna peek first, I think. Tapos dun lalabas si Heck, pare. Pero ready si Kano eh.
Yeah, he's already shadowing that position. They need the smoke at least, pero actually,
They're gonna re-clear it.
you just gotta push. Heck,
Spotted.
JJ doesn't expect it. Hindi niya pa alam. Oh, now they know. Now they clearly know, and they go clear off Heck. Again, it's a 3v5.
Was that really the best move?
No.
I don't think so, pare.
No. Again, like this, no.
I don't know what's happening with Acceptance, man. I feel like they kind of just DC'd in the round in the mental sense. Pero JJ, kita na nga dito si Silent, Dre the only one left alive. And ayun nga, STS is kind of getting greeted at the door. Dre nakita na si Revenge. 3 versus 1, pare. But look at where the C4 is.
Yeah, so far, aapakan na lang yan dito ng STS, and Dre needs to actually exert a lot of effort once again, no? Just to reclaim the C4. Tapos tingnan mo pa yung timer, 16 seconds. Not a lot of time for him to play. Highlights na lang, that's an easy kill. Pero, nga, last 5 seconds, very unlikely para kay Dre.
KLB going crazy. Dre? He joined si Heck, pare. He probably saw his body at the very bottom of it, pare. There's 65 Team Stallions doing Team Stallion things, pare. Just literally fist fighted whoever's on LB and in LA. And there's the fist fight continuing, pare. Si Silent pa ang nawala. The lurk is down para sa Acceptance.
Oh, you missed this as well, no? Sneaky KLP getting the first round kills, or first early kills, but Heck also can answer back, spots out, pero Kano tinalunan lang, made himself bigger up against Heck. And we're back to the previous 2 rounds. Sneaky stuck on almost the LB side with 2 players left for Acceptance.
Yeah, no, it kinda is what you expect pag nakikita mo talaga yung Acceptance at Team Stallions at the top of the scoreboard. No, this is the kind of round that you expect them just fully clearing them with the sheer shots. Pero Ting at Dre, do not underestimate these 2 players, pare. I have seen Ting hit some very nice shots in this one. And if they get a bit reckless, pwede pa to. Yeah.
It's not gonna be this time against Sneaky. I feel like Dre's now just pressured up, no? Kasi he's always the last player alive up against multiple players pati ng Stallions. They claim 7 rounds now for STS. And again, sinabi ko nga kanina, no, Sneaky, pag umabot to ng 5 to 8, Acceptance, man, you need a miracle to come back in this situation. KLP again on the GR side, always good for 1.
Pero Ajax, he's gotten JJ dito sa may A side, but Still, he's gonna back off immediately. Meron na silang one-man advantage dito at ang tagal nang hinahanap nito ng Team Acceptance, pare. Stallions have been super annoying pagdating sa kanilang individual fights. Ray might be up next though.
Yun na. Could have gotten, no? Nakatingin na agad siya doon, pero yung nakita niya lang doon, yung anino ni Kano. Fast executions, Ajax, Piso, mamamatay na lang din. And fully controlled dito ngayon ang Acceptance. Never mind, it's STS once again reclaiming their foot. Pero si Heka, he has 2 players to fight pero parehas silang low.
It's a winnable angle though, pare. Para kay Heck, if he can somehow get si Kano, still a possibility.
Speaking slowly, pistols out. Alam niya, low HP players to.
Spotted.
Spots out on bunker. Pero Kano sees him as well. Gets the headshot and it's up against the Pacific players kung saan Heck just sprays towards long and the shot connects onto Revenge. Sneaky, what a play for Heck.
And yeah, good comms as well on the side of Team Acceptance. So actually reminding itong si Heck na low na yung dalawang players, so he could just focus on the USP play instead of anything else. Pero sayang yung opening na to, pare. Sinagot agad dito ni Heck with a kill back on KLP. And look at this fast action galing kay Ajax, pare. And this is what I like to see galing sa Team Acceptance. Kinda forcing itong Team Stallions to kinda stretch their defense for the entire map, pare. Doon sila pwede makot sa mga 2 plays eh.
And I also like na they're not really scared dun sa round na yun. They just really faced, yung fears nila, which is STS. But KLP, can he get the first kill again? Yes, he can! Right on the knee of 2 players! At ngayon, Acceptance, reclaiming 2 kills. That's KLP and KLB down. They can play with time. 1 minute, 30 seconds pa.
Yeah, pwede na sila magstay dito sa hotel this entire time. Kinda, tempted tong si Kano, tempted tong si JJ to try and go for some really wide checks, really risky checks as well. Pero hindi naman, pure discipline na lang from the side of Team Stallions. Kano can easily react dito sa B-take, especially with his position. Pero, Acceptance is taking their sweet time, making sure na at least it will be 30 seconds bago sila makakapasok dito, men.
Yeah. They'll use the timer as a weapon na rin dito, no? Just to play with the minds ng ating STS. Heck was checking out mid. Wala munang tao doon. Kano just holding down the mid doors, but now push coming in towards B side. Nakatingin pa rin naman second mid si JJ.
JJ might die.
Heck actually just joins the players, no?
Wow.
Papasok dito ng B.
Thought he was flanking.
Yeah, this is not good. But if he gets the shot in and depletes the players even more, might be better. Goes back, expects Kano, spotted, and he hits the shot. STS left with 2 players left. JJ from second mid, di niya alam, which means Heck just gets the kill. It's all up to Revenge kung saan muntikan pa mag-imposible. Pero Acceptance, mid-rounds have been very, very good.
Talk about impact galing kay Heck though, man. 2 very key kills para sa kanya and at the same time, very key patience para sa Team Acceptance. I feel like alam na nila yung magiging reaction dito ng STS as soon as may palipad na dito papuntang B. They didn't really fully commit on the ramp and the side take itself, pare. Si Heck, napatingin lang. Okay, clear na dito yung high mid, clear na dito yung RS. Let me look on our behinds where most likely na andito yung mga STS players. And just really good, sense of the game para dito kay Boss Heck, pare.
It's good, man. Delaying that deadcam din kasi if nagpakita pa siya doon, mag-wide pick na lang si JJ dun sa may bridge side. Actually went into hotel for that immediate contact dito kay JJ. Oh, that was so good. That was so cool to see. Pero ngayon, just like what you've said, no, sige, very tie game. You said 11-11, we already almost there. It's a 7-7 kung saan STS respecting ulit itong Acceptance that they're not going full aggressive. They're not going full aggressive.
Minute and 20 though, para plenty of time to decide para dito sa side ng Team Acceptance. Interesting as well, no, na hindi after their nades have been thrown, hindi sila masyado nagpa-presence dito sa mapa natin. Instead, just, opting into hold in their due positions. But this is the 1-3-1 na pinag-uusapan nga natin kanina, pare. It now turns into a 2-2-1. So, it's an 8-take still, pero poke lang yata to, pare.
Yeah, checking lang. I feel like they still wanna go B, no? Especially if Heck finds that kill, pero Will kill off players. It's my LA. Ajax still good for one, still alive. Bigla pa naging 4v3. May 4v2 as Heck activated. No! Ajax, you are disgusting, brother! What is that? KLP mag-isa na lang and Heck knows again kung nasan nga bang STS. They will fall into the hands of the triple kill demon we call Heck.
Jesus, and that's a timeout. Not a VR this time, pare, and it is a well-needed one as well. STS stunned dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye 2.0. Time and time again, nabebait na sila paloob ng mga plays dito ng Team Acceptance. And the traps that have been set ever since the beginning of this game is now starting to work para nga dito sa ating Team Acceptance side. The veterancy and also the sense, no, to kind of check the behind right after yung kanilang execute dito sa B side is just unreal. You know the reads are on point para sa kanila, pare. So, crisis averted, no, para dito sa Team Acceptance. They got both of the flank players and it kind of just seems like Stallions is over-investing dito sa flank natin, pare, and the sides is kind of just left alone. Pero that is the way to go pagdating sa Eagle Eye. Pero if you kind of just leave Spawn by itself, it kind of is a rough time, pare.
Yeah. Can't really blame them at the end of the day. Pero one thing to also point out is Heck is winning the two sniper fights natin. He is getting the shots in after falling down a cliff. Namamatay din siya dito kay KLP pati kay Revenge. Now he's just frying everybody na natitira for Stallions. And again, no, this also happens, Nikki. Nung sa base na hinahatid lang ng Stallions dito yung mismong sarili nila sa mukha dito ng buong Acceptance. Parang they're just offering na, uy, eto kami. Fight me. Pero they're not winning the fights. It's like a big kid versus a small kid. And small kid pa dito yung Team Stallions.
Yun nga. They're running up against the Unks, pare.
Yeah.
Yun nga. It kind of just seems like, you know, Heck and Silent, they know what to do in these very tense moments. And at the same time, itong si Ajax, pare, kanina pang nang di-distract ng buong Team Stallions defense, whether it is the B or the A side of the map. His objective is to not kill. His objective is to keep the players busy. And he even does more than that, pare, no, which has been very impressive from his side. Got multiple kills on multiple key players. Para nga dito sa Team Acceptance. Ajax being key on the potential victory nga dito ng Team Acceptance, but we cannot knock it just yet. No, Team Stallions also just as capable of, you know, rallying back mentally dito sa laruan natin. Maybe once again we are gonna see more, possibly, you know, more aggression from their side, considering na ayun nga, it kind of just seems like the holds aren't working and nat-attempt dito yung mga players ng Team Stallions to kind of, you know, do a little bit of a check, and that little bit of a check yung pala may tatlong player na nakatutok sa'yo, pare, and you just insta-die. Ayun nga, no, it's a confusing situation para dito sa STS kasi hindi nila alam kung, okay, mag-forward ba tayo, but Team Acceptance could just be holding base this entire time, pero mag-hold ba tayo? Wala tayong information at that time. It's a dilemma na STS has to solve, pare.
Ang hirap isipin na you have to think of those kind of ways tapos you can't really choose, no, kung ano yung kailangan mong gawing at that specific time because Acceptance is also playing with fire, no. This talagang pinipigan na nila na ganito yung isipin palagi ng Stallions, and it's just overwhelming at this point if you're STS. But man, imagine Acceptance winning up against STS to secure playoffs, and they're not even just falling down. It's STS just getting outplayed by Heck and Ajax. Yun yung headline today. That's
definitely is, pare. Hindi, ano, would be destroying the rest of our predictions, pare. Pero at this point, I'm just here for the entertainment.
Yeah.
Para ng series na to. Kasi yun nga, Team Stallions obviously, you know, still has to rally back dito sa labanan natin, pare. And it has to come in the form of one of these players, pare. Possibly Kano could get a bit frisky dito sa A side ng mapa natin, or maybe even on mid. And we have yet to see yung full mid push dito ng Team Stallions, actually.
Not yet. Only LA, not even LB, no. I mean, that never happened naman. Pero LA is only meant to mid natin with JJ and KLB, no. Not yet. It's just pretty insane din, Sneaky, na talagang parang may child luck dito si Kano ngayon, no, sa series na to. I felt that dun pa lang sa subbase na he's not getting his full potential being shown just because he's been played contact or at least reactionary lang dito sa mga fights. Hindi mo siya hinahayaang mag-let loose. And I feel like that's also a problem na kailangan ma-realize dito ng STS na you need to let this kid play.
Yeah. And kinda napapaisip sila no, saan natin pwede ipabitaw itong si Kano dito sa mapa kasi he's very capable of doing, both, doghouse dito sa A side and very capable naman pagdating sa ating hotel position. And this is where you kinda see, man, you can kinda see it on their faces, man, I wish Loy was in. Loy was in this game, pare, kasi ayun nga, no, this would have been over by the second series, that's for sure. And especially knowing si Loy, man, being one of the best, if not the best sub-base player in this country, pare.
Yeah.
Yun nga, could have had a bit of a different result, but we have to operate with what we have at the moment kung kayo yung Team Stallions. And ito na yung sitwasyon, min, wala na kayo magagawa,
Yeah, you're forced to do this, pero man, nung sinabi mo yun kanina about Loy on sub-base, ang dami kong pwedeng i-point out sa'yo.
Yeah.
But now, I have to address the fact that Stallions is biting the dust up against Team Acceptance. Let's go back into the game. It's an 8-7 scoreline. 2 points away ang Acceptance for claiming a series up against the gods we call Stallions.
So you got instant 3-2 galing dito sa Stallions, para not even minding this mid-side that's sayang yung boost dito ni Heck. KLP with an early timing galing dito sa hotel, and if he can catch another angle galing kay Heck, pare, that's a chance.
Ajaxio found out. Sprayed will still be alive. Kinain yung... Whoa, walang
That
damage
nade
yun.
did nothing.
Walang damage yun? What?
Kapal na mukha ni Kano dun, man.
Naka-helmet ng
Whoop!
ano.
Oh! He's zipping across the map, pare.
Ah, okay.
Alright. Saan naman siya TTP next? Where do you think? Spawn?
Yes.
Kano,
Sa
I know you're
dimension.
tilted, pare, but do not jump, pare.
Ay. Big cold though. Look at this sneaky. Ooh, kita niya. Pero dito mama. Ooh, si Acceptance here, no? Fighting! At nahanap, nag-surprise attack doon si Silent on LB.
Yun lang. That's not even the end game yet. Dito ng Team Acceptance. They got what they wanted dito sa B-side. Ngayon, pupunta naman sila dito sa A. And HX na naman, men. Makukulit na naman siya dito, pare.
Mm-hmm. And they're still playing with respect here. Despite
And there we go. Nose gone.
tatlong players na lang ditong STS. Kano, I love to commend him still, no, despite the issues that he's been dealing with right now, he's still top fragging itong buong STS squad natin. Now, the push goes towards B-side revenge. Oh, gets bombarded with nades. Di pa nila natamaan. Di pa rin mapapatay. So Revenge can do some damage here. They plant the bomb. At
There it
nag-push.
is.
One more possibly. JJ finds him though. Big flash. Very much delayed. Still possible actually para sa STS, ha?
Yeah, if KLB and JJ can get a whole lot of headshots in a very short amount of time, pare, definitely. Kaso spotted na siya, men.
Yeah, they know. Maganda. Magkakaroon din ng second mid. Never mind. Hindi nag-overpush si KLB. And that's the round. 9 points for Acceptance in a series that we thought it would be 2-0. And we thought that there would be no dead rounds. But for now, let's talk about it a little bit, no? 2 points ang kailangan ni Garden dito ng STS. Will it be overtime? I doubt it actually, no? It's...
Yeah.
Na parang pwede pa dito na Acceptance close out na lang yung series na to with how they've been playing up against a team like this. This is playoffs caliber, man. Tatanungin ko pa dapat sa'yo kung kaya ba mag-playoffs dito ng Acceptance even if they qualify. Now, I think they can.
They definitely can, pare, no, with this kind of macro, pero you also start to doubt it a bit, especially considering yung condition dito ni Kano and knowing how, important of a PC is pagdating dito sa defense, with him kind of out of commission in that round. You kind of just see yung mga members dito ng Team Stallions just playing risky the entire time, and can't really blame them, no? It is a really bad situation para sa kanila, pare, but at the end of the day, really doesn't change much para sa kanilang playoff picture, pare. It really does change a lot, though, para dito sa Team Acceptance, however, kasi yun nga, if they can net this win, they are gonna be 5-4, if I'm not mistaken, at pag-guarantee yung kanilang slot dito sa ating top 6. So that 82% percentage ng kanilang, pagpasok dito sa ating playoffs is actually gonna be, quite higher than expected, no? And this is gonna create a lot of questions para sa mga ibang teams. Paano na dito yung Fervid? paano na dito yung matches, paano na dito yung ComebackFriends, and of course Attras is still technically in contention pare kasi yun nga pati yung mga 4 or 5 teams natin still definitely can get in.
Yeah, there's still a lot of possibilities, no? Kaya nga sobrang interesting ng week natin dito, no? That's why sinabi mo nga rin, no, parang week number 3 has been such a setting point para sa ating buong Masters dun sa interview mo, dun sa ating caster comments every week na pinapadala natin. Week 3 and week 4 will be very, very crucial for these teams to actually have a little bit of like, you know, ground to play with kung ano nga ba talaga ang sitwasyon nila sa pagdating dito sa playoffs. And man, still a lot of possibilities, not just for Acceptance, for matches, for Attras, but parang una pa atang makaka-apak dito or at least makaka-secure again outside from the top 4 natin is gonna be Acceptance, which is pretty nice to see, no?
Mm-hmm.
And I did say it before, parang week 1 pa lang Acceptance semifinals pa.
It could be a semi-finals berth nga, no, para dito sa Team Acceptance. Honestly, the way that they're playing the game, could be playoff ready, no pare, if I'm not mistaken, kasi very transferable naman yan dito sa mga ibang teams natin. It already was tried and tested up against itong Fervid. Yun nga na 2-0 dito yung Fervid ng Team Acceptance, pero ayun nga, no, had a bit of a closer bout actually with the possible group favorites natin ng Execration at the moment na ayun nga, no, they have went 13-11 sa Ankara to be specific, no? So still may lakas pa naman dito yung Team Acceptance. It really is just can they find a way to finally finish this game pare, kasi I'm not gonna lie, ayun nga, fatigue is now also a factor dito sa ating series pare, kasi paalala lang yung runtime natin at the moment, if we are gonna hit exactly 6:30 right now, it will be 3 hours and 30 minutes yung series natin at this very moment. So we've been sitting here for quite a while, and ayun nga, the players, you know, they get a bit antsy dito pare, especially with the amount of problems na meron tayo ngayon.
Yeah, tsaka isipin mo, no, again, I keep reminding myself na meron nga pa pala ng matchup ditong STS against matches, and man, I feel like matches will be having a little bit of fun time later on. Not they're fighting up against an STS that is very tired after accepting this kind of matchup. Man, Vincent, I'm looking out for you later on, paano magagamitin yung gantong estado ng ating STS, no?
He's gonna call so many red time executes pare, it's gonna be so annoying. Yun nga, 20 seconds, tara pasok tayo.
Ipaisipin niya dito yung Stallions, no? Kasi if Loy is still not gonna be available later on, no? Kasi that can still happen na pwede pong bumalik si Loy. If he's still not gonna be able, it's still the same kind of roster for STS that will be trying to go up against matches. And that's gonna be funny. It's gonna be a funny series, ha? Let's see, tapos ganto pang ulit mga mapa. Hindi, actually, ano yung port yung hipang port pa yung lalaro nila later on, which is gonna be pretty exciting as well. So abangan yan, guys. Again, doon yung sinabi ni Sneaker, we're closing into 4 hours pagdating dito sa ating first matchup pa lang, and may 4 pa tayong matches. What if Sneaks? Every match 4 hours. Oh my God. That would be world record breaking. Sinabi mo, di ba, pag sa ibang gig sasabihin mo, parang bounce na ako, guys. Buti na lang, third matchup tayo, Sneaky. Sila na muna bahala dun sa last matchup natin. So okay lang din naman sa atin yun. But man, STS, I feel the pain right now para sa kanila, no? Especially for Kano. Nakikita ko nga rin talaga na every time na we go towards our player cams, he is just pissed. And I know that kid, you know, can control his emotions sometimes, especially in the highest of caliber, but this is different, man. Hindi mo kalaban dito Acceptance. Kalaban mo yung wires, eh. Something that you can't control.
May nakita tayo dito sa statistics, no pare. Apparently, this has been the longest series because of DRs dito sa PH, pare. Pero ayun nga, no, the fatigue. Yun nga. I feel like both of these teams, obviously new experience para sa kanila dito.
Oh yeah.
Maybe not so much sa mga older players knowing how often DRs were, no, back in the day, pare. And alam ko yun, back in 2018, there was one like every 7 rounds, pare. So, ayun nga, it's definitely a lot better compared to before. Pero, ayun nga, no, this is definitely brutal para nga sa dalawang teams natin, as yun nga, no, Stallions is gonna come into that port map na 4-2 exhausted after ng series na to, pare. And nakikita mo na ka in the background, pare, nagsasayang na dito si Rio.
Totoo ba?
Oo.
Hindi ko na pa.
Hindi ko alam kung
Nagsasayang na
seryoso si
pala.
Boss Wang yun, pero you know.
Basta may nagsasayang. Nakita ko
Sana
may
all my food.
napapansin ako naglalakad eh. Sana all my pagkain, no? But, mukhang dediretso na tayo dito sa game. It's time to rejoice. But again, ito na Sneaky Frog. Hype is nigh. And this might just be the ender of the series.
Yun nga, frustrations from all 10 players here, but still, they gotta keep it in their pocket, pare. There is still a match to be played. 3 rounds or 2 rounds to tie things up para sa STS para mapunta sila sa overtime and Acceptance. And isa na lang talaga, isang pagkakamali lang talaga dito ng Stallions, isang overextension from any of the players, and this could be a done deal, pare.
Yeah, and no change pa din, no, in terms of strat. Ang pinagkaiba lang dito, KLB actually holding down itong hotel. Actually, still the same, honestly. But fast rotations mula sa STS realizing that we can possibly fortify yung Bino kasi ito naman palagi nilang pinupuntahan. Let's just
You're gonna push it.
look at the players dito sa A side. Are they? Oh, they are! Kano! Nainip na! Pero sumala doon yung dalawa! 2v2 and Dre! Oh, the pistol! This might just be it! Acceptance have patiently waited for this kind of sightline na angat sila ng 2 puntos pati 2 players up against STS.
Literal na test of patience yun, Polar. Inantay talaga ang pasensya dito ng mga players on the side of STS, and it seems like they got a bit too impatient and decided to push into the default na Acceptance, which they immediately expected no, na ganun yung possibly na pwede mangyari. Revenge, there's a man behind you. And he's gonna get killed? Oh, hold on.
Wait lang.
Possible.
Revenge is revenge. At the end of the day, he can still go for the clutch. Na-spot out niya pa nga ata dito si Silent. And with the smoke still blooming, he's tracking. And he has X-ray vision right now. Kitang-kita niya dito on the other side si Silent. But with 20 seconds, hindi nakatingin dito ngayon si Ajax. Pero Ajax now finds it. And that's it. Another rejoice for Acceptance as they close out the series. You can see it in their smiles. They have secured playoffs. And they have secured glory up against Team Stallions.
And there it is, Team Acceptance finally winning the longest series possible in the history of our C Masters, pare. And they have got the endurance for it, man. Grabe yung stamina dito ng mga members on the side of Team Acceptance, still on point on everything. The fact na they had the gall to play patience, no, sa very last round natin, pare, is just absolutely amazing. Para alam na nila na medyo naiinip na rin dito yung Team Stallions for this game to finish. And, yun nga, no, expectations were definitely there. Dre, very important yung kanyang position doon, pare. He was kind of the trigger, no, na pag nag-push dito yung mga bridge players, you are gonna be disrupting them dito sa hotel, and obviously, na-divide yung attention dito ng Team Stallions at nagkagulo na nga sila dito sa mapa natin, men.
Yeah, nagkagulo talaga, man. Nakita mo, it almost proved well, no? Pero kasi at the end of the day, nandun na sila sa may akyatan ng hotel. So, kahit makapitas dito sila, looking towards the LB side, papunta sa may respawn, hindi na ma-expect na may manggagaling sa kaliwa ng screen nila. And that happened. Kung saan si Dre got 1 more kill, tapos napitas niya pa dun with a singular mag of a USP dun sa hotel, na dumbfound ang players natin for STS at parang they just accepted, oh no. Nandito na si Dre with the pistol. Pero revenge, man, what a player this was. We almost saw a lot of plays coming in from the sub-base, coming in towards Ankara, at ngayon din sa Eagle Eye 2.0. Honestly, it was a nice try for Stallions despite their, mishaps, or at least like this comeuppance pagdating dito sa ating labanan. Pero wow, man, Acceptance, I am ready for you sa playoffs. I am excited for that.
Yun nga, but it would be a bit disingenuous to say, no, na yun nga, there wasn't outside factors actually affecting itong Team Stallions
meron
dito
pa
sa
rin.
series na to. I feel like this is definitely not them at 100% dito sa series natin. So, expectations are still high para sa kanila dito going into yung ating playoffs.
Yun ang Sneaky Frog. It's time for us to take a little bit of rest, just like Stallions, because we have another matchup later on. It's time for our battle. It's time for Mochi and as well as Salvatore.
Thank you to our casters, and boy, oh boy, that took a lot from both of our teams and as well as our audiences, no, na abang sa ating mga laban sa tapatan ng STS and as well as Team Acceptance. Pero I want to reiterate yung sinabi dito and find balance dito, no, Salvatore, kasi a lot of people, sabihin na nanalo lang si Team Acceptance because of dahil sa tech, dahil sa problema, dahil sa breaks and whatnot. Guys, no. We still want to put the credit when credit is due para dito, no, for Team Acceptance. And that is why we need to break it down bit by bit, Salvatore, kasi hindi talaga biro ang mga nangyayari dito sa seryeng ito.
Do not fear, meron naman talagang process dito ang Acceptance on how they really got this eagle eye to be in their favor talaga, no. Bochi, believe it or not, no, honestly, this has to be mentally taxing para talaga sa Team Stallions, no. Marami na nga silang iniinda during Ankara, and they have to follow it up with another map to be played inside of Eagle Eye. Ang problema nga lang dito, no, na even their star player Kano, na even their prime sniper with Revenge couldn't get any space inside of the map, no? Like, yes, 7 rounds kind of feels like something na kaya naman talaga ng Team Stallions, pero all of which were like just very flawed talaga, no? Parang it's not really the kind of Team Stallions that we definitely expected, no? Sabi ko nga sa'yo, Mochi, the moment that we saw that sub base and some of the rounds sa loob nga ng Team Stallions inside of Ankara, it doesn't feel like Team Stallions at all. So dito na pumapasok yung natural macro na meron talaga Acceptance, no? You can never have anything go wrong pag meron ka talagang heck and silent, no? Those two players really bring out the best of anyone. Definitely. Alam ni Ajax yan because it has been Ajax with Acceptance for quite a long time now. Pumasok si Dre, pumasok si Ding, these are two players that kind of feels like fillers for the team. Pero men, they had this amazing 2 weeks. Binawi nga nila lahat sa week number 3 after defeating Fervid, and now they defeated Team Stallions inside of Eagle Eye to seal off the series, not just in one map of sub-base, a map associated for Team Stallions. They did it as well inside of Eagle Eye, no? Denying the reverse sweep and pushing Acceptance towards the playoffs, no? And this now further cements the debate now, Mochi. Now, is it going to be matches? Is it going to be someone like ComebackFriends? Now, there is a definitive answer talaga. My God, Dre, the whole series, Mochi. We have been highlighting this player talaga. Sabi ko nga, wala nang mas magiging UM pa na counter sa Team Stallions kundi si Dre mismo. And it was definitely Dre from the start.
Totoo, no? I feel like here for Team Acceptance, as much as there are some negative KDs, hindi mo mawawaglit yung assistance na nabigay din nila sa isa't isa, no? In order to finally take down itong mga miyembro natin dito from Team Stallions, specifically itong si Kano. I do think that there's a lot going on din dito, no, for Kano, no? Kasi biro mo, there's been lots of stuff going on with the just maybe the connection or the technicalities on his end, pero wala, biro mo, naka 15, 14, 13 headshots pa rin siya regardless. But like what you have mentioned, just noting din yung performance dito ni Dre, and ako honestly, kahit kay Ajax, no, natuwa din ako just given sa mga nakuha nila mga adjustments and how they've been able to continuously shut down itong si Revenge, which is definitely surprising for us as well. Pero ang ating MVP, si Heck lang naman. With a 1.89 KD, a sure ball kill per round at napakataas na rating na nahiya ka pang gawing 95%.
Kochi, meron tayong usapan kanina who's going to be the better Pacific sniper. Is it going to come from Makta or mula sa Wara? Ito na ang pinakamalakas na sagot na mayroon pang flex sa bandang dulo, no? Heck with a 1.89 KD to seal off etong Eagle Eye natin. Bochi, this is definitely tactical. Akalain mo nga naman ilang rounds yung kailangan i-push ng Team Stallions and Acceptance for us to crown Acceptance to win. Kaya yung 1.89 na KD na yan, it's definitely hard work, no? Now vision into numbers para dito sa side ng Acceptance. Ito na nga pala ang ating distribution ng numbers, no, Mochi. It is definitely a close series. Hindi ito dahil pre, kasi alam na Acceptance yung galaw nga talaga ng kalaban. It is Acceptance being the better overall team mentally, the preparation, the attack, and the minds being there at the right place at the right time talaga Acceptance. Kaya sabi mo nga, Mochi, giving the credit where credit is due, we are putting all of our credits dito sa Acceptance, no? Joining the clubs of Pacific Makta Execration and as well as Virtus.pro as the teams to only beat Team Stallions in a local BO3. No? Grabe naman talaga, Mochi. And take a look, sino ba to? Ang ating overall MVP.
Well, I feel like this is no longer a surprise, no? Parang simula week 1 hanggang week 3 na papaisip tayo, no? Paano niya nakukuha yung highest kills, lowest deaths, regardless of the fact na nahihirapan sila sa kanilang mga unang matchups. Well, till now, siya pa din, no? Ang ating match MVP dito in this lovely. Definitely showing, no? Na sa usapang consistency lang naman, siya talaga ang merong kalamangan, and regardless of facing up against these young guns, no, from STS, kayang-kaya pa rin naman talaga. And this is also the beauty, you know, na biro mo IGL na, pero at the same time, kaya ding sabayan ng papatama dito, no, galing sa kung anumang barel ang gamit dito ni Boss Heck. So, again, congratulations, no, kasi hindi naman din talaga biro yung kanilang dinanas din dito, kasi kaakibat din ng mga DR na yun, pati sila kailangan din maganta and the fact that they've been able to hold on regardless na sabihin mo na hindi tayo umabot ng OT at natapos nila agad ang ating mga mapa, says a lot para din dito sa constituents ng Team Acceptance. So props na props din talaga, no, and kahit naman natignan mo rin itong ating mga highlights dito, no, just shows kung gaano ka-aware din dito si Heck sa maaaring panggalingan dito ng mga miyembro natin from Team Stallions, and thus a vital member and a vital piece para dito sa kanilang pagkapanalo.
No other words than well played para dito talaga kay Heck. Maya-maya, marami tayong pwedeng maibigay na tanong dito para kay Heck, considering na the mental preparation for Acceptance has to be that grueling talaga para lang paniwalaan nila yung sarili nila, Mochi, that they can definitely defeat Team Stallions, no? And this is one heck of a feat talaga, no? No pun intended, para sa Acceptance to have that one resume na tinalo talaga nila ang Team Stallions, not just any Team Stallions, ang STS na mayroong revenge at Kano na tumatap front.
Grabe, no? At kaya naman, I feel like it's about time. Preparado na daw si Boss Heck. Kaya tawagan na natin ang ating match MVP at kamustahin na rin natin siya, no, dito sa ating desk. Because I'm pretty sure, Salvatore, marami ka ding iaasito. And hello, Boss Heck. Congratulations, no? Grabe, match MVP regardless of sa mga pinagdaanan nyo in totality, no, against Team Stallions. And I feel like, Salvatore, ready na si Boss Heck sa mga katanungan mo.
Ito tayo, Boss Heck, makapamatay na tanong ito. Boss Heck, grabe naman talaga ang pinaybay ng Team Stallions, no? Kalaan nyo nga naman, dinakaw nyo ang subbase nga nila, nagkaroon ng onting sabit dito sa Ankara, pero at the end, nakuha nyo yung Eagle Eye. Ngayon, Boss Heck, kanino or ano yung i-credit mo dito, no? Kanino mo ituturo o ano ba ituturo mo bilang isang source kung paano nga ba nanalo ang Acceptance laban sa STS? Kasi hindi ba talaga maging madali na kalaban ang STS. Ngayon, tatanong kita, Boss Heck, kanino or ano, sino ang kikredit mo dito para nanalo ang Acceptance?
Yung kampi ko po, sila po lahat. Kung hindi rin ako, ganito yung performance ko, kung dahil din sa kanila. So, I'm so happy na nagkaka-coordinate po kami, tas tumatama yung ano namin, yung comms, tas yung mga tutok namin is very consistent. So, I'm very glad po.
Which is really nice to hear naman talaga, no, from you, Heck. Well, ang aking question naman is, kung ikukumpara nyo ang Week 1 Team Acceptance sa week natin ngayon or kayo ngayon, ano sa tingin mo yung pinakamalaking nagbago? At kung tingin nyo kaya nyong ulitin yung ganitong kalibre ng laro pagdating sa ating playoffs?
Siguro ano lang po, ganun pa rin yung kung ano yung playstyle na meron kami. So, comms lang, tas yun, dapat hindi magkakagulo para tuloy-tuloy yung laro namin.
Very nice. Okay.
Alright,
On point
Boss Heck,
tayo dito ngayon.
Sorry,
Yes.
Boss Heck, ngayon, bago magsimula ang laban, gusto ko malaman ano ba yung kondisyon ng mental dito ng Acceptance. At ngayon, lalo't natalo nyo na ang Team Acceptance. Ano na ang pakiramdam ng team ngayon pagdating sa kumpiyansa bilang player talaga eh? Tingin nyo ba ito yung isang bagay na parang kaya nyo gawin sa susunod na tambalan nyo ng Team Stallions? O ano ba? Ano bang pakiramdam ngayon na, Boss Heck, na natalo nyo na ang STS?
Hindi po kami makapaniwala po na natalo namin sa yung pinakamalakas sa not only sa Pinas, sa international. So wala akong masabi. Siguro ano lang, my God, mental block na ako po.
Okay lang yan.
Kahit ako, Mochi.
Take your
Kahit
time.
ako.
Oh,
Kahit
parang
ako, Mochi.
ina-absorb
Hindi
pa
rin
ni
talaga
Boss
makapaniwala.
Hek lahat eh, no? I can't
Oo, yun
imagine. Di ba, no? Grabe. Pero siguro, last question na to, Hek, no? Ano sa tingin mo yung nakita mong massive strength or yung value sa inyong team right now, no? Na main reason kung bakit kayo nanalo against Team Stallions, kasi biro mo, hindi naman talaga din biro yan.
Ano lang, alam namin na malakas sa tutukan yung Stallion, so hinahayaan na namin mag-push yung parang may isang mali lang na yung galaw, napapatay namin o yun lang, basta kung may
Nahuhuli, kumbaga.
naguhuli, yun po. Pag may naligaw or merong yun na talaga. Ang sabi po.
Which is very interesting, no, Salvatore? Kasi naaalala ko nung si Boy Polo yung kasama ko, ang napag-usapan namin is mag-intay gumawa ng mali etong si Team Stallions kasi nasa nature nila maging agresibo. At yun yung ginawa nila, Hek, which is very, very nice. And Hek, hindi ka namin papatagalin pa dito, no? Maraming salamat sa pagsagot ng aming mga katanungan. Pwede mo nang i-shoutout lahat ng yun mga supporters dahil this is such a very big achievement for you guys.
Shoutout po sa fans namin, even Stallions guys. Oh my God. So, sa family ko, sa team, at sa mga, sino pa ba? Kay Salvatore, Mochi, si Bipolar, si Ramon, shoutout guys.
Maraming salamat po. Maraming salamat, Boss Hek. Congratulations.
Congrats, Boss
Oh,
Hek.
i-absorb mo muna lahat, no? Nasapin mo yan at magpahinga kayo na maigi kasi grabe talaga yung larong ipinamalas nyo ngayon dito kontra sa Team Stallions. Congratulations.
Thank you.
At ayun, no, grabe Salvatore. It's so nice na nakakarinig tayo ng mga ganitong mga bagay kasi biro mo, parang dati lang, no, nung nasa spring qualifiers tayo, we're talking about the gap. Pero right now, I don't think that it even exists anymore given na ganito yung mga nakikita nating pag-step up ng mga teams galing sa ating qualifying.
No, grabe, no, Mochi, no? These kinds of sceneries, no? Good enough to make a grown man cry talaga. Kaya maintindihan ko talaga kung nagiging emotional dito ang Team Acceptance. Akalain mo nga naman, no, Mochi, from a disappointing 3-0 outing sa Impact Playoffs, no? After getting 3-0 by SGJ, they now have managed to turn everyone into an acceptance believer. Palagi na lang, Mochi. This has been the second time na meron tayong underdog story na nagaganap and we can now finally say na acceptance might be gunning for that deep playoffs run. Lalo't etong gasolina nila, tinalo nila ang Team Stallions. So una nagmula nga to sa Kierdas, ngayon nandito naman tayo sa acceptance. Meron talaga, Mochi, sa lalawigan ng Cebu, meron talagang passion for CrossFire dyan. And I'm just so proud and happy na breeding ground talaga ng talent yung region ng Cebu. Kaya guys, maraming salamat. Shoutout nga pala sa mga atletang Cebuano. Kasi dahil sa inyo, buhay na buhay ang kultura ng CrossFire dito sa Pilipinas and as well as sa Southeast Asia.
Yeah, maraming salamat. At sigit ko na rin, huwag ka magtampo sa akin, Mima. Sorry na. Shoutout sa'yo, Sheng. Okay? Shoutout sa'yo, Mi.
Ooh.
At eto lang ang ating susunod dito na laban, no? It's going to be ComebackFriends against Attras. This is gonna be really interesting for us. And for now, tayo ay magpapahinga muna kasi there's a lot of things to absorb. So far, a lot of happening at meron pang susunod dyan. At tayo magbabalik after a quick short break. pa lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakupuntukan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes it trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing Purple and Trace here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Maraming salamat sa paghintay at tayo ay nagbabalik dito muli sa laban ng Comeback Friends against the Attras. At kung kanina at hinakaligtaan mo, abay sayang yon kasi that is quite of a banger of a matchup Team Stallions against Team Acceptance. At si Team Acceptance ang nanalo. Pero kung ako sa inyo, rewatch nyo na lang tong live stream. Mag-focus muna tayo dito sa present at tignan natin kung sino dito ang sasabay sa current, Salvatore.
Ay mo naman, Mochi, yun yung standard bearer na pinakamalipit na match. Tapos kailangan pasundan dito ng CBF at na Attras. Paano nila wawanapan to ngayon? Malalaman na lang natin mamaya pag nagsilabasan na nga ilakas ng CBF at ng Attras sa isa't isa.
Yep, as Comeback Friends right now. Let's break it down, no? Ano nga bang meron dito for Comeback Friends? Ever since, Aiden has been the primary person to rely on para dito and alongside with Tetsu na kinakayan-kaya na naman na makisabay dito sa ating gods right now. And it appears, no, sa ating sabi, babalik na ate or bumalik na ata ito si Wooz right now, no? Ever since, no, na kamakailan lang ang naglalaro is si Bright and I feel like this might be a sign to have a better leverage para dito for Comeback Friends, Salvatore.
Yeah, buti naman naalala na ni Wus yung password niya, no? Nakapag-login na nga siya dito sa ating server. Wus, welcome back into CrossSFIRE. Na-miss ka na nga dito ni Tetsu kasi pagod na nga siya mag-artic at magtawag para sa mga kakampi niya. Kailangan niya na talaga ng dedicated artic player dito. No? Tama-tama lang, Mochi. Kinakailangan talaga nila ng kalibre dito ni Wus to have that one veteran na kamapans talaga laban sa isang player tulad nga ni Kay. No? Grabe naman ang mga hyperactivity ng mga comeback friends na yan. Tuwan-tuwa nga sila. Napaka-happy talaga nila, no, Mochi, because this is going to be a win na maalala talaga nila, Mochi, no. Friends they may be, pero syempre nag-aasa maging gods din yan balang araw yung mga yan, no. And also in the grace of an old god like Aldrin, they want this huge W. Tingnan mo naman, Mochi, coming back from a 3 consecutive loss wala sa EXE, STS at VP. That marks their total win-loss ratio to 4-4. Pag nanalo nga sila dito, no, Mochi, this is going to cement themselves as like one of the teams entering into playoffs. Kaso pag natalo talaga sila or worst case scenario umabot ng 3 sets, baka pwede pa silang sumabit ng kakaunti lang laban nga sa matches on who will get that number 6 spot. Kasi for sure, no, Mochi, saradong-sarado na nga yung number 5 with there being Acceptance. Ngayon, Comeback Friends, lock in, pre. 3 magkakasunod na talo. Siyempre, hindi nila tatanggapin na puro na lang talo ang magiging exit nga nila sa ating group stage. Especially with a blockbuster performance mula kay Aiden. Dapat lang naman talaga sila manalo dito.
Yep, and parang meron din tayong insider dito, no, from Tetsu. Ang tanong sa kanya ay going into the last week of the group stage, what is the mindset going forward? At ang sagot niya, trust your teammates and don't rush decisions. Which is, parang honestly, tama yun do. Tama yun. Kahit tagalugin mo lang no, tiwala lang sa isa't isa at wag madaliin yung mga bagay-bagay. Kasi
parang
being
naman
able to do
yun.
that will just entangle a lot of stuff dito sa ating mga rounds. Grabe ka naman. Bakit inaaway mo si Tetsu? Yun lang
Mochi,
naman yung sagot niya.
Ita-translate ko para sa iyo. Wag
sige.
mong pagkatiwala na mga kakampi mo, madaliin mo lahat ng bagay. Kasi yun ang sinasabi dito ni Tetsu.
Baliktad pala. Baliktad
Baliktad
pala,
yun.
no? Alam mo, mayaman na siya awayan. Pag-usapan na natin ngayon ang Attras. Kasi dito naman kay Attras right now, well, we already know what they're capable of, but they are still yet to step into the same playbook and caliber as we have dito, no, sa ating biggest teams right now alongside with Execration, VP, and STS.
Medyo masaklap ang kanilang reality check sa liga, no, Bochi, ng Attras Esports. Ang kanilang honeymoon phase na entering into Masters level of competition will be something na pwede nga nilang ipagmalaki sa mga nanonood, no, na kaya nga nilang makipagsabayan. Pero that couldn't be any more farther than the truth, no? Kasi nga, J. Kim is the only standout player so far. Although we're seeing some bit of flashes, no, Mochi, mula sa pagkapanalo nga nila up against Acceptance, pero parang hindi na ata doon nag-bounce off lahat ng naging expectations natin sa Attras. Yes, they were able to push 3 sets up against Execration, pero ang maalala lang talaga natin for Attras on their performance is what could have been, no? Puro na lang what if, what could have been, paano kung ganito, paano kung ganyan. Pero hopefully talaga maayos na nga nila. Grabe, J. Kim, nagulat ako doon. Buti pinaalala mo na mag-hello ka. Grabe, nahinaan yung puso ko doon No, Mochi?
Naghanap ka palang kakampi. Pero ito nga yung ating match history para sa Attras, no? Na kung saan, again, like what you've mentioned, medyo masaklap ang sampal sa kanila ng liga na ito. Only accumulating a couple of wins from Team Acceptance and as well as Vetran, no? This might probably be yung pampalubang loob, no? Kasi this is against a Rosy team. Pero this is another hurdle that they need to face up against, no? Especially dito for ComebackFriends that has better or tremendously better chances against them. Pero meron tayong insider din galing dito, no, Coach Ang. At ang tanong naman sa kanya, going to the last week of the group stage, what is the mindset going forward? At ang sabi niya, as long as di pa tapos ang group stage, hindi pa tapos ang laban. Naniniwala pa din kami na kaya namin mag-push ng playoff spot. And I admire that type of optimism, Salvatore.
He's not wrong, no, Mochi. If Attras manages to win their two games dito sa ating group stage, pwede nga sila mag-force ng 3-way tie na magiging basehan talaga is going to be round differential, no? With a possible loss laban nga sa matches, pag natalo talaga ng Attras, eto nga CBF, there is a world, Mochi. There is a possibility na magiging tama si Coach Ang at mali lahat ng mga nagduda talaga. And that is what we hope naman talaga para sa mga teams kaya to. Mochi, as viewers of the game, syempre gusto talaga natin pumapabor ang kwento para sa mga underdogs, and there's nothing even more better para sa isang Attras Esports na balik ta rin lahat ng opinion ng mga tao.
Totoo. Kaya tignan na nga rin natin sino pa nga ba yung mag-a-amplify ng ating naratibo dahil dala ito ng ating head-to-head ng kay Yaba and as well as kay Kid. Kasi honestly, base lang sa kanilang mga galawan dito, Salvatore, parang may kalamangan ata si Yaba dahil may mga moments kasi na merong mga unnecessary extensions at pagkukulit itong si Kid. Ewan ko kung dala ito ng kanyang IGN, pero ano pang masasabi mo dito?
Well, no? Yaba and Kid, both are prospects, no? Na once we're in the conversation of plan games, no? Mga 3v3, pero dito na nag-fully bloom talaga yung mga upside talaga nila, and definitely hindi pa naman din nila na-hit yung ceiling nila. Ang nakikita talaga natin for both Yaba and Kid is definitely potential, no? Both have very distinct play styles. Yun yung gusto ko dito sa ating head-to-head, no? Alam natin na very unique ang trait dito ni Kid para sa kanyang team. He's like a fire starter. Meanwhile dito si Yaba, siya yung tagalines. I kinda like the contrast ng ating head-to-head, no, Mochi? Alam mo talagang may pinaglalaban ng CBF at Attras pagdating sa kanilang asset.
Of course. And also yung differences kung paano nga ba nag-oopera itong dalawang teams natin, no, from Qualips. Pero let's see, ano nga ba, no, ang kakalabasan ng ating paglalaroan din, no, ng ComebackFriends against Attras. Kasi I do think that they should be respecting the choices of each other at kung saan man mas malakas ang isa't isa or ang bawat isa. As we have Black Widow already being chosen by Attras, Eagle Eye by ComebackFriends, and Port as our decider here. And para sa ating unang dalawang mapa, Attras ang magsisilbing blacklist.
Okay, no? Medyo hindi pa maganda yung pagkapaalala dito ng Attras sa loob nga ng Black Widow after matches, just seemingly taking that map very gracefully, no? Pero syempre, knowing Attras, they want this pick para talaga magulat ang CBF dito, no? CBF, they might just be a team na kaya talaga maglaro ng Black Widow. If we could remember, no? Balik tanaw lang tayo ng OT, no, Mochi? During Swiss rather, no? onti na lang sana makukuha na ng CBF ang Black Widow dito laban sa Virtus Pro, pero Virtus Pro still ended up winning. If we're going to use that as a reference material, there is a possibility din na mag-show up ang CBF sa loob nga ng Black Widow, pero baka nga talaga may niluluto dyan si Coach Ang, kaya nila priority dyan. And yun, Eagle Eye will now be a true test para dito sa side ng Attras as they will now be entering into the den of CBF. No, nothing really much to be said sa loob nga ng port. We all know what they're capable of, pero tignan talaga natin kung gaano nga ba kalalim yung playbook na itong dalawang teams nga na to. Na I'm seeing a map dito, Mochi, na kanya-kanyang pili talaga ng priority, pero dun tayo sa usapan na sino ba yung mas angat dito pagdating talaga sa aurahan ng tutukan. Because Black Widow and Eagle Eye, those are two maps that really wants you to play the best aims dito sa loob ng ating lobby.
Exactly. And I won't be surprised if this is also gonna be quite of a really close matchup, no? And as well as outcome para dito sa ating dalawang team. Pero at pakita na natin kung ano nga ba ang ating mga predictions for this one. Because ayon dito sa ating mga talents, no? Is gonna be mostly 2-0 here for ComebackFriends. And for me, I am willing to give a map for Attras. Because I definitely acknowledge yung mga ma-offer din dito na kung palautangan lang naman yung usapan. No, we have RTA as well as Ang here dito in the mix. I feel like the only challenge for them is how would they be able to prevent themselves from doing such careless mistakes tulad na nakita natin sa huling laban nila, no, that is in the map of New Compound.
You're not wrong, no, Mochi. Definitely na meron talagang utak dito ang Attras, and I feel like that is going to be their investment all throughout this series. Ang problema nga lang dito, no, CBF might be able to one-up that with their experience, especially from someone like Aldrin at lalong-lalo na nga rin kay Tetsu. No? So yeah, definitely Attras has that big improvement sa kanilang gameplay talaga all throughout the weeks. Pero tingnan natin kung kaya nga bang makipagsabayan sa tutukan up against CBF.
Of course, at sabi rin ng ating community, no, pabor sila that ComebackFriends has better odds and chances into winning against Attras Esports, no, which definitely supports ang ating mga sentiments, no, simula ng mga sinabi natin kanina. And I do think na marami pa tayong sasabihin at meron pa tayong ipangdadagdag dyan. Kaya i-welcome na natin ang ating mga casters na mag-aatid ng aksyon for this specific matchup. It is going to be El and as well as Ramon.
Hello po.
Hello, P! Welcome dito sa ating desk, no? Quick and short lang, no? Kamustahin namin kayo at ano ang inyong expectations dito sa ating matchup, Ramon?
Pretty much the battle between two of the mid-table teams para makahabol lamang sa playoffs. Mas mahirap para sa isa, pero para naman sa isa, feeling ko hindi sobrang linis no? Ang pag-e-entry nila dito sa makikita natin on the matchup itself. No? A biggest challenge para dito sa Attras is to make sure that they have that perfect record para lang mapag-usapan natin yung kung para sila makakaabot no? Or at least makakapag-improve at the very least dito sa last showings nila in the group stages. Whereas for CBF, I feel like I wouldn't say it's a complete shoe-in, but it's a test of how pristine their macro is going to be. I very much am happy na nakita ko na si Wooz ulit. Feeling ko underrated pa rin siya as a sniper. But is he the missing puzzle piece para makakita tayo ng malinis sa CBF, no?
Exactly, no? Parang meron din kasing ibang impact na i-offer dito si Wooz, and we will be thinking and seeing if magkakaroon nga ba siya ng deliverance dito, no? Ngayon, nakatapat nila ang Attras. Pero how about you, El? Do you have any additional insights and input sa correlated dito sa sinabi ni Ramon?
Medyo same ako na feeling in terms of like how I would like to look at Attras versus CBF. Parang if you look at it on paper, very contrasting yung teams natin. Yung CBF, individualistic, ako bahala dito, ikaw bahala dyan, okay, deal. Meanwhile, si Attras naman talagang, they work as a team. And for CBF, I feel like they played every single map, no? Fun fact sa mga viewers natin yan, they played every single map ngayon, nalalaro nila yung Black Widow, and feel ko if this is the way to go out of the group stage with a bang and go into the playoffs, this is a victory that they should be aiming for.
Exactly, and thank you for that very fun fact indeed, no? A team that played across all of our maps. Interesting. But what's more interesting is ang ating mga pointers para dito. Kasi for CBF, the secret is now out in the open, Salvatore.
Yeah. Definitely, no, Mochi. The secret is now out in the open. Kasi nga, teams have now finally cracked the code, no? Paano ba talaga talunin ang CBF for a team that has firepower but lacks the mid-round consistency at bilang panapos sa mga laro nga nila, teams really did capitalize para sa sitwasyon nga na to, no? Teams like Virtus Pro, teams like Execration really found out the solution, what it means to win against CBF. Ngayon, syempre, Attras is now watching. With that vantage point, Mochi, pwede nga nilang magamit yon laban talaga sa CBF. And now with Tetsu's mind being questioned every single game, dito na papasok yung marksmanship talaga ni RTA for them to capitalize this W. So ngayon, CBF, with your secret now out in the open, baka pwede naman tayo gumawa ng panibago. Siguro para lang magulat ang mga nanonood.
And also in a really short amount of time, no? Pagka-good luck para dito, no? For CBF and as well as Attras. But, pero meron tayong additional thing na pwede nating i-point out dito for ComebackFriends, though, is the fact that Aiden's impact frags needs to be studied. Kasi biro mo, simula umpisa hanggang ngayon, the KDs are just insane for this guy, Ramon.
For sure, no. At hindi lang yun, no. Palalaguin natin yung parang discussion around Aiden. Kasi not only is he top 3 sa kill per round, top 12 siya sa KD ratio, top 9 siya sa headshot per kill, top 2 at saka top 3 siya overall kills and headshots para sa player na ito, no. In a stage na punong-puno ng talent, Aiden is definitely a very big thing para sa CBF. Yung biggest challenge lang nila is not that they have to keep improving yung individual stats nila, pero how they can make the most out of their macro gamit ang singular player na to. They could use him like a kano na kaya nga namang maging mabilis sa mga rotation niya para lang madepensahan yung mga sites nila, or just have him be somebody na makakaharap ng mga butas dito. Nagagawa ba yun ni Aiden, or nakakalimutan nga ba ng CBF yung potential na pwede lang gamitin si Aiden sa gantong aspeto?
That's actually a really good point, no, Ramon? The fact that Aiden is quite of a really flexible asset dito for ComebackFriends to utilize is definitely something that they should be putting up to the test right now. But dito naman sa side ng Attras, no, the field is only big enough for one sharpshooter. And do you think that JKim has the capacity to do just that, El?
I feel like kaya naman ni JKim, but it also has to, it also revolves around kung sino ba yung supporting cast nitong mga main characters natin. So if we're talking about JKim and Aiden, sabi natin head to head, sige, lamang ng onti dito si Aiden, because of course he is an individual in a very individualistic team na sige, bahala ka dyan. Sige, salamat na lang sa mga kuha mong frags, kami na bahala sa next, no? Ganun lang yung usapan. Pero to si JKim, no, he's a piece of the puzzle dito sa Attras, wherein, okay, this is your job, anything extra goods. Pero sa hirap siguro ng sitwasyon ng Attras dito sa liga natin ngayon, hindi siya makuha ng extra, no? Nakuha niya lang yung mga necessary para sa role niya. And I think na dun nagkakaroon ng pagkakatalo between these two players, where one guy excels at what he's doing and one guy is trying to excel, but he just can't do enough because the revolving pieces around him cannot keep up.
That is actually very vital din dito, no, for both of our teams. It is a team game after all, no, and it's just a matter of a question of who would be popping off. It is quite of a requirement that everyone is gonna be online every single time na binabanggit natin to. We're already quite of a broken record, honestly, no, because we keep on seeing these players popping off, but it is still important na kung merong tagasalo, edi mas maganda, no. And I feel like preparado na ang ating battlefield right now, at mamaya is gonna be railing bullets, kaya ipasa na natin ito sa ating mga casters, Ramon and El. Nakrakan na.
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Salvatore, as the matchup between the Masters rookies versus the tenured Masters in CBF will finally ring true. Ako nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si El, at papasok na nga tayo dito sa Black Widow, no, na pwede nga nang mapanggulat ng mga players natin on Attras, considering na mappick ito, El. Pero CBF, with the experience na meron sila, tsaka nga naman sa experience na meron sila dito sa Black Widow, feeling ko enough na yun para makakuha ng one-up dito sa Attras.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, Ramon, I feel like I can remember, no, parang 2 weeks ago, naglaro kami ng DM dito ng ibang tanas natin. Tapos biglang sumulpot yung buong CBF squad. Nakipag-scrim sila basically sa amin sa 8v8. And the map was Black Widow. So masasabi mo na this team really wants to play Black Widow. Sadyang hindi lang sila binibigyan ng panahon dito ng mga teams natin because number one, it is the second most banned map besides Mexico leading the charge, di ba? And number two, may rason kung bakit ayaw ng mga teams maglaro sa Black Widow, and it's because of the way that you think about the map itself is very convoluted na maraming different approach. Ang hirap pumili kung ano ba talaga yung papaganahin. Pero for CBF, it's the perfect map to execute their best weapon, individuality. So kung makikita natin yon from CBF, no, kung saan si Woos nakuha ng pick sa may frame, lumalaban sa stage all the way through, it's very very easy. Pero I feel like Attras, they have solutions to this, but I feel like going into our live comms, we need to listen to what kind of solution it actually is.
Ito yung Aris isa.
Nag-smoke ako.
BS mo yun. Okay, BS.
Ako na lang, niya.
Sige.
Pretty calm on both sides of the team. They have a clear plan in their heads, pero syempre feeling ko yung init ng usapan mamaya is gonna come through in the later rounds.
Exactly. I feel like Attras, they're thinking, no, Ramon, kung pwede ba natin simplehan tong galawan natin sa panimulang round. Pero remember, just because it's simple does not mean it's easy, no? Especially sa kalidad ng mga laban mo sa CBF. Looking at their default, talagang lasonan dito si Aldrin, kasama niya dito si Aiden, tapos sa tamang hover lang si Tetsu dito sa may mid doors natin, ready lang siya, maka-multi-kill, no? If ever na lumampaso itong Attras dito sa ating mid doors. Pero knowing Attras are gonna set up quite differently, and look at that C4 nandun pa sa RS nila. They're gonna poke around S and maybe try to bait this one as a kind of a split play, no? Pero isipin mo na peke lang yan with their map movement all across the board. Talagang kailangan pa nilang pick upin yung parcel and then just sell this one sa S.
Pansin ko kanina nung tinitake nila yung S, parang pinang-forward contact nila muna si K, and ever since the last series na nakita natin from Attras, he's been much more aggressive compared to a lot of the snipers that like to play back. He's been more of a scout para sa team niya dito. Pag nangauna nga para dito si K, that will be a huge pick for them as na-pick up na yung parcel, de-deliver na papunta dito sa Attras sa S.
Kailangan maging careful dito ngayon si K, no? If it's ever going to take a fight or si Aldrin tutumba, 4v5 ngayon para sa CBF.
JKM gets one and Woos also maintaining yung hold nila sa mismong A site. JKM on one and Attras cleanly executes. Ipit si Eden. 1v2 para sa kanya. Napatay niya si Kid. At si K tutumba. That's Eden. The top rated player I've been telling you about.
Oh my
CBF
goodness.
have a diamond in the rough. And they realize that with the first round.
Okay. Guys, sasabihin ko lang sa inyo si Sneaky siya, si Bipolar tulog na. No? Nagpahinga, nag-recharge sila para sa mamayang match nila, no? Pero sana naman, no? Sinabi ko, ay, salamat, dalawang taga-Luzon yung maglalaro. Yung internet medyo okay. Hindi naman siguro umuulan dito sa sa NCR. Sana walang mangyaring masama, pero parang nagkamali ako ng dasal doon, Ramon. We are going to the dead round number 2 pa lang. And remind me nakailang dead round sila Sneaky at baka matapatan namin. Sana wag naman.
It doesn't help that you have one half of the DR duo, pare. And ako nakukuha, no? Sorry, my bad. It is definitely something that we're trying to work on as quickly as possible. Siyempre, hindi namin to ginagawan. Pero mukhang yung rate na kung kailan tayo makakabalik sa server ay mas mabilis kumpara sa kanina as we're back into the server as quickly as that L. 1-0 sa CBF because of a 3K for Eden. Pero, wag natin ipagkakaila. Nakapasok yung Attras dun.
Exactly. Ang pinaka-important pa rin yung sinabi mo, the first one that you said, the former, would be Aiden getting that 3K, and this guy has been a star, no, in I would not exactly call it the garbage bin. Siguro sa Ukayan, siya yung makikita mong branded na damit, no, dun sa mga area na yon. Kasi ang ganda ng quality ng player na to. Ang ganda ng pinapakita niya. Sadyang he's the only one putting up those numbers. Siguro sabi natin kung 5 Aiden yung CBF na yan, they could be possibly contesting with Fervid. They could possibly be contesting with STS and Execration, no? Siguro Virtus Pro would be having a hard time because Virtus Pro knows how to play like individuals themselves, knowing na sila nga yung second team with the most players in the top 10 rankings natin sa stats. So Eden, very much an important piece of the puzzle, pero once he's taken out, no, Ramon, I think everything falls apart here for CBF. Buti na lang, wala siya dito sa ano natin, sa setup natin ng Attras. Hindi siya mapupuntirya kasi from the looks of it, no? Mukhang uulitin dito ng Attras yung execute nila sa S.
A bit of variation no? Hindi na sila sama-sama as 5 sa pagpasok lamang on that LA position. Pretty normal that you would have yung S as that first contact para makaset up yung mga LA players nyo. And Yaba, first frontline para dito sa CBF. Di mabigyan ng entrada tong si Kid. And I think through the smoke, nare-realize na may nangyayari around this position. Nakayaban na lang yun kung magpupush siya. Nag-push nga siya, kaso si Kid, na-expect niya yun. Nakapasok ang mga players from LA on Attras and Woos. Di niya alam kung ano unahin niya. Yung nasa short ba? Uy, nasa loob ng site, CRG gets 2 kills. And Attras with a beautiful execute. Sabog ang CBF defense. Sabay ang nasa S sa pag-LA take ng Attras.
Okay, we are averaging a dead round per live round, no? Parang ano tayo, parang sa bunker lang, 1:1 ang usapan natin dito, Ramon. And I do not like the odds of the dead round. What is with today? No? Ako personally, medyo pagod-pagod ako pero kaya pa naman mag-cast, pero tulog lang ginagawa ko bago mag-broadcast. Pero parang pagod din nata yung server natin, yung internet natin kasi what is this? 1 dead round per round? Lala.
Pre. Sabihin ko sa iyo, nakadalawang kape na, 3 kanin, 2 tulog, at saka mga 5 dead round na or more nakaabot na tayo dito for today. Pero feeling ko naman yun din yung mismong preparasyon ng parehong teams natin leading up to this. Considering that the playoffs race is getting tighter and tighter by the second. Now, the last time na nakita natin yung Attras in this conversation, nabigyan na natin yung stakes. Baka mawala pa yung playoffs chances nila after nila matalo dun sa last series. Pero, now we kind of find ourselves in a light na medyo may unting chance pa Unting chance. Malay mo naman, di ba? May chance pa ang Masters rookies natin. But feeling ko with how the game has been going, CBF could actually just use their experience at baka ma-overwhelm lang yung mga bata dito.
Okay, I'll tell you how, kung paano makaka-qualify sa playoffs ng Attras. First, they need to win this one, 2-0 laban sa CBF. Then they need to win against TARINGBABI, if I remember correctly. We're gonna go back to the game while I explain the situation for Attras. Then, they need to pray na yung kanilang round differential and set the differential as lamang dun sa ating matches at sa, I think, possible Fervid, Pero never mind that as, Kid will only get 1. And ako lahat dito kay Tetsu pero hindi pa siya patay.
Ginamit yung smoke ng kalaban para lang supply yung one way para sa sarili niyang angulo. And he gets up for free, pre. That's the biggest pick that Kid has gotten so far dito sa Black Widow. And it's allowing Attras to have more flexibility sa options sa push.
I would not say flexibility so far, because even if you take one man down dito sa CBF, as long as it's not Aiden, well, you're going to be sitting pretty kung ikaw yung CBF dito, And I would like to say na itong CBF, they're living really true to their name so far in the season. Nakita naman natin tumumba sila sa mga tenured teams natin na talagang solido yung 5. ComebackFriends nga naman sila, hindi sila comeback team. So I want to see the team naman dito, where they revolve in a 4v5. Can they capitalize? They can't as Tesu goes down.
The moment na lalagay pa lang sana siya ng smoke and a K. Timing is everything and timing is perfection. K with the 2K as well habang ang CBF nagsaset up pa sana ng depensa, a wide open B site naging runway para sa sniper.
Exactly the case here for the lurking sniper ni Kay, Parang kanina we contrasted him being the opener for some of these rounds. Pero the opener for Attras right now is to fight. Dito sa LA natin, Tenso tumatawid pero nandito si Kid.
Sharpshooter as ever talaga kahit M14, HK at saka TRG. Pinapakita talaga ni Kid na solidong-solido siya sa kahit anong baril na binibigay sa kanya. Get themselves in Miniter. At si Woos mapapatay lang din. RTA with a beautiful timing at hindi pa nakaset up si Woos doon. 5 versus 3 CBF looking to activate. Proactive sa labas lamang ng LB na yan. But I like the patience of CRG, Kahit makuha na patay doon sa LA, hahawakan lang nila yung mga angulo.
Tama lang yan, kasi feeling niya siguro na possible pupush dito si Aiden sa may arko natin sabihin, no? Sa may water. Pero naghahalangan din kasi si Aiden kasi alam niyang kumalma yung Attras dun sa LA, possible bumalik sa kanya, and even if he gets the one, possible may trade na kasama, pero didiretso lang sila RTA dito sa site A.
Second kill pa para sa kanya. 2 golden headshots back-to-back para sa IGL. At si Kid, siyempre hindi magpapatalo yan. Nakuha kasi Yaba on the site as Aiden. 1v5. Nakuha niya yung kill dito kay Kid. Kaso duguan din siya dito, no? Limping and dead. CRG finds the 3rd point para sa Attras.
Okay, it's 0.75 dead rounds per live round, no? Na 3 out of 4. 75% chance of a dead round. What is going on today, no? Mukha na naman hello. This is Ellen Ramon. Kung kanina si Sneaky at Bipolar yung kasama nyo dito sa madugong araw na to. Kami naman, no? Mamaya na ulit sila.
It's not every day that this happens talaga, man. It's not every day that this happens. And we really want to give the best that we can dito. Na ma-squeeze out yung mga stories na mga puna natin, but things like these take time. So hopefully you guys have the patience now para lang hintayin lang na bumalik ang mga players natin, as well as load on into the servers. Kasi gusto nga naman natin makita kung makakabawi nga dito ang CBF. Kasi Attras so far, when it comes to the LA ticks, when it comes to the mid-round, I mean, they haven't had a lot of opportunities para kailangan mag-mid-round kasi sa mga early round conversions nila, from a headshot from Kid, from a lurk coming down para kay Kay, I think it's doing well para sa macro nila so far, which has been the biggest challenge ever since the season started.
I would say it's one of their biggest challenges in executing that. Pero pag nakita mo naman na tumama, no, sa strat itong Attras, they look like a completely different team. I've been saying na this Attras team is parang Virtus Pro yung galawan. Kasi nandiyan si Ang, no? He's a tenured player, turned coach na brought his project from Impact. Not technically winning Impact even though they were leading sa group stages, pero they qualified dito sa ating Masters through the Swiss stage, no? And I feel like if you really want the best of Attras, you just give them time. Oras lang ang kailangan dito para mag-develop ng team na to. Kasi kapag tumama yung coin flip talaga, no? Kapag tumama sa tao at hindi sa ibon yung coin flip natin dito, Attras is going to look like Virtus Pro on their best day. And what I've been looking at here is if Attras doesn't manage to live up to their expectations in the most, I would say, played map nila ang kada nanonood tayo ng stream niya, lagi parang halos nasa Black Widow siya, no? Kapag nag-DM siya. I feel like it's just a testament to how clean this team can play, knowing that this is one of their, you would call, comfortable maps, no? Siguro lang masasabi ko lang in terms of why they are showing themselves poorly kapag natatalo sila, and when I mean poorly, they are losing bad talaga, is just the mere experience dito na kailangan pa nilang pulutin sa mga kalaban nila. And it's not just the experience, no? It's also the tricks and the tips na ginagawa dito ng mga ibang teams na parang masabi natin nagkukulang sa kanila. And I feel like case in point is si Kay, no? Makita mo siya ngayon, he is lurking as a sniper, he is opening as a sniper, he's swapping out dito with the rifle. Sometimes binibigay niya kay Kid kapag maganda yung pestuhan. Yung mga ganong klaseng galawan, no? Masasabi natin na hindi natin napapansin from the Attras of a week ago or 2 weeks ago, Ramon. And yung mga ganyang klaseng minor things na napapansin natin, siguro that's a step towards improvement na, okay, itong Attras may bitaw, tsaka may galaw, no?
Ganda na rhyme nun, no? Parang pwede na natin i-contribute sa, parang sabihin natin less amount of pressure now on Attras. Oo, naghahabol pa rin, pero it's at the bleakest scenarios as well sa pag-qualify nila sa playoffs. So feeling ko, pag-improve ng individuals, pag-improve ng decision making. I mean, I could use this matchup against CBF para lang magkaroon sila ng baseline on what they can improve on sa susunod. Especially pag nakaabot nga tayo dito sa regional playoffs ng Swiss nga naman, that appearance pagka nakaabot nga tayo sa usapang yun. Pero I think that's also a pretty good sign na parang yung Attras is still willing to kind of experiment on things, tapos medyo nakakapakita pa rin sila na may highs pa rin yung team na to. Despite the struggles na nakita natin on the group stage, it's not gonna be the lasting impression na nakita natin sa kanila because of how well they're putting up ngayon sa CBF in Black Widow. Pero para naman sa CBF no, syempre hindi naman sila mawala sa conversations natin. And we've kind of talked about the ups and downs of this team. Imaginein mo, nakakadikit ka sa STS nung Swiss, pero sa ilang mga dinarami-raming beses natin nakita sa group stage, it's either an on or off sort of CBF with a lot of emphasis on that individualism but less about the team play, pre. Medyo malaking stress ata yun sa CBF na nagtatry maghabol, di ba?
I feel like yung team play nila, it's half a lost cause na, no, Ramon? Parang wala na eh. You're deep into the season na. This was week 4. Natalo ka na sa mga teams na dapat meron kang team play. And siguro, it's it's either a regret or looking back na lang siguro para sa CBF na they want to fix that since, yun na nga, no, the thing has been over with dito with like with the likes of say Execution, say Virtus Pro, STS, it's a foregone deal na. Pero if you want to talk about the things na makes them a team, siguro it's the way that Tetsu tries to call around this Frankenstein of a team. No? Sabihin natin, sige, si Aiden yung pinaka-kamay dito. Yung kanang kamay ni Tetsu in terms of how you wanna make this round work. So, do you want to put him sa GR side as a counter lurk, no? Yung nagbabantay ng weak side? Or do you want to put him with the pack? Na, okay, expect ko na magpupush dito yung Attras, diyan ka Aiden, tapatan natin ng barilan, no? So I feel like if you want to talk more towards sa macro ng CBF, siguro it's Tetsu plus it's Aiden telling Aiden where to go rather, no? It's Tetsu telling Aiden where to go, and kung pang front, pang spearhead ba siya or pang shield ba yung galawan dito ni Aiden, because if that doon pa lang makita natin yung macro nila, then that can easily develop, no, into the whole 5 na okay, kung si Aiden nalalagay ko sa pwesto, paano pa kaya si Alvin? Paano pa kaya si Yaba na talagang tunay na backup player? And then si Wooz, no, paano na yung sniper natin? No, yung mga ganong klaseng pwestuhan. Pero knowing Tetsu kasi, no, and from the words of Sneaky, he lets it ride. No, talagang he gambles a lot of these runs on an idea. And siguro dahil doon, nakita natin yung STS na match nila sa Swiss stage na dumikit. Pero when it does not, it's gonna turn into that VP matchup dito sa group stage.
Night and day comparison nga naman na yun.
Exactly.
Which is pretty much what you can expect from a CBF na, no, kakasabi mo nga, no, let it ride nga naman ba, pwede mag all in, sometimes dapat mag-hesitate talaga eh, no? Pero still, it's the heart of CBF that actually makes me root in them, lalo na sa mga moments na feeling mo sila yung underdog, diba? Kasi ultimo they have a strong set of players to may experience in the master stage. We talk about Aiden, we talk about Aldrin, we talk about itong si Tetsu na, you know, from the days of him in Team Secret in towards the Sunday Shroom days nung naglaro siya on Impact. You can't help but root for this guy. Kasi minsan he just pulls out the craziest things na mismo hindi din na-expect ng top teams natin dito, you know. And sometimes it sticks, sometimes it doesn't. Parang nagbabato ka lang ng something to the wall and hope that it sticks, but most of the time it doesn't, you know. So you can't help but feel para dito kay Tetsu, kasi feeling mo if everything stuck nung nagsimula pa lang yung season natin, then CBF could have actually be up there with a lot of the top players, but so far hindi, no, dahil nga naman sa lack of that consistency. Tingin mo ba enough yung magkaroon sila ng secondary caller? Kasi I have no idea nga naman kung ano yung setup dito for CBF other than them having an IGL and a team full of superstars. Pero bago ang lahat ng yan, no, we're gonna be cutting the conversation real quick, kasi feeling ko kailangan muna natin bigyan ng oras ang mga teams sa mga players natin para mag-ayos sa papasok dito sa Black Widow. So, ang nga pala si Ramon, kasama ko si El, at magbabalik muna ng panandalian ang CFS Master Summer.
pa lang naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukutuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he
Uy,
gets the double
grabe!
play. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome back mga tropa. Dito lang tayo sa CFS Master Summer. Ang laban ng CFS on CBF versus Attras Esports ay magtutuloy dito sa Black Widow natin. Nga pala si Ramon. Kasama ko pa rin si El at set 1 pa rin naman tayo sa Black Widow map kung saan ay lamang pa rin naman ang mga players natin on Attras Esports. So El, while we talked about the notable players, nakita natin yung prediction na makikita natin para dito sa Black Widow. And there's also that narrative around the players na laging nagpe-play around the team, which is si Jacob on the side of Attras, as well as si Eden para dito sa CBF. No? Let's talk about a little bit more about the other players dito. No? Specifically, Kid, feeling ko malaki yung kailangan niyang i-prove sa sarili niya. Considering nga naman that he was at the brunt of a lot of the criticism early dito sa group stages. Should he be the second man para dito kay Jacob, or do CBF have an opportunity around this?
I would say you're looking at the wrong guy. He should be RTA, no? Should be RTA. That's the guy that we have been watching alongside Jacob, because RTA is the one that activates itong si Jacob. Much like Tesu activates Aiden, no? Although I would like to think na hindi na-activate talaga ni Tesu si Aiden. Aiden just does what he likes to do, no? So yeah, I feel like Attras, it's RTA's role here to act and speak and think like Ang sa laruan natin. At siguro naman, he's done a pretty good job of trying to translate his coach's work into his play. Sadyang talo lang sila when it comes to the experience. Another S-take na naman, no, from Attras, but this time, there's a difference. There's one guy towards LA sa may dulo ng terrace. At kung itutuloy ito ng Attras, no, I feel like the split's gonna go haptic and gonna go hectic pagdating nila sa LA. Siguro they're just wasting a bit of time thinking if they should really continue with this one, because so far CBF, they've been playing very responsibly dito sa ating site P. Hindi sila pumapush, hindi sila naghahanap ng enkwentro, pero baka si RTA, no, siya na maghanap ng enkwentro kasi yung S-take nila nagmumukhang split B through sa stage.
Nagingay sila dun sa store, naglagay sila ng konting util. Already triggering yung rotate para kay Yabat. Dito gagalaw si RTA and he will get the headshot. Finally, the macro for Attras is working. Wooz, nakuha yung S-player. Si Tetsu, nakakuha na sa isa. RTA and Attras routed sa ibang miyembro dito sa loob lamang ng site. Aldrin and Aiden will get the 1-2 punch going para hindi makapasok ang Attras. JK also down. Aiden will get himself the last frag. ComebackFriends with one hell of a comeback.
That's one thing that we'd like to point out with CBF, no? They might not be good at initiating the macro dito sa ating depensa, but they know how to react, no? Nakita mo naman doon si Tetsu sa ating LA side. He rotated all the way sa may alley hanggang sa may high mid ng BL, and doon binuhuli siya isa, no, na dun sa pangat sa rampa. I feel like, ooh, that's a good shot dito para kay Kay. Finding who's out, this instantly opens up the site A scenario para sa Attras. Pero ang problema, no, wala silang short players para makapitalize yun. So pwede nilang gawin is to translate this into 5-0 Ramon. Sagasaan na lang natin yung isang angle, pero look at this, Aldrin, the rifle god himself, picking up the TRG.
I mean, may rifle pa rin naman sa sniper rifle at yun siguro. Yan ang sa isip ni Aldrin as he swings into triple. Yaba, pressured up, nakapasok si RTA at nakaisa pa si Jacob. Aldrin will pick up 2 kills from the sniper. Not every day na nakita natin to from Aldrin, but isn't enough para masalba ni Tetsu yung 1v3. Good shot onto RTA, pero crossfire ang kalaban niya. Finally, Attras nakapasok sa site at napatay si Tetsu.
Finally rin, no? Hindi ko nababatiin, pero we've gotten 2 rounds in a row. I know you get what I mean. Pero dire-diretso pa rin tong Attras, no? 2 rounds in a row dito sa LA, pero laban ang ating CBF.
Yaba medyo napapush ata na maaga. only towards the smoke, and Aldrin
RTA.
will pick up the 1-for-1 after the triple L. A push, and Woos expecting the military push coming through from anybody on Attras. Si RTA lang ang biktima.
Ay, looking at the situation, Attras, you would have you would have thought na sila yung papabor dito, Ramon, pero hindi eh. Nakakuha dito ng pitas kay RTA. Try to sneak his way dito sa may terrace. Someone did sneak, pero that's going to be K. Naghahanap siguro siya ng counter offer dito para sa CBF, pero hindi na binibigay ng ng ating GR side yung mga alanganin na pabor dito sa Attras. So, they're going to condense themselves dito sa may mid area. Lalo na dyan sa may station, sa may mid door, dalawa yung nag-aantay sa Dorby, nandiyan si Tetsu. Sa ilalim ng S, nandyan si Aldrin. Woos just holding S, at mukhang tama nga siya sa pag-hold niya kasi may papadating na mga Attras players dito.
CRG on the peak, at kahit pa-flash siya, beautiful yung naging crosser placement ni Woos. Aldrin on the shot as well. K on one and a second, then he has to be the hero. And he's done so with the 2K, pero 1v2 clutch para kay K. And a lot of time din, pero hindi siya bibigyan ni Tetsu ng peak. At hindi din ata mangunguna si Aiden sa decision niya. One quick shot from K and he drops towards the C4. Aiden down below. And high up, Tetsu wants the high-low setup. K, difficult scenario, hindi niya ma-isolate. And Tetsu just overwhelms them with 2 peaks. Beautiful coming through para sa ComebackFriends.
What's interesting dito, no, Ramon, is that Attras is getting the initial picks. Sadyang hindi lang sila nakaka-recover dun sa mga second fights dito ng ating CBF. Look at that, no, si Aldrin siya si Woos getting that 2-for-1 exchange dun sa LA. Makes it all the more harder para sa Attras to execute what they want to do dito sa LA part ng ating mapa. And I feel like kapag nag-continue yan dito para sa Attras, they're gonna be in the same situation they were in the first week of play, no? Na sige, natalo nila yung Acceptance, pero if you want to really bring the point home, pag yung Attras ngayon at yung Acceptance ngayon sa kanilang form and week number 4 naglaban, sino yung panalo, no? And I would really think na ang isipin mo dito would be Acceptance ang mananalo doon. That's going to speak to the evolution ng Attras when it comes to mid-rounding na okay, may style kayo, napipigilan yung style nyo dito sa gitna ng mapa natin or sa gitna ng round natin, paano nyo ngayon i-evolve yan? Acceptance has done it. How about you, Attras? No? Because I'm seeing repetition and redundancy na naman dito sa S-pick nila na, sige, 50-50, pero then again, 50-50 is a coin flip at nandito ngayon yung mga coin flip gods sa CBF.
At si Aldrin sa 50-50 na yun, lacking heads. At heads will roll up from Yaba, who also gets a headshot. Ubos ang mga tao sa S just like that. And Kid will have to get some more kills para lang maging tablado ang mga numero at ang mga ulo ng Attras laban sa CBF. Aiden nagpakita dun sa CB. And the veteran C just to go back para lang ma-reinforce pa rin yung B-hold na meron pa rin siya. So Kid, pag nagtalikod siya at the wrong time, baka ma-pick siya dito ni Yaba. And he decides na sige, mamandoin ka lang yung angle. Si Woos hindi nakabantay. Babalik din si Kid. And possibly to contest up against Eden. Hahawakan yung flank all the way around the world. At nakalapit na din sa K.
Ano ba to? Naging, nag-swap tayo ng sides, Ramon. Suddenly, the ones becoming the BL dito, CBF, at makakatanim pa ngayon at Attras.
Kung makakatanim nga ba sila, no? Lalo na dito si Aiden. And it's beautiful timing para mapatay dito si K. Si Kid na lang sa batalyon ng Attras. Ang bata pa ang natira. And he has to get one good shot on towards Yaba. It's all down to just Aiden. The top-rated player para sa ComebackFriends. Pero laban sa bata, gugulangin lang si Aiden. Spraying him down sa pagpasok ng site. It is Attras with a 5-3. Salamat sa bata.
Alam mo, kinakabahan na ako every time nagpa-pan out yung camera natin, naging scenic of view yung observer natin. Kinakabahan na ako eh. Pero time out dito para sa Attras because that round was not the kind of round that you would expect from them, no? And I'm talking about that in a good way. Iniisip dito ng CBF na sige, magpapa-short pa yan. Kaya nandun nakatoka si Woos, no? Oo, open siya sa short, pero may initial contact pa naman yung isang player doon para sa galawan, no? So, Attras, I feel like naisip nila, paano kung diretso yung itong mid-doors na to? Nahanap nila si Woos, naging 2v2, yung rotation ni Aiden dun sa may waters na naging around the world flank no, napunta siya sa BL spawn. And I feel like napakadelikado dito para sa Attras yung mga ganong klaseng situation. Pero never mind that, when Kid managed to pull off the 1v2, no? Even na mahuli dito ni Aiden si JKim, I feel like yung sa second to the last player natin dito sa Attras, the idea and the mix and matching dito sa mid-rounding, no, especially in the 3v2 situation, was great from them. It comes down lang siguro sa minor details na nakakalimutan ng CBF na wala nag-cover kay Wooz. There goes the individualism na naman. And siguro for Attras, yung timeout na to is to get that other round, pero at the same time, para din to sa CBF and next time pre, cover mo naman ako. Siguro ganun lang yung nila, yung conversation nila. Much not like dito sa Attras where Ang is the one leading talaga.
You know, sometimes we talk about experience, minsan wala sa gulang yan, pre. Nasa gulang yan para kay Kid. Single-handedly, taking control, dun pa lamang sa may push na on door mid. Isolating moves kind of gave him the opening that he needed para mapadali nga yung BS push siya dito. You know? I think something underrated na minsan hindi natin napapansin dito kay Kid, considering that he is in the mid-table in terms of the stats, yung paglalaro niya or kung paano niya ina-approach yung pag-take ng space, wala siyang pakialam kung bottom of the leaderboard siya or parang naglalaro siya sa top frag. He always will be aggressive kung gusto niyang gawin yun, di ba? It's very much commendable para kay Kid as a space maker for the team. Talagang kailangan niya ng energy for Attras and feeling ko parang spark, parang pang sunod lang ng spark tong si Kid. Hopefully maging consistent siya sa ginagawa niya dito kasi man, Attras need a lot of that energy.
I'm not so sure what type of energy would need dito para kay Kid, no? Siguro spark plug na lang. Masabi natin, if he needs to get those entries alongside JKim. If he needs to close it out, then close it out. Become a gift wrapper dito para sa ating Attras team, no? And then give them a present nicely when they wake up para sa Pasko. Pero malayo pa Pasko at malayo pa ang tahakin dito ng Attras para makakuha ng panalo sa Black Widow. Yes, they might be leading pero you would want to give this lead a grain of salt, no? Knowing what type of team itong CBF. As much as itong statistics nila doesn't really favor their BL side, it's Black Widow, right? And Black Widow, if you give that to 5 guys that know how to aim and that's all they know, and they've been just taking around kasi, well, I need a team. They're really not a team. They're a team of they're mercenaries basically. There are a bunch of mercenaries itong ComebackFriends. And attacking dito sa Black Widow, well, I fear for Attras when that side swap happens, especially yung mga silipan dito sa frame with Tesu and Wooz. I really feel na makakita tayo ng at least 10 seconds worth ng ganong laban. Inaantay nila si Kay na lumaban or maghahanap sila ng huli sa mid-door side natin, no? Pero then again, with CBF, you really don't know what kind of candy you're getting, no? Sila yung mga mystery flavor sa ating teams na okay, one game we're playing good, we're playing close versus STS. The second, we lost 3-10 to Virtus Pro, right? So I feel like with every map under their belt and siguro new compound lang yung hindi nila nalaro na sabihin natin yung panalo. Every map they have a win, no? Except yung compound. I would think they want to get that achievement na we played every single map dito sa Masters and yun na yun. We just played every single map for the fun of it.
Mahilig kami maggala, ang ibig mo sabihin. At least to have that experience in playing in each map could help them out pagdating sa para magkaroon ng baseline so kung paano nasisimulan yung improvement in the macro for CBF. Plus for me feels like we're holding a puzzle piece pero hindi pa natin na jumble yung mga pieces together as much as you'd like to put some hype into this late into the season. I think it's a good time for them para sila din magkaroon din ng kumbaga parang I'm looking for another word other than experience but that really is the thing for Attras, no? You just use this for practice habang nagpe-prepare pa sila parating dito sa regionals. I think if ever man na makabot nga sila sa playoffs, it would be in the slimmest of margins. Pero the focus has to be right now as it will be that LA push na naman papunta dito sa CBF.
For that LA push happens, no, we gotta take a look muna, no, refresher from the previous round with the replay. Kita mo naman kung paano na iputan dito nila Kid yung mga players natin sa ating CBF, pero at the end of it, no, he's gonna get a 1v2 dahil yun na nga si Aiden dito. From the 3v2 to a 1v2 clutch, Kid delivered for that previous round, and Attras, dire-diretso lang sila, albeit be very, very slowly. Who's the one peaking dito sa frame natin? That's CRG. Is bringing the C4 towards dito sa B side natin. Iiwan na nila si K. And here we go again with that lurk. Sniper being in play para sa Attras. Looking at CBF naman, they stack 4 players dito sa A, and Tetsu is gonna ask for some help.
Unfortunately para kay Tetsu, he only takes 1 dito. So I think that's more than kind of what he bargained for. It's medyo 1 and done na nga yung position niya. Jacob will get that para ma-secure ng Attras yung Waters control. The movement across the map for CBF is everything, and the fact that they only keep 1 player pa rin on B, stable yung magiging A side push. So whatever option they have, Attras will have to sacrifice 1 player at least.
Sacrifice they do, but the word, I'm not really finding it, no? Kasi hindi naman kumakagat dito yung CBF with that stack play na ginawa nila dito sa site A natin, no? There's still 3 people strong here, especially sa may S side. Deja vu.
Ginawa ni Aldrin ulit, pero this time it's only just 1. Yaba, buti na lang nandun siya to make it 2 kills onto Attras as Kid, the only man alive, does get the kill dito sa sniper.
1 more?
Pero 20 seconds at na-drop din yung C4. This is definitely a harder challenge para kay
more?
Kid, and he gets the headshot. Does not get the second. Aiden saves the round. CBF, muntikan pa sila dun.
Sinasabi ko nga, Ramon, deja vu.
Woo.
Hell no. No, ayaw na dito ng CBF for that deja vu. Kasi nakita naman natin, it was the same exactly. Aldrin got kills dito sa S. Kid in a 1v2. It's the same exact round, albeit in a different setting. Pero looking at it right now, CBF making it's a good foothold in their GR side, taking 4 out of 9 rounds, with Attras getting 5. And in the technical terms of it, Ramon, they got the better half. They got the opening picks, they got the good map control. Ang problema is the closeout and the rebutts dito ng ating CBF. Ang lakas sila mag-reply, no? Ang haba pa nila mag-reply. Kala mo LSM yung sinasabi nila kasi every time that Attras takes 1, they take 2, no? And ginawa ng Attras, what if bagalan namin para kapag kumuha kami ng isa, hindi kayo makakakuha ng rebat kagad, no? Wala kayong pang bargain sa amin in the later rounds, and that's what happened, no? Para napilitan tong CBF to make a move dun sa may S side natin, some few rounds here and there, and then end of it, just a clutch, no? So very, very weird yung scenario natin with CBF and Attras. Like I said earlier, bago tayo mag-start ng game, a team that's very individualistic versus a team that relies heavily on the protocol. But then again, they rely on one man, and that man is J. Kim. In terms of impact right now, a bit on the quieter side, na mas nananaig yung pangalan ni Kid. Pero hindi mo masasabi yung kay Aiden, no? So when it comes down to the main storylines natin or the main points natin dito for CBF and Attras, parang CBF at the end of it ang lalamang kasi si Aiden, he's been online since round number 1.
Argue online since the start of the event. So far din para sa CBF. Sa mga moments nga naman na nag-appear nga siya dito, no? Pero definitely you can feel his presence habang tumatagal dito, picking up not only impactful frags dito, pero the multi-frags needed para lumikit lalo dito sa Attras, despite it being a 1-point lead. Nakakabatbat pa rin sila dito. May mga bara pa rin silang pinapakita, lalo na yung S-push. I feel like that's been their strongest points ever since. Na can't help but feel it's because of the early macro play na nakikita natin from Attras. Napaulit-ulit nga naman nilang pinupush yung S na yan. It's CBF just adapting to it. It's not the deepest of things na na-expect natin from a team like CBF. It's the most simplest way to approach it. It's just i-push nyo na lang with a flash as well, no? But I digress. It's gonna be another challenge naman para sa CBF na i-convert naman yung making second half nila dito. Especially since they're all gonna be starting on the BL side naman. What if sila naman yung may control sa mapa, di ba?
In terms of map control, medyo frisky yung topic na when it comes to CBF because do they really have map control if they're the only one holding it? Diba? Yun yung masasabi ko sa'yo eh. CBF, they're known for full map spreads. Tigisa tayo ng angle, no? Okay, si Aiden sa water, si Wooz dito sa frame, si Aldrin sa LA, si Yaba sa S, tapos dito sa CB, itong Tetsu, no? Very weird to think about it like that, pero usually in other maps where the lanes are very much specified, for example, like Ankara, no? Talagang tigisa kayo ng angulo dyan. Makikita mo sa BL side, CBF, they're spreading all around the map trying to get picks. Tanong ko nga lang dito sa CBF, after you get a pick, what's next, no? Siguro dun sa what's next, sila nagkakaroon ng hirap, pero tingnan natin dito sa ating first round in the second half with Aiden getting the kill. Sabi ko sa'yo, magkakaroon ng kill sa frame or laban sa frame, and we actually got one for the first kill in the second half. Let's see how they translate that into a possible opportunity getting this LA spot.
They got the aggressive sniper sa Attras, which is EK, which is it's a good half of what Attras have been relying upon ever since the last series. K's been stepping up pagdating dun sa mga early peaks, but surprising us, showing na kaya din niyang makapag-TRG. But now force Attras to be a little bit more creative, and creativity is yung cut push as well as yung J-Kim na nakahawak lang sa S. Spotted na si Tetsu. At piso pa nga siya dito, so a good nade and a bit of support from CBF is needed. Jacob's gonna back off and will respect the 4v5 na meron pa rin ng CBF.
The thing is, ipit dito si Tetsu no? They know that they have him dead to rights, kaya tumutulong dito si Yaba, pero they have to take care of LA first.
And LA is where Kid is holding up that sniper. Patay na nga si Wooz dyan. Pero Aiden supplying an angle para hindi makalabas itong si Kid. Entry coming forward para sa CBF. On the way na yung delivery ng C4. CRG on the way na para sa flank of the world. Kasi hindi pa nakatingin na si Aiden dyan at hindi niya na-respeto yung possibility. CRG on the headshot. Atras, iniipit ang CBF at si Aldrin mamamatay na din. Yaba on the 1v2 pero pistol lang ang kanailangan to get themselves the 6th round win.
Atras checking the better option dito, no? Alam namin na patay na si Tetsu. Kahit anong gawin niyo dyan sa LA, may nakamarka kaming sniper. So talagang they got the best of both worlds there. And CBF, I feel like they had really nothing better to do than to just get LA. Force the fight, turn it on a 3v3. Problema sa 3v3 na yun, wala silang space. Naipit lang sila sa site A. So they won't want that to happen again. And I'm talking to Tetsu because Jacob's right here again. Pag tumawid ka pakaliwa dun sa may dulo, dyan ang naglaglagan, it's Yaba this time around. And it's the same situation, Ramon. They have him dead to rights, but JK's gonna secure it instantly. He backs off. No more fights here for Attras. And I feel like, that's the win condition dito, no? Get the pick, get out. Do not let CBF play wildly. But knowing CBF, they will do just that.
Deja vu nga kanina, pero ngayon may plot twist pa. Si Kid ginulat na lang si Aldrin at magda-double pick pa. Siyempre si Kid yan. Walang takot ang bata laban sa CBF. Into a 2 versus 3. CRG layers on the offense and Tetsu walang magawa. Wooz na lang ang natitira. 1v3 C4 down. Dropping towards the sightlines of CRG. Golden headshot to confirm Attras in a 7th round win.
Parang na-realize na dito ng Attras kung saan talaga nila dapat punterihan yung CBF dito sa Black Widow, no? Talking about that mid area, hinahawa yung CB, yung S, siya yung rampa dito if kailangan. Pero this time, differentiation of approach, no? While we're going to minimize our live round, tinan mo yung replay. Talagang hinahamon nila itong CBF sa mid because they know na, sige, magiging individualistic players na to. Magkakanya-kanya yan. Pero at the start, no, you want to kill them all together and you want to kill them the better way with our teamwork. Let's fight towards mid. Talaga may re-respo dyan at may re-respo. No? Pero yung initial move dito ng CBF is one guy tatalon dun sa may laglagan. And first time it was Tetsu, second time it was Yaba. It did not favor them well. And this kill by Kid is just going to continue to add salt to the wound.
Isolated din si Tetsu ng time na yun. I mean, I respect it. Yung position niya para lang makancel yung CB push na kanina nga ginagawa ni CRG. But in the process, he puts himself to the sideline of the sniper as well. So, CBF, you're down on numbers. You have a low HP boost din. At magkakalayo yung mga miyembro nyo. What's the game plan against an Attras na medyo fortified na lahat ng angulo?
I'll tell you what's the game plan, Ramon. No? You see those belts kay Yaba at kay Aldrin? I better see that empty when they start trying to do something. No? But they're gonna go in raw.
And raw is not what you want to do. Kasi naka-open na yung sightline ni Kid and Aldrin goes down. CRG also on top sa tuktok. Iubos na ang CBF with Jakim on the swing as well. At si Wooz pa, the backline sniper. Mababackstab lang ni RTA. Attras Esports are clean on the GR side.
Yeah, that's what I've been talking about, no? Pinoint out ko lang yung very simple thing dito, Ramon, and well, I don't think they have time to listen to us, but they ignored it totally. Jakim once more dito sa short angle natin. He's gonna go down, so Attras was the second move here because that your main man is down. Kate, umaalis na siya dito. He's feeling for his life, or he's gonna get Aiden muna, no? 4v4 tayo, Ramon. Still the same issue sa main mid, pero this time CBF is on the winning side.
Spray on down towards CRG who was looking for info dun pa lamang sa may rampa. Respect the play, no? Mid-peak. Pero nagulat na lang on the catwalk player, no? So, 3v4. CBF has that S player, no? And if they want to take down a pick, the closest as they can get. Kasi kung si Kid, alam ng low na nasa loob ng S at mukhang hinahabol pa with the USP. Yaba, nakatingin. At nagulat siya, nasa likod na si Kid. RTA on the second as well. 2v2, CBF. Down on number... Hindi, equally numbers pero down din yung C4.
Ayun lang, no? In unequal numbers, C4 is down still, no? It's left to RTA to fend this off. Lalayo siya knowing that I'm not really quite sure kung nasa loob ng bahay o nasa labas dito sa water yung C4 natin, no? It's blinking all too much, pero assume na lang natin nasa labas. That's why RTA positioned himself here, no? Pero when all is said and done, pag didikitin mo talaga yung dalawang miyembro ng CBF9, and that is what RTA does not want, no? So he's gonna go for the wrap around. Habang alam niya they're gonna take their time clearing this house B angle. Dadating na siya dito sa doors B natin, and he could possibly get a good pick, reposition, and then get another, pero time will tell.
The very player that you want na dapat pigang-piga now when it comes to the mechanics, and he delivers that golden headshot to make it a 1v1. Low HP RTA, and Wooz with 20 seconds wraps around the window and shuts down the leader. That is what you want from Wooz. ComebackFriends with a 5-8.
So far, so good naman dito sa CBF. Finally around going their way, no? In-expect ko naman na after that initial kill kay Jakim sa kanil na yun, pero this time, Kay trying to fish for a kill, pero di niya alam si Teso nandito lang. Not gonna confirm it though, Ramon.
It's gonna drop. CRG has to help, pero the help is here with the need supplied by Tetsu. Thank you very much. Para sa CBF to take control of the 2 kills. 3 versus 4. CBF decided mag-reset. Yung kung ano yung kinuha ni Tetsu, itutuloy ng buong CBF.
Parang hinagis niya sa backboard yung bola, sabay dunk, eh, no? Self-assist dito si Tetsu, and his team's gonna capitalize off it, pero si RTA is gonna defend.
Has to. Solo hold and a good shot onto Aiden will make the most out of the situation. 2 versus 3. Duguan si Kid. And he has layered down the flank all the way towards BR, pare. Di nakatingin si Wooz. Hindi expected ng sniper. Scoped in. Backs up towards house. And Kid, the easiest shot. It was labored but finally gets the kill. 2 versus 2. Jakim caught off guard, and Aldrin with the beautiful spray gets the reality check towards the side of Attras to make it 6-8.
Gumigising na ang ComebackFriends, no? And they are true to their name. They want to finish this game off in a comeback fashion. 5-8, 4-8 rather, no? Looking at the replay, Tetsu throw the nade na confirm niya yung kill sa pangalawang guy, or rather sa first guy, which is going to be K. Sabay, with that spray down ng EBR, nakakuha siya ng mga bala tumama sa katawan and smack dab dun yung kanyang HE, no? Sa second guy na nag-swing. So call that a stroke of luck or genius, pero knowing this guy, no? 100% luck. Si Yaba naman yun nandito sa position sa Watersby, waiting dun sa may akyatan, no? And they have full mid control, CBF. Testing to go forward though. I like this one.
Cut off the B, rotate, pero it's gonna be put on the pressure dito sa player na nakahamok lamang. And I don't think he's aware. Jacob, hindi siya alam. And Tetsu's gonna take advantage there. Stage control na nakuha na ni Tetsu. Smoked up ba? RS Kid will get one, pero Aldrin good on the spray to make it a 4v3. Kaso CRG pressured sa position niya. Pasok ba siya? Ilalabas ba siya yung smoke? Wala siyang time para mag-isip kasi may bala na galing kay Wooz. At CBF papasok sa B-site. RTA got shot onto Wooz. Drops the C4. Drops Aldrin as well. And Aiden pressured up. Pero sa double pick kasama ni Aiden, uubusin ang Attras. At that's a 3K para kay Aiden and CBF.
Nagtataka ako ngayon, Ramon, bakit walang mid player tong Attras, no? Saan nakatingin yung mid player nila dapat? Looking at Kid, he's taking it upon himself to mark dito sa may stage, no? Jakim kasama niya, they realize that CBF tries to play towards mid, and Jakim di man na nakapalang, gets a wall bang to his death. Now Kid has to reposition, kalahati na rin siya, Ramon. And I don't like this adjustment. They expected it, but they were not in the proper position to fend off these kinds of bullets, no, coming out of the EBRs. CRG now thinking twice kung kailangan niya ba talaga pumosh or antayin nilang niya sa forward angle. Kanina, nasampulan siya, no, nakatayo siya sa gitna, boom, headshot. And I don't think the angle that he's playing speaks to the rightness of his mind right now. CBF resetting, not really a rare occurrence, no, parang hindi naman sa bihira to. Pero I like the way that they're playing this one. Knowing na they still have to claw back the lead. They're trying to retake things, and Wooz, he's gonna find the opener.
They're punishing yung pushes ng Attras, yung push on LA as well as RTA dun sa mid. And Kid holding yung S na yan. This is Attras getting pressured to do proactive things by themselves. And CBF with a flawless round. All because Attras themselves wanted the fight spray. Ito yung gusto nilang tuluyan. Kaya sila yung natuluyan.
That's a very convincing line. However, one thing that needs convincing for me, no, is can CBF continue this, or rather can Attras stop this? No, it's a matter of who goes what first. But Jakim getting the first blood, Ramon. Tutuloy pa rin dito yung CBF, pero the utility is just too good. Aldrin thinking about it, not quite saying yes to the proposal. No, tingnan mo naman yan si Wooz na doon na sa may frame. Kanina pa siya nakatitig. Possible yung binay solution dito ng CBF, pero time is being used, no? And not in a boring way, in a fruitful way. Talagang hinahayaan nilang magulantang itong Attras. And they're gonna do the same thing dito sa may mid.
Tetsu push coming down and Kid expects it this time. Walang magagawa yung antics ni Tetsu. And Yaba reconfirms it, re-clear. Galing sa flash, Aldrin expected na ni Jakim. Eventually, yung HK enough na. RTA on the spray as well kay Yaba. Will leave Wooz, the backline sniper, all alone yet again. 1v5, pero Jakim confirms the 2K. Attras Esports will climb back up para may lead sila sa Black Widow.
Okay, so I feel like yung mga dead round, Ramon, that's all well and good, no? Pero we forgot one factor. This is CBF. And after this dead round, you know what CBF is usually, like synonymous to? Overtimes. I kid you not, we're in here for the long ride. And I feel like itong dead round na to is just the preface, no? The preface ng ang mangyayari sa next round natin. CBF would somehow get that round, mag-OT tayo. At kung talagang gusto mong pigain talaga yung oras, mag-golden round na tayo, Ramon. Pero, we're not gonna let it go there first. No? We're gonna let it happen if it happens. So let's talk about how Attras got that round. Siguro, ang masasabi ko lang dito is they played really well in terms of taking care of the aggression of one guy, tapos hayaan nyo lang mag-funnel through yung natitira. If they funnel through good, may second guy tayo talking about K, talking about RK or CRG to help yung mga players na sumusugod galing dito sa CBF, no? And if they don't, well, okay lang, hindi natin kailangan mataranta. Then try as much as possible itong CBF na mag-fake towards B, towards short. Minsan nga, pumabalik pa ng LA. And once they got the right bite, no, ay they thought na, pwede na, pero they forgot. They're still in a 3v4 and then 2v3 or 2v4 rather, and then yun, nagkaubusan na sila. So I feel like for Attras, the one thing to let them through in the right direction would be don't panic. No? Do not panic about what's happening in the round. Magtiwala kayo sa mga teachings or sa mga defaults nyo. And kung magkaroon man ng mid-round decision na kailangan ng sagot, well, let the mechanics speak for itself and then let the crossfire happen. Like literally, let the game just go on at makikita nyo rin na yung ginagawa nyo is better than these 5 individuals running around trying to cause chaos to your ranks.
Totoo nga naman. Lalo na dahil sa, the past 2 rounds that we've seen different versions of Attras kind of go at these slow kind of defaults na nakikita natin from CBF with a version of one na may JKim and a version of one na wala, di ba? And from the version without JKim, it feels like CBF had a bit of a push from door mid para na makakuha ng stage ng mas mabilis at mas confident, diba? Kaya nila nirerespeto yung presence ni JKim from that side of the map. Pero sa version naman ng Attras na pag-hold dito sa may S at sa mid na may JKim naman, dun sila nagkakaroon ng kahirapan talaga. And this is all while JKim is not having the ceiling team or a ceiling sort of performance na expect natin sa kanya individually. It's actually a really good distribution between K as well as dito kay Kid on Black Widow so far. So it speaks to you of the floor na meron dito si JKim as a player. Talagang alam niya kung paano gawa ng trabaho yung mga mag-push on that S position as well as dito sa mid, which is a compliment considering the player quality na meron tayo dito sa CBF. Although not the cleanest macro, the individuals can still pop heads kapag nakita mo nga sila sa screen. But nevertheless, JKim really is stepping up pagdating dito sa laban natin up against CBF. And on the way towards our 9-8, may chance pa rin na makahabol ang CBF, especially if umabot nga sila sa sinasabi mga naman L na overtime dito. And I feel like may konti pa tayo maipipiga sa kung ano yung pwede mailabas dito for CBF. Especially with an online Aiden nga naman. With macro, it's not the cleanest. I feel like may game plan pa rin naman sila nakakaabot na maayos, diba? But I feel like there's something missing pa rin para ma-push na natin to the distance laban dito sa Attras.
What's missing is that Tetsu hit, no? That 50% chance to hit the good read and get the round done. Parang hindi pa ako nakakita ng ganung round for this map. Para everything has been played out the way CBF usually plays it out. Hindi pa nag-activate si Tetsu. I mean, you seen him get that 2K by himself, no, with the self-assist, with the lob of the nade. Pero nothing in terms of like a big macro na bright idea, light bulb type of situation. RTA nandito sa may taasan ng ating house B. There's 2 of them there. And I like the gamble for Attras, no? Thinking na CBF might just pull a cheeky rush B, pero they really don't know what's going on because 4 ng players dito sa CBF is going to be playing towards mid, spamming dito sa may stage, sa may mid doors, thinking na possible na nandiyan pa rin si Kid at si JKim dahil nahuli natin sila from some other rounds na nandiyan. Pero, right now, I'm seeing similar situations from the CBF GR side na we're stacking on the short side, we're stacking on side A, and I don't like that, no? And I don't like if Tetsu just single-handedly peeks into House B with the C4 on this person into 2 players of Attras. This can go really bad or really good. It's really a 50-50, Ramon.
It's going to be a Tetsu moment for sure, pare. Sana naman hindi, no? Buti na lang they're using their time para mas malinis pa yung kung paano nila isa-set up yung pag-push papunta dun sa mid. Naglabas na ng nade. So nagpaingay na
Aldrin.
yung isang LB player dito for CBF. Kid doing a lot of damage kay Aldrin. Could affect yung chances ng CBF sa pagpasok ng site pero they're layering down yung LA split.
how do they want to layer that, no? Knowing na possible gumalaw na din to sila RT at si CRG din sa house B natin. They have to go now. 25 seconds remaining and K will get the first one.
Decent. And J-Kim. Woo! Oh my God, J-Kim. 3 kills para kay J-Kim in the round. At sa split na ginawa ng CBF doon, it is the victory lap para sa Attras Esports. With all J-Kim dito pa lamang sa setup on the A side, pre. Congratulations for that first set win.
Parang sa tinagal ng dead round natin, I did not expect the round win, the round finisher for this map, for this set to be that quick. Parang pinasok pa lang siya yun, tas pagkapasok kayo, bang, hot potato kagad yung nangyayari with the kills kay J-Kim getting 3 and the rest is history dito sa Black Widow. No, finally, at least no, CBF has played every single map with only 2 maps being lost or with 2 maps with 0% win rate, that being New Compound and Black Widow. I don't know if you guys are happy with playing every single map, but I am not sure happy for this Black Widow map for you guys kasi they really made sure that they are gonna have a hard time. No, CBF, Attras, I think, trusting the method, trusting the process has been really fruitful for this GR side, and kala ko pa nga, sabi natin, hindi na makakaabot si RTH kasi si CRG sa mangyayari sa A, pero sinabi mo nga, no, if it's a head-to-head battle, sure, Aiden will have his moments, but he's just alone in the team of 5, but J-Kim is alone together with his team of 4, or together with his team of 4, no? The difference being, J-Kim plays within the system in a team, Aiden plays together with the mercenaries, and siguro that individualism is not enough to beat Attras down dito sa Black Widow, knowing their situation is currently bad. Of course, J-Kim will rally his troops and finish off this ComebackFriends comeback to a halt.
For sure, no? Sayang nga kasi medyo na-expect na nga natin sana yung UT, pero in one fall swoop, nag-all in ang CBF, kaso the house won and the house was owned by Attras Esports by the end of it talaga, no? A big standout performance para kay J-Kim, and hopefully this team will translate in towards that second set para lang makakita tayo ng consistency from Attras Esports. But for now, let's celebrate the wins, and with Black Widow in the house of Attras Esports, ay makikita natin sila in the next coming set. Mabalik naman natin sa mic ang panel natin so far, no? So, Mochi and Salvatore, take it away.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, and it appears that there is quite a fight na meron dito talaga ang Attras, no? At nagkaroon ng rason kung bakit nga ba nila pinili ang atang mapa ng Black Widow. Definitely capitalizing on the second half instead of where they've been able to lead themselves at nung ating umpisa sa ating unang mapa. So, I guess this is a W for them. Would you agree?
Well, W, definitely, no, an astounding one. Pero the way we got there, Bochi, feeling ko talaga parang ang daming cheche-bureche, no, here for Attras Esports. Na sangkaterbang stopover ang ating pinagdaanan bago makabet dito ang buong sistema ng Attras Esports. CBF, all that effort, no, pre, all that time, all that dead air, all that dead round para makapag-isip ng play for them to tie the game 8-8 and then naging 8-9 pa talaga. All for it to fall flat in an anticlimactic finish by an amazing push by J-Kim talaga. So, this game couldn't have been any more Attras CBF coded sa mga naging post nga natin, just to make sure na tuloy-tuloy nga talaga ang laban. Wala nang mas CBF pa sa Aiden na lumilipad gamit ang USP. Wala nang mas Attras pa sa J-Kim na nakakapag-headshot pa nga din. Pati na nga rin kay CRG, no? So definitely, Mochi, it's a fun-filled fiesta of Crossfire, no? It may not be that tactical, it might not be that optimal Crossfire na nakikita natin from teams like Execration, Virtus Pro, or Fervid. You know, it does bring a smile to anyone's face talaga na nakikita yung ganito klaseng laruan. It might be effective, pero the mental game is definitely strong here for Attras as they managed to pull through till the last round. Kid, CRG, J-Kim, I feel like those are my 3 picks talaga for potential set MVP. Pero it's still a debatable one kung sino nga ba talaga sa kanilang dalawa ni J-Kim between Kid and as well as yun nga, si J-Kim. Pero when CBF, they were there, no? Like, nag-activate na si Aldrin, gumagana na talaga pero feeling ko kahit CBF mismo yung tanongin natin, Mochi, nagulat na lang sila na dinaanan lang sila ni J-Kim.
Exactly. And I don't think that despite this being close, and I feel like Attras should have been able to end this in a much more quicker and faster note. At least Kid has been able to take his piece of the cake, no? And it's a massive one, taking that 22-12 sa ating KD, no? And 4K, chill lang siya dito, no? But I still can't help but think, what if nadala niya yung kanyang performance from yesterday until to here, no? Na kung saan talagang palong-palo siya lumaro. Pero props pa rin for Attras being able to take this one para sa kanila. But sa ComebackFriends, ang kailangan nilang gawin dito and their priority right now is i-gatekeep itong si Attras, no, para sa ating standings. At ang task dapat makuha nila ang ating susunod na mapa. Pero ito nga ang ating MVP right now, no other than Kid himself, no, 1.83 KD, and as I mentioned earlier, on palong-palo si Kid by 22 kills lang naman ang nakuha niya dito, Salvatore.
At Mochi, ito pa malipit, tinuturo pa ni Kid sa player photo niya kung saan tatama lahat ng bala pag gumamit siya ng EBR. 1.83 KD. Napakalupit nga naman talaga nito ni Kid. And I just thought na dikit nga talaga sila ni Jakim, but Kid managed to pull off in an even better second half. Katubas dito, no, kay Jakim. So yeah, well played para dito sa side ng Attras, hoping that there would be some consistency para dito sa Attras na masecure na nga nila ang 2-0 and keep their playoff dreams alive.
Exactly, kaya aalamin natin maya-maya kung magkakaroon pa nga ba ng pansagot at pangbawi itong ComebackFriends laban sa Attras maya-maya. Malalaman natin yan after ng quick short break. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapultuhan niya.
Careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the double. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. And pinakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rate here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Welcome back para sa ating second match for the day. Ironically, no, time check, it's already 8:30 at sana naghahaponan na kayo, guys. It is still ang labanan ng Attras versus ComebackFriends, where earlier on sa mapa ng Black Widow, no, they've been able to win in a close fashion, no, against ComebackFriends. Pero will ComebackFriends be able to get this map next time, or this time around na Eagle Eye ang ating pagtatarapan at paghaharapan ng dalawang kampo natin ngayon?
Ito yung malipit na araw no? Boche, hindi lang day 13 matatabo natin, kundi day number 14 sa dami ng mga nakikita natin na action between these two teams. At akalain mo nga naman, nasa second series pa lang tayo, pero it's the idea talaga na napapatagal talaga ng Attras yung mga plays nga nila. Them being sustainable, them being able to have this better mental laban talaga sa CBF para ma-shutdown si Aiden. Very much commendable for Attras.
Exactly. And let's see if there is something to commend with the side of ComebackFriends as well as we head on to the map of Eagle Eye. Kaya tawagan na natin ang mga casters, El and Ramon.
Bang nga naman para sa pagpasok natin no? Welcome back mga tropa. Papasok na in towards the second set. And honestly, El, parang ganun na nga ulit yung kung ano yung nakita natin from Black Widow. Paunahan bumarel sa kung sino nga ang unang papasok sa site. And honestly, so far, with Attras winning a lot of the early duels, will that also work out para sa second set nila? Kasi feeling ko in the Eagle Eye map, it's grabe ako yung flip.
I would say sakto lang, knowing, well, hindi naman, if you really wanna get technical, Ramon, if you look at the stats, they both played the same amount. Sabi natin 4 maps dito para sa Attras and 5 maps dito para sa CBF. And if you want to take the head-to-head says equal. No, some of them have a bad performance sa GR side, some of them have good performance sa BL side. Kapag pinaghalo-halo mo yung stats na yan, sabihin na lang natin, we really don't know what we're gonna be getting. Siguro it's going to rely again dito kay Kid, tsaka kay Kay, in terms of the double sniper setup nila, and of course for CBF din as well, no. Nasabi mo si Tetsu siya si Uz yung kailangan nating panoorin. Does that mean na mawawalan ng bisa dito si J-Kim siya si Aiden? Not really. Masabi nang natin na malilesen yung impact nila if sila yung receiving end ng mga bullets dito ng Arctic. Pero kung iisipin mo yung overall effectivity ng teams, nakita naman natin dito si Attras being all that serious sa Black Widow, albeit medyo naabuso pa rin sila ng mechanics ng CBF. This time around though, yung ating mapa smaller and you can rotate faster, that means easier access for the rotations, and you are going to expect Attras to capitalize on that smaller map to get themselves some help on each and every part of the map.
That's true, pare. Lalo na if they're gonna be going over towards the GR side later in the second half, no? But I do expect nga naman that while Black Widow might not have been the most tactical that we've seen in terms of the macro play, I feel like Eagle Eye could be a showcase for something like that now. Especially with the way that how they could be able to manipulate nga naman yung door mid para hindi rotate yung mga GR players natin in between sites, on how well they're gonna be able to hold down their execute. I do like that you pointed out the less amount of spotlight on those two players, mainly si Aiden as well dito si J-Kim. I think the way that I see it is that they should be the two players para lang ma-counter yung snipers na makikita natin on the map. How are they gonna be able to contest against them, no? Kung lalabanan ba nila on LA, or are they gonna be taking an indirect approach, being that dormid player na pwede nilang ipanlason sa sniper, giving him two angles to contest, no? That's kind of something that I kind of look at it in that perspective, no? And feeling ko it will come down to just individual sort of preparation in terms of pressure na ibibigay sa kanila, especially on an Eagle Eye na feel ko after some sort of preparation, siyempre after some game planning, I feel like the executes are just gonna come swinging. Especially if you're on CBF na medyo kahit sino ata pwede mong ipantapat pagdating dito sa mga forward executes natin.
Technically yes, Though you don't want to put Yaba in front of the spotlight now, like especially with knowing his role. Siguro masabi ko lang to highlight what you said about these players being the counter to the sniper. Isa lang naman solution yan eh. Padala mo sila sa Hotel B. No? Doon sila sa loob ng Hotel B maglaro. Madali lang ma-bypass yung sniper angle dyan sa LB. Pag pumasok sa hotel, sige, mag-gera kayo doon. Whoever wins that fight there has access to bypass, to entrance B, to site B as a whole. No? Mahirap sabihin na you're gonna have J-Kim and Aiden go fighting at it dito sa LA natin kasi, sa bunker, sa skip, sa top A, usually, yan yung mga natin, yung mga position ng sniper, not to mention exit A, no? Siya yung mid-connector natin, medyo alanganin pa, yung passage natin, medyo alanganin na angles yan for these riflers. So maybe, just maybe, we're gonna see these two players, no, these highlight riflers natin, looking it out sa maybe, or yun nga, going back to that mid scenario, sila yung maging entrada on that mid doors angle to split these sites and then possibly get an execute if you're the BL, or get that siguro map control if you are on the GR side, and that +1 picks, no, at the start. Pero if you think about it in a deeper level, masasabi ko na lang, it's not just these snipers, it's not just these riflers yung pinakailangan nating sabihan ng siguro words of affirmation or words of commendation sa gagawin nila. So it also has to speak dito for the IGL, so si Tetsu, siya si RTA, kasi usually if you think about it, RTA at the start of the season, kalaban nila Acceptance, dito nila dinurog yung yung Acceptance nga, no. I feel like very very good yung performance niya. Can he bring back that IGL, that fragging IGL performance do kumpara mo kay Tetsu? Yun yung sigurong mas sabihin natin 50-50 compared dun sa other players na pinag-usapan natin.
Kaya nga I think I like that you reference that, no? Kasi tutusin parang ito din yung mapa na pwede nilang gamitan din, no, para makapag-improve din. Kasi while we see the high that we saw from Attras dun sa Acceptance game na yun, medyo may night naman na nakita natin sa kanila, which is yung naging laban nila up against Vetran very recently, no? And while they won that set and that whole series, this was also the same map where they kind of faltered in a few of their setups nga naman, and it's telling for Attras na may konting stumbles, may konting kailangan ng pag-isipan or pag-ayusin. Pero let's not forget, no, this is still a team that are all in their rookie year in terms of the roster. J-Kim, kahit sabihin natin nagsimula siya sa spring, he's playing with a lot of rookies in his roster, and he has the sole responsibility of actually being sort of, kahit hindi siya yung sabihin nating IGL, diba? Dapat isa sa mga voices na may experience na para tulungan yung mga bata para mas mag-step up or maging confident sa mga decisions na meron dito, no? In and out of the server, I feel like that's something na nagpapagawang parang valuable si J-Kim sa scenario na yun, and hopefully that is the case so far para sa Attras, kasi they need more than just one voice in the roster, which is the RTA that we kind of always hope for. They also kind of need a bit more of that decisiveness that we kind of see from them, and as the season progressed, para medyo na-question yung confidence, no? Is it a situation where we kind of can give them some leeway kasi Masters rookies nga naman sila, or is it sort of like a time for them to kind of realign themselves? Kasi yun nga, no, parang bago pa nga lang, in the big stage pa of all things, di ba?
I don't think that's enough reason na porque baguhan ka sabihin natin na we can give them leeway or like siguro pasintabi lang sa performance. I'm not a fan of that idea because number one, you have to look at Acceptance, no? And who at Acceptance, I think si Dre siya si Ting, no? Because for a fact na si Heck, si Syra siya si Ajax, they played in a Masters before, right? They played the highest level before, and they can do it, and they've been putting up numbers. Pero si Dre siya si Ting, no? As much as they've been silent, they've been doing good as well. Let's see if this Attras team can do work with the communication.
Dalawa.
Ito, mayroon tayo isa.
Definitely aggressive on the start as Aiden and Yaba will claim 2 kills pag-hold nila sa hotel, and Chaos falls after a peek from Eden. Attras were working a fake, pero it's come with a lot of sacrifices, kaya J-Kim has to make it worth it. Nakuha niya yung dalawang nasa loob lamang ng site, so good for them na equal na yung numbers. Pero is the cost that worth it para sa Attras?
They have Kid, never mind. They don't have Kid anymore. 1v2 para kay J Kim. He's here sa may bunker. And he's about to face head first dito kay Iyaba siya kay Aiden. Who's still buying some time? Funnily enough, no, they know that he has that C4, half HP J Kim, so is Iyaba, but that's the time for Aiden to reconnect, no? Make sure that after that plant is secured, they just rush him down. Pero J Kim is not an easy man to defeat, no? So he's just biding his time, making sure na magagawa niya siguro ng moves. Or maybe a full rotation, no? Let's ask for it. How about you rotate, Jacob? Let's see. Nandito siya sa may sikip. Gonna get spotted out almost, and he's dead. Never mind. No? That attempt was made barely, but still, he's gonna fall down. So Attras not getting the round. That's CBF 1-0.
I think it didn't help as well na hindi din na fully confirm si Aiden. Nakita from mid, pero after that, hindi din siya fully peak with Yaba by the very tail end of it. So, a lot of questions in the mind of Jacob in the last round, pero one thing is clear, CBF 1-0. Balik na ulit sa pag-hold nila on that LB setup. May smoke dun sa harap. At magde-default na lang ang Attras.
That was a very forward position dito sa may hotel siya, sa may bypass. For both Yaba and Aldrin, no? Feel like if they were to meet anyone here, sila yung panalo, especially with the connection pa with Aiden. Na kay Aldrin dito yung pinakasimuno, no? Nandun siya sa may anong tawag natin dyan? Generator. Sa may box yan, sa may baba ng hotel, sa may sign, nasabi natin. Waiting for the contact. And if anything happens, na instantly, nandiyan yung dalawa. Attras daw, on the other hand, nagpupuno sa ata ito ng mousepad eh. Pati ng mouse. Because everyone's not moving, except for K, trying to look for a possible pick dito sa may top 8 natin, sa may skip. Same with Wooz, no? So, depende lang kung sino yung una makakita, kung kanino man. Yun siguro yung masasabi natin na first pick talaga. However, setup-wise, no, Ramon, they're finally trying to paint the whole picture. The caricature is getting drawn. The util goes up, and here comes Attras with the execute towards A.
All the time in the world para makapasok ang Attras. And CRG keeps spraying on down Aiden. Hindi siya makapasok sa top A. Aldrin on the flank. Perfect timing. Hindi makapasok ang Attras. As Yaba and Wooz will claim 2 kills. Aldrin on the spray sa USP. And make it 3. Aldrin. Ang linis ng flank. And 2-0 na ang CBF.
Yeah, that's the one point na hindi ko rin nasabi, no, when we talked about that Hotel B setup, no, that LB setup from CBF, is they can translate that into a lurk or a flank quickly, knowing how small this map is, no. Eagle Eye, very tight spaces, and RTA is trying to find the shot, not quite landing, Ramon. So he has to back off, he has friends, pero dito yung CBF, they're gonna look to fight.
Flash is beautiful, pero Yaba could not confirm. RTA will get the shot then. Quickly sa 5v4, Tetsu. Trying to investigate. Si Kid kanina, hindi niya na-confirm yung info. Si RT ang nadamay. Si Kid ang kukuha to finally get the trade for Attras this time around. Hold on. 3v3. Mid ang na-take kanina. Attras had all the space dito sa LB and they could just reset off of this.
Never mind the reset. How about you just go all in? Sagasaan nyo itong EV natin. You know that you want to. Is gonna get taken down, but the trade is in favor of Attras.
The drop shot as well para kay Kid. And Attras will open up that EB but taking too much time.
They're going back?
Si Wooz nasa likod nila. They're going back into Wooz. A lot of damage and finally K goes down as well as si Kid. Too much hesitation para sa Attras. Niliteran nilang pangalan nila, boss.
The nature boy, no, si Wooz. Got me hollering over here with that swap to the EBR, pare. Akala ko talaga that first spray was not gonna go his way. Pero he got what he wanted. 3-0 for CBF. At ayun na nga, nabigyan na nga si Wooz, no? Stick to the snipers as K. While they have a man advantage, you know, Attras, it's still the same setup. Kakalma tayo sa may doghouse, sa may house A. May tatao dito sa may mid. Not really sa may mid doors. And may dalawa pa rin nandito, no? Marking tong LB and bypass natin. Speaking of LB and bypass, CRG, well, he's not gonna find any fight soon, no? Talk about Aiden though. try to press forward. Ito naman yung individualistic natin na CBF. Trying to pick one, pero in the end, siya yung pipitas. 3v5 right now for CBF.
Siyang individual, and Kid is stepping up, goes huge on to kill dito kay Yaba. Tetsu back on the sniper and even gets the kill kay CRG. K on the shot, finally gets himself ang IGL. Si Aldrin na lang ang natitira, 1v3. And especially with the experience that we know from Aldrin, he could do wondrous things kapag siya ang nasa scope. Pero Attras leading up the defense is beautiful from K. Reset back onto guardhouse. Nakuha pa ang headshot dito kay Aldrin. Attras Esports finally with a round on the board.
Yeah, but are we going to expect CBF to do the same exact things, no? And for the rest of the rounds dito, Ramon, nakita naman natin na binigyan lang ng pitas dito si Attras, no, with those two. Yaba being the first one in this round again, no? Let's see if Aiden or Tetsu does the same. I feel like sa mga ganitong mistakes ng CBF, nakaka-capitalize ng Attras, pero going back to the point, does CBF give this every time? No. Only specific rounds where they are feeling themselves. Si Yaba certainly did, at si Aldrin naman ito pa.
Ay, nade out pa. At he was expecting that it could have been a free skill, pero hold on, RTA gets the shot in, Aiden as well. Finally, reassessing the situation they had dito sa B site. Paano nakalapit sa EB ang Attras? Now they have numbers inside of the site. Eden, gagamit na ng cable car. Gets the kill dito kay CRG. Kid on the flank. Will take down the sniper. Eden, pressures the situation. Mamapatay si J-Kim. Tetsu on the trouble as well in a 1v1. The sniper versus the IGL. And K has to get the shot. He does with the USP. Attras Esports forced their way towards the B site.
Para sila mga sardinas dun sa car natin sa B. Ang daming tao dun sa taas, dun sa baba, dun sa labas. Attras really knew what they were doing because they have a split and we have a dead round. That's counter number 5. Para sa series lang na to, total natin overall with series number 1 totaling up to 10. So ewan ko, feel ko Ramon, I don't know if you can sense the weather dyan sa lugar mo, pero where I am right now, it's raining. So hindi lang ako kinakabahan sa game, kinakabahan din ako para sa sarili ko. Sana wag naman mangyari yung mga iniisip natin, no? Sana magtuloy-tuloy yung laro natin, madurog man yung isa, 2-0, 2-1, I don't care, basta just proceed with the game surely, no? Much like what Attras is doing, very surely getting the skills na binibigay sa kanila ng CBF, and CBF, they need to be much more careful because they can't keep doing the same careless mistakes na. Sisilip lang kayo kay K, sisilip lang kayo kay RTA, kay CRG, tas you're not aware na nandun na pala sila.
Papansin ko nga from CBF after mapatay dito si Wooz, they have this tendency to not take forward space, and I kind of understand that no? Gusto nila gawa ng paraan para mag-equal yung numbers, makakuha ng pitas, maybe probably get another pop-up moment individually as para dito sa CBF, pero Attras kind of realizing that they could just have a sort of way na isa-separate nila yung forces nila to kind of maneuver around yung naging tendency na yon. And they took a bit of time bago tayo umabot dun sa conclusion na yun. No? Pero I think Attras in what they're doing right now is actually working with the way that they've been handling Aiden sa pushes, the way that they've been countering itong si Wooz. And I think it's also props to as well dito kay Jacob. He's been pretty much fundamental with how, or actually pivotal sa nakikita natin from him being sort of the center around this game plan sa mga entries nila papunta dun sa hotel, sa mga pushes nila on the way towards LA. I believe Jacob and Ken have been doing a good job of actually parang getting Attras a little bit more confident because they've been getting the early kills dito sa naging matchup natin so far.
Yeah, it's also taken in part for Attras na hindi sila nagiging aggressive. I would have liked to see them aggressive. For example, instead of just like allowing the CBF players to go into their crosshairs, i-challenge nyo pa sila. Sige, pumunta kayo dito, pupunta kami dyan, at saka tayo mag-usap na masinsinan. No? Or rather, I would have liked it na ganon yung maging situation para sa Attras. Pero if the step number 1 is working, wherein the usual is mag-aantay tayo na push and gumagana naman. Paano na kapag hindi na sila gumagalaw, no? What if hindi na sila magpakita doon sa mga early parts ng mapa natin na contested at mag-turtle na lang yan sila dito sa mga sites natin? I feel like Attras should have put in the layer of aggressiveness, which I think we've seen naman, no? dun sa may bypass area kung saan si RT, he tried really shooting off, I think it was Yaba, dun sa bypass natin kung saan hindi niya napatay. We saw a fight ensue. And that's the kind of moves na I want to see from Attras. Like, sige, kahit wala silang gawin, kahit may gawin sila, kuhanin niyo yung space para ang ending natin, kung lumaban sila, 3v3 or XVX, no, hindi na 5v5. Kapag di sila lumaban, we have more map control to execute a possible split, a possible side take, or siguro, makahanap tayo ng pitas kasi they have to reclear these areas somehow. CBF naman, no, let's talk about how they're trying to push. They're trying to find information haphazardly. I don't think you really need to find information sa Eagle Eye. You just let Kay do his thing. Tetsu, kung mag-second the sniper ka, go for it. Have these lanes secured, LA and LB. Tapos hayaan mo maging rotation to sila Aldrin, sila Aiden. Kasi they're good for their kills. Ang kailangan lang is they need to arrive there with enough members ng CBF to actually hold on for the site.
It's exactly what we kind of wanted, no? When we saw Tetsu and Booz in the same lineup, this double TRG setup could be very pivotal pagdating sa mga maps katulad ng Eagle Eye, diba? But siguro it will be in one of the later rounds kung saan mafe-feel ni Tetsu na kailangan nilang kunin yung control dun sa lanes, pero hindi pare. They're throwing all the macro out the window and force themselves into the mid-side push with Yaba and Aldrin picking up the brunt of the kills. Naubos ang Attras. Anong setup? Kakainin na sila ng buhay. At iisa na lang si RTA, pero so far, the game plan is set. Hanapin ang panghimagas sa CBF. Dahil sa push nila on that mid-side 4-course meal ang Attras Esports.
I actually lied to you, Ramon. No? I wasn't done talking kanina nung pinasa ko sa'yo. This is also one thing in my mind kung saan sasabihin ko sana Attras can push, but so can CBF. We forgot that these guys are gonna push every single time. They're, well, how is the word for it? They're like an unchecked Stallions back in the day. Nung UM pa sila. They're gonna push you and they're gonna win in the aim duel. And lo and behold, the one thing that I didn't say came true. And I feel like they're gonna do the same dito sa may B-side ng mapa natin, no? Sa may hotel, converting 4 members, but right now, thinking twice about it. Aalis na dito si Wooz, aalis na dito si Aiden, si Tetsu yun nandito sa may A. Pero he's now rocking the sniper, so napag-alala, no, para sa CBF yung position na yan, lalo na kapag kinlear siya ng mga Attras players. Pero looking at the state of the map right now, I would say I'm pretty happy if I'm CBF dahil we have covered every single part. We can immediately adapt or rotate to any site that's being hit. And for Attras, no, the big thing to ask them right now is, ano na? What's the next move? Do we go through mid doors or do we just fight an angle and call it a day?
Laro na sa parang
ayun. Binaglaho.
Yun nga, parang for Attras, medyo the plan really is to see if okay na ba yung separation nila dito, kung enough pa ba yung players na inahatid nila, pero nawala yung isa sa CBF ngayon. So, alam ko na kung ano yung mangyayari after na round na to, pare. Pero di pa naman tapos yung round. At naka-flick pa nga si Aiden dito. So, we're back into the even ball game. Kid, mapapatay lang ng ganon-ganon. 1 minute on the clock, kailangan pumasok ng Attras, and where are they gonna go? Papasok siguro dito sa B-site, no? So, kukunin ka na to, no? J-Kim, 45 seconds to see if he wants to command this push. Papunta dito sa second wave. Who's on the shot, pero J-Kim still on the trade. Pwede na yun para makaset up na ng push ang Attras as Yaba goes in, pero J-Kim siya ang papasok. 2 kills para sa kanya and Aiden goes down as well. This is Attras believing in the trading system. At si Tetsu na lang in a 1v3. The mad scientist is stuck between RS as well as the players of Attras at wala siya matatakbuhan. It is an inevitable 2K para kay RTA.
And here we go again. Hindi ko na sasabihin yung tawag natin doon dito, no, ladies and gentlemen. Tanggapin nyo na lang na ito yung lumabas sa screen natin. And that round counts towards Attras, no? May kinidnap dito bigla sa CBF. His name is Aldrin. Laki-laking tao nakikidnap dito sa server, pero just such is the game that we love dito, no, sa CrossFIRE. Pero yun nga, no, dahil round tayo mga kaibigan. And no matter what, no, I feel like even if Aldrin was there, the initial pick dito or the counter pick dito ng Attras was better in terms of the state of the map, no? Nakita naman natin pumunta silang B, right? And usually si Aldrin, he's gonna be B, and with the way that he's going to be fighting, for sure, since mas marami yung tao dito sa Attras, he's gonna go down. Ma-half HP niya yung isa, pero yung ending naman natin naging 3v1, di ba? So, I'm not gonna count on it even if Aldrin was in that round na mananalo pa rin yung CBF. Attras took that win, even though sabi natin 5v4, nakahanap naman si Aiden ng equalizer. So technically, it was a 4v4 all throughout the map, no?
Exactly, no. It's also a pretty clean shot coming through para kay Aiden, no. Para lang ma-clear yung nakita nating lurk sana coming through para sa mid side. I think Jakim himself kind of called the push dito sa second mid kasi kita mo yung kung paano siya ka-forward nun sa paglaban nila dito kay Booz, and feeling ko after ng kill na yun medyo nag-activate na siguro yung parang hive mind mismo ng Attras na iisa lang naman yung plano kailangan gawin, diretsoin na lang nila yung B-site na yun after that. And that's kind of kung gagawin nila yung parang final step dun sa buong game plan nila yun, sa buong nagiging BL side nila, feeling ko it's a different Attras that we're looking for. But they wanna do this by the book, pare, which is yung default, separate lang, hanap lang tayo na magiging punishment dito, which honestly, I don't really mind, considering nga naman na they wanna do things in a way na parang checklist crossfire. Pero what all that's doing is also providing a sort of window para sa teams like CBF to try to throw chaos in that window. Nakita mo yung isang round kung saan nag-push sila sa mid. I wouldn't mind kung ginawa nila yun before or ulit sa isa pang pagkakataon, as long as it's within reason, no? Kung gagawin nila in a way na to take advantage of a trust setting up in the longest time possible ulit, pre.
Yeah, I mean, tong Eagle Eye, no? If you wanna talk about by the book, this map is literally the shortest book, no? The tiniest book in terms of map pool for CFS kasi it's the smallest map, its layout is similar to Ankara, and it's really open in terms of like you have a tower in the middle of the map, right? Of course it's gonna be open and you can see from half a mile away from Hotel B to Top A, something like that. Pero I feel like for Attras doing this sabi nating simple take or simple takes dito sa mapa natin, not saying na it's easy because it's simple, but it doesn't really have any room for error kasi wala naman talagang error na mangyayari. If they keep doing this for the next 2 rounds, I believe, I feel like they can overtake the lead pa nga dito for CBF once every player in the lobby has reconnected. And sabihin na lang natin na Attras can just snowball this understanding of the map itself to their GR side. Alam naman natin yung GR side dito ng Attras is also very strong, no? They're like a stronghold in terms of rotating, and as much as CK is not really a sniper na masasabing natin kaya natin pantapat sa BL, no? But for the GR side sniping, I feel like K is more than enough, no? Hindi mo na kailangan pag sniping pa tong si Kid, and if ever man na mag-snipe natin si Kid, it's just strength upon strength from mo.
Especially on this map talaga where double TRG is rewarded, no? It's exciting thing to kind of watch out for pagdating doon sa magiging GR side ng Attras Esports. Especially with how well actually Kid has started on a sniper nung nakita natin yung Black Widow kanina. I wouldn't say it's the flashiest that we've seen, pero it's well enough para lang makontrol yung mga lanes, which is definitely the reason why you would pick up a double TRG in the first place, especially on an Eagle Eye map na pag-control lang ng lanes, okay yung double TRG na yun. So hopefully we'll see that come out through para sa Attras, because that would have been one of the more creative things that we see out of this team. But nevertheless, no, we're still in this set number 2. Hindi natin patatagalin pa. We're gonna be going over towards a very short break habang nagre-reconnect ang pareho nating team. So, si Ramon, kasama ko si El, at magbabalik ang CFSC Master Summer.
lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapunta ka niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he makes it trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade for PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Welcome back mga tropa. Magbabalik tayo dito sa CFS Master Summer. At ito pa rin ang laban ng Attras Esports versus CBF. Nga pala si Ramon. Kasama ko pa rin si L in the Eagle Eye Map. 3-4 na. Reminder lang mga tropa, leading pa rin naman ang CBF habang ang Attras ay naghahabol. But they got off to a good start finally. Nakakahabol na sila dito after a round win na bago sila makaabot dito sa Dead Arena. So hopefully iba yung magiging pahinga sa parehong teams natin kasi pagkatapos ng DR, papasok ulit tayo ng Eagle Eye.
Wala nang salita pa, no, Ramon? Dire-diretso na lang tayo dito sa game natin. Masyado na mahaba yung ating delay. Pero okay lang. Never mind, hindi okay yun. At hindi ata maging okay dito kung sino man yung mapipitas dito sa may B-side natin sa may hotel. No? Kasi kanina ko pa napapansin na Attras. I feel like they've been wanting to go towards B, pero they just can't seem to find the right timing to do it. Remember that one round with RTA, no? Tinaray niyang patayin si Tetsu sa may bypass pero hindi niya nakuha. I feel like after that, na-trauma na sila dito sa may B. So, definitely, the next move for them would be to haggle with the doorman dito sa mid-doors natin, that being Aiden. But then again, no? No deal siya. Every time na wino-wallbangan dito, he's gonna take a peek. Pero, magkabilang mundo lang tong mga to eh. Tamang chill lang sila dito, Ramon. Very much Attras being Attras. Pero I would really want another round where CBF just watches through the door. But never mind, Aiden gets traded off and this might just kickstart things in round number 8.
They do get the doorman pero indoor nga ba yung gusto nilang pasukin ngayon kasi so far Attras. The poke and the prod, which is usually what we've been seeing dito sa Eagle Eye para sa kanila. And na-poke na nga nila yung mid. Yung prod naman, yung nawawala dito so far. No? So Attras have 45 seconds to make that decision kung tutuloy nga ba nila yung mid push. And with the smoke, kung may idea na si Yaba, siya pang lalapit. And J-Kim, kahit alam niya si Yaba ang nakabasa ng play. 2 kills para kay Yaba.
Ipit.
It's what, 2 versus 3, pero ipit si si Aldrin. Ang papatay sa sniper. It's all down to just Kid again, and Kid is walking into a death march. And Aldrin picks up the 2K. ComebackFriends survives the push towards mid.
Tatandaan mo, no? The first 2 letters of Yaba. Tapos nandun siya sa may smoke. Talaga magkakaroon ka ng isang big break dyan for CBF if you try to get him out of the position, no? Parang nagulat kayong dalawa doon. Hindi nila nakakita si Yaba. Dinaanan lang eh. The second guy was aware. The first guy, though, he just went rattling through at si Woos. Oh! Yun, finally. Will be getting the kill. And Attras, an opener has been found earlier than expected. Pero knowing them, no? Sila pa nga ata yung magkakaroon dito ng konting break in what they're trying to do. Aiden, nangangati na naman. Tingnan natin kung pagbibigyan.
Nakakaliw para kay Aiden. Ginagawa nito after mapatay yung isa and make it to Aiden. Gets more than what he bargains for. With an LA push just like that, Tetsu will get that 2K. Naubos ang Attras sa setup na naman. Lalapit pa lang sa LA pero bala ang natira dito kay RTA. 2 kills for Tetsu and 2 kills for Aiden. CBF make it 6-3 sa first half.
And so far, I feel like it's the same storyline with Acceptance in Port with Attras in Eagle Eye, you know. They've been having such a hard time in the BL side because of their passiveness. Now that kayo naman yung mag-GR, I want you to utilize that same passiveness and you know, just outwit itong CBF team natin. I feel like we can see that, but how often or how quickly can we see that being transition, knowing na yung CBF, that one round na pinush lang nila yung mid, they can do that as GR. Paano pa kaya kapag sa BL side na nila wherein, sure, it's a small map, but I don't expect them to take their own ways, take their own paths, and then just go alone. I feel like itong CBF, siguro, sabihin na lang natin, Ramon, part din sila ng natatamaan o napeperwisyo dito sa haba ng araw natin. Something with this day talaga that really is hindering kasi the broadcast, siguro the players as well with all of these dead rounds. Siguro, matamaan din sila nung inis na yun. And rush lang natin yung A, rush lang natin yung B. Baka makita natin yung ganong tactic dito sa CBF, but you never know, no? Especially with Attras being this passive, that passiveness just means that they can react faster than most teams when it comes to the GR side. And siguro, it's a tale of two teams trying to use the best idea that they have, but not knowing when and where to use it.
Especially with experience also being somewhat of a factor din dito sa game na to, kung saan medyo natatagal nga tayo dahil nga sa dinarami-rami nating tech pause and dead round, medyo sino kaya yung unang magpa-falter dahil nga naman sa delays na yun, no? Kasi nawawala na yung init, lumalamig dahil nga naman sa nangyayari so far outside of the server. So whoever gets that first stumble literally will actually get the full effect no, pag nagtagal. And so far feels like CBF are going at it sa script so far na medyo with them having the tenure nga naman, sila yung parang nakaka-adapt quicker into what the situation has been. And kahit sabihin natin na risky yung nakukuha nating position sa LA from Aiden as well as the door mid push na ginagawa nga ni Yaba kanina, it's been working to an extent, di ba? Kasi while they're putting themselves at risk to do this, it's with the purpose of trying to get info as well as the man-card advantage back. So I feel like these sorts of things have been punished to an extent in a way na may trading pa rin naman dito ang Attras, pero it kind of comes out a little bit too late. Ngayon na sila naman, yun nasa BL side, medyo malilimit na siguro yung map movement dito para sa players natin on Attras. While CBF naman, yung may benefit of actually controlling the map how Tetsu wants it, pre.
Yes. Tetsu can definitely control the map how he wants it to be, but there are still some statutes of limitations being placed upon there, no? Especially with how RTA and most likely Kid and K will try to solve it out, no? Going to the second half, I'm gonna have to assume that Attras is better on this one, pero let's see how they're gonna try to piece the puzzle.
Dito lang ako sa ili, pre.
Ako dyan, Yaba, ako dyan, Yaba.
Ito, Arctic na kabang dulo.
Napiso nga, Das?
Okay. So, nag-aagaw ng posisyon. Ayan si Kay. Will be getting the initial pick na sinabi ko yung kanina. Pero yeah, I feel like Attras getting the better of the start dito sa kanilang GR side first round. So far mo, no, 3v5 for CBF. I digress sa sinabi ko, they're not gonna go as 5, they're gonna go as individuals again.
Individualism, just living and die by it. Is this the CBF that you want? As they get one by Attras, Smooth, and Yaba. They do their best para ma-equalize in numbers. It calls back into a 3v2. And Wooz, if he gets the shot, it will not happen because Kid finally land the shot that he was looking for. Yaba na lang ang natitira. At one shot lang para kay RTA yan. Attras Esports. Make it simple kasi yung CBF na mismo yung gumagawa ng plays na yun.
Nothing really there to do much, no, para sa Attras but receive and welcome itong mga players na sa CBF. Look at that pick from JKM as well as RTA, no. Parang ganda nung 1-2 punch na saluhan nila. Yes, Wooz will get something in return, pero that's all there is, no, something in return, not everything for the round. So with this type of idea being used by CFS early na hindi natin kaya isa-isahin, limahin natin dito sa site A.
Tama lang yan. Pero overwhelm the offense. The flash is beautiful para mapatay si J. Kim. Aldrin on the push as well as CBF. As individualistic we want them to be, they are going at it as 5. And as a unit, yan na nakakatakot. 2 versus 4. Kid expected. And a good shot from Wooz. Will take down the flank para sa Attras. Si Kay na lang ang natitira. But it feels like his impact will not be felt. Nawala yung timing. And si Aldrin nandito na, hunting down the sniper. ComebackFriends, surprise Attras Esports.
And definitely, I think the one thing that CBF realized there, no, Ramon, is itong Attras, nilalaro nila si K dito sa site B, hindi towards A. So, they realize that walang pipigil na malaki dito sa A site natin. Ngayon, they think he's gonna go towards A, magbibi naman sila.
At si Kita ma-overwhelm. That's Aldrin and Yaba taking control of that side. Jakim has the C4, pero Aiden is here to receive USP and the movement just to overwhelm the Hotel player. 4 versus 3. And CBF have Hotel.
Maganda yung ikot dito ng CBF. But RTA, he's in too deep, no? He's gonna plan himself dito sa may ating House A. At si Tetsu yung una niya pwede makalaban. That is if he finds Tetsu out first, he will... But no! He goes down!
Si Yaba pa yung nakapatay dun! Half the reset for CBF. Ikinasama pa ng Attras na sila pa yung nagpupush. And Tetsu will just say, sige, kukunin namin yung round na yan. Kasi si Attras na mismo yung nagpupush sa sides nila.
Ay. What has happened with that fight? Sayang, that was the entryway dito sa Attras to get around. But then again, no, Yaba and friends going straight into Hotel.
And Yaba's just gonna get that kill. Force himself on the check-in. Aldrin as well on the second. CBF nakuha yung LB. And Attras faltering at the first early second. CRG deciding to become that front line. Papunta pa lamang dun sa entrance. Papunta dito sa B site. Pero with CBF knowing that they have the time and the numbers, they don't have to force themselves dito sa B site.
Feel like the numbers are not yet enough, especially with that happening. But oh wait, they take CRG down and this could be the opener no, Ramon, para sa site B.
Igohin na lang. At enough na yun para kay Aiden at kay Aldrin. RTA, the last man in a 1v5. Will take down the fellow IGL, but there's a lot of work to do para kay RTA. Yaba, no timing at all. That's RTA. Go down the shot on the double. Goes in towards Hotel with 1 HP. Impossible, especially with Aiden on the flank as well, pre. ComebackFriends will get another layer defense sa B site.
And that's the 9th dito para sa CBF. No, Attras, I thought this was the better side, but they're just crumbling. Firepower is everything that the CBF is just using here in the rounds. You know, they're just grouping us up as 5. Never mind that first round sa GR. Aiden will get the first one here, and it's all going down for Attras.
Dissection sa mismong A-site defense na yan. With the pick coming through doon sa CCAP as well as top A. This is all CBF. So just run away with the round. Jakim, 1 headshot. But they need more than just 1, pre. They need all 4 para ma-convert. And to possibly extend Eagle Eye. CRG comes up alive with a 2K. At sa flat pa manggagaling si Jakim. Manggagaling din sa mid. It's all just to Yaba 1v1.
No.
But Jakim is not enough. It's all Yaba to claim the 10th round. ComebackFriends. Force set number 3.
We are going to port, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you like it or not. No? Much like to our surprise dito with the dead rounds, ComebackFriends bringing back the status of living dito, of status of being alive dito sa game natin. After the first initial fumble sa GR side ng Attras, so they realized, okay, hindi natin kayang isa-isahin yung mga agad. We don't really need to default. How about straight on rush? Sinabi ko yan, Ramon, no? And that one dead round before we went on a break na, okay, baka simplihan na lang to ng ating CBF. Rushin na lang nila na rushin yung mga sites, knowing na they can just overwhelm the firepower and the numbers. And as much as the first 3 rounds, no, sabihin na natin, was case positioning, yung pinaka-problema dito ng Attras. Once those 3 rounds went by, parang, okay, it's not really case positioning, it's how these Attras players try to fight. And how they fight is incomparable to how the CBF players fight, no? And wherein they just get the headshots, they just get the tempo, at lahat talaga dito umalign para sa bilis ng ating CBF. And I feel like there's literally nothing left to do para sa Attras. They can't even time out this kind of situation dahil what do? You just try to shoot back, and as much as Jakim tried to get that final round in their hands, the HP was not there. No? So all goods dito para sa CBF. They managed to eke out a win in possibly the quickest fashion that we've seen, no, after realizing the first mistake sa first round nila. And so far, so good. We're gonna be going to set number 3. Port is on the way, and I feel like if this map was really really fast, that map, you know the defaults there about. We're gonna be taking our sweet time.
We'll see kung yun nga yung mangyayari, no? Especially if CBF are gonna be starting on that BL. If we're gonna be following the script of BL, Port being pretty slow on the defaults, you gotta remember that Tetsu is the IGL for that team. So, tingnan natin, no, kung makakita tayo ng slow plays from this CBF roster. Especially after Attras losing that Eagle Eye, they will need their revenge. Tingnan natin kung mangyayari nga lahat ng yun as we're gonna be moving it on over to the panel para lalong pag-usapan at dissect ang Eagle Eye na yun. So, Mochi at Salvatore, handa na ba kayo?
Umiiling itong kasama ko. Pero ako ready na, no? Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters na si El and as well as si Ramono. And dude, it does appear na para dito for comeback friends. Uso nga ang comeback, no? Pero ang tanong ay magkakaroon kaya ng reverse sweep kasi base sa nakita natin ngayon dito sa Eagle Eye, it actually became a bit more catered para nga sa kanila, no? Reason as to why tama nga ang kanilang pagpili nito at pagprayo during our map veto.
Ang pao sa 4 no? Yun lang ang malala dito for Attras after having a very amazing set number 1. Tila nakalimutan nga nila dito para maglaro ng mid-rounding and then they just got dumpstered by CBF. Based off of what we saw, Mochi, this was CBF who played all aim talaga. No? Parang may onting brain naman kung kailan siguro yung pinakamagandang timing para pumasok dito at magpaulan ng bala. Especially on their defense kasi hindi naman sila pwedeng magpapa-LA lang sila. Meron naman siguro unting pag-iisip dito sila Tetsu on when to make this aggressive play tulad ng nakikita natin ngayon dito sa may mid tower. Ang problema lang talaga is that's definitely volatile pero parang hindi ata natin nakita na sa Attras kaya nilang i-punish yun. Laban tayo ng laban for CBF. Attras medyo nagbaback off kasi sila still playing passive, not catching the drift dito ng CBF. Look at the highlights, Mochi. It definitely tells a lot na parang napakainit napakainit ng util game dito for some angles of entry. Pero pag wala na talaga, pag naubos na yung oras, pasok na ng pasok talaga. Look at the time, Mochi. 1 minute and 58. Yan yung time na nakakapasok ng site. Yun yung oras na natitira para makapasok ang CBF dito. So that just means it's a fast-paced game talaga kung saan Attras was just not able to garner any sort of movement sa kanilang hangin. No? Yun ang mahirap doon for Attras.
Yes, at hindi mo rin makaila, no, na dito for comeback friends, a lot of rounds, binubrusko nila itong mga miyembro natin from Attras individually. A reason as to why kung talaga nag-pop off itong si Yaban as well as itong si Aiden, no, I feel like medyo nag-heal at nadagdagan ng kaunti ng brain cell itong si Tetsu dito, no, because honestly, as much as sabihin natin that they're pretty good in terms of their util usage and how they've been able to counter itong mga miyembro natin sa Attras so far, no, it didn't necessarily had enough complicated set plays, no, that they may need dito against Attras. Pero another set MVP na naman dito for Aiden after taking that 2.13 KD lang naman, no. And I guess talagang lalo lang umiinit at bumabawi itong comeback friends habang tumatagal ang ating mga laban.
Grabe, no, Mochi. I feel like this is just the start of what Aiden is going to be capable of, no, habang tumatagal ang ating series. He did have that blockbuster performance sa loob ng Black Widow, pero nawan-upan niya pa yung performance nga na yun. At lalo't papasok pa tayo ng port, which is definitely going to be frag heavy. Lalo't na nga rin na wall bangable talaga tong mapa nga na to. We are going to be expecting a huge jump of performances sa mga agro players nga natin. Mainly Jacob and as well as Aiden. Pero enough at that, no, Mochi. Ayahan na lang natin na mismo yung baril magsalita para sa kanila.
Exactly. And kung meron ding ikabibilis pa itong mga pagbaril nila dito, no, sa oras na tumapak tayo sa ating mapa ng port maya-maya. Hindi ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapultuhan niya.
Has to be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets into trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Tayo ay nanggaling sa Black Widow at napunta sa Eagle Eye. And last but not the least, we will be heading on to our third map right now, Decider. At ang tanong, kakayanin kaya ng either of our teams itong susunod natin? Kasi parang medyo meron tayong dependency in terms of power spikes sa mga nakikita natin ngayon, Salvatore. And I don't think that this is substantial para sa ating panapos.
Tama ka dyan, partner, no? Tama ka nga talaga dun sa power spike na idea. Kasi nga, dito tayo nagbabounce, no? Like, dun nagre-reflect yung lakas talaga ng Attras, pati ng CBF, no? Kung hindi si Aiden, ano na? Kung hindi si J. Kim, saan tayo, no? So, medyo mawawalan nga tayo ng dependency on that one kasi kailangan na talaga ng team play sa loob nga ng port. Pero na lang siguro sa mga snipers, no, Mochi, which is going to be a focal point between Wooz and as well as KK. Kasi nga, it is a very, very lengthy map. So, dun talaga tayo depende kung gaano ka ba ka-efficient ang ating dalawang snipers. Pero needless to say, no, Mochi, set plays pa rin. Pag ikaw ang GR, isang magandang execute pag ikaw pa rin ang BL, yun naman talaga ang susi ng ating port. No? Pero kasi, alam ng Attras kung gaano talaga kahirap ang port pagkatapos pa naman nila matenwan dito ng execration. So, in order for them to have this gasoline talaga, kailangan nilang gawin yun as material para matuto. Gamitin yun against CBF. Yun yung nakikita ko dito.
And I hope that they prepared a lot dito, no, sa ating susunod na laban because this might be, again, a battle of numbers. Dahil kahit ayaw natin o sa gusto, lahat ng yan ay dedepende sa ating mga numero, especially sa epekto patungo dito sa ating standings. Kaya naman, I do think that it is time para ilapag na natin ito sa ating mga casters. Ramon and El, take it away.
Numbers don't lie, Mochi and Salvatore, as we move on into set number 3 after a grueling battle and a lot of time invested para makaabot tayo dito sa climax ng CBF versus Attras Esports. Feeling ko, we're gonna take a little bit more time para malaman kung sino talaga yung lalabas dito kasi nakakuha na nga ng isa yung Attras, nakakuha pa ng isa yung Eagle ay dito para sa CBF, so medyo umabot na tayo sa point na malaki ng question mark kung sino nga ba yung lalabas dito ng panalo.
I feel like the question mark naman, Ramon, is just a single one, no? Make it an interrobang because, you know, if for those na hindi alam yung interrobang, it's a question mark with an exclamation point because, number one, the exclamation point dito would be Attras getting only a 9% round win rate, no? And that speaking, yung GR nila, wala sila napanalo ng isang round because talagang binilagbag sila dito ng ating execration. And that's the exclamation point part, no? The question mark naman, no? Or the question here is, can they bounce back from this, from this performance? And can they defeat CBF that has played this 3 times, won every single one of the port tasks that they played, and it's looking good throughout the series. Let's listen in, no? Kung ano man yung plano dito ng Attras at CBF.
Alerto push pre Makapasok-pasukin na lang tayo nito Hindi, kahit sa SD lang, sino yun? Sniper?
Sige, sige.
Sniper ako.
Galawan natin agad pre, LB. Tara, galawan natin agad.
Oh, Tetsu taking a more proactive push after fully knowing or realizing that only one player is trying to hold down the SD position na yan. Para naman sa CBF, proactivity should be the call for them. So HB held, tapos mid-side push na para sa CBF.
Okay, so they might have taken B, pero still, no? Tetsu with his ideas dito sa CA, no? Taking notes from Virtus Sport. Not really because he said Kim already knows what's up, and that leaves dito yung 4-man strong members natin CBF to execute sa may site B.
Hindi din sila convinced dun sa fake na yun. Attras held strong, dun pa lamang sa may B hold. The only thing that's stopping them from pushing themselves is fully knowing that they have the site dito sa B. Ang hindi na kailangan mag-push outside. Pero Wooz! Nice shot onto Kid. The surprise from CBF is the kill. Papunta kay Kid na nag-peek lang for that info. What came after is pag-goal dito sa Z4 CBF. Now, this gives the poke and prod strat no? Tutuloy ba natin yung mid-push na yan? Or gagamitin ba natin to para ma-enable yung B-push later?
Parang hindi eh. No? Both hindi. Tatambay lang kami dito. Baka nga mag-CA pa kami. No going to B. No going to HB. No splits. Maybe CA is the play here. But from the looks of it, that man's trying to ninja. He's trying to set himself up now. Yaba. Let's see it. Aldrin right there. He failed. He's gonna go.
And the sniper turned into the rifler. Gets 2K. That's nicely done. Para kay K this time, RTA just swings into Yaba with a 2K. Attras Esports, restraint nung una. Pero kapag kinalaban sila sa mismong boundaries ng BL side, sila ang lalapit.
That's very much true. No, finally, that 0% GR win rate. You can add maybe 7%. I don't know. Total of 2 matches there, medyo alangan.
Give or take.
Hindi natin sure yung specific numbers. Pero at least they have a round dito sa ating GR side. And I've seen this approach before. They're playing House B very, very close. That Z player, no, si RTA is trying to find the fight. Wooz ngayon, trying to fish for picks. Not really finding anything, no, with that smoking play. So, CBF, they are going to try and rely more towards that mid push, which if you think about it, Ramon, hindi masyado favorable, lalo na kung nandiyan si J. Kim sa CA kasi alam naman natin dyan yung ending yan eh. Virtus Pro has shown them that this is how this map works, and as much as you can try, parang doon yung ending, no?
But yung mid-peak, from that mid-peak as well, J. Kim tried to activate from CA. It's something that you could expect from a Fervid as well. Kung saan lalabas dun si Dracifer, pero hindi din same yung epekto. Walang mapapatay ang Attras dun sa mid-peaks na ginagawa nila. Si Tetsu na-expect din si RTA. This is CBF just brute forcing ang lahat na nagpipick dito sa mid. CRG, NK na lang at magkaibang bansa ang dalawang players na ito. With a flick from Wooz just like that, fiery hot on ComebackFriends. Beautiful pagdating sa execution. And flawless pa, walang napatay sa CBF sa round na yun.
Mas nag-aalala ako ano nangyari kay J. Kim dun eh. Because I kind of felt na Attras had that pinch play dito sa mid, no? On that BR side and that CA side, no? Pero pumalpak, CBF took advantage. They just went on and killed everyone else flawlessly. 1-1 ang ating scoreline because of that. Though Attras hindi sila mag-iiba ng kalagayan ngayon no, sa mapa. They're just gonna put J. Kim instead of towards CA. Lalagyan nila siya sa may bodega, sa may BR side ng GR. So, very systematic pa rin yung approach but leaning less towards dito sa CA because alam nila na, sige, kung kukunin na CBF yan, they would have done that earlier with a smoke dito sa ating Z side, no? Sa BR side ng ating Attras, pero wala eh. So, that means no mid push. It's all gonna be down to K. He's expected for a pick.
Sometimes expectations don't meet reality. Okay, has to provide the 1 kill para maging first stopping point para sa CBF. Nandiyan na yung flashes. And with a good swing para kay Wooz, it's not enough. K gets the headshot. Overkill pa para sa Attras yun. And after that one shot, CBF decides not to go towards LA. Sa mid naman magpo-push. Si Kid muntikan pa nga dun. Info gathered para kay RTA. Maintain hold the on curve. Okay na yan para sa Attras. Pero Tetsu, brute forcing. J. Kim on the shot as well. Good timing on the Tetsu. It's now a 3v5.
Makalat ngayon ng sitwasyon ng CBF. But I'd rather have it this way than compact and we don't know what to do, no? At least the individualism can shine. Aldrin, papipisuhan, he's gonna go down 2v5 ngayon para sa side ng CBF.
At kung may drop shots para kay Casey, JK may ganyan din with a 2K and Yaba all alone dun sa B site. It's not enough for him to get more than just 1 kill. Attras Esports now have the lead dito sa port map.
Yeah, early in the rounds natin, no, Ramon. Kay showing signs of brilliance dito sa pag-hold ng site A natin. And thanks to this replay, no, he found the PK woos. And ang pinaka-nakakagulat sa akin is they did not try to refight yung si Kay. He was kind of stuck dun sa baba ng hagdan, no. So even if we tried hiding behind the box, nades lang katapat niya. If he tried going up sa top A natin, he's gonna get spammed. So CBF, a bit of an oopsie in terms of how they wanted to execute in terms of that round. Going back to mid was a good idea. Muntikan nila mahuli sa kid, pero end of the day, napitas lang sila dito ng Attras. And this time around, no, babalik tayo sa Eagle Eye strategy na sagasaan lang natin itong B area natin. Pero before that, take a look at Z, take a look at possible, siguro kung meron bang nagtatago dito sa house B, wala naman. So that nade is gonna eat a lot of health dito kay Wuz at kay Aiden. So that means Attras kinda knows where they are. But can they fight back once the full 5 force dito ng CBF starts barking and starts biting dito sa site B natin?
Uy! Huh? What? The lineup for Tetsu through the wall para makuha si RTA. Now that is how you break a stalemate late into this round, L. Never na-expect ni RTA yan. That is difference in experience. At 4v5 tuloy tayo ngayon. Attras, how do you bounce back from this?
Para nangyari sa rock, paper, scissors natin, no? Naglawas ng shotgun dito si Tetsu. At walang sagot doon. So Alvin's gonna get kid na nag-i into find. It's a 3v5 right now para sa side ng CBF. Make that 3v4.
He's may equalizer. Getting the kill onto Tetsu, but there's a lot of work to do para kay CRG. Papasok na si Aiden. Nandito din si Aldrin. Good timing on the swing as Aldrin goes down. Reload on the back of the site. Aiden putting a lot of pressure on his entry as he gets the kill KK. And Wooz gets 2 kills as well from the sniper. It was hard to get the execute going, but CBF still made it work.
So far, new discoveries here para kay Tetsu, no? Who knew that spot, that spam spot was good? Kano will find itong si Tetsu. A bit of a repentance for the last round. That's fine. 4v5 still workable para sa CBF. Though, think about it, no, Ramon. What does CBF do in a man disadvantage? They just go into a snowball and then just run down the lane, no? Malabowling ball of some sorts, pero this time around, the ball is not rolling whatsoever. Looking a bit like Acceptance with the way they hold these angles, no? Pero since they are in a 4v5, you expect that hamstring to go even deeper in terms of the damage being done dito sa CBF. Naka-ready yung Attras members natin sa House B, CRG and RTA, dancing in the smokes. But it's only time, no? Just making us wait dito for CBF to go. And the time is now, no? Trigger has been pulled and it's left to the site para sa Attras.
Brute force crossfire now para sa CBF as House B. Daming tao dun, no? Para sa BL side ng CBF. Pero the time for them to go in is not now yet kasi siguro iniisip nila na pwede din nating i-take yung curve position na yan. Pero since in last known positions ng CBF was on House B, siguro na foresight na yan ni J. Kim kaya nakapag-hold na siya ng crossfire on the way towards BR. Aldrin takes the space at si Kid masasaktuhan lang ni Aldrin on the entry. Yaba on the swing as well. Attras can lay down with offense, but offense comes right back para kay Yaba with a double kill on the headshot. Si CRG, kailangan makapatay pa. Mamamatay yung sniper. Kailangan niya tumupos pa, pero Aiden will just spray him down to force K in a 1v2. They have planted the C4. And they have forced K in an uncomfortable retake. Spotted na si Aiden. Mapapatay lang siya. Kaso Yaba still with the better angle and the better weaponry will force out one more round for CBF 3-2.
Okay din, no? In the closeout ditong CBF, man disadvantage or not, they go towards mid. They just divide and conquer itong Attras natin. And now we're gonna be seeing the same here. Kid, nasugatan. Look at the replay, no? That's K with the opener, and that's Aldrin with the lurk, no? Not technically a lurk kasi nasa likuran niya lang yung buong pack dito ng CBF, pero you know, just send him on a fact-finding mission dito sa B-side natin, sa may RS. And then, kung may mapitas ka, goods, susunod kami. At nagsisunuran nga dito yung mga CBF members natin. K left to the 1v2, only good for the 1 though. And that's a lead para sa CBF when all is said and done. So, going into this live round natin, no? Round number 6. CBF looking to extend, Attras looking to tie the game, pero ang nagkakaiba na naman dito is the setup ng Attras. Looking at it, J-Kim is back dito sa CA position niya, nandun na naman sa baba ng hagdan, or rather ng ladders, itong si K. And I feel like, kung ganyan yung position niya, you could trust him with the whole of A site, no? Pitas lang siya ng pitas. Tetsu trying to test CA again, pero alam niya it does not go well versus J Kim. So maybe this diversion play towards B would do the trick, no, Ramon?
Diversion play is right. Kasi yung ingay nila nandun lang sa house B. They don't have the C4 border, so maybe a fake para kay Tetsu. Nakuha niya si J Kim doon. Baited because of the nades. At yung ingay na ginawa nila on the way towards B site. Yun yung step 1 ni Tetsu. Pero where's step 2? Maybe get the C4 and just decide on that LA spot. Pero pag push ni CRG, medyo nagkakaroon na ng question marks. Saan nga ba tutuloy ang CBF? Nice timing on K, and K gets a second shot at life on to Tetsu doon sa LA. 3 versus 4, 30 seconds. What a shot from Woos! Pixel angle para hindi ma-expect ni K. Kid will find Woos as well. It's not a 1v2 para kay Aldrin. May ipet kung tutuloy siya dito sa mid. At si CRG alam na yung posisyon, kaya tama lang ang placement ng crosshair para hindi makaklatch si Aldrin.
I like how that round went down, no, Ramon? Ginawa ni Tetsu, pinagalaw niya yung mga nasa house B para makuha si J Kim. Ending, di naman sila tutuloy, no? They went back towards LA, nakapitas dito si Woos, pero the pick went right back, no? Not to mention CRG trying to get that trade dito sa house B. Of course, tutumba dito si Woos, no? Especially kapag na-cancel yung mid place natin and he's forced to go up dito sa LA. At ang ending natin si Aldrin in a 1v2. He had his choice of site. Problema, he was low and he was not looking at Kid to finish out that round. So tabla tayo ngayon, no? 3-3 scoreline for CBF and Attras. And this time around, another switch up for Attras, no? Leaving to CA. J-Kim being put towards site B. At sino nilagay dito sa A? It's going to be Kid. Nades being peppered dito sa CA position natin. Onti lang madadami si Tetsu lang. Pero still, I feel like manganganak lang dito sa angle na to tong CBF, no? Especially if they want to go towards A. Naka-bunker though, tong dalawang to. So, it's gonna be a hard site to crack.
Especially if drop na from yan ng CBF ngayon. One flash. And Tetsu, wala all the time para makapasok sa site. K is down as well as si Kid. That is CBF again brute forcing themselves into the site. Papatay si Tetsu by the end of it, pero makakapag-plant pa rin ng CBF.
Ipit nga lang sila, no? Medyo hemorrhage na yung galawan dito ng Attras because all of their entry lanes are blocked by the CBF members. No chance of a comeback dito into the site. And even then, no, if you can get through to these 3 members ng CBF, you still have to deal with moves on the far side ng LA. And that is all that they wrote. Now, they try it, and they will lose, no? All too easy para sa CBF on that round conversion. Sinabi ko sa'yo, that bunker was hard to crack. Not if there are lights up in the sky that blinds you when you look at them directly. So Attras should be careful with the flashes, but one more dito sa LA.
Okay, we'll only get 1. Yaba and Aiden will get 2 though. So that LA push finally works out in the end. And Tetsu, mala ninja at nakuha pa nga yung buhay ni J-Kim doon. The efforts for CRG will be all for nothing kung hindi niya stop yung push all the way from LA. Yaba will get the shot dito kay RTA as CRG will not get the clutch against CBF that will get into the site. Partida, wala din sa kanila yung C4 dun.
Hindi na nila kailangan yan kapag alam nila kaya nilang sagasaan with the aim. Look at this right now. Attras towards mid K. 1 for 1. Another by Aldrin. And dire-diretso lang dito ang ragasa ng CBF. Barilan daw ang laro natin dito sa CrossFIRE at yun ang pinapakita nila, Ramon.
Sa pag-pick nga din ng Attras, sila pa yung naging dahado dahil sa dalawa na pick from BR at isang nagpupush lang dito sa mid. Bawat angulo secured ng CBF. LB and mid side, all CBF in that round. At dahil dun no, 3-6 na tayo dahil sa first half. and BL side for ComebackFriends yun, pre. Sila pa ang lamang dyan.
Yeah, they kind of forced the tempo dito sa Attras, much like what they did with Eagle Eye, you know. Anong gagawin nyo kapag sumasagasa lang kami? Well, they can't even put traffic cones, let alone roadblocks dito, no, sa pathway ng CBF, and I feel like that is a bad situation para dito sa Attras. Why not bring out Kid with that sniper? Why not put itong si K in a different spot, no? Ang solusyon nila, si J. Kim ang tatao dito sa ibang angles and then put K with Kid in that A site, and nakita naman natin yung variation na yun, no? Parang hindi rin gumana. So I mean, at least at the end of this half, no, that nightmare for Attras is over. Hindi na sila mag-GGR side. Problem is PL side na sila ngayon, and you know Tetsu, if his brain is working with these kinds of executes, lalo na yung Ninja lurk niya doon sa 1-4 setup nila towards A, paano pa kaya, no, sa GR side, wherein 100% we're gonna see rush angle dito sa CBF, even if they are on the GR side. Maybe sa House B, maybe sa LA, maybe sa mid, di natin sure, pero I'm banking on the fact that Tetsu, no, will call one of these rounds, and siguro after they win or lose that round, magko-continue lang sila, and you might see them close out this win in a dominating fashion. Pero yun nga, no, napaka-alanganin para sa Attras yan na now you have to play more careful. Now you have to pick apart the map. And how do you do that when at the start, no, you can't even hold the map together?
Exactly, no? Kung lalabas nga si Tetsu na mala Titan sa loob ng Master's Queue, na pupush lang sila because they're confident to win those duels, is one thing na pwede natin ma-expect, especially since sila nga yung mag-GR, no? Yung mga ganun, parang na-expect ko siguro push dun sa HP as you mentioned, maybe another congested mid-take, isa dun sa CA, dalawa dun sa BR, and one possibly to try to hold down yung may Z position na yun, no? And close enough yun para makontest yung possible LB position din na pwede ding manduhan ng Attras Esports kung gusto nga nila tapusin ito agad din, no? The possibilities are endless for somebody like Tetsu on the GR side. As we're gonna listen to the comms, tinan natin kung magagress nga sila.
Flash ako, Eli.
Iniwan ko, akin na LB.
Silipin mo nga malayo.
Wala kayong alam sa mid?
Ito pre, mid pre. Babasahin na pre,
Pre,
babasahin
huwag kayo
pre.
ma-pressure pag gusto niyo barilan, pre, ha?
Oo.
Sinabi na. Sino ba yun? Si J. Kim? Sinabi na, wag na daw sila ma-pressure. Pero either way, no, ma-pressure naman sila o hindi. CBF is breaking that pressure. Oh! Ayun nga, no! Tatlo, say hello to CBF on mid.
Kung ganun yung ginagawa ni Aiden, pati ako, mapapayo ko, men. J. Kim, you've seen him be vocal doon sa pre-round natin. Definitely needing to inject that energy coming through for Attras. He gets one and RTA gets the second for Attras as well. 4 versus 3. Mid-side taken para sa Attras. They were going for that LA push sana, pero because of the early peak coming through from Aiden, medyo kailangan ata nila ng creativity dito.
Yeah, creativity means Aiden, go. Get some kills. Pero mamamatay din siya dito kay J. Kim. So far, so good for Attras. They are breaking down the defense ng CBF, no? Albeit the defense kind of looks scattered with those 2 dead bodies sa LA, no? They were trying to fight. Fight came to them. They failed. And now Attras has the upper hand. They just might look to re-hit dito sa A natin. Looking at RTA dito sa CA. So, talaga LA push lang to.
Patay na si Wooz. At kahit may sniper si Yaba dito, he cannot cosplay right now as a sniper as K takes him down. Si Aldrin na lang. 1v3 para kay Aldrin. Doesn't have the AK-47 anymore, pero kahit M14, kahit ano pang hawakin niya, it does not matter as Jacob will take him down. It's a 4-6 para sa Attras.
I like that initial round dito sa Attras, no? But are we going to be limited to the second half first round ng Attras in terms of brilliance, or will CBF just fight back, find a quick answer, and then say, okay, ganito ginagawa nyo, edi snap of a finger, 10-4. I sure do hopes na hindi mangyari yun. I want to see Attras evolve throughout the game like we've seen dito sa Veterans, like we've seen dito sa Acceptance, no? A bit less from TARINGBABI, but from the underdogs ng ating liga, no? They've been evolving in the middle of these rounds. Attras, yet to see that from them. They either come in prepared or they're not. This time naman, no, sabihin natin maligamgam yung galawan nila.
open to improvement but quite shy enough to do the action on that said improvement. So a bit, sabi nating hindi naman trigger. What's the opposite of trigger? They're very careful on the trigger is what I'm trying to say here, no, Ramon.
Agree with you on that, no? Kailangan nga naman dito ng discipline on the side of Attras as both really need to contest these angles aggressively. And CBF are putting them in an environment to kind of just take things slow lang din naman. No early peaks coming down except for the peak na nakita natin dun sa mid-side. As with Attras having 1 minute and HB dun sa kanila, they basically have half of the map sort of within their precipice. Pero dahil sa early pressure ginagawa ng CBF, medyo nasa position din sila na hindi nila mamandoan yung push eh. Hindi sila maka-aggressive push.
35 seconds left, Ramon, and they're still at a stalemate. We need a Tetsu moment, but RTA says, okay, that's your Tetsu moment. They're gonna go in dito sa side B natin.
And RTA will be the one. So Aiden with 3 kills just with that M14 and make it 4. Aiden is taking over this port map. Attras, they had the push, they had the setup. Pero hindi sasapat yan sa CBF na gusto lang gumulang.
Oh, wait lang, dire-diretso dito. Si CRG sa House B, J-Kim kasama niya. May labanan na mangyari ito. Aldrin's right there, no? So is Aiden. Pero makakancel yun. Just in the nick of time. So, CBF pulling away with a 3-round differential. They want to extend that to 4. It takes to the heroes dito ni Aiden, no? Again, the man with a spotlight dito sa CBF. He puts the comeback in the ComebackFriends. And siguro without him, I feel like that round could have been over for CBF. Attras could have taken this 5-6. Pero Attras, no? Looking back at them, feel like you just need to not spend too much time setting up and then just go, no? Tiwala na lang, barilan tayo.
Kaya nga. Hindi yung problema sa Eagle Eye, so you need to take that sin out of the picture. Woos a lot of damage and RTA will lay the final shot kasi Yaba with the 2K. Jacob there to clean it up. This is Attras hesitating and CBF punishing. Di makapasok sa LA at babalik na lang sila dito towards that B site.
Okay, so CBF kind of reading the situation correctly. Hindi sila nag-overreact with the rotation towards A. At nakita mo ngayon si Aldrin is gonna be holding stalwart dito sa site B natin. Tetsu though, being the guy towards mid, medyo nakakapanganib to kasi usually he kind of likes to go on his own. But that's gonna be proving fruitful kasi nahanap niya dito yung pack ng Attras and they're gonna go back towards A. Tingnan mo naman si Aiden. Medyo malikot, Tetsu. You just missed them. You need to peek.
You have to. Now this gives Attras the reclear that they're looking for. Si Aiden naspatan dun sa top A, pero with a shot like that, you do not doubt Aiden in these scenarios. Patay si J-Kim and Tetsu holds the line. No entry for Attras, whether it's B site or A. Basa na ng CBF to. It's 8-4 for CBF.
And yung problem dito talagang hirap ang hirap ng situation ng Attras. Confidence yung kailangan nila. Pero stage fright, maybe SK will get 2.
With just 1 bullet from the TRG. Who's finally hits the retaliation, pero the damage has already been done. Yun yung peak doon sa LB at numbers nasa Attras pa rin.
I mean, at least it puts a stop to the buffoonery that CBF is trying to do. Hold up though.
And that's who's gonna take that kill kay CRG. Double LA push. That's exactly what CBF needs, that energy. Nakunin na lang yung mga fights. Not random stuff happening para dito sa CBF and it's working so far. So Attras need that insurance, yung push dito sa curve. And Kid clearing every angle. Kailangan ma-expect si Woos. On the right side, the flick is beautiful para kay Kid. Na-clear na yung B site. At magpa-flank na ang CBF. This is a 2 versus 3. Lalapit na si Tetsu. Nandyan na rin si Yaba. Side by side with the right-hand man. But J-Kim will take the one shot. Yaba na lang. Spray and pray para mapatay lang si Kid. It's working out
Hala
for him.
ka.
Na-force mga niya yung 1v1. Pero duguan pa si Yaba. And 20 seconds for RTA. Hindi niya kailangan mag-pick. And Yaba decides to pick up the TRG. Sino ang unang kakagat? Si RTA na naghihintay lang ba ng tap? Or si Yaba? 7 seconds na lang ang kailangan. Pero RTA pinag-iksi na yung buhay. Attras Esports make it 5-8.
Questionable, decisions there for Yaba going all the way dito sa Stormy to get that sniper. Tapos nagsayang ka lang pala ng oras para mamatay ng ganun. Why you just not take the reload and fight with the EBR, no? Daming questions dito for CBF. I mean, that was one of the rounds that they gave up, pero they're still in the lead, no? So, what could have been the 9th dito for them? Turn to a 5th for Attras. But yeah, I mean, attempts on attempts. So, gotta move forward dito, CBF. This time, similar pa rin yung kanilang default. And siguro, I'd rather talk less about the default, no, talk more about how Attras is trying to react and trying to provoke the CBF team, which, number one, you don't want to provoke tong CBF into gunfights because Attras themselves, no, as much as yun nga, nagdidikit-dikit sila, 4 sila na sumusugod. Pag napitas yung isa sa nila, parang nagtatakbuhan na, no? Nawawala yung pasimuno dito sa entrada. And I don't like that, no? You need to see some conviction dito sa entrada. And maybe an LA push na kahit mamatay dito is sa nila kay Wuz, dire-diretso pa rin sana.
Kung papapatay lang si Wuz dito. But Wuz is the one who does the killing. Pero RTA does the trading. Perfect para mapatay si Wuz. Tutuloy pa rin ba ng Attras to? Si Kid may iiwan. Pero may time pa ata para umalis ulit ng Attras.
Perfect to. Para kay Yaba in case mag-drop down siya. Pero, ino-overthink ata ni Kid yan, no? He's thinking in front, he's thinking above him. As above, so below. This siguro yung situation niya. RTA and friends going towards B. And Yaba, no? He's not gonna be the problem here of Kid. Since ang rotation niya most likely towards mid. Kailangan maalagaan dito ni Kid si Aiden. Pero ito na nga, he's gonna take the peak. The timing, ayun na nga. Narinig, Yaba's gonna come back. And no matter, regardless of the skill, no? They're gonna have to go here on site B, Attras.
Already done its job. Pulls out Yaba on the position. CRG gets himself inside the site. Patay na si Aldrin. It's not gonna be the 3 versus 3 retake. CBF, if you want to end it, you have to make it do with this retake. Flank from Yaba. 2-man push, pabalik dito sa slope. Or a double flank coming through since kasama na ni Tetsu itong si Yaba. Pero this is gonna play into K. Pero hindi niya natama yung shot. Now this is entryway para kay Yaba. At spot pa nga niya yung sniper. Lots of damage. Enough para mapatay yung sniper. Si CRG susunod pa. It's all down to just RTA. Pero the leader, the IGL, cannot do a damn thing up against CBF. 9-5 series point for ComebackFriends.
Series point indeed. And you're going to see, no? CBF calm, cool, collected in these kinds of situations. And a 3-man take on Store B with Wuz leaving A. He's gonna be good for it onto K. And Attras not looking okay at all after their sniper goes down, no? Less scrambling for pieces of the map. Pero ngayon, everything has to be a full clear. Kung gusto nilang lumaban, and look at the CBF still continuing.
Triple LA push nga para kay Tetsu. And they're expecting RTA and they got more than what they bargained for again. Aiden with 2 kills. Could finally be the dagger that they're looking for. 2 versus 5, J-Kim. The hope, the hero para sa Attras has to make a miracle. Sa 4 na CBF na lumalapit lang dito sa BR. 1 kill is not enough. Aiden will get 1 more shot para mapatay ang Attras. 2-1. ComebackFriends will get the win dito sa port map.
As much as it is really hard for these boys to see their series lose like that. Attras, well played, nice try, but ComebackFriends, congrats on the victory. 2-1 as it may be, we'll still have to calculate your numbers when it comes to thinking of are you in the playoffs or not, but still a victory is a victory deserved, and I feel like para sa CBF, no, I think they've done what is required of a squad of this caliber with individuals that they have to, you know, eke out a possible playoff spot. Pero we're gonna have to wait until the final day of group stage now, Ramon, to figure that out. To be fair, their performance here is significantly the same, no? Similar lang sa mga ginawa nila from the previous weeks. Nothing special, nothing new. Is still Tesu with the weird calls, with the weird positioning, with the good ideas sometimes, bad ideas, almost almost the same times as well, no? Pero I feel like if you're thinking about individuals, CBF is the team to look at it, no? Aiden, the one guy that's been carrying this team all throughout this group stage, as well as itong si Aldrin, si Woo's a good sniper when it comes down to it, and of course you have to really rely din kay Yaba to end out some of these rounds. I think Tetsu has himself a squad that is good enough to deliver, but not good enough to promise the delivery itself, no? So I feel like okay, yung pinakita nila sa Attras, did not expect Attras to get a map though, but still, no, looking at the opposite side, Attras, they still need to figure things out, no? A lot of things.
Definitely, pre. It's a laundry list para dito sa Attras, and they're definitely gonna use the time that they still have dito sa group stage, as well as yung posibleng time habang nagpa-playoffs yung mga naglalaro sa top 6. Just to kind of work out kung ano yung mga pagkukulang no? So nakikita natin from Attras so far, and since we're not really in their comms, we're not really in their boot camp, it's very hard to tell what exactly is missing para dito sa Attras. But one thing is clear, no? We'll see them come back stronger. Hopefully, no, pagdating natin sa time na makikita natin ulit ang Attras on the main stage. But so far, para naman dito sa CBF, tama ka nga naman, El, talaga. While this game is pretty much an example of how, I'd say yung pwede na para sa CBF ay pwede na para sa panalong ito. Pero pwede na ba yan laban sa isang VP, laban sa isang STS, laban sa isang Fervid na talagang levels beyond when it comes to the team play as well as the macro play, no? It's not always that the individuals can step up and it's enough to actually get a championship. So CBF, get ready for that, pare. So after that, no, tapos na. 2-1 na. CBF gets the win sa buong serye natin, and we're gonna be throwing it over to panel. My name is Ron and El. We're throwing it over to Mochi and Salvatore.
Thank you so much, Ramon, and as well as El and Dude. I feel like kung papapiliin ako ng adjective para i-compare dito, no, sa estado ng Attras so far, and I don't mean this in a bad way, no, there's always room for growing, pero para siyang craving ng aking nanay kanina, no, hilaw na mangga, no, dahil hilaw pa ang ating estado dito for Attras, as they might need a lot more matches, scrims, challenges, lahat-lahat na, no, in order to be paired up dito with the strats na meron tayo with the likes of ComebackFriends.
Well, tama ka dun, Mochi. No? We cannot deny na there's a lot of work to do. No? Go back to the gym para dito sa side ng Attras, because they have to do some heavy lifting talaga. No, Mochi, tila hindi nila madala yung sarili nga nilang katawanan towards the finish line because they just always come up short. No? So para nga hindi na nga maulit yon, go back to the drawing board, have some scrims, have some intense fights laban sa ating mga Filipinos finest teams, no? And as well as to some other regions kung sakali lang din naman talaga. Pero in behalf of everyone here, sa lahat na nanonood, Attras, you did a very good job sa ating group stage. Kaya despite it may be the result na makikita nyo ngayon, congratulations pa rin at a lot of teams can say na makapag-qualify sila for Masters. Kaya Attras, NT, para nga sa inyo, we'll be seeing you guys in the regional Swiss. Pero sa ngayon guys, masasabi ko lang talaga, Attras, we have a lot of work to do. Pero CBF, nonetheless, congratulations nga sa kanila. They managed to pull it off, no? Grabe nga naman yung reverse sweep na yun after a very, very devastating loss sa loob ng Black Widow. Ang lakas ng bawi nga nila. And Mochi, to note, the players that we mentioned from the start, ganun pa rin talaga sila ka-solid, no? From Aiden and Tetsu, no? Tetsu having this amazing series na pinadikit niya talaga yung Black Widow, and Aiden having this top frag mindset talaga na kailangan lalabas siya ng mapa na siya palagi ang nasa taas. I feel like that's elevating his performance in terms of confidence. Might not be effective for some other teams, gets the job done, no?
Yes. And ang kinaganan dito, no, Salvi, is regardless kung sino yung kaharap nila, they still hold it true, no? All of the qualities where they stood up for and why they stand out, no? They always perform the same way and sometimes nag-upgrade pa, no, when the occasion calls for it. So I feel like dito, no, for Comeback Friends, this is also just a testament of their name alongside ng kung ano ang ma-offer ng ating mga individual players, that even hindi itong si Aiden or hindi itong si Tetsu, but the rest of them has been able to offer, no, dito sa ating lobby. So congratulations para kay Comeback Friends, because they definitely became quite of a realization din dito for Attras, no, that they need something else and something more in order to actually qualify, no, dito sa ating playoffs, which is again, it's not a bad thing at all. It's just more room in order for them to develop further. And by the way, guys, maya-maya meron po tayong dalawa na matches, I do think. And one of those will be for our Rosie teams. And we still have ang ating team Stallions and as well as matches, no? Yung hindi natuloy from yesterday. So we will be continuing with the usual, hindi pala usual, yung kahapong estado natin, which is yung score na 4-2. Okay? So, itutuloy lang yun.
Yes, no? Tama ka dyan, no, Mochi? Buti na lang meron pang part 2, no? Itong ating matches versus Team Stallions kasi kinakailangan talaga ng ending nun eh, no? Syempre, sino bang gustong manood ng pelikula nang di alam paano matatapos to? So, mamaya pa man din yun. We still have Vetran and TARINGBABI, pero nakikita natin sa ating harapan is how CBF completely took over itong port na to at napirmahan na nga nila ang titulo ng lugar na to. Kita mo nga naman na wala ng oras dito
Yeah.
sila Tetsu at sila Aiden na kapain talaga yung buong mapa, alamin kung paano nga ito laruin, and then they had the winning formula the moment that second half struck talaga, Mochi. So, good efforts actually, no? J. Kim was trying to call for the team during pa lang nung comms, no? Ang ganda nga ng pagkakabasa niya, honestly, sa CBF for securing that amazing half. Honestly, yung 6-3, hindi na masama yun, knowing na Attras was defending. Pwede nila sana mabawi yun pag sila naman yung nagpa-GR eh. Kaso, Mochi, we still did not see any jump of offense para sa side ng Attras. Doon talaga kumagat dito ang CBF. They knew they had this advantage na kaya nga nila maging hyper-aggressive because may mga times na hindi pumapalag ang Attras, and that was the nail in the coffin nga naman. Eh, no? Aiden, ayan ka na naman. Nagpapasikat ka talaga eh. No? Gusto mo talagang ini-interview ka, no, Mochi?
Totoo, no? At kasabay niyo dito, syempre, itong si Yaba for this specific matter. And this is actually something na hindi din natin nabanggit kanina, no? If it's not Tetsu, if it's not Eden, Yaba is always there. It's also pretty consistent, no? Especially when it comes down to these decider maps na pinagdadaanan ng ating Comeback Friends. And also props to Wuz. I mean, again, no? I know Bright is a great guy and we know that he's been able to offer something to the table, but it just hits different, no, kapag nandyan yung presensya ni Wools. They become a bit more structured than the Bright integration dito, no, for CBF. And here for Attras, again, sinabi na ni Salvi, no, nice try, but unfortunately, that isn't enough, no. We saw Kay and as well as JKM step up to the occasion, if kaya naman nila, at talagang they're trying their best to do so. It's just that it isn't entirely enough. And I hope makapagpahinga din si Kid, kasi parang medyo kinulang siya doon. Pero shout out dito kay Aiden and congratulations for taking this set summary, or rather set the MVP once again. 2.25 KD and another 100% rating, no? Hindi naman talaga siya natitinag, no? Hindi naman ata siya nagsasawa na 100 lagi yung rating na nakukuha niya, lalong-lalo na pag nananalo sila.
Grabe, no, Mochi. Ang tulis ng tutok dito ni Aiden.
Grabe.
Na parang di na kailangan hasain na talaga, no? Alam mo talagang maaasawa mo pag pinutol kagad at pag dumaan kagad dito si Aiden, alam mong maihiwa kagad ang kalaban, no? So, napakalupit nga naman talaga ni Aiden, no? He's that amazing of a player and I can't wait to have a word with him kasi damn, no? Aiden, kaya niya naman pala. He can definitely have this impact frag, eh, no? Nakita mo naman, Mochi, we talked about how his impact frags will definitely be something of an important aspect para nga sa team. No, mga nakaraan kasi, it was definitely questionable na nag-impact frag nga siya, pero it's not really an impact frag kasi the results were not favorable. Pero ngayon, finally, pumabor na para sa side ng CBF. Kaya grabe talaga yung tulis ng tutok dito ni Aiden.
Exactly. Ay, grabe naman yung mga emphasis mo sa accuracy dito ni Aiden, no? Pero, sino pa nga ba ang ating match MVP? Well, it's always itong ating si bro, ito si Aiden, no? 99.9% to rating. Bakit may 0.01% pang kulang na nakakainis, no? Medyo na-bother ako. 0.1% pala rather. Medyo na-bother ako. Bakit di pa sila God ng 100 yan? Pero, again, no?
Baka kasi lumaki na yung ulo mo, Chi. No? Wag naman sana. Okay na yung ganyan. Para maging humble pa rin si Aiden.
Ganun ba yun? Pero ito nga, balikan natin yung mga highlights dito ni Aiden kasi hindi naman na talaga biro yung mga pinaggagawa niya dito, no? At pang gugulo niya sa Attras Esports. And every single one, regardless of the weapon, regardless of the area, regardless of the map, the position, no, it seems like all he has to do to ensure na tumapat ang kanyang crosshair dito sa mga ulo ng mga kalaban, and that's already a done and dusted deal para dito sa Attras. I feel like this, other than the strats, no, Salvatore, ang laking sakit ng ulo lang talaga na tapatan nitong si Aiden para sa kanila.
Yeah, definitely, no, Mochi, na di talaga natin mapagkakaila na ang talas ng tutok dito ni Aiden, eh, no? Na ang tulis palagi ng mga balang pinapadala niya. At di talaga natin makakalimutan kung gaano kahasa nga ba to si Aiden sa mga gantong klaseng labanan. He knows how to separate the enemy, no? And definitely para magbuka talagang montage ang lahat ng laro, Aiden is definitely someone that you should be watching out for, no? So, I mean, ever since the start of week 1, palagi na lang siya nasa players to watch out, definitely. Palagi nasa KD leaderboard natin. He's in the kill per round and the headshot per kill column for a reason, no, Mochi? Lahat ng category na yun below top 10. So, alam mo talaga gaano kalakas yung quality talaga ni Aiden pag naglalaro.
Exactly. Kaya, I do think that it's about time for us to call on ang ating match MVP at i-welcome natin siya ngayon sa ating interview. Landain natin katanungan sa kanya. Ayun, hello, congratulations Aiden, no? Solid na solid ang iyong performance. Katapat itong Attras Esports. Kala mo, magkaklase lang na nagtatawanan sa likod ng classroom tong dalawang to. Pero ayun na nga, no? Congratulations once again. So, can you run us down sa kung ano ang nangyari dito during our second match? Kasi I do think na parang nag-power through na kayo doon dahil malaki na yung agwat natin dito, eh, no?
Nakakainis po kasi first move puro DC po talaga eh. Parang nakalimang DC po ata. Nagpapasa-pasa po sa lahat ng player yung DC tsaka lag. Kaya yun. Tapos nung last round din namin yung 8-9, wala lag si Aldrin nun eh. Parang 4v5 kami nag-push. Kaya yun.
So parang nilabas yung gigil nyo.
Nakayapan po exit.
Tama ba?
Buti naman.
Buti naman mamado.
Kumbaga, Mochi, gumana yung talas ng isip dito nila Aiden, eh, no? Para talaga at the time gumana talaga dito sila CBF. Ngayon, Aiden, may matanong ko lang, no? So, syempre, nakaranas nga kayo ng konting hadlang all throughout the games. Hindi naman to naging madali para sa inyo, no? So, ano ba yung naging meeting ng team para malampasan nyo to at nang mag-lock in kayo sa sumunod na dalawang sets para ma-reverse sweep nyo yung CBF? Paano nyo ba dalampasan to?
Wait lang po, ano yung tanong?
Call a friend.
Okay, humingi ka ng tulong, pre. Paano nyo nalampasan, pre? Sa dami ng dinanas nyo ang hadlang nung Black Widow, kailangan nyo i-gather yung sarili nyo sa susunod na dalawa pa, no? Nag-Eagle Eye, pati ng Fort. So, anong ginawa nyo? Ano ba pinag-usapan nyo para mabawi nyo yung panalo ng CBF?
Kumalma lang po kami nung pagkatalo sa Black Widow. Pang ganun po talaga eh, talo na eh. Kung dadalhin po namin sa second pati third map yun, wala. Tanggap lang.
Bakit umiiling tong isa? Ba't parang hindi siya sang-ayon sa sinabi mo, Aiden? Ano ba
Di,
to?
okay ako doon, pre. Okay ako doon.
Okay ka
Di
ba
mo,
doon?
tanong ka.
Alright,
Tanong
sige.
ka.
Okay, maraming salamat sa iyo. Sagot doon, no, Aiden. And totoo naman, no? Ano nga ba magagawa natin if it already happened? Pero, again, ang ganda ng inyong pag-comeback dito, no? Literal na tinutuon nyo yung pangalan ninyo. Pero, other than being comeback friends, ano ba ang gusto nyong identity na ipakita dito as a team?
Ikaw dapat to eh. Di ko alam yung ano eh.
Alam mo yan, pre. Alam mo yan, Das.
Kaya mo yan.
Alam mo, ano kayo, pre.
Di ko po
pre,
alam eh. Naglalaro lang po ako eh. Tapos, Jalen Bronson daw ako. Sa New York Knicks.
Yes! Yes, no? Sa mga di nakakaalam, syempre, underdogs talaga ang CBF ngayon eh. And speaking of underdogs, pre, tamang-tama lang, lalo't nasa usapan tayo ng underdogs. Mabilisan na lang, Aiden, bago ka magbati ng mga gusto mong batiin. Ano ang ine-expect namin sa Comeback Friends pag pumasok na sa playoffs? Muna tanungin si Tets, pre. Alam mo yung sagot yan.
Hindi siya ng insights, pre.
Mas maganda po yung laban na ipapakita na lang. Yun na lang po.
Sige, mas maganda na laban ha. Yun yung makikita ko pag piniem kita, pre ha. Sige, okay na, Mochi. Okay na, satisfied na.
Alright. Okay na, satisfied na din ako, no? Ewan ko, maganda itong interview na to. Talagang maraming salamat, Aiden, and congratulations sa pagkapanalo at yung titulo bilang match MVP. And your time, or it is your time to shine. Shoutout mo na lahat ng mga gusto mong shoutout.
Thank you sa mga nanonood. Pasensya na kung tumagal yung laban. Ayun lang.
Okay lang.
Okay lang yan. Okay, no worries. Di natin maiiwasan yan, okay? And congratulations muli and good luck, no, sa mga remaining na matches natin, no, for Comeback Friends. Kapit tayo dito sa ating standings.
Thank you, PA then.
Yun.
Grabe
ka makabungis-ngis, no, Salvatore? Anong meron?
Masaya lang ako sa namin, sa tropa
proud
namin ni
friend,
Sticky.
proud
MVP
friend.
ba naman eh? Yes, diba?
Alright.
Tropa lang, diba?
So nice.
Ikaw ba naman mag-drop ng 18 laban sa sa Attras, diba? Sinong hindi matutuwa sa ganun. No? Kaya I'm very proud of Aiden talaga.
W Aiden, no? Iba ganun pa. Pero yun na nga, no? Grabe ang pinagdaanan dito ng Comeback Friends and as well as Attras, but it does appear that Comeback Friends able to power through. And our next match will be the Battle of Rosea, na kung saan magtatapat ang Vetran and as well as TARINGBABI. Kaya naman, I'm pretty sure our Indonesian brothers are awaiting this very match, and that is why for now, we'll be calling a quick short break, and after that, it is game time.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he makes the trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent trade here dito sa house.
Ano doon, flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Welcome everyone, and we're back here dito, no? And it is going to be Vetran against TARINGBABI, and it does appear that we are actually waiting for both of these teams to be prepared, no, para sa ating series. And for now, it does appear that TARINGBABI isn't appearing yet, no? So currently tayo ay nag-aantay lamang, no, bago tayo mag-proceed at kung talaga nga bang matutuloy itong ating susunod na laban, Salvatore.
Well, definitely naman talaga, no? Kasi this is going to be the second time that Vetran will be winning by a technicality. Kung maalala nyo, guys, Master Spring. Etong araw din yun, honestly, no? Araw din ng Friday, week number 4, na set forfeit din ang Raidas ng mga gantong oras lang din, eh, no? Bochi, talk about history repeating itself, eh. So, yeah, Vetran finally, no? Because of a technicality, they have now scored their first set win dito sa ating Master Summer. And there could have been a possibility na pangalawang beses na nga sana to had they closed out Eagle Eye laban talaga sa Attras. Pero now, we'll be enjoying the moment now for Vetran, pero sadly, TARINGBABI ngayon, hinahanap pa rin natin sila, no? So, much like Ajax, much like tong si Loy, lalo na nga rin talaga si Zaka, si TARINGBABI ay ngayon hinahanap na nga natin. There is an ongoing crisis ngayon, eh, no? Mochi, sa mga players and teams na hinahanap natin ngayong season, and apparently TARINGBABI has achieved that certain feat din. Hinahanap din natin sila. Nasaan na nga ba si TARINGBABI? Kung meron man kayong alam, ipaalam nyo na lang po sa amin.
Yeah, no? Medyo nagtataka din tayo kung ano nga bang nangyayari at anong meron sa araw na ito. Bakit puro DR at bakit parang pagod ang mga server at bakit nawawala ang TARINGBABI. And thus, again, first point natin, no, para sa kanilang tapatan already being granted dito for Vetran, at maya-maya tayo magbabalik for additional updates para sa tapatang Vetran against TARINGBABI. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets into trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Welcome muli dito sa ating CFS SA Masters 2026 Summer at nandito pa rin tayo sa ating serya ng Vetran against TARINGBABI. And unfortunately, due to personal priorities and schedule misalignments, ay hindi na natin makikita ang laban na ito, and this would be a forfeiture na bibigay ng TARINGBABI sa ating Veteran. And I don't know what's with the Veteran, but every league they're taking or having these bonus matches, Salvi.
Meron talagang something talaga, Mochi, pag Friday tapos 13th day na natin ng CrossFIRE scene. So, meron talagang bagay na yun. Pero nonetheless, just goes to show na it's not just CrossFIRE para dito sa TARINGBABI. So, understandable talaga kung ba't nga sila hindi makakapag-appear. So, TARINGBABI, wherever you are, please take care, and sana mag-ingat po sila palagi. Meanwhile, Vetran, once again, they will be congratulated because of their first win dito sa ating SEA Masters Summer. Pero ganoon nga, Mochi, it's still something that happened during Masters Spring. Kasi nga, they also won by default laban dito sa Raidas, and history repeating itself. Ito na naman sila winning by default laban naman sa TARINGBABI. And ito pa, Mochi, hindi lang ito yung isang beses na pwede nga mangyari to. There's still regionals to. Meron ng automatic slot doon na possibly ang ating dalawang Rosea teams had Vetran should wish na maglaro sa ating Rosea qualifiers. I'm just sensing. I just sense pwede mangyari ulit to, because if it happened the second time, so there is a possibility na pumangatlo to.
I hope not, but at the same time, parang less effort needed yun for Veteran din, Hindi ko alam. Wala na akong isipin doon. Basta guys, yan ang ating resulta, Veteran already scoring 2-0 for the forfeit ng TARINGBABI. Kaya abangan ninyo ang kontinuasyon, Parang telenovela lang. Team Stallions against matches sa Palagport. Maya-maya, makikita na natin yan. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets into trouble. Receiving play pa. pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos doon. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
Welcome everyone, no? Grabe, ang bilis ng laban ng veteran at TARINGBABI, bipolar, no? Crazy, no? So insane. Pero ito na nga ang ating huling serye for tonight. It will be the continuation of Team Stallions against Matches. Kaya ano pa nga bang inaantay natin, no? Abay, i-refresh na natin ang ating memorya about sa tapatan na ito, bipolar.
Well, you know what, Mochi, itong nangyari dito kahapon after tumugtog na nung team song dito ni Gary B, no? Kasi hindi na gumagalaw doon yung players natin for matches on the round number 7. Nakita natin doon 4-2 scoreline in favor dito ng stands kung saan actually it was pretty crazy, no? Kasi KLB was frying in that map as the IGL going for those fast rotations dito sa ating A sign, B sign, BR dito, papunta dito sa may A side on the GR side. Talagang hindi makalampas dito ang players natin on high mid or on mid doors dito sa baba ng BR ng ating GR side nang hindi libre kapag nandyan si KLB. Plus, we also saw something great, no? Ninkyu on the sniper role para lang talaga ma-negate dito yung fact na nagpupush si Kano every time sa may mid natin. Papunta naman dito sa BR ng players natin mula dito sa ating matches. But all in all, it was pretty good. It was a, even fight at the end of the day. Yes, may 2-point lead dito ang ating players sa Stallions, pero syempre, bumabawi-bawi naman dito ang ating matches.
Yeah, that is true, no? And guys, reminder lang, no? Stick tayo sa kanilang original lineup nung katapat nila ang matches. So, kung kanina nakita nyo si KLP, right now, it is gonna be back to Loy. Alright? So, dito tayo. This is Loy. Back dito sa ating ball game, no? And, kita-kita naman our players, honestly. Well, it isn't a good day, no? Para sa kanila, to be frank, because ang dahil nilang pinagdaanan earlier on, there's a lot of technicalities going on their end, pero they still been able to push it onto our third map. And right now, hopefully, they got the necessary reset or mental reset para sa kanila in order to operate again, no? Especially na against matches right now, they have the upper hand advantage naman.
Yun na nga, no? I mean, Matches still has something to play with here. Wala na sigurong interruption na mangyari dyan. Matches actually ready to perform at their highest. Despite na itong Stallions, we still don't know their current form, no? But now, coming into matches, again, it's the same kind of lineup. And we talked about this before na parang may upbringing na dito si Jason, si Vincent, at si Yetja. Meanwhile, itong si Ninkyu and si Zach, they'll be frying all throughout. But yeah, looking at it, no, I'm actually excited kung magdo-double TRG setup pa rin dito ang players natin for matches on the BL side because that will be very interesting para, ma-stop dito yung mga fast pushes ng ating Stallions.
Yeah, that is true. And I wonder if this time around there will be a lot more proactivity present dito din sa ating mga individual players because once again, they can no longer rely on their dependency na magkaroon ng mga hero plays ang ilan sa kanilang mga miyembro, that being Ninkyu or even itong si Vincent and certain occasions itong si Zach, no? Everyone is required to be online. Everyone is required to take a share of the dirty work dito, no, against Team Stallions. And now that they've been able to give away the first map dito, no, sa ating match, well, hopefully that it won't be the same dito sa ating mapa ng port. And as mentioned earlier on, no, paulit-ulit natin ito sinasabi just so that everyone is informed, no, we will be continuing ang ating round 7, no, 4-2 ang last recall natin dito sa estado at scores dito for STS and as well as matches at just for a refresher, ito ang ating mga mapa.
Ito nga, no, Mochi, dumayo tayo sa agara kung saan talaga nag-dominating dito ang ating players mula sa Team Styles, basic styles at the end of the day, yung expected natin doon. Matches now in a somewhat better form, no, I would like to say, talaga nakapag-refresh na rin naman sila. And looking at Zach's face kanina dito at player camps, you're gonna be ready. Pero yun na nga, sub-base will be our last map, just a little bit of, refresh. And think about it, no, Mochi, both Cebuana teams, both very good pagdating dun sa subs in the entirety of the Philippines. So if umabot tayo doon, it's gonna be one hell of a show.
Yes, of course. Grabe, no? Hindi Thursday ngayon, pero napa-throwback tayo sa mga pangyayari from yesterday. Kaya naman mag-focus na tayo sa hinaharap. Ipasa na natin ito sa ating mga cashier, Salvatore and Sticky Frog. Nakraka na!
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Bipolar. Tama-tama lang pag-throwback nga natin sa Thursday kasi nung mga nakaraang araw, eto yung sitwasyon na yun, gantong oras yun, Sneaky, nung in-announce natin na kailangan nga natin ipagpatuloy to sa ibang araw. Syempre, kung sino yung mga nasa day 12, dapat doon din sila magkakaste, no? Sneaky Frog, wala si Team CD dito, pero tayo magtatatay machine, pabalik nga ng Huwebes after a 4-2 na pause, panandalian. Sa wakas, maglalaro na nga ulit ang matches tsaka Team Stallions.
Yeah, no, I am thinking na if it is gonna look slightly different dito sa days game natin, para considering the circumstances are wildly different, no? And especially knowing itong Team Stallions, nakalaro na sila sa start ng, sa start ng ating day. Granted, it was a bit hectic and a bit long dito yung first series natin, but at the same time, you can't really deny na, warmed up na dito yung Team Stallions. They have played almost an entire series dito sa ating server, so you can't really say na mawawalan sila ng init dito. And I think the only person that you have to think about is si Loy. And ayun nga, that's Loy, pare. I feel like it's only gonna take him like 1 or 2 rounds para uminit nga dito sa ating mapa. Pero yung napaka-interesting kasi ng series na to na medyo tragic na hindi natuloy kahapon, Salvi. Kasi ayun nga, matches were already, parang nasa harap na nila yung solution, no, pare. Dito sa kanilang mga problema. Obviously, Vincent was playing some very, very good off angles. Tinky was actually fragging really well as well. Pero it's the classic Team Stallions train na hindi mo talaga mapipigilan. And ayun nga, they just cannot seem to shoot back sa mga ibang sitwasyon natin dito, pare.
Yun lang yung malala dun no? Matches already handed the opportunity for them to be able to get this good read. Laban nga doon sa Team Stallions inside of port of all maps, no? Na very historically renowned to para sa side ng matches. Lalot na din na pag high stakes talaga yung match, dito nga nila dinadala yung mga kalaban nga nila in order for them to have a qualifying game for playoffs. Of course, this is one of their comfort maps. So, tama nga lang na pinili to ng matches, but at the same time, it is something that has constraints yesterday. Pero buti na nga lang na nakapag-adjust dito ang matches. They were able to still push 2-4, which is very far from what we saw from the start of Team Stallions. So, nagsimula nga sila as 4-0 inside of Ankara in the first set. So yun, at least we are still seeing signs of life para sa side ng matches, and hopefully hindi nga naging hadlang. Kung meron man, sana ma-recover nga nila kagad yung mga nangyari kahapon, because they have to fully recover themselves right here, right now. Hindi na bukas, hindi sa susunod na linggo, kundi ngayong oras nga na to. Kasi nga, matches, they are just 1 series away. Kung nagawa na acceptance kanina, this could mark the 2nd straight loss ng Team Stallions sa araw nga na to. That could be one heck of a headline, no, Sneaky? Dalawang teams mula din sa sariling syudad din ng Team Stallions will be defeating them. And I feel like that is worthy of a very good storyline. Akalain mo nga naman ang tanging tatalo lang sa Team Stallions is one of their own, flesh and blood.
Ayun nga, pare, and ironically, no, dun sa, let's take a bit of a time machine back, no, noong 2024, pare. Port was one of those maps that ゥ_BEKMANIAC actually beat itong matches natin. So I think it is maybe time to kind of draw a bit from that wildness back in the day, min. Ayun nga, if I can actually remember some parts of that port map, pare, napaka-crazy ng time na yun, kasi that was the time na wala masyadong leash itong ゥ_BEKMANIAC, pare. So makikita mo talaga may biglang lalabas ng LA, may biglang lalabas ng mid, everybody was just testing every single angle nung time na yun. And kumana yun, men, because the meta wasn't really in shape at that time, pero this time it's now a smarter approach from both teams, pare.
Mike.
Game na
Oh.
Smoke kayo daw.
Mag-Zego. Pakitin nga lang.
VTR ang character mo sa akin.
Okay, Sneaky, no? A team of few words. Smoke A, CA, and then game face. Yun yung pre. Not even revenge, no? Makta days, aalamin mo kung nasaan si revenge, eh. Right now, Team Stallions, apparently, no? Very different ang approach na STS ngayon.
Yeah, matches with the same old na nakasanayan natin galing sa kanila, no, Salvi. Which is them just kind of holding back as far as possible, especially knowing na STS naman yung kalaban mo dito, pare. And the classic way to kind of punish STS and their overpeaks is to just kind of stand as far back, and especially tong STS, no, they usually tend to kind of wind swing a lot of dangerous corners. Kaya nga dito ni JJ, he could just pop out of Z, and itong si KLB could just pop out of BR. Pero si Linky naka-EBR, ha?
One of his good weapons. Pero JJ with a double kill. B, nahanap ang kumukulit na Yetja. Kano na Ninja hindi nga makakayak bahay as Not gets taken down. 4v2 na nga tayo. Good defense here for Team Stallions with only Kano being traded in a 1-4-3 exchange. Ang mga kanya-kanyang BR. Ganda ng approach ng Team Stallions, no? Playing at the strong side.
And yeah, man, if there's any sign to go back to the HK417, Ninkyu, yun na yata yun, pare. And with a 2 versus 4 exactly like this, and honestly, KLB just playing off reaction dito sa may bridge side natin, really did a number dito sa opensa ng ating matches. Pero Zach pwede pumawi dito sa loob, pero nakuha naman ni Lloyd dito yung sniper ng matches. Vincent, the captain, kailangan niya mag-produce ng isa na namang 1 versus 2. He has produced multiple clutches already para sa matches squad, pero hindi niya na ipaplant yung C4. Siya na mismo ang magpipeak, pero magpipeak siya pa loob ng isang crossfire, pare. And that's another round para sa Team Stallions.
5-2 na nga tayo. Team Stallions played the defense as they should naman. You know? Kanya-kanyang ikot na lang sa may Z, angatan lang sa may BR, and then play within their strengths, which is definitely doing. Yeah? Well played. Mga naman JJ with this amazing double. Parang weird, no? Sticks, ako lang ba na-weird? Parang kailangan natin magsiwala lang ng 4-team score.
Kailangan natin pantayan yung energy ng 5-2, pare. Yan ang kailangan natin makita.
Para 0-0 pa rin nasa utak.
Yeah, it kind of feels exactly like that, no? Especially with the way the players are playing. Pero opportunity na rin to para sa matches, no? Syempre yung STS, they're gonna be a bit testy pagdating sa laruan natin, pare. But at the same time, they are gonna be playing smart about it. Ganda ng two-man play, no? Dito sa bridge side natin, pare. Z was actually just the bait the entire time habang si KLP yung late activation. Speaking of late activation, pare, si Kano, hindi na yan malilate sa pag-peak dito ng BR, pare. Pero tignan mo naman na matches, CA. 3 na yan nandun, pare.
No? Just feeling threatened, no? Na dahil ka nag-push Kano, they would automatically assume na may tao kagad sa metal to deny this. HM na nga lang sila, or A-sign I should say. Jason now, nag-arangkada na nga. JJ, pre-aim angle, gets the shot. What a read by JJ mula sa pagkasumbong ng nawalang KLB. Ninkyu entry na nga, hindi pa rin magpapa-HK, pero gumagana pa rin naman ang kanyang M14. Here comes Kano, galing pang LA to. Kailangan niya lang ang depensahan, pero walang tao sa site. Tumatalon si Zakat na huli ang may hawak ng bomba. Yetcha gets the spray. JJ finally falls. Nawala ni Arctic nga kayo, and Kano gets the rotation papuntang A-sign, at si Revenge parating na nga rin. Nakaltukan na si Ninkyu, and Team Stallions 6-2 after a very good rotation play from Kano and Revenge.
May gusto ko makita ulit yung kaltok dito ni Kano dito kay Zach, kasi no way that is a headshot. Actually tumama dito sa kanyang leeg. Hitbox is good naman. Unlucky though, galing dito kay Zach. I feel like he could have escaped easily papunta dito sa site if he was just 1 centimeter to the right, pare, no? Kaso, reality is still a 6-2, and here comes another peek galing sa Team Stallions. Jason, mamamatay na agad. Yetcha down to low HP, pero si Zach makakabawi dito kay Loy, but look at the HP bars dito ng matches. 1 HE magdi-disappear yung buong team na to, pare.
Once possible attack dito lang sa may mid, no? Pero Team Stallions has to realize that they're still playing GR. May mga plays na nakakalampas ka for STS, pero not on a crucial match like this. Pero with a major lead, might be Team Stallions' code na, try to offset some limits ngayon. Okay, to assume na pwedeng gawin yon ng Team Stallions, Sneak, Zach is low, Yetja is low as well. But this is Zach we're talking about, kasi si Vincent wants to clear itong A-side nga natin. Challenging Kano, and Vincent gets the skull of the Wonder Kid. 4v3 nga tayo, still a bit of a health advantage para nga sa side ng Team Stallions, and possession as well. MJ needs to pull off a miracle para ma-utilize nila yung buhay ni Vincent at ni Ninkyu.
Yeah, I really like yung mindset nila, no, pagdating sa mga 4 versus 4s here, Salvi, na nagdidikit-dikit na lang sila dito considering na itong STS kailangan nila maghiwalay for A and B side. And it's gonna be a 3-man fight every single time. At least kung makapatay ng isa dun si Kano, no, may guaranteed trade naman from one of the other members dito na matches, kagaya nga ni Ninkyu. Still rocking that EBR, a bit doubtful sa kanyang push. Nagbintis dito sa KLB sa kanyang sniper. JJ still sent on the B side, pero kailangan niyang i-decide kung ano kailangan na i-fight curve control, or is it gonna be top B? He tries to go for a cheeky angle, pero hindi yan gagana. Revenge naman with the rifle this time. Yetcha from the behind, he's starting to miss. Nandito na yung flash Ninkyu with the full spray, and that will be at least the last laugh dito sa matches bago tayo mag-iba ng sides.
Grabe men, Zach and Ninkyu. surviving a barrage of attacks at nabuhay pa si Vincent para makita yung para makita ang kinabukasan rather, no? Team Stallions, well played, honestly, no. Kahit ulit si Kano, I still feel like they wanted to play for flanks. Kaya nga hinuhold na lang ni Revenge dito yung HB at hinahanap pa rin talaga ni JJ yung pinakamagandang rotation for him to go to curve. 6-3, not a bad of a half to. For a team na gusto lang talaga ma-asensohan yung BL nga nila, I feel like this is still a good half para sa side ng matches. Now the true test starts. Isipin mo na lang, no, Sneaky, that this is going to be a test where in matches, if they can still do well, ang volatility ng Team Stallions. If there's anything that we learned from Ankara, napakalikot ng Team Stallions sa mapa. Now, if Matches is able to read this, they will have this amazing half na baka pumabor sa kanila ang port. Pero grabe talaga mag-default ang Team Stallions, yun yung kailangan ingatan dito ng Matches, na hindi sila magpapakagat sa kahit anumang fake or even setup ng Team Stallions.
For sure. And especially in a map like Port, no, pagdating naman dito sa BL side natin, it will be quite a hard time, usually, para sa baka-ibang teams. Pero here comes the comms.
Wala nang kasi kuha na ko sa iyo.
Yung quiet na pa. Ooh, that's not so quiet of an entrance para kay Vincent. Going into the first round. No, on the second half. Pero pinasabog na siya dito, pare. Ni Loy, he did a backflip in mid. JJ low on HP. Possibly magpapalit ng barela with itong si Revenge. He's not too shabby with the HK417. Pero Nintyu spotted na ang kanyang balikat dito. Jason, first swing already Kano aware about Nintyu's existence dito sa Z. And he just runs him over with a USP. Yetcha. At si Zach na lang natitira. Yetcha trying to fight back. Nakuha nila si Loy. A very key piece to the offense dito ng Team Stallions. And it's a 2 versus 3.
The way Kano is calm sa pag-adjust ng ulo dito, no, ng kanyang kalaban and even going ham sa loob nga ng Z. Well commended dito para kay Kano, pero anong kailangan niyang magawa dito para sa 36 HP? Technically, he's still 2 hits, no? Sneaky, a body shot dito para sa M14 is still 34. So, may pagkakataon pa nga dito na mabuhay si Kano. Same goes here for HK. Now, Kano! Nakaltungan ng onti si Yetja. Nangalahati na ang kanyang buhay. Fire in the hole! Naputasan ng chance si Yetja. Paano tumago sa pinto yun? Pero nonetheless, pira-piraso na nga dito si Yetja sa may curve. Zach now roaming. Finally takes down Kano. But the damage has been done. Pasok na ang dalawa sa site. Zach all alone.
Medyo challenging, pare. Ooh, bit of a misspray. But the other sniper will get him. JJ low on HP pero walang ideya kung nasaan si JJ sa sitwasyon na to. Pero USP hindi sumala dito kay Zach. And Zach saving the trouble of a bad start. Yun nga, nahanap nila yung C4 eventually. Pero saving Matches the trouble of a bad start dito sa ating first half. And a very nice shot galing sa kanya to find itong si Kano. Pero ba questionable repush, no, galing dito kay Yetcha, pare. Fully knowing na lugi siya sa cover doon. But still, Matches making it work.
2 kills para kay Kano pero 1v3 para dito kay Zach, no? Better result para nga sa kanila. KLB, what is that
CBF
experimentation phase? Bakit, men? Is it a high-low? Pero yung mga tropa mo nakatago pa sa BR. That was very crazy, no, for KLB to even attempt. Usually, no, may mga lineups yan, Snakes, para mausukan yung BR ng kalaban. Pero Stallions did not even do anything sa early round na yun. Parang bumuelo lang talaga sila sa BR hoping na may mag-cross. At talagang inalin ni KLB yung buhay niya for the sake of information, which I do believe is still not valuable kasi parang wala naman ata na itutulong yun para mapabuti ng Stallions yung round nila.
For sure, hindi naman valuable information yun, pare, kasi tatlo naman sila naandun sa BR and, you know, they're gonna immediately split apart right after that, no? So hindi mo talaga alam anong itsura ng default dito na Matches at the moment. But you now the one on the curve side, spotted na agad ni Kano. At may nakita si Kano na dumaan dito ng A-side, no? So si Yetcha hindi na siya pwede bumalik all the way back into spawn side. Instead, gonna be assigning itong si Vincent. It was already prior damage dito sa ating round, down to 13 HP. So I don't think, yun nga, no? His life will be for long soon. And he might want to make it as worth it as possible. Pare, tinatapon niya na lahat ng nades on the curve side. Nabawasan niya pa nga si Revenge. Look at this impact galing kay Vincent despite being on low HP, pare.
Okay. Fast start para nga sa Team Stallions pero parang nagiging madugo na nga rin ang kanilang mid-round, no? Sneaky with 3 players. Not even in the slightest of healthiest HPs na Kano. Salubungan dito kay Vincent now on LA. JJ Nuggets sa trade. Sa magandang conversion nga para sa Team Stallions. Pero STS still could be able to pull this off. Malaman na talaga nila yung rotation ng matches. Pero Team Stallions still playing cat and mouse sa loob nga ng ating mid. They're still playing mid. Gusto nga nila magpa-assign ngayon. Sneak it si Yetja. Fully aware already. It's a 2-man entry. Make it a 3-man kung sasama nga si Revenge. Pero naiwan. Bumabang C4. What a defense from Yetja. He's gonna get the double at si Loy na lang ang natitira. Now on the reload. Loy peeking. Yetja sliding. Loy iwas. Finally gets the spray. What a defense from Yetja. Team Stallions dumbfounded sa mid-round.
Yun nga, man. Questionable decisions though being made by Team Stallions. I think okay naman yung nangyaring trade na naan dito sa long. But the call to just fully run up mid is absolutely reckless galing sa kanila, pare. I feel like Loy could have actually re-cleared itong LB, pare, and going into yung court position natin. Ayun nga, I have no idea why the confidence was that high on the side of Team Stallions to do exactly that. Ayun nga, no, might be the time constraints on their side, but man, it only takes like 10 seconds to tap all the way back into the B side, pare. And ayun nga, man, it could be a case of overconfidence dito, pare.
Siguro inisip ng Team Stallions kanina, no, na okay, pwede naman natin itong labanan. I feel like it's Yetja, no? Pwede naman natin i-double pick siya. Pero nakalimutan i-consider ng Team Stallions yung buhay nila, at lalo't EBR pagamit ni Yetja nun. Yeah, sabi ko nga kanina no Sneaks, the moment na lumipat ang matches, they will be tested in terms of duels at nakita naman natin both early and mid-round, they are that formidable, no? Nakakalahati nga nila ang Team Stallions para ma-chip damage nga sila from the nades and the utils para ma-delay ang pasok ng STS. And matches also quick to react para mabilisan nga sila sa mga fights, no? So, MJ still in the game. Kita mo nga naman, they're 1 round away.
Yun nga, man. And I feel like one of the main factors kung bakit ganito kalakas yung matches ulit is, you know, Zach is having a really good day, pa. He's already 3-0 so far, hitting most of his shots, and top A will be another test para sa kanya, pare. Here comes the HEs, here comes the flashes. JJ patalo na nga paloob ng side, paloob ng ladder, sumabit, sakto, angle, tapping, nauha niya pa nga yun. Kahit bulag na bulag dito si JJ, hindi bulag sa kanya ang katotohanan na nakuha niya ang double kill. Jason, Yetza will get their own double kill, however. Pero 2 versus 3 men, medyo mahirap na mag-retake, especially known na yung dalawang players natin.
Pakahirap nga naman talaga i-retake ng A-site, no? Lalo't kung yung dalawang angles dito ng bodega at exit, kubrang-kubra na ng Team Stallions. JJ finally takes down Yetja to force the 2v1. Hindi nyo na kailangan pumik! Hindi nyo na kailangan pumik! Nanghihina ang puso na lahat na nanonood, but JJ with 19 seconds on the clock pulls off a Team Stallions-esque moves na parang UM pa rin ang jersey na suot ni JJ.
Grabe, man. It really is that old vibes na nakikita nga natin dito sa labanan natin, but at the same time with his own modern twist. The HKs and the EBRs making it quite interesting between yung dalawang teams natin. Pero Kano, really good with the HK. Can he get the headshot? Dito kay Yetja. Yes, he can. Jason still nasa C-side. Really good timing galing sa kanya to get Kano. At pwede na siya mag-back off all the way to the back of B-side. There's no rhyme or reason kung bakit nasa Z pa siya, man.
Definitely not.
Good
rotation for Team Stallions. Atras nga sila. I feel like matches is an opportunity for them to make a push para ma-throw off si JJ. And there definitely is a firing squad aimed at JJ. Ba't talaga kasi hindi ka sumama, pre? Andun yung kapatiran mo.
He's holding it.
Papa-LA sana kayo. Ngayon mapipilitan pang magbaba ng C4 si Revenge na sana makakapagpa-LA na nga. Here comes Jason! At ayan na nga, saktong-sakto, Friday the 13th. At si Jason Voorhees, kinatay na ang dalawa sa loob ng court. 3v1, Loy all alone.
Ayun nga, Loy. A man who once wore the red and white now has to slay his fellow brothers on the other side of matches, pare. Pero he will be taking his sweet time. Smoke ang kanyang best friend dito sa may LB. C4. Totally not in his hands. But look at the angles na kinukuha dito ng matches, man. They do not want to give Loy any room.
It's crazy.
Na pang-clutch dito, pare. And I like this respect, no? Might as well. Naghahabol kayo dito. You are matches. Might as well be a 3-man pick galing sa kanila, pare. Loy has to be 3 headshots but too many targets on screen and matches with a really nice round. At pwede mo masabi, pare, no, na that was definitely a matches classic. Yung reclear papuntang LB at diniretso na lang nila dito yung court.
Right. How do you even throw off a position na binigay na sa atin ni Kano tapos mawawala lang din after a split second kasi nga hindi naisip ni JJ na magpa-LA na lang, no? Here comes Team Stallions wearing black and white once again. Naalala ko pa to, Sticky. Zach nakangalahati na ang kanyang buhay. Kakabato ng granada nga sa kanya. Finally, they take him down. Yun lang pala, no? For an early game for Team Stallions to gain map coverage para makulangan ng taong matches, they were able to take down 2.
Uy, Yetcha. This guy can snipe.
Yetcha!
Why are they so randomly peeking him, pare? Pero nandyan na nga si Kano to get another headshot.
my God.
Even though the play looks bad, the shots look so good. Para dito kay Kano.
Teka lang, ha?
STS, hold on. Meron pang tao na nasa bridge, meron siyang smoke, meron siyang HE! Lumanding kay Revenge, pero napakalakas ng plot armor niya, pare. Revenge, right in front of the smoke, will be getting Jason. He is the true killer. And 8-6, Team Stallions, 2 points na lang bago nila may panalo ang series na to. That's long overdue.
Pero pre, parang ang layo pa nang aabutan ng Team Stallions para makuha yung 2 points na yan. Tila nahihirapan pa rin sila sa loob nga ng port as matches is pouring up a show and a bit of a competition. Especially no, pag-usapang depensa na in the mid round eh. Alam mo, Team Stallions, wala silang problemahin kasi inagahan talaga nila yung atake. Wala tayong mid round na kailangan galawin. Pag alam mo 2v1, it's definitely a Team Stallions play na let's just play together. You know? Let's not play it individually. Buti na nga lang, gumana nga yun for STS now. Matches could be able to set up another LB push nga, no? Lalo na nga rin na dito to may testing ang Team Stallions. All they could hope for is to make this 2 for 3 or at least a 2 for 1 para sa side ng matches.
Yeah, I think that last round too, no, yung bakit sila nag-pack galing dito sa long, I think they were so concerned about the death cam, but at the same time, meron na kayong control ng LA, pare, and you have 5 people there. So, ayun nga, no, do you get the logic that I'm shooting at dito sa Team Stallions? You know, shotting macro, pero easily save nga dito ni Kano with his superior aim. However, yun nga, no, pag AG yung usapan natin dito, pare, that's gonna be a bit delicate pag ganyan yung pinanggagawa nila, pare. So we need to see some innovation here from the side of Team Stallions, especially in the map of port, pare, no? Parang especially recently, Salvi, na may recent uptick yung win rate dito ng PL side. Pero STS just going for the classics instead. Tamang setup papuntang curve, papuntang A side. They're just gonna fully surround and fully half itong depensa natin, pare.
Pasok na nga ni Q. Amazing flank! Grabe naman yon, lahat sa likod ang tama para sa STS. I was convinced that Stallions is aware. On for the ace. 4K secured para dito. Actually, it was Jason who got the 4th one as Vincent gets the finisher. Grabe naman yun, pre. Stallions, too confident. Hindi na chinekang exit.
Yun nga, and I'll tell you exactly what was wrong with that strategy, no? Salvatore, tatlo silang dumiretso dito sa A at B sign, pare, instead of anyone lurking towards itong curve, and that just gave Ninkyu, you know, free targets na mag-push dito sa loob ng smoke because everybody has seen that strat already, no? Pero hindi yata in-expect ni Ninkyu na walang nakatikin sa kanya sa position na yun. And I think Stallions was so convinced na naka-push back yung mga players natin on the side of matches dito sa B side or dito sa A, na hindi nila namalayan na meron pa palang 2 players na nakatayo dun sa A at B side natin, pare.
Man, no? Team Stallions, something that I am not aware that they are able to do, no? Is to commit a crucial mistake. Parang ganun lang. To forget that there is still flank. To forget that there is still a possibility for matches to turn things around. Lalo kay RGR. Palagi ko na nga sinasabi nung Sneaky na there should be an ample amount of respect pag may entry ka, no? Can never be too sure na madali lang pumasok sa loob nga ng port. This is port. We're talking about the strongest map out of the map pool na mayroong presensya talaga ang GR. There should be a lesson here learned for Team Stallions. Kita mo nga naman, pre. The adjustment is no longer an A-sign entry, possibly for at least 3 players. Hayaan na nga nilang HB yung magluto dito, pero here comes Dormid. Possible action para sa Team Stallions.
Down. Vincent will be getting JJ. Revenge trying to run into the site with the USP, pare, pero hindi distracted ang mga players ng matches. Yet just still shooting away sa mga curve players. Kano na lang natitira, but even he cannot save this offense from crumbling down. And an 8-8 para dito sa matches and will be a cause for concern. So that will be a timeout para sa STS. Man, these executes look ugly. Salvatore, the right angles aren't being watched. And ayun nga, no, hindi nila na-clear agad yung mga certain players natin, but that can also be a compliment papunta nga dito sa matches, no? They really do a good job of kind of just, you know, holding in place, but at the same time, wala sila sa mga predictable na positions natin. Granted, Yetcha was playing Godbox, pero ayun nga, no, since no one insta-give them in that position, pare, that was just free reign para sa STS. So maybe now it's time for the brute force approach para sa kanila, pare, kasi ayun nga, their splits aren't working. Yung straight up LA push-pull nila hindi gumagana dito pare. Instead of going more complicated para sa STS, why not go more simple, no? Similar to the Eagle Eye A-take, kumbaga, ng STS pare.
Okay, pre. In practice naman, ay 3-2 split, door mid, pati HB. Not that bad. Sana talaga may impact ng utils talaga eh. Like, nakita ko talaga, pre, na it was going to be bad kasi nadalian si Ninkyu. It should have been really bad kasi nakarotate kagad siya pabalik ng exit and there was second contact mula kay Yetcha. Ngayon, kung kailan namatay yung dalawa, tsaka pumasok sila Revenge. And it was all for bad fate na nga. Kasi nga, hindi nga nakuha nila yung Revenge yung kills. Sana nung nakuha nila yon, they were able to rotate to curve or even sa exit para makuha yung mga players doon for matches. And that rotation, para lumayo yung mga members na matches, maraming oras na masasayang at magugugol dito ang matches para doon sa retake na yun. Eh, hindi nga nangyari because it's still the art form of dueling, Sneaky. Doon lumamang ang matches. Firepower, kumbaga. We're always keeping this afloat. Sa meta nga ngayon, ang lakas talaga ng presensya ng firepower. And tila Team Stallions not following the script na naman, no? Trying to make their own meta. You have to admit, it's definitely hurting the team's chemistry and the vision para makuha nila tong port na to.
Yeah, Match is having a bit of a crowd as well, no? Dito sa, bootcamp nila pare, despite it being 11:30 at the moment, no? So maybe they are feeling the vibes of the El Clasico home shop, no? Dito sa kanilang side. And at the same time, para dito sa side ng Team Stallions, yun nga, no? I am a bit worried about yung kanilang approach going into this timeout, pare. Kasi feeling ko naiisip na dito ng matches, okay, hindi na gumagana yung kanilang B splits, hindi na gumagana yung kanilang A splits, pare. They are gonna try to see if they can just rush into B side or rush into etong A natin. And their responsibility para sa matches is to get a setup correct dito sa mapa natin. Get that Z and HP crossfire going. Etong top A at ladder position or 2 top A pwede nga mangyari nga dito, no? And 1 player holding down mid. And honestly, so far, no, Yetza and Vincent have been doing such a stellar job in holding down itong mid as well as itong si Ninkyu, pare. Their 3-man presence there, feeling ko, since Team Stallions, most of their, I wouldn't say 80, like 70% of their plays really is dependent upon mid control dito, pare. Kaya, ayun nga, they do a really good job of just denying Team Stallions what they want dito, men.
Siguro, no, let's take a look at a more simpler picture, no, Sneaky. Sabi mo nga, no, it's something that they should be able to approach, the simplicity of port. What if initiative siguro ang kulang sa Team Stallions? What if parang hindi na nagkukusa dito na gawin nila yung mga roles nga nila? Probably there's some issues na pagiging vocal dito for Team Stallions. This should have been on practice a very good play. Pero ito talaga yung di ko akalain na magiging mali talaga for Team Stallions. And even on the following round, wala rin talaga tayo nakitang impact doon para sa Team Stallions. It was still a bad 3-2 split. Natila nawalan nga sila ng connection for that follow-up flash or even a smoke para ma-block off itong curve nga natin. And just the duels of Team Stallions just look lost. May mga rounds na okay na, pero yung mga sumunod naman para ang flat na.
Yeah. Maganda yung early fights na kinukuha nila dito sa Alvi, but it kinda is the mid-round that kinda goes a bit wrong para dito sa Team Stallions. And usually that is where their strength lies. Pero matches nga, I feel like this particular team has gone up against itong Team Stallions time and time again, so they do know what the moves and what the reactions are para sa kanila, pare. Now they're taking full advantage. And matches, this is the one time na medyo kumalma sila ngayon, pare. Last round, nasa kanila yung control ng LB at itong Z, and ngayon they are playing as far back as possible. Possibly to catch yung 4-man execute or yung 5-man execute papunta sa isang side na mapa, pare.
No, yet. This is the deepest movement we've seen for Team Stallions to have a possible play, lalo't makakabuelo nga sila ng HB. And HB is definitely a lineup heaven para ma-flash, para ma-smoke. Pero Yetcha, you can disrupt this, pre. Isang pick lang talaga kaso, pre. Napaka-forward nga ni KLB. Finally, there goes Loy. And as well as kay Kano, good coverage indeed. Kajan, Sneaky. Pero machecheck nga ba nila ang dulo nga dito? Habang meron pang nandun, this is still an advantage para sa side ng matches. Here comes Zach. Entering. Boboga ng isa, but he's only good for 1. Si Vincent na nga lang ang natitira. Team Stallions found a way to make it their game sa loob ng B-site. Si Vincent na nga lang, fully blinded. Gonna get the headshot. Not the transfer. Kulang-kulang pa. Stallions finally reaching match point.
There we go. Matches with their own timeout as well. And I feel like we're gonna take our sweet time with this analysis. Parang I think yung accurate naman yung naging statement natin no, na Stallions needs to approach yung mga sites natin with more of a battering ram more than, trying to go for flanks and all that stuff. Pero ang ganda ng ang ganda parang naaral na dito ni Kano yung pagkakamali na Stallions kanina dun sa acceptance game. Which is allowing the flank to happen time and time again dito sa kanilang team. And I was really happy about it kasi as soon as nakuha nila si Ninkyu, I was like, okay, may chance na tong bata na to na pumunta ng curve and kind of disrupt the entire thing. But he didn't do that, Mari. Instead, sumama na lang siya dito sa kanyang kakampi. And which caused a bit of concern, no? Dito sa top B natin. I was a bit worried. I was like, oh, they're taking a bit too long dito, no? Salvi, parang natatagalan sila dito, men. But JJ and etong si Kano just won their fights.
Talaga eh. It's a form of Team Stallions being able to find the play pero hindi siya kagad parang hindi siya kagad madadali. So had yet just swung by sa loob nga ng HB, it would have went bad. Hindi maiismokan si Jason na nasa loob ng dulo. Siguro nakapwesto pa ang matches for the rotation of Vincent and Ninkyu. Okay? So that is the detail na kailangan talaga ingatan ng matches. There is always a possibility na pwedeng makabuelo ang Team Stallions. And there's always a possibility then for matches to be able to recover quickly, no? Yetcha got the kill, pero 2-for-1 kasi nga Kano found the rotating player papuntang Z. Kasi it's just not obvious, no, Sneaky. B plant. Syempre may manggagaling ng Z. And buti na nga lang nandoon si Kano. Feel like matches was just that readable sa round na yon. Pero it was a very good round para makita natin ang Team Stallions' limitation. There should not be any form of overcomplication. Kaya naman talaga nilang simplihan. Now, Team Stallions might be able to approach that way sa ating round nga na to unless there is a possibility here or there is a chance na ang papakita talaga ng matches is a very early CA push. Once they get that CA, there could be a chance na makancel lahat ng kaguluhan ng Team Stallions for them to set up Z.
And last time na nag-CA dito yung matches, no, it was actually Ninkyu in that position and he did such a stellar job from that spot. He is going to go exactly in that one. And yun nga, medyo in-expect ko galing dito sa Team Stallions that they would be assaulting itong long A in order to avoid this possibility. Pero hindi naman. But they can look at the last round. Ayun nga, medyo natagalan dito yung mga players ng STS but they got the kills at the end of the day. Pero titignan natin, Vincent. Oh!
Ay!
Oh,
Pre,
no.
kung di mo nakikita, no, habang piniplay yung replay natin, it was like the third attempt ata para makakat sila ng CA. Pero ubos na nga ang oras, lalo't ilang segundo na nga rin, there might be an LA attack para sa STS anytime soon. They do not want to risk that, Sneaky.
Laking butos yan, men. Especially na
pag-CA.
Vincent is responsible for a whole lot of mid control, pare. But that is also gonna allow itong Stallions to just take CA control and kailangan nila maging aware ni Zach na meron ng tao na nasa loob dito, pare. And it's all on the HEs, on the boys over at MJ kung makabawas sila dito.
Now, good hold. Flash still, meron pa si KLB. No matches member is in a deep position, Sneaky. Lahat ng yan, salubong sa atake ng Team Stallions. Most passivest round for matches. Good flash indeed, pero it's going to be a split, no? From mid all the way to LA. Vincent basang-basa, but there goes the 2-for-1 trade. As KLB now entries. They cancel out Zach sa top 8. This is good for Team Stallions.
And oh my goodness me, Team Stallions with full control up until this point, pare. Jason and Yetcha naka-headshot ng dalawa dito. Very poetic yung round na to, Salvi, because it looks exactly like the ending of a VP STS matchup from back in the day. Pero 2 versus 2, Kano with the climb up. Nakita na si Jason. Kano taking matters into his own hands. Nakita na si Yetcha. And with the spray down, Kano siya na mismong tumapos ng series na to. 1 day a bit too late. But Team Stallions still collect the win.
Grabe, no? Nanghina ang puso ng lahat na nanonood because of the action that transpired. Like a 4v2 turned into a 2v2, tas nakalahati pa sila. But nonetheless, Team Stallions, congratulations for getting their win dito sa ating araw nga na to for a very lengthy day. Of course, Team Stallions is still in the main event. And that continuation, that really sparked a lot of conversations para sa mga tao. Kailan ba matutuloy ito? Sinagot naman na kagad ang Team Stallions. Pero matches man, it's going to be a tough mathematics class para malaman natin kung ano nga ba ang probability ng matches makapasok pa ng playoffs after manalo ng CBF at ng Acceptance sa araw nga na to. I feel like there's a gray area na pwedeng matap ng matches pag na-conclude nga ng mga ibang teams yung mga laban nila.
Yun nga, no, and hopefully El is listening to me right now kasi yeah, he might have to update the chances dito ng ating mga teams na papasok dito ng ating playoffs. The last time I checked it, no, it was, ayun na, hanap ko na, it was matches on 25% if I'm not mistaken. So, pakaramdam ko medyo, I wouldn't say na medyo bumaba yun, 35%. Medyo bumaba ng onte after the series, I think. But I feel like having a really close game up against itong Team Stallions para can definitely, you know, get that map score up para sa kanila dito and hopefully mapupunta nga sila dito sa playoffs, no? Kasi low-key matches, pakaramdam ko, this story is still unfinished para sa kanila, pare.
Definitely, no? And there's still a long way to go, no? Pero I feel like that is the conclusion now of matches in the group stage as they will be finishing itong groups nga natin with a 4-5 record. Saludo pa rin talaga kami sa matches and its players for having a very, very solid week 2 and week 3 stretch that made everyone believe that there is still hope para dito sa side ng matches. Pero that is up to our league operations para makita nga natin ang tunay na mga numero para sa possibility na makapasok pa ang matches sa ating playoffs, man. Week number 4 is that deadly, no? Some will rise, pero some will definitely fall, no, Sneaky? So yun lang masasabi ko. Team Stallions, they do have a message sent dito sa ating laban nga na to and I feel like it was loud and clear para sa mga nanonood. They will be taking their games seriously at you should notice by now that once you step in the way of Team Stallions, ito nga pala ang pinakamalaking mensahe nga nila. Ako pala si Salvatore, siya nga pala si Sneaky. That has been as Team Stallions and matches. Standing by on our panel is Mochi and Bipolar for breaking down of the game thoroughly. Mochi and Bipolar, kayo na nga.
Gabino, that is so heartfelt, but at the same time, you can't help but think of all the possibilities that what could have been, no, para dito for matches.
Honestly.
And also, I'm pretty sure that a lot of people are celebrating yung pagkapanalo ng Team Stallions ngayon. Pero,
Oh yeah.
I don't know, Bipolar. There's just something in them that doesn't look like Team Stallions that we know.
Yeah, Team Stallions, again, no, tulad nga na sinabi sa mga mga community comments natin dito na parang, or at least yung na-notice, I believe ni Sneaky Frog to, parang, or ni Salvatore, one of these casters, sabi nila parang, nakita sila sa comments na parang nakikita daw nila na yung experimentation phase daw dito ng Virtus Pro parang napunta na sa may side ng Team Stallions. And I believe it was Salvatore. And it was pretty crazy no, nakikita natin yung ganito. Siguro nga, just because of the recent role changes dito, especially in the first match nila na technically that's the second this is just a rerun nung kahapon na matchup no, for matches, pero I feel like they're just really in a spot na anything can work out kasi again no, star players to, you can put players here, you can put players there and you know that they can get kills, pero in terms of roles dun tayo magkakatanong kung gagana nga ba sila kung i-instill nila yung ganun kind of like position. Yun yung naging problem right now for Stallions they don't have a clear definition kung anong kailangan nilang gawin but they know how to win. That's the big problem. It's not really a big problem if you think about it because they're winning, right? But let's see if it does affect them in the long run, especially pagdating dito sa playoffs and sa upcoming na EWC. But man, Matches was clinching their way every time, Mochi, pero tumama na talaga dito yung dawning light na, uy, it's time for us to just give this away and we are not really gonna give a lot. Pero,
yeah, exactly. Diba? Tama naman. Yeah, and I feel like here for parang sa kabilang bang-bang ata yun pero shoutout no sa mga nakakaalam, pero dito for matches I feel like I couldn't agree more what you had mentioned here. They really poured their all here, especially dito for Nintendo and as well as ito kay Vincent. Unfortunately, it isn't entirely enough because again, no, ito yung mga tipo ng mga bagay na hindi mo pwedeng ilagay sa palad ng uncertainty or sa mga bagay na hindi mo sigurado, especially kung playoffs ang gusto mong tahakin na direksyon dito no sa ating liga. Pero tingnan mo naman yung performance ni Kanu dito, 24-15-9 ang kanyang KD.
Yeah.
Walang Copas, as always, no, bipolar, but I feel like deserve ng honorable mention nito nila Yetjan, nila Vincent, actually
Yes.
every single one of them. It's just unfortunate that we haven't been able to feel Zaka for the entire course dito ng ating mapa. I don't know, it might have been just me, no, but again, I feel like this hasn't been like the Zach that we've been eyeing from the last few weeks na inaabangan natin nagpa-pop off, nag-MVP, right? But again,
Yes.
Team Stallions, they've still been able to push through. But again, it seems like the instability in terms of the KD numbers na nakikita natin dito across the board raises a lot of eyebrows and as well as questions para sa kanila.
Yeah, tama ka naman na, Mochi. Hindi ito yung Zac na nakita natin na up against execution na talagang pumupunta yan ng 3 tao, no? From just an immediate hold or just an immediate execute. But man, just like what you've said, I wanna give big commendations dito kay Yetja, kay Ninkyo, and especially kay Vincent, na those mid-holds nung nasa GR side nasa GR side ng buong matches, nakita natin na parang hirap na hirap dito ang stance, or a little bit, there was a lot of pressure given by these 3 players, and that's a lot for Team Stallions to push. But man, it's Kano with 100% rating and 24 kills and 15, and feeling ko, meron na naman magpipirma dito ng likod ng cellphone, no? At si Kononing
Ito, 100% rating as ever, no? Grabe naman din talaga ang performance dito ni Kano every single time. Walang kupas, walang pagod. Yun at yun lagi ang nagiging output. Sino yung katapat? Wala siyang pakialam. What matters is that he keeps himself intact. At yun yung nakita natin dito, no? For the whole duration ng ating mapa. At proud naman nga talaga na nakita natin ganito mga players to. Being able to be this consistent as well. So, deserve nyo naman tong titulong ito, no, bipolar.
Honestly, yung pinaka lang talaga dito, yung hindi natin napapansin is the headshot percentage, no? Because this is one of his lowest, pero kasi given it's the map, no, it's the gun choices na ginagawa niya dito, it's the pushes every time din dito sa may mid natin nung sila yung nasa GR side. But man, look at that, it took 2 days, almost 3 days pa nga, no, because it's almost 12 midnight para matapos ang gantong seryeng to, no? Parang 3-parter ang buong Ankara and Port ng ating players mula sa Stallions, but they still were so alam mo naman yan, Mochi. It's Stallions at the end of the day, and they will close it out up against matches. It's so sad that di natin nakita dito sa base, and despite na, you know, I would still favor Stallions dito pag umawat pa dito if napanalo ng matches yung Port. But it would have been so nice to see yung sub-base dito ng ating dalawang teams, just because you have that, we put them in a place na parang if you're Stallions, you have good sub-base. If you're matches, you have good sub-base as well, right? So, if pumunta tayo dun, well, that would be siguro another time. Na siguro yun yung part 4, Mochi. Pag nagkita-kita na ulit yung dalawang teams na ulit. But man, it's been amazing, right? Ankara towards Port, it was a good show.
Totoo na. Malay mo naman sa regionals natin. Pero, sino pa nga ba ang ating match MVP dito, no? Si Kano lang din naman with that 2.00 na ating KD, no? Parang pataas na ng pataas. At ang ating mga numero dito, no? For him. And I am actually curious, no? If this is still gonna be the same performance the moment na tumapak tayo dito sa EWCC. Yun yung nakaka-excite din dito, no? Bipolar. Especially after all of the takes that they've been able to encounter so far dito, no, sa araw na ito, no, parang hindi natin malaman kung anong meron, but lots just happen. Pero tingnan mo naman yung nakuha niya ditong performance, bipolar, no, cream of the crop pa din.
Parang nga, no, just looking at this Ankara, sabi ko, kailan nangyari to? Oo nga pala, kahapon.
Kahapon.
But it was pretty crazy, no, na again, Kano, such a formidable player, man. And I feel like hindi lang naman siya playoffs ready. It's also just a testing point, or pwede nga natin sabihin at this point, no, baka nag-experiment ang players natin for STS because they're trying to warm up for EWs. I think. But let's see, no, Kano still was able to put the pressure here. 100% rating dito support is a very hard thing to do, especially sa GR side na dito ng matches na very active, very in your face yung ginawa nila, but it was crazy. Na Kano is still this good despite a lot of things happening around.
Exactly. And it's nice that we've been able to see just this, no? This type of performance, these types of highlights, and these types of results, no? Na wala pa rin naman kupas. I mean, siguro natitisod along the way, but at least we've been able to still get that W. And I feel like it's just right na i-acknowledge natin at makausap natin, no, ang ating match MVP right now dito, no, sa ating serye. Kaya naman i-welcome na natin si Kano dito sa ating interview test. Hello, ano? Parang antok na tayo. Okay lang tayo? Goods lang?
Good lang, okay lang.
Goods lang.
Okay.
Alright. Congratulations na, ano, and it does appear that this day is a long day para sa inyo. Sana okay pa kayo, no? Polar, you can ask away.
Ay, Kano, congratulations, brother. Pero hindi namin tatagalan. Hindi tayo abot dito ng 30 minutes.
Huwag ka mag-alala.
I just wanna ask first muna, since sinagot mo na, okay, na-stress ka ba sa matches nyo from the first start hanggang ngayong gabi? Kamusta naman si Kano?
Hindi ko alam.
Di ba? Huwag na lang natin pag-usapan, no, Kano?
Wag na lang.
Okay, ganito na lang, Kano. Let's move on forward, no? Again, playoffs is upcoming para kay Kano. We're seeing 100% rating every time. Palaging MVP si Kano. Would we see something na parang mas handa na ang buong Stallions? Kasi marami kayong mga kalaban dito sa playoffs na ready para sa inyo.
Ako? Ano?
Okay, ulitin ko. Masyadong mabilis, Kano. Alam ko na stress ka na. Pati laban yung mabilis. Kano, malapit na mag-playoffs. Nakikita namin ngayon ang Stallions na parang minsan dikit-dikit pa yung mga laban natin. Hindi katulad ng last time na puro 2-0. Kamusta naman? Do you think na mas may palag kayo dito sa playoffs compared to before?
Hindi ko alam. Tignan na lang. Yun lang.
Parang ano lang, no? Tignan lang natin kung makaka-10 headshot ulit si Kano sa isang round. Damay nakakampe ka
Pati
na.
kakampi.
Pwede? Yan.
Alright, grabe, no? Well, Kano, ito lang naman ang aking katanungan dito, no? Can you say na nasa experimentation phase pa ang ating team?
Wala. Try namin kunin yung top seed, top 1. Kaso wala. Ganun talaga.
Ganun talaga. At least playoffs, no? At least nandyan naman na. Kahit pa paano.
Yeah.
Tapos
Secured na.
kitaan na lang sa finals, no?
Sa semis,
Yun.
Okay. Not bad ka na. Okay.
Spirit, yeah, not bad, no? Sometimes we just need rest, no? After all of the things that just happened here right now. Pero what matters is you got that W, no? Dito, no? Against matches. So, congratulations, Kano. The floor is yours. Shoutout mo na lahat ng mga gusto mong i-shoutout dito.
Yun lang, shoutout kay Ate Lizelle tsaka kay Kuya Kais. Salamat sa walang sawang suporta. Yun lang.
Thank you, brother. Maraming salamat. Magpahinga ka ng maayos. Kasi alam namin isang buong araw ka naglalaro ng CrossFIRE.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Pahinga kayo, please.
Thank you.
Ayan, maraming salamat at congrats at good luck sa mga susunod niyong laban.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Alright.
Ang cute dun, no? First time may nagbabay sa atin dito ngayon sa panel, Mochi. That is very rare.
Oo nga, parang usually thank you lang, no? Hindi may babay pa dito.
Nagulat na nga rin tayo, Mochi, na nakahiga na si Kano. So, I feel like, no, talaga the fatigue is coming there. Parang, yun yung last stretch nila. Feeling ko tuloy, pag umawat pa tayo ng subbase, baka para tulog na si Kano after. Pero buti na lang na 2-0 dito ng Stallions.
Wag naman sana, no? Pero grabe, I feel like that just summarizes everything that happened today, no? Just by yung vibes din dito ni Kano. Pagod na sila, guys. Pero at least natawid pa rin, diba? So it's what matters at all. Pero tignan na rin natin ang ating updated standings because there seems to be a lot of things to talk about here, Bipolar, kasi ito na yun. There's a clearer picture. Crystal clear. Parang, siguro tubig ng Boracay. Malinis ba yung tubig sa Boracay? Feeling ko naman oo, no? Pero,
no, yes.
diba, right
Station
now,
Zero,
wonderful.
yes.
Pero diba, ang linaw na ng ating picture dito patungo sa ating playoffs after all the things that happened today.
Yeah, yun ang it's so sad to see matches at the almost bottom no Mochi. Multiple years that we've been covering Crossfire and we're seeing matches get that prophecy na sinasabi nga dito ni Sneaky Frog na palagi sila makakapasok ng playoffs somehow, some way. But man, it's number 7 right now. For Vid, it's 7-4 pero they still have 2 more matches after this. Team Stallions, sabi nga dito he wanted that number 1 spot pero they do have one last hurrah dito upcoming to complete their group stage journey. Meanwhile, itong top 2 teams natin, Mochi, that is crazy to think na may dalawa pa silang parehas na ilalarong mga matches dito. Virtus Pro, number 1 spot right now, and Execration number 2. I am telling you, this might be the day, and I said this from the first week pa lang, that we might see Execration in that number 1 spot.
Indeed. And I feel like this just says a lot din, sa power rankings natin ngayon sa ating mga teams, Grabe, wala nang nagpapahuli. Ang dikit na ng mga laban natin. Right now, ewan ko na lang talaga. Pero bukas, eto, ang ating mga susunod na mga laban, it is going to be TARINGBABI versus Attras. We also have Vetran versus Virtus Pro. And last but not the least, nako po, ang daig nag-aabang nito. Will Execration get the revenge that they want against Fervid, or will Fervid still win it and earn it dito sa ating ikatlong serye? My oh my, I can't wait to see kung ano ang mangyari sa mga laban natin bukas. At bago tayo magpaalam, Bipolar, you can shout out away. So, kung sino yung gusto mong i-shoutout dito sa ating broadcast.
Shoutout sa inyo. Shoutout sa mga nagpapabigay sa inyo ng pagkain habang nanonood ng maraming ng Crossfire ngayong araw. Big shoutouts kay Sir Alex. Big shoutouts sa inyong lahat. And as well as sa ating prod, because they just give it their all today para talaga matulungan tayo with these dead rounds. Sa ating mga teams na despite a lot of issues, a lot of dead rounds, a lot of alam mo yun, prolonged fights, they're still here to fight, And alam mo yun, I would like to give a very big shout out din dito sa ating mga Rosean teams, despite them having something else to do na very much important. We're awaiting for your domination naman in the next coming of possible years, Yun yung pinaka mga clear picture para sa kanila. So hopefully they do come back dito sa ating regional finals, or at least give us a better show. But yeah, again, to you sa mga nanonood, maraming salamat po. And plus, nga pala, ngayon ko lang na, thank you Mochi. Maraming salamat po sa mga nag-follow ng page. We are now in 1 million.
Thank you guys!
1 million!
WW1K! Congratulations to
maraming
Bipolar, At maraming salamat din sa mga sumusuporta sa aming mga talents, guys. Nakakakilig kayo kung alam niyo lang, Grabe, nagbuhos pa ng emosyon dito. Basta yun! Thank you, guys! We love you, alright? At eto na nga, tapusin na natin ito, Bipolar. Maraming salamat sa ating production. Ikaw na rin nagsabi, walang sawa. Simula umaga hanggang gabi. Paumaga na, Maraming salamat for being able to supply us such quality broadcast, Bibilisan ko na to para sa kanila, Maraming salamat sa ating loves, sa prod, sa obs, lahat. Scriptwriter natin, shoutout sa iyo, Chayam, Tiyaga-tiyaga lang, Solid ng ginagawa natin. And as well as kay Kerol, Mr. Kerol, wow. Gano'n. And as well as sa ating mga teams na nagbubuhos ng kanilang oras, pawis, effort, puso, utak, lahat-lahat na, Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. And as well as aking mga co-talents, My beloved co-talents, Bipolar, Salvatore, Sneaky Frog, Daydom, Ramon, El, and lahat-lahat na, Maraming salamat. And as well as sa ating Smilegate, mga bossing. Shoutout sa inyo. Maraming salamat, Boss Alex, and as well as Boss Mark, for being able to supply this type of platform for everyone, for their growth, for their career, and for their livelihood, and even their passion to keep the Crossfire scene alive. At mukhang dito na nga matutuldukan ang ating 13th day.
No way.
Para dito sa ating Crossfire.
After all that?
CFS SEA Masters 2026 Summer Day 13. And yes, Bipolar, hindi rin ako makapaniwala. Pero tapos na ang ating Day 13. And this quote matters more than ever. Remember to keep the fire burning, everyone. And with that being said, bukas magkikita-kita tayo uli for more Crossfire action. And good night. Ano ba yan? Sabog na. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist. Nakapultukan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dyan, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.